At Jiangcheng's number 2 school, in third year classroom 5, teacher Chen Fan is saying that the exams are already coming and that they have spent all these years studying only for this day. He then emphasizes that those who will take the liberal arts exams should make sure their luggage is ready by night, and that those who will take the martial arts exam should prepare their equipment and weapons. The teacher makes it clear that he will repeat this again and stresses that the martial arts exam has a high risk of elimination, and that if any of them awakened an ability below rank D, he recommends not taking it. This is the MC, Xu Jingming, a transmigrator, who soon questions whether the teacher is really talking about him, since he knows that the world he is in is called Blue Star, and its technology is at the same level as his past life. But here, terrifying fierce beasts exist, and there are also individuals with superpowers who fight against these beasts. He also knows that everyone can awaken their abilities at 16 years old, and the types of abilities are varied and strange, and that according to the Blue Star scale, they are individuals in 9 levels, from rank G to rank A, and most people awaken abilities from rank F to D. The MC knows that his electricity ability is weak, rank E. At this moment, someone comes slamming their hand on the MC's desk and wanting to know if he is not thinking of taking the martial arts exam, even after the teacher's warnings. Then, he makes it clear that if trash like a rank E like him goes, he will only bring shame to the school, and that he thinks he should obediently choose liberal arts and work as a low-level employee in his company, barely being able to buy food. However, a girl shouts asking Huang Tian to mind his own life. The blonde boy looks back and makes it clear to Lin Qingli that he will show who is the best in the exams. Thus, he leaves saying that the sissy, Xu Jingming, will only be eliminated in the exams. She calls the MC and asks him not to mind what Huang Tian said, since she knows that everyone has their own value, and so she wants to know if the MC changing his course to liberal arts and living in the city would not be bad. Xu Jingming, while observing the record of the inter-school exam, thinks that in the Great Xia Kingdom, where he lives, higher education is divided into 2 disciplines, liberal arts and martial arts, and that those with low-level abilities or those without confidence in combat can choose to study liberal arts and become ordinary people. However, he has in mind that those who choose martial arts must enter a designated place during the exam and fight to the death with fierce beasts. And only after passing the exam can the person enter a university of awakeners, and after many years of training at the university and with its mentors, the person can stop being someone without rank and become a powerful ranked awakener. Then, after reflecting on this, he takes a deep breath and thinks that the teacher and Lin Qingli are worried that something could happen if he chooses the martial arts exam. But he knows that in a world full of dangers like this, even if he could avoid the martial arts exam, which has a high elimination rate, he cannot escape from the beast that can invade at any moment. He then thinks that his parents of this era were eliminated because of a beast tide, so he does not want to go through something like that again and not have the power to resist. Thus, he concludes that he will still choose the martial arts exam. After deciding about his future, already in another place, the MC is training and continues doing this with his spear and his electricity power, but soon gets very tired and falls to the ground thinking that he cannot move anymore. He reflects that since he awakened his ability, he chose a spear as his weapon and has been practicing with it for 2.5 years, but thinks he is still at a beginner's level. However, he knows that the spear technique of the Raging Lightning, which costs 300,000, makes up for it in some way, since it makes him a little stronger than normal rank E awakeners. He also knows that martial arts students who awaken something below rank D have had their elimination rate increase every year, so he clenches his fist tightly and thinks that if he wants to enter an Awakener University, he needs to fight with everything he has, until a screen begins to appear in front of him, and the screen shows that the system is being activated. The MC is very surprised by this and quickly stands up, and the system warns that it has been successfully activated and wants to know if the MC would like to claim the newbie gift. Jingming wonders if this is the stolen transmigrator system, so he immediately wants to know what is in the gift. The system informs him that the newbie gift contains a super rank S ability and 200 ability points. Jingming wonders if he really received a super rank S ability, since he knows that even in a great country like Xiahua, it takes 3 to 4 years for someone to awaken one, and that when such a person appears, they are fought over by the best universities and receive nearly endless resources until they become the highest level awakener. With this, he shouts that he, a rank E trash, still has a chance to change his destiny and then accepts the gift. The system announces that the newbie gift has been accepted and 200 ability points were given, and the Super Rank S ability, Purple Cloud Thunder God Lightning, is being delivered. At this moment, the MC's heart begins to suffer a strong electric shock, and soon his entire body starts releasing a high voltage. While he keeps enduring it, the system announces the progress, and as soon as it reaches 30%, an explosion happens in the MC's room, visible from outside. People are frightened, and a child in his mother's arms points his finger upward and wants to know what is happening. Other people notice where the explosion was, and quickly grab their phones and call the fire department saying that something happened to the Shu family's son. Meanwhile, the MC, as the completion rate keeps rising, thinks that it hurts too much. Outside, people notice that the sky suddenly became dark and a huge electric dragon emerges. A man watching the event from his window comments to another person that the thunder was really frightening and that he feels some kind of gigantic pressure, so he wants to know if it could be a powerful thunder-type beast about to invade. He then calls for Jiang Cheng's 3rd Legion and asks them to raise the alert state. At that moment, the huge electric dragon descends from the sky at high speed and crashes onto the MC's building, striking it directly. After suffering this impact, Jingming starts screaming even more, but the system informs that the completion rate has reached 100% and that the ability transfer has been completed. After that, the calamity subsides, and Jingming clenches his fist tightly and, completely excited with his power overflowing throughout his body, comments that this is the rank S ability of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, since he knows it is incomparable to the shock baton from before, because he thinks that one strike on someone would be enough to destroy them. However, as he observes his room, he thinks that the destruction was too much, and that it was a good thing he controlled it a little. Otherwise, he thinks it would not have been just the training room that suffered, until he remembers that the system's gift also gave him 200 ability points, so he wants to know what they are for. The system explains that ability points can be obtained by eliminating beasts, and that consuming ability points can increase the level of abilities. It then says that the MC can see his ability points and improvement options on the system panel. Jingming laughs and thinks that he loves this broken and simple thing, so he does not waste time and asks to open the system panel. The MC carefully observes all of his status, and as soon as he does this, he gets excited and comments that the next day is the unified exam, and he needs to use the ability points wisely to maximize his combat power. So he asks his system to put the points into himself, since he knows that the essence of superpowers is in the body and mind of the human being, and therefore he will improve these 2 basic attributes first. So, while the points are credited, his body begins to release intense energy. The MC is surprised and wonders if this is what it feels like to have an improvement in blood power and mental power. He then prepares and makes some movements, then realizes that after improving his attributes, it doesn't matter if they are combat techniques or ability control, both will improve. Thus, he sees on his system panel that he placed 20 attribute points in each, and that this means each point is worth 0.2 of blood IQ and 0.2 hertz, and that with this strength entering an Awakener University will not be a problem, but he wonders among the 700,000 students in Jiangnan where he will rank, and how he compares to the prodigies trained by elite mentors since childhood. He then picks up his spear with his foot, and while moving, it concludes that he will go to the martial hall to test these improved attributes. However, at that moment, someone kicks the door open. It is the firefighters. One of them says they received a rescue call from there. Jingming explains that it was probably caused by fluctuations in his training, but emphasizes that everything is resolved at the moment. The firefighters take a deep breath, and one of them comments that he understands and that since everything is resolved, they will return. The MC thanks them for their concern, but before leaving, the firefighter looks at Jingming and comments that such a big commotion in the end was just a student training his powers, and that he thinks the next generation is truly incredible. After the firefighters leave, Jingming goes outside And while walking down the street, people get curious, wanting to know if he is fine after the incident. The MC replies that everything is under control and that he is going to a certain place to train a little. Jingming, while walking through the city, thinks that for an awakener to become a complete superpower user, he needs to train his body and mind to extract more from his powers. And that is why martial halls providing training spaces and instructors become famous. But he knows that not everyone can afford a private room, since the two most famous martial halls in Xia are the Thunder Hall and the Violent Bear Hall, and that of these two, the Violent Bear Hall, with its annual fee of 100,000, is suitable for rich students, but only the Thunder Hall offers free access for high school students. Until he notices someone among other people, and observing more closely, he wonders if it is not Tang Chi, his cousin. So he goes to her and wants to know what brings her to the Thunder Hall. She says she was just with a friend. Jingming says he understands and that he will go to the training room. She is intrigued, thinking that the MC seems different from before. Her friend then calls her and wants to know who that handsome guy was. Tang Chi says it is Xu Jingming, her cousin, and that he is in the third year just like them and will take the martial exam the next day. Then, a guy wants to know why Xiao Ya is asking so many questions and if by any chance she is already in love. She replies that yes, and emphasizes that with that face of the MC, as long as he is not weak, he would make a great boyfriend and impress anyone. However, Tang Chi grabs her by the shoulder and comments that she is sorry to disappoint her, then explains that Jingming awakened a rank E ability, which leaves her not believing such a low rank. Their friend makes it clear that competing in the martial exam with only a rank E ability has to be admitted that the MC is courageous. Tang Chi wants to know so what if her cousin is courageous, because she knows it is too risky and she would rather he not take the exam. Then Xiao Ya grabs her friend and comments that enough with the small talk, because they are there to go to the Thunder Hall. As they go there, Tang Chi comments that she trained all 3 years of high school only in the Violent Bear Hall, and that it is her first time in the Thunder Hall. The MC, already in the training room, firmly grips his spear and realizes that it feels lighter and that maybe it is because his body became stronger. He thinks that the unified exam is the next day and that he does not have time to find a better weapon. He then prepares his spear and decides to see how his full strength is without using powers. He then takes a deep breath, moves his spear, and strikes an attack at the target. Jingming thinks that the training room is made of memory metal, which can self-repair within its resistance limits. After seeing the result of his strike, he gets excited and comments that his physical strength is twice as much as before, and that most awakeners can only score 100 points on the machine he just used. He then decides to use the Purple Thunder, and as soon as he channels his power, he unleashes an electric blast at the machine. With that, he sees that his strike was 3021 PDA. He then gets excited, thinking that this was expected from a rank S power, and that Class 1 Awakeners can only reach 1000 PDA. He knows that he does not have a class, and even so, his power is like that of a mid-level Class 1, but he also knows that this is not even his full strength. And while gathering more power, he thinks that physical strength, ability improvement, and combat techniques, all of that is his power. With that in mind, he prepares and unleashes a spear strike with his power imbued. The power at the tip of the spear begins to grow stronger, and Jingming uses the Raging Lightning technique. The impact is so strong that it makes the Thunder Hall start to tremble completely, and people get scared, wondering if it is an earthquake. And on the same floor where the MC is, his cousin and her friends feel this tremor. One of them comments that he is feeling a powerful energy fluctuation and that he thinks it must definitely be a ranked awakener. Xiaoya wants to know if that floor is not only for students, and if by any chance all the monsters that reach that level are not training in the Violent Bear Hall. Her friend speculates that maybe one of those monsters came there to make a change, or that a new power user appeared. Tang Chi calls her friends to see this, and while the MC is coming from one side, they are going in the direction where the energy seemed to be close. She soon sees her cousin and wants to know if he is already leaving. Jingming replies that yes, and explains that he just wanted to return and prepare a little more. Tang Chi wishes him good luck for the exam the next day and asks him to be careful. Her friend then shouts, asking them to forget about Jingming because he thinks the energy fluctuation they felt is very close. And as soon as they arrive at a room, they comment that it can only be from there, and as soon as they open the door, they see the place completely destroyed, and they are all very surprised, wanting to know what the hell happened. Xiaoya is even more surprised to realize that even the memory metal was destroyed, so she wants to know how powerful that attack was, and if there can be such a strong student in Jiangcheng. Her friend observes the place a bit and comments that he thinks it probably was not a student, because he can still feel a violent energy from the wreckage and fears that this person must be a Class 2 awakener who accidentally went to the floor they are on and tested his strength in the training room. Another guy comments that he knew there was no way a student could have that much power. The other guy agrees and emphasizes that even in the capital, there is no one who can do this. However, Xiaoya remembers that only Xu Jingming passed by there, so she wants to know if it was him who did all this, and if perhaps he is a genius who has been hiding his power waiting to make a grand appearance in the exam the next day. Her friends comment that they think she is reading too many novels about weaklings who hide their powers, and that even if Jingming is hiding his strength, they think there has to be a limit, because he only awakened a rank E ability. 300 attack power would already be incredible. Another guy comments that he knows there are 2 corridors that lead to the exit, and that he thinks the person who did this must have left through the other side. That is why they did not see him, but he wants to know what Tang Chi thinks. While observing the wreckage, she replies that maybe it could be, but thinks that the holes left seem to have been made by a spear. So she becomes apprehensive and questions whether her cousin is really overestimating himself. After that, and already on the day of the unified exam, several participants begin to gather. Jingming arrives at the location. Some people want to know if this will be the exam location because they think they saw a unicorn rhino, since they know they usually used common beasts like shadow cats or iron-haired boars. So they want to know why the exam difficulty is so high this time. Until a guy approaches asking, so what if it is a unicorn rhino? Then makes it clear that if they cannot handle beasts of that level, even if they enter an Awakener university by luck, they will still be nobodies. Seeing this, Jingming asks his friend who that guy acting all tough is. Liu Jia says it is Zhou Mingyang from school number 1, the guy of the windstorm sword, then says there are rumors that he has a rank B power called Swift Gale, and that he has already advanced to Class 1. Jingming is happy to know and remembers that this is the guy he heard is a big competitor for this year's exams, so he wonders who will be the strongest. At that moment, someone shouts loudly asking for the attention of all the candidates. So this person introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of the Jiangcheng Unified Exam, and makes it clear that before the test begins, he will talk about things that everyone there must know. That said, he explains that the exam will last from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, being 12 hours in total, and that the test site will be the ruined city behind them. He also emphasizes that just like in previous exams, the area is divided into outer, intermediate, inner, and central zones, and that killing monsters of different types and levels will give different points, and that the higher the level of the beast, the stronger it is, and the more points are gained. However, the commander becomes serious and makes it very clear to everyone that the central area is like the bonus question in a written exam, meant only for the best students. So he asks everyone to know their limits, and not to risk their lives just for points. Jingming thinks that even the day before he would only dare to walk through the outer zone, but now he wants to go to the inner or even the central one. After that, everyone forms a line, and teacher Chen Fan informs that he will be distributing supplies for the exam. As soon as Jingming approaches, the teacher says there are 3 items in total, being the smartwatch that records the number and types of beasts eliminated and logs everything in real time, the tactical backpack containing 3 energy bars, 1 energy drink, and 1 medical kit, supplying the candidates for 12 hours, and the safety sphere, which when activated creates a high-voltage electric barrier that normal beasts cannot break. Chen Fan stresses to the MC that as soon as he uses the sphere, the exam will end, but that he should remember that his life matters more than anything. Jingming thanks the teacher and says he understood. At that moment, Xiaoya appears calling the MC. She wants to know if he wants to join them. The MC's best friend, who recently awakened a rank C ability, makes it clear to his friend that once they enter the exam, he will protect him. However, one of the guys in the group calls Xiaoya and says that it is good she is kind, but that this is the unified exam. The other guy makes it clear to her that a team can have at most only 5 people, and that if they take the MC, he wants to know how they will get a high score. Liu Jie tells his group that they had agreed before, so he wants to know if they will really want to go back on it. Jingming listens to them arguing and quickly holds his friend back from going at the others, but makes it clear to everyone that he will go alone and that they can form their own team. Liu Jie and Xiaoya want to know if he is serious, then ask him to be careful. After the MC leaves, a guy from Xiaoya's group suggests going to call Huang Tian. Meanwhile, Jingming is thinking that even without them, he can still get a high score. Thus, the examiners announce the beginning of the 2037th Jiangcheng exam and soon activate the cameras of the exam site and the drone live streams. All the candidates waste no time in advance, and some groups begin following their own routes. Meanwhile, the MC, while moving, thinks that he will go all out in this unified exam, then clicks on his watch, and it announces that the verification of candidate Xu Jingming from 3rd year, Class 5, and School Number 2 of Jiangcheng is complete. It then shows the exam ID and the live ranking of Field 179, in which first is Zhou Mingyang with 7 points, second is Li Lan with 5 points, and third is Zhao Hu with 4 points. After knowing this, Jingming thinks that this was already expected from the best student of School Number 1, since he is already eliminating the beasts, so he knows it is time to do his part as well. He then thinks that there is still a long way from the outer zone to the central one, and that he will go straight to the central, until while running, he notices something that catches his attention and sees a fallen body of one of the candidates. And soon, he is frightened to realize that the guy's injuries are serious, and that apparently he did not even have time to use the sphere. Then he realizes that this is exactly why teacher Chen Fan asked not to take the exam. And looking at the body of the fallen candidate on the ground, he thinks that if he had not awakened a rank S ability, he would probably end up the same way. He then crouches and clicks on the guy's watch, which immediately calls a doctor, and thinks that he still has no regrets, and that he knows the unified exam is brutal, but that opportunities always come with danger, since not everyone has the chance to change their destiny, until he gets scared by hearing a sinister noise, and, as soon as he turns, he sees a dark creature slowly approaching. Then he concludes that the creature left someone alive to ambush whoever came close, being precisely a trap. The wolf begins to growl at the MC and soon leaps. Jinming dodges the creature's attack and observes that the wolf is agile, has sharp claws and fangs, and a bite with a pressure force of 1 ton. Knowing that the creature deserves the title of Rookie Eliminator, the wolf starts growling at the MC, and he keeps thinking that the reason fierce beasts are called fierce is because they possess a special wild aura that intimidates their prey. And it is said that most awakens who encounter a fierce beast for the first time will be completely subdued by its aura, and he knows they cannot even use 30% of their strength, and some will just stand still and be eliminated. He also has in mind that this is why rich families hire high-level awakens to take their children to wild areas and act as their bodyguards, all so they get used to fighting these beasts from an early age. However, while thinking, he knows he did not have that kind of luxury. This is his first time facing a fierce beast. The wolf leaps again, and about to be attacked by the creature's sharp claws, he grips his spear firmly and without hesitation impales the wolf with it. He then concludes that apparently the creature's intimidating aura has no effect on him. With that, the system warns that the MC eliminated a shadow cat and gained 3 more skill points. Jinming knows that fierce beasts are ranked from 1st to 9th class, totaling 9 levels, and that beasts below the 1st rank are called unranked fierce beasts and are equivalent to newly awakened humans. However, the MC knows that eliminating a fierce beast grants skill points that can be used to make him stronger, but that unranked beasts give very few points. So, while following his route, he keeps thinking that since the aura of the beast does not affect him much, staying in the outer area is not very good, as he needs to reach the central area as quickly as possible. Thus, on the way there, he begins to face and defeat several unranked creatures and always gains skill points upon defeating them, until he stops for a brief moment and thinks that he has gained many skill points, and that at the moment, what he lacks is combat experience, because using the Purple Sky Divine Thunder can instantly eliminate those unranked beasts he has faced before, but that will not make him stronger. Not to mention that the higher the skill level, the more exhausting it is, and he fears that if he uses the Purple Thunder with full power, he will not last even 1 hour, since with his former rank E skill, Weak Electricity, he could endure more than 3 hours. And while moving again, he thinks that the exam lasts 12 hours, and therefore he cannot waste his skill before entering the central area, and that he thinks for the rest of the exam, he will use the strategy he is using and his spear skills to eliminate fierce beasts and gain more combat experience. Until a huge unicorn rhinoceros appears on his path, and the creature hits a car and throws it away as if it were nothing. Then it charges with everything toward the MC, who in turn leaps upward, dodging the charge of the powerful creature. Jing Ming, while in the air, prepares his spear and lands, driving it into the beast. As soon as he defeats it, he breathes in relief and thinks that he is eliminating the beast much faster than before, then questions if his spear skill has leveled up. With that, he opens his system panel and sees that, as expected, his spear skill advanced to intermediate level, and knows this proves that using only the spear in these real battles helps make him stronger. While clicking somewhere on his system screen, he thinks that with spear skills at this level, he can already feel he can do everything, and that if he raises the level even higher, he wants to know what will happen. Thus, after clicking to increase them, several movements begin to emerge in his mind. Then he thinks it is pretty amazing, as several advanced spear techniques are entering his mind. Next, he gets excited and concludes that he can hardly wait to find a first-class beast to test them. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's group is walking through the area, and she comments that she thinks she just saw Jing Ming. One of the group members says he thinks she is seeing things, and another emphasizes that it is impossible to be him, because he knows that with his strength being there is like asking to be eliminated. She is intrigued and questions if in the end she saw wrong, but she is sure that from behind it looked exactly like Jing Ming, until one of their group members shout asking them to take a look at the unicorn rhinoceros that was defeated recently. As soon as they approach, Xiaoya comments that apparently the blood on the wound has not dried yet, which means the creature was eliminated a few minutes ago. One of the members explains that what eliminated the beast was the wound he is seeing on the head, and that, judging by the shape, it seems to have been pierced by something of medium range, and that if he had to guess the weapon, he thinks it would be a spear. Thus, Xiaoya is even more surprised and questions if it was really Jing Ming she saw at that moment. Her friends want to know if she really thinks the MC defeated the unicorn rhinoceros alone, but then one of them has an idea and says that if everyone there wants to know if it was really Jing Ming, they just have to look at his points in the system. Xiaoya wastes no time and soon sees that the MC is among the top 50 of the exam, so she concludes that it was indeed him who defeated the huge creature, and that she really had seen him. Her friends cannot believe it and comment that it can only be someone with the same name, because they want to know since when awakens with rank E abilities are that strong. Meanwhile, in the observation room of the exam, several superiors are carefully watching the performance of the contestants, and one of them comments that school number 1 is as strong as always, and that he thinks it is basically dominating the top 10, and that especially Zhou Mingyang, ranked first with 412 points, already seems to have the title of city champion decided. Zhang Washan, director of the Jiangcheng Education Agency, comments that Zhou Mingyang is the best in the city, and that his swift gale is powerful. Even in the provincial martial exam, he would not lose to anyone, so he makes it clear that if everyone there asked, he would say that Zhou Mingyang can reach the top 100 of Jiangnan province. Then, he calls Director Liu of school number 1 and emphasizes that he has always been satisfied with the education of the school, and that the education of school number 3 is also not bad, because at least they managed to reach the top 10 this time. The director of school number 3 comments that it is all thanks to his help and asks him to continue supporting them. However, Zhang Washan turns and emphasizes that school number 2 needs to improve since the best student of the school is only in rank 18. Zhao Yao, director of school number 2, thinks that only 8 students from his school managed to reach the top 50, so he hopes Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tang Ju, and Xu Jingming give their all in the exam. Then he is intrigued by the name Xu Jingming and questions if he feels he has heard that name before and if by chance there is someone like that in the Hall of the Ascendants. Professor Chen Fan cannot believe that the MC managed to reach the top 50, so he questions if he is not a rank E awakened and if by chance he was hiding his strength, but he knows that even if he had hidden it, he wants to know if a rank E ability suddenly turned into a rank S1. And while he observes Zhou Mingyang, he reflects that only the top 10 have cameras especially for them, and that it is not possible that there is anything of Xu Jingming at this moment, and therefore he really wants to know how he managed such a high score. Back in the exam and in the central area, which has a very high danger level, someone is walking through the place. It is the MC who, while eating a cereal bar, thinks that upon reaching the central area, it is noticeable that the number of beasts has decreased, but he knows that ranked beasts possess intelligence and territorial knowledge, making them much more difficult to face than unranked beasts. However, he soon hears a noise and sees a huge tiger striking cars with a single swipe and throwing them far away. The creature, as soon as it notices the MC, lets out a huge roar. Jingming realizes it is a first-class beast, the blade-clawed tiger, and thinks he is lucky since he just entered the central area and already found a first-class beast. Then he gets excited and, while charging forward, thinks it is the perfect scenario because he will test his new abilities. The huge tiger does not stay still and charges forward as well. Jingming quickly stops, prepares his spear, and strikes at the creature's paw. The tiger feels the MC's attack on its paw, and he notices this and questions if the strength of a first-class blade-clawed tiger is only that, as he thinks that only the Tiger King could give him some trouble. With that in mind, he charges at the creature, and, as soon as he dodges its lunge, drives his spear straight into the tiger, which lets out a loud roar from the wound. Jingming watches the creature while preparing again. Then, both stare at each other briefly, and the tiger leaps at the MC, who has to move quickly to dodge the creature's multiple attacks. And as he moves to the side, dodging the tiger's paw strike, he thinks this was already expected of a first-class fierce beast, whose vitality is very high since it keeps attacking until its last breath. Then, after creating a bit of distance, while channeling part of his power, he thinks he does not care how much the creature attacks, as he knows it is all in vain. Thus, he applies his multiple spear attack technique and brutally strikes the blade-clawed tiger, which cannot even defend itself. As soon as he defeats the creature, the system informs that he eliminated a blade-clawed tiger and gained 14 more skill points. Jingming, pleased for having easily defeated the tiger, comments that he thinks the skill points gained by killing a first-class beast are practically double those of unranked ones. And, while continuing on his way, he thinks that the stronger the beast, the more points are gained, and that what others see as a dangerous challenge field, he knows is a treasure land for leveling up. Moreover, it is such a rare chance, and therefore, he must take full advantage to gain as many skill points as possible. Meanwhile, in the exam supervisor's room, everyone sees that Xu Jingming just rose to rank 32, and several directors go to Professor Chen Fan and want to know if the MC is really from his class, since among all the parallel classes, only the student from his class made it into the top 50, and therefore, they think the professor's classes are incredible. He feels embarrassed and tries to explain that it is all the student's effort and that he did nothing special, until someone points to the big screen and asks everyone to look because Jingming rose again in the ranking, and now he gained 44 points at once. Zhang Wuxian emphasizes that according to the martial exam scoring system, eliminating an unranked beast gives 6 to 8 points, and eliminating a first-class one gives 14 to 16 points. Zhao Yao says that the clock counts eliminations every 4 seconds, but he is interrupted by the student agency director, who comments that whoever Xu Jingming is, in just 4 seconds he eliminated 5 unranked beasts or 3 first-class beasts. Then he calls director Zhao Yao and says that his school has a very good seed and therefore wants to know how he has never heard him mention Xu Jingming before. He replies that, to be honest, he just found out and makes it clear that if director Zhang Wishan wants details, he will need to ask Professor Chen Fan. Then Zhao Yao goes to the professor and asks him to explain Xu Jingming's situation to the student agency director. Chen Fan, as soon as he approaches Zhang Wishan, a little afraid to say, comments that the MC awakened a rank E ability, weak electricity. Zhao Yao shouts, wanting to know if it really is a rank E ability, and if by chance he is not mistaken. A bit embarrassed, Chen Fan replies no, and emphasizes that before the exams he specifically told Jingming not to attempt the martial exam. Zhang Wuxian, while drinking his coffee, comments that reaching so far with only a rank E ability makes him believe that the MC must be incredibly skilled in other areas, which makes him even more interesting. He then makes it clear that for now, they will just wait and see, because he thinks that at this pace he will soon reach the top 10. However, he becomes serious and emphasizes that then they will find out he got there by cheating. Hearing this leaves both the director of the second school and the MC's teacher quite frightened. Meanwhile, the exam board is updated and rank 8 is occupied by the contestant Li Ziyi, rank 9 by Xu Jingming, rank 10 by Ma Yuwem, rank 11 by Ye Li, and rank 12 by Tang Qi. And she, as soon as she sees the updated board, realizes that it was her cousin who after all caused all that commotion earlier. Zhou Mingyang also sees the board and a little surprised questions if really, with only 6 hours left for the exam to end, someone just entered the top 10 and, upon seeing the contestant's name, thinks he has never heard of him. With his entry into the top ranks, a drone begins to follow the MC and observe his every movement. After the system notifies that he eliminated a first-class shadow cat, the MC thinks he already knew that, because hunting beasts in the central area is much more efficient, until he notices a drone flying overhead and questions if by chance he just entered the top 10. Then, he gets excited and thinks that the martial exam was made to test the strength and potential of the candidates, and that the better the results, the more attention the person will receive. But he knows he never thought of hiding his strength. However, he thinks that before going deeper into the central area, he needs to increase his strength more, and as soon as he sees his skill points in his system panel, he is quite surprised, thinking that he already has more than 300 skill points, and even so, it is not enough to level up, and that he thinks it seems that the only way to go beyond a first-class awakened is to learn a cultivation method. Thus, he decides he will continue improving his basic attributes, and as soon as he credits some points into the physical and spirit attribute, the MC feels an incredible sensation and thinks it is time to go to the core area. It does not take long to get where he wanted, and he sees several blade-clawed tigers eating a unicorn rhinoceros. From afar, he notices there are 9 blade-clawed tigers, but knows that among them there is one with an impressive aura and size and with extremely large blades on its paws, and therefore thinks it must be the blade-clawed Tiger King. Then he decides it is time to make a big harvest, but soon notices something and turns to see what it is, and sees that it is Zhou Mingyang, who in turn thinks the MC was quite sharp, since he even managed to notice him, and that he did not expect him to be Xu Jingming, the one who invaded the top 10. The MC is impressed and wants to know if he knows him. Zhou Mingyang smiles and makes it clear that he knows everyone who reached the core area except for the MC, so he emphasizes that seeing a new face so suddenly only made him guess that he was the one who was climbing the ranking. Jingming comments that he understood, but Mingyang puts his hand on his sword and stresses that he has been keeping an eye on the group of blade-clawed tigers for quite some time. The MC immediately wants to know if he wants to steal his prey. Mingyang comments that it seems the MC did not understand, so he explains that the blade-clawed Tiger King is an intermediate first-class beast, and that hunting 9 blade-clawed tigers without a team, no matter how strong he is just impossible, and that is why he thinks they could cooperate. However, the MC comments that they will not need to cooperate because he alone can defeat all the creatures. He says this and jumps on top of the bus, facing the creatures. They quickly notice the presence of the MC, who thinks that it was already expected of beasts led by a commander, in which they can even use battle formations. The leader of the blade-clawed tigers growls to the others, and they charge at the MC. Zhou Mingyang is watching from afar and thinks he wants to see if Jingming really has extraordinary abilities, or if he is just heading for his defeat. The MC starts spinning his spear and increases the speed of the spin, and as soon as the tigers leap at him, his spear begins to strike the creatures. Then he delivers a circular attack hitting several tigers at once. With that, the system notifies that he eliminated some first-class blade-clawed tigers and gained more skill points. The creatures are thrown away, and the leader goes to them. Jingming regrets realizing he is still weak because he could not eliminate them all, but soon notices that the tiger leader is coming at full speed in his direction, and then lets out a powerful shrill roar that shatters several building windows. Zhou Mingyang tries to cover his ears because of the beast's loud roar. Jingming is prepared and wants to know if the tiger leader is trying to intimidate him, as he thinks maybe other people would be afraid. But that is not his case. Thus, he charges at the beast, which immediately tries to strike him, but the MC manages to block with his spear. Jingming jumps high while blocking, but the tiger quickly turns around. However, the MC was already prepared and lands a powerful spear attack on the tiger leader. After pulling the spear out of the beast's head, the system notifies that he eliminated an advanced first-class blade-clawed tiger and received 20 skill points. Zhou Mingyang is stunned, unable to believe that the MC managed to finish them all at once, so he wants to know what kind of monster he is. Jingming comments that it was a great harvest of skill points, and that he thinks at the pace he is going, it will be impossible to know how many skill points he will have by the end of the exam. But he knows the more the better, and therefore needs to hurry and find another group of beasts. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang runs to the MC shouting, wanting to know how he managed to defeat an entire group of those tigers with only a spear, and if by chance he is an enhancement type awakened. Jingming does not want much talk with him and jumps away saying no, that he is electricity type. Zhou Mingyang becomes furious, wanting to know if the MC is mocking him, but knows that even if he does not want to reveal what his ability is, he did not need to be so rude. However, he realizes that the MC just killed a bunch of beasts, so he questions if he managed to surpass him. And as soon as he sees the updated exam ranking, he realizes that first place was taken by Jingming with 1,122 points, then shouts saying it is not possible that he was surpassed. Meanwhile, the superiors, after watching everything, are in disbelief. Zhang Weishan claps and emphasizes that the MC's spear technique is overwhelming, and that Jingming is only 12 years old and already possesses advanced spear skills, being a true genius. He then comments to director Zhao Yao that with Xu Jingming, Jiang Cheng will certainly enter the top 100 of the province, so he suggests that after the exams, he will try to reward school number 2. The director is excited and thanks Zhang Weishan for the kindness, but becomes so happy that he starts crying and thinks that the MC really is a gift from the heavens, and that finally the day has come for school number 2 to shine. After that, 3 hours pass, and in the central zone, Zhou Mingyang is walking around wanting to know what is happening, since he is not seeing any more beasts in the central zone, until some people appear saying that he will need to ask whoever is in first place. He turns around startled, and when he sees who it is, he wants to know why they are walking together. They are Wu Hao, 3rd in the exam ranking, Tang Qi, 9th in the ranking, and Meng Di, 4th in the ranking, who becomes nervous and says that the MC eliminated all the beasts in the central zone, and that they could not find any, so they had no choice but to join him. Zhou Mingyang is left open-mouthed and comments that he thinks this is impossible, since he knows there are many beasts in the central zone. Tang Qi goes to him and comments that apparently he thinks he has not looked at the updated ranking and asks him to take a look. As soon as she shows it, Zhou Mingyang sees that the MC has more than 3,000 points, 2,000 more than his own points, so he is completely shocked. Tang Qi takes a deep breath and asks if he now understands, because if they removed the MC's points before he entered the central zone, he would still have 2,500 points, which means he eliminated almost 200 beasts in the central zone alone. Zhou Mingyang comments that this was why Mingjing was so afraid of them killing the beasts he was targeting, since he had thought of that from the beginning. Tang Qi emphasizes that with only a few hours left before the exam ends, they thought about joining together to challenge the core zone. Zhou Mingyang is surprised and wants to know if she is crazy, because he knows that the beasts there are at least advanced first class, and that some are even second-class beast kings. Meng Di makes it clear that this is why they will join together, and then wants to know if he will be left behind. As night falls, the MC is sitting on top of a pile of defeated creatures, and, while eating another of his cereal bars, thinks that he knows he is almost out of supplies, and that the exam is almost ending, but that he still wants more points and needs to go deeper. However, he keeps in mind that the core zone has second-class beasts and that he needs to become stronger. Then he sees on his system panel that he has 2,413 skill points to distribute. Thus, while adjusting his system, he questions what he will evolve. After spending some points on certain attributes, he gets up and thinks that now he believes he can face the final challenge of the martial exam. And while the top-ranking contestants continue heading to the core zone, Jingming wonders what kind of second-class beasts the organizers prepared for the exam. After a while, the group that joined to go to the core spots something that leaves them in disbelief as they see ahead a violent and bloodthirsty bear that, with just a simple movement, causes enormous destruction in the area. Zhou Mingyang comments that now they are screwed. Meng Di, worried about the situation, says that it seems to be a rare ferocious beast, and that, judging by the creature's fur, it is comparable to a low-rank metal, and she thinks that not even missiles could pierce it, and one blow from the creature could eliminate them all. Tang Qi emphasizes that it would be better to give up on the plan, since knowing that the bear would be the least of their concerns. As the moment they step on the ground, they will be annihilated by advanced first-class beasts. Therefore, he says that he is leaving, because points are not more important than his life. Zhou Mingyang becomes furious and yells wanting to know who the bastard was that made such an exam, until Meng Di points down and says that it seems like someone is there. As she comments that she thinks it looks like Xu Jingming, Tang Qi turns around startled. Then, from the top of the building where they are, they see the MC quickly approaching the creatures. Meng Di gets excited, wanting to know if the guy they are seeing is really Xu Jingming, because he is very handsome. Zhou Mingyang makes it clear that being handsome is useless, as attacking a group of beasts down there is asking to die. However, they soon see the MC drawing the beast's attention, and he starts eliminating them without much difficulty. But more and more creatures begin to appear, and it doesn't take long for them to completely surround the MC. As soon as the beasts all attack the MC at once, everyone thinks he has been exterminated. Wu Hao wants to know if Jingming will really die like that. Zhou Mingyang comments that he was an idiot and that if he dies, it is his own fault. Tang Qi turns around startled and runs off saying that she has to help him, but is held back by Meng Di, who wants to know if Tang Qi hadn't said that her life wasn't worth more than that. She replies that they don't understand and explains that Jingming is her cousin, and that's why she cannot stand still watching him be eliminated. However, amid the creature's pause, a strong electric current begins to form, and an explosion of power occurs in the area. Zhou Mingyang, seeing the strong thunder in front of him, wants to know if it could be the power Ying Ming had mentioned. After completely eliminating the beasts that were surrounding him with his electric power, Jing Ming thinks that using only physical strength to deal with the beasts around him is overestimating himself too much, and that therefore he will need to use his abilities. Then, the MC looks at the power in his hand and reflects that this was already expected from an S-rank ability, being very dominant and destructive. However, he realizes something, and as soon as he looks up, he sees the enormous bloodthirsty bear very close, which soon lets out a powerful, thunderous roar. Jingming thinks that he knows the violent and bloodthirsty bear is gigantic, but on the other hand, it is not fast, and that's why he believes that with his purple heaven divine thunder, he can finish the creature. But, seeing more creatures approaching as well, he knows that while he is fighting the enormous bear, the other creatures may end up interfering. So he takes a deep breath, releases his powerful power, and concludes that he will first get everything ready before the fight against the violent bear. Thus, he quickly leaps and charges with everything, eliminates the first beast, and while the system notifies that he has defeated an advanced first-class beast and obtained ability points, the MC easily eliminates many beasts around him. All excited, he questions if this is how an S-rank ability enhances the body, but he knows that unfortunately, Having lightning running through his body is dangerous, so he cannot maintain it for too long. However, while eliminating more beasts, he knows that the time he has is more than enough to deal with them. But as soon as he finishes defeating a unicorn rhinoceros, he realizes that the violent bear is coming at him with everything, and the creature delivers a powerful attack with its enormous paw. But as soon as it lifts its paw from where it struck, it realizes that the MC managed to dodge at the last moment. The bear becomes furious and charges at the MC again, who in turn leaps over the bear and uses the creature's back to gain momentum and quickly continue eliminating the creatures that are in the way. The bear roars loudly in rage. Jingming looks at the creature and wonders if the bear got angry after seeing its minions being defeated one by one. He says this, and while advancing against the last creature in front of him, the MC makes it clear that he will only eliminate one more and then give his full attention to the enormous bear. However, the ferocious bear appears right behind the rhinoceros that the MC was about to defeat and strikes with its claws. Close to being hit, Jingming is surprised and thinks that the bear predicted where he was going. With that, the bear manages to clash its two paws together and, due to the powerful impact of its attack, everything around is thrown far away. But as soon as the bear opens its claws, it realizes it only eliminated the rhinoceros and the MC is high up. And while channeling his power, he gets excited and comments that now there are no more useless creatures to get in the way, and that he really wants to see if the fur of the bloodthirsty bear will be able to withstand the strength of his thunder. He says this and immediately attacks, and a huge electric explosion occurs. The group of competitors on top of the building feel the strong impact of the MC's attack, and even the supervisors are surprised to witness such power. Zhang Wuxian calls for director Zhao Yao and wants to know if he was really saying that what they just saw is an E-rank ability, because he thinks he must be joking. One of the directors emphasizes that just by releasing the power they saw, the MC can annihilate an entire group of advanced first-class beasts, and could even face a second-class boss on equal terms, meaning he thinks not even an A-rank ability could handle that so easily. Zhao Yao wonders if it could be a mutation. Zhang Wuxian laughs and emphasizes that regardless, after what they just saw, he thinks perhaps the entire country will be watching Xu Jingming. Back to the battle. After the dust settles, the bear's skin barely suffered a scratch, and the creature becomes even more furious and lets out a loud roar. Jingming is thrown back and questions whether he really only caused a small scratch, and as soon as he hits the ground, he thinks that this was already expected from a rare second-class beast, since it is fully covered in thick fur, so he knows no blade will penetrate, and most importantly, it does not conduct electricity. He also thinks that with the power he currently has, trying to jump 2 levels to defeat the violent bloodthirsty bear is asking too much. At this moment, the enormous bear begins to release a dark power, which leaves the MC quite frightened, wanting to know what is happening. The bear leaps into the air, and where it lands causes enormous devastation, and Jingming is thrown back. Then, he observes the damage the bear caused, and questions whether it has already activated the Fury ability, as it seems the bear really hates him. The enormous beast then stares at the MC and soon lets out another of its loud roars, then charges at him, trying to hit him several times. But Jingming keeps dodging all the attacks and runs to try to gain some distance. And while doing this, he thinks the bear is very impressive, as he knows that when a beast enters a fury state, its physical strength increases absurdly. At that moment, the bear tries to hit at the MC, but he manages to dodge and thinks that, in compensation, the little intelligence it had is gone, turning into just a killing machine driven by instinct. But he keeps in mind that it is better not to go for a direct confrontation, as it would be foolish to face it head-on, and that the ideal is to use agility to wear the bear down little by little. After gaining distance, he begins to channel his power and concludes that he should just take the opportunity to paralyze the bear for a while. Thus, he quickly moves to the creature's back and strikes with his energized spear at one of the bear's legs, and, due to the impact of the MC's attack, the creature crashes hard to the ground. Jingming takes advantage of the time he has and activates his Purple Heaven Divine Thunder ability, and a lightning strike hits the bloodthirsty bear directly. The MC intensifies his ability even more, and the enormous bear ends up fainting. Jingming smiles and thinks that after more than 30 seconds of Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, he believes not even the thickest defense could withstand it. However, the bear opens its eye and takes advantage of the MC being distracted and tries to strike him, but the enormous creature ends up under the effect of paralysis. Jingming laughs and comments that finally the time has come. Then he prepares his spear and activates his Storm Lightning Rupture ability and hits the bear head on, sending it flying far away. And, as soon as it crashes into some cars, a huge explosion occurs. After the dust settles, it is possible to see a huge hole in the middle of the creature's chest. With that, the system notifies that the violent second-class bear was eliminated and the MC received 24 more ability points. While one of the drones positions itself right in front of Jingming, he thinks that it is finally over and that, to defeat this monster, he had even evolved the Storm Lightning Rupture technique from basic to advanced before the fight. However, visibly tired, he also knows that even though it lasted only about 2 minutes, it was the most exciting battle of his life. Then, he questions himself about how many points he will be able to get if he eliminates all the beasts in the central zone. After that, the supervisors see that the MC has more than 10,000 points in the exam and go crazy shouting that this is truly surreal. Zhang Weishan, completely excited, emphasizes that the MC not only broke the school record, but also that of the entire province, and that he thinks he is a genius among geniuses. He says this while looking at Xu Jingming's image on the big screen. Meanwhile, he is looking at his watch and seeing that the exam time is ending, so he thinks that he has already killed all the beasts in the inner zone and the central zone, and that now he will return to the middle zone, because he knows that the more he eliminates, the better, since even a mosquito leg is still meat. And as soon as he starts running, the group that was watching him comes out of hiding. Tang Qi, looking around, is impressed and wants to know if her cousin really defeated a second-class beast alone, since no one expected that. Zhou Mingyang wants to know why the MC is returning, because he knows that he is already comfortably in first place, and that he just had to finish the exam. Meng Di emphasizes that, judging by the direction he is going, it looks like he is heading to the middle zone, until she realizes something and, very impressed, wants to know if he could be crazy, because she thinks he is going back to sweep the entire field. This leaves everyone in the group in disbelief and frustrated, since there will be no beast left for them. However, Zhou Mingyang points out that, with the speed they saw from Xu Jingming, he thinks it is quite possible that he can do it. So he makes it clear that if they don't leave immediately, in the last hour, they might not get any more points, and therefore suggests that their alliance end there. As soon as he finishes saying this, everyone quickly heads to the central field to try to eliminate whatever remains. With that, an hour passes, and the examiners announce that the Jiancheng Martial Arts exam has been officially closed, and that eliminations will no longer be counted, and that all competitors must return immediately. Tang Qi, very tired, really wants to know if the exam is over. Other competitors cannot believe the exam ended, as they were only one beast away from passing. Jingming, surrounded by several defeated beasts, comments that it ended so soon, as he was still in the mood. It doesn't take long for the competitors to return, and some are very happy, while others are very disappointed. Xiaoya, as soon as she sees her friend, wants to know if Xu Jingming is really her cousin. She gets irritated and makes it clear to her friend that she has already asked that 3 times, then says that he is indeed her real cousin. With ulterior motives, Xiaoya wants to know if Tang Qi could give her his contact. She crosses her arms and emphasizes that the day before Xiaoya had said she was no longer interested. She gets embarrassed and tries to explain herself by saying that the day before Jingming was just a nobody, but after the exam, he is number 1. At that moment, the other competitors see the MC and start running toward him. It doesn't take long for chaos to erupt, with everyone wanting to see him, and, as soon as he appears, some people congratulate him, and others ask for some points. Jingming greets everyone. Wu Hao puts his hand on Zhou Mingyang's shoulder and comments that the only one who should be standing there was him, but he emphasizes that with the MC's monster, he is satisfied with his results. At that moment, Director Zhao Yao goes to Jingming, congratulates him, and introduces Director Zhang Weishan from the Education Department. Then he says that the MC will not need to take the bus back, as the director will personally give him a ride. Jingming looks back and thinks that it is fine, since he knows that if he takes the bus, they will bombard him with questions the entire way. So, while being taken back, Zhang Weishan wants to know if the MC has already decided which superpower university he will go to. He replies that, to be honest, he focused so much on improving his strength that he hasn't even thought about it yet. The director points out that with the score he obtained, he thinks any university in the country will want him. So he makes it clear that among hundreds of colleges, half of the high-level superhumans come from the three main ones, and therefore strongly recommends those three in particular. Having said that, he talks about the Qingjing Superpower University, located in the heart of Great Xia, managed by the government, and that graduates there go straight into the system, in addition to the fact that the current 9th level National Guardian came from there. Then he mentions the Magic City Superpower University, located in a prosperous port city, with great resources and elite clubs, more focused on those who want to reach the top individually. And finally, Jincheng Superpower University, which is more than 200 years old, full of ancient heritage and high-level professors. After explaining this, the director stresses that the three universities he mentioned have extremely high-level secret cultivation methods, making them the dream of generations. Jingming says that he knows Awakens need these methods to become superhumans, but he wants to know exactly what a high-level method is. Zhang Weishan explains that cultivation methods have levels. With basic methods, most Awakens take 3 to 4 years to become superhuman, and with the highest level ones, it can be done in just 6 months. Then he tells the MC to rest assured, because with his score he is sure he will receive a special invitation, and also thinks that even the three great universities will make good offers, and that afterward the MC will just have to choose the one that suits him best. Jingming says he understands and thanks the director. After that, the next day, the MC is taking a shower, and as soon as he opens his system panel, he sees that he has 2,534 ability points. So he thinks that this amount should last until he enters university. However, he questions whether there will also be a beast hunting tournament there, because if not, he thinks he will have to go straight to the wild zone. Meanwhile, outside, two women are wondering why the door is broken, but end up thinking it's perfect, because that way they can scare the MC. And as soon as they open the door, they shout surprise. It is Tang Qi and her mother Shu Qingwan. However, the MC has just gotten out of the shower and is very startled, wanting to know what the hell they are doing there. Then he runs off embarrassed, saying it wasn't his fault. While putting on clothes, Jingming thinks that in the year his parents died, his aunt was by his side the whole time and gave him family affection, and she also became his guardian and sometimes made bamboo with pork. After sitting at the table, his aunt comments that she doesn't understand much about these martial arts exams, but stresses that since she learned he was going to take it, she was worried for days. But now that she sees him well, she thinks she can be at ease. She also makes it clear that results don't matter. Even if she thinks he didn't pass, it's all fine. Jingming wants to know if his cousin didn't tell her anything. Tang Qi winks and comments that she thinks it's better if he tells her himself. Thus, the MC tells his aunt that he actually did very well in the exam and that he surpassed 10,000 points. As soon as she hears this, she spits out everything she was drinking. Then she wants to know if he is really telling the truth. Her daughter says it is true and that her cousin scored more than 10,000 points. The MC goes to her, and as soon as they hug, she starts crying and thinking that the Shu family finally has someone to carry the name forward and that she is sure her nephew's parents, wherever they are proud of him. Meanwhile, some people are watching the MC's performance in the martial arts exam, and a woman says that Shu Jingming, 18 years old, awakened with a weak E-rank natural type electricity ability. A guy comments that if the score the MC achieved is real, they urgently need to recruit him. A bald man points out that with that talent on paper and that level, he doesn't think it is possible for him to have done it. Then another guy says that judging by the way the MC fought this ability, cannot just be level E, as it is at least A and maybe even S. The blonde one wants to know how a forgotten place like Jiangcheng produced the first place, as he thinks that maybe Xu Jingming cheated, used someone else, or took some drug. At that moment, the woman asks them to stop the discussion then slams the table and makes it clear that for now, they will classify Xu Jingming as a special S-level recruit and that, to know if the score he achieved is true, she will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate. Meanwhile, Jingming is receiving a message from the education department saying that his result in the martial exam is out and that he ranked first in the Jiangnan province with 11,124 points. He is happy and celebrates upon learning that he is first place in Jiangnan province. Thus, it does not take long for several reports about him to come out, making him the main topic. And at this moment, there is a press conference with the director and teacher of the second Jiangcheng school. Reporters asked director Zhao Yao about all these doubts on the internet regarding the MC's score, what he has to say, since many comment that this was covered up, so they also want to know if they are questioning whether the results are real. He replies that the official website of his school has already uploaded the video of Xu Jingming's exam, and that everyone can access it to check and draw their own conclusions, in addition to the martial exam being completely fair, leaving no room for doubt. As soon as the reporters see the video, they cannot believe the performance. Zhao Yao laughs and comments that the MC's score is legitimate, being the first student from Jiangcheng to reach the top of the province. Then, Professor Chen Fan shows Xu Jingming's prize, and director Zhao Yao says that it is the cash prize from the city's education department, along with a great gift. Also, a complete manual of training techniques for Xu Jingming, in addition to the city hall, also giving the same amount in money and a luxury mansion in the city. While the director asks everyone to be quick and take pictures, as this will be the newspaper cover, someone observes all this from afar. It is the woman who was watching the MC's performance before, who comments that even with Jiang Cheng releasing the video of the exam, she thinks that does not prove that Jingming did not use doping, since she knows that the main thing at the moment is to know what Xu Jingming's ability level really is. Meanwhile, the director, a little embarrassed, is asking Professor Chen Fan where the MC of the day is. He says he just called Jingming and that he said he is still training in the martial hall and will arrive soon. Zhao Yao gives an awkward laugh and wants to know if he is really training after the exam. After that, the director goes to a reserved room with some people and brings them tea. Trembling all over, Zhao Yao has in mind that the people there have already gone through real battles, and that their presence imposes respect and makes his heart tremble. Then he thinks of several sinister beasts and leaves trembling, wondering if the people there are not going to start fighting. Thus, Zhang Zhaoyue, admissions director of the Magic City Superpower University, comments that it has been a while since everyone there gathered, so she wants to know which genius caught their attention this time. Su Yun, admissions director of Qingjing Superpower University, asks director Zhang Zhaoyue to stop pretending not to understand, then emphasizes that if the MC's results are real, they at Qingjing University already consider him part of them. Wu Yuan, admissions director of Jincheng Superpower University, laughs and asks Su Yun if she thinks that just because she said that the MC will go to her university, because he thinks that they at Jincheng University will be the ones to take him. While Wu Yuan and Su Yun stare at each other with deadly looks, Zhang Zhaoyue takes a deep breath and thinks that this is as always. At the time of recruiting a provincial first place, the universities are always clashing. At that moment, someone opens the door. It is the MC, who immediately greets everyone. They are surprised by his entrance, and Zhang Zhaoyue notices that he is full of energy and that he and the spear seem like one. And it is also clear that he continued training hard after the exam, and that, even in front of 3 advanced ability users, the MC did not even tremble. Director Zhao Yao introduces the people there to the MC and emphasizes that they are all very important people. Zhang Zhaoyue stands up, calls the MC, and says that they all watched his exam video, then says that his combat ability is impressive, as well as his incredible techniques. However, she makes it clear that his ability does not seem to match the weak E-rank lightning he has, so she wants to know if he can tell everyone there what happened. Jingming thinks he had already imagined that they would ask about this, so he says that before the exam, while training at his house, he was struck by natural lightning, and that after that, he realized his ability became stronger. Both Wu Yuan and Su Yun comment at the same time that it seems like an ability mutation occurred. Then Zhang Zhaoyue calls the MC and comments that he probably does not yet know what his ability has become. So she says that by coincidence, she brought an ability detector and that they will test it. While the director tries at all costs to hold the MC's spear, he approaches the device and Zhang Zhaoyu asks him to just release power. Thus, Jingming begins to channel his lightning power into the detector. Su Yun is very surprised to see that the lightning is very violent, as it was even able to accelerate her heartbeat. It does not take long for the device to notify that the ability detection has been completed, and, just as it was about to announce that the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder ability is classified at a certain level, the device begins to suffer very high fluctuations and tries to analyze again. However, the power is so great that it shatters the detector into several pieces, and everyone tries to protect themselves. The director wants to know what the hell just happened. Wu Yuan and Su Yun get excited and comment that now it is confirmed, because the small detector short-circuited and that this means the MC's level is at least S rank. Zhang Zhaoyue looks excitedly at the MC and thinks that, as expected, they bet on the right person. Thus, Wu Yuan shouts, calling Xu Jingming, and says that Jincheng University offers him 4 million in entrance bonuses and a complete set of C-rank equipment, and that for 4 years, all training methods and combat techniques will be free. Su Yun laughs and wants to know if that is all Jincheng University has to offer. Then she steps forward and makes it clear to Xu Jingming that if he chooses Qingjing University, they will offer 6 million in entrance bonuses, plus 4 years of equipment, methods, and techniques, all from their school at no cost. Jingming is completely shocked, thinking that all the proposals are very tempting. However, Zhang Zhaoyue says that Magic City University does not offer entrance bonuses or equipment, but in terms of training methods and combat techniques, they will offer everything the others offer. And in addition, every year the MC will receive an S-rank cultivation resource. Wu Yuan and Su Yun cannot believe that she is really offering S-rank resources. Jingming, on the other hand, wants to know what that would be. She goes to him and wants to know if he has ever heard of dragon-type beasts, because they are extremely powerful, and beasts with a dragon-like appearance are called dragon class. Then, she emphasizes that these beasts are already born at the 4th or 5th rank, far above the others, being much superior to any other beast. Zhang Zhaoyue continues saying that among the S-rank resources, there is the vital blood of an adult dragon class beast, rank 8, in which, after ingesting this blood, the MC's body will undergo a very brutal transformation, becoming as resistant as one of those beasts she mentioned, and that all S-rank resources are at this same level. Su Yun comments that she was even tempted, and that she thinks Magic City is really absurdly rich. Wu Yuan comments that those resources Zhang Zhaoyue mentioned are reserved for veteran students, and that she wants to give one right away to a freshman, and for that reason he cannot compete. Thus, Director Zhao Yao comments that it is time for a decision, so he asks the MC that among the 3 top universities, he should decide which one he wants to go to. Jingming smiles, and very excited, says that he wants to go to the Magic City Superpower University. Then he thinks that he knows Magic City University not only has the best conditions, but also their level of practical training is the highest, and that half of the champions of the inter-university tournaments came from there. After deciding, he goes to Su Yun and Wu Yuan and says that he sincerely thanks them for their interest. Zhang Zhaoyue takes an invitation from her magic ring, and as soon as she gives it to the MC, says that they are looking forward to his arrival, and that freshman classes start on the 1st of September, but emphasizes that since he was specially recruited, he can show up earlier, and they will arrange his accommodation. Jingming wants to know if he could access the training methods and combat techniques from the library beforehand. She replies that it will not be a problem, and informs him that the library can provide him with a study room of his own, without interruptions, and makes it clear that her contacts are on the card, and that when he arrives in Magic City, he just has to call her. Jingming looks at the invitation and comments that he can hardly wait to start. After that, the next day, the MC goes straight to the train station, which soon announces that train G91 bound for Magic City will begin ticket inspection. Jingming says goodbye to his uncles and his cousin. Qingguan begins to cry and comments that her nephew really has grown up. Tang Daolin emphasizes that with this trip, little Ming is destined to reach the heavens. Then he looks at his daughter and wants to know if she will fill out the college application form soon, because since her cousin will study in Magic City, she should also try to choose a university there. Jingwan agrees with her husband and comments that this way, the two will be able to help each other in the future. Tang Chi gets a little embarrassed, but replies that she knows very well. After boarding the train, while reading a book, the MC thinks that it will take 6 hours to reach his destination and that he will use this time to review some training methods, and that, among the exam rewards, the most important is the training method called Abyssal Sea Technique that he is reading, since he has in mind that, just like abilities, training methods also have different levels, and there are 4 categories: basic, intermediate, advanced, and superior, and the higher the level, the faster the cultivation. Thus, he thinks that what he has there is an intermediate method, and that with his 180 spiritual power points, he managed to memorize everything in half a day. Then he reflects that, according to the manual, there is a special energy floating between heaven and earth, and that, following the steps of the method, he felt this energy already on the first day, and at the same time his system panel showed an advancement symbol. But he does not intend to advance yet, because according to the book, when advancing to the next level from awakened to ability user, the better the method, the greater the gains after advancement. And as soon as he enters the university, he will have access to higher level methods. So he cannot waste this chance with an intermediate one. After arriving at his destination, he is very impressed to see that just the gate is more than 100 meters wide, and he can hardly imagine what it must be like inside. At that moment, Zhang Zhaoyue arrives by car, greets the MC, and welcomes him to enrollment, then asks him to get in the car because she will take him to register. While they go to the registration place, she wants to know if Magic City University is not impressive because it covers 26 square kilometers, with an average of 2,600 square meters per student, and that some visitors cannot even explore everything in a single day. Jing Ming comments that seeing it up close is even more incredible. After registering, she hands him his badge and campus card and informs him that he only needs to swipe the card to enter the dormitories. Jing Ming, very impressed, comments that he has seen several, even back when he did his doctorate in his past life, and that there are 4-person rooms, single rooms, and even 3-bedroom apartments for doctoral students. But in front of the dormitory he will stay in, he knows he has never seen villas being used as dormitories. Zhang Zhaoyue says that at Magic City University everyone lives in a villa, and that the higher the score, the more luxurious it is. And as the provincial first place, he will stay in the most luxurious one, being more than 800 square meters. However, she asks him not to worry about loneliness, because the villas are shared by 2 students, with 2 floors, and that he and another colleague will share 1 floor each. Jingming thinks that a double dormitory is not so bad, as it is better than being alone, and that being an orphan before and after transmigrating, he always preferred the lively atmosphere of a 4-person room. As soon as they enter the dormitory, Zhang Zhaoyue says that all the MC's enrollment paperwork is complete, but emphasizes that she will explain a few things he needs to know there. Thus, she says that there are 2 main things: the credit system and the exclusive mentor system. Then she says she will start with the credit system, in which, at Magic City, credit is everything: to eat, buy equipment, or rare treasures, and that the purchasing power of 1 credit equals 10,000 of Great Xia's currency. Then she emphasizes that there are several ways to earn credits, and that one of them is through fixed annual distribution based on his evaluation. For example, his entry classification is S, so this year he will receive 100 credits. Having said that, she claps her hands and asks Eva to appear. Quickly, a robot appears, calls the MC by name, and informs him that he currently has 100 credits. Zhang Zhaoyue says that the robot's name is Eva and that it is the AI assistant installed in each dormitory, and that Eva's true body is the school's central AI. The ones in the dormitories are just sub-bodies. But she emphasizes that even as a sub-body, it has already reached the standard of rank 4 AI, being able to help a lot in daily life. Jingming is very impressed to know that a sub-body is rank 4, since he has in mind that AI technology on Blue Star is much more advanced than in his previous life. Zhang Zhaoyue says that she will now explain about the exclusive mentor system, where every student can choose a mentor they admire and become an apprentice. but obviously only if the mentor accepts. Jingming wants to know if even as a freshman he can have individual guidance. She replies that yes, and says that the university's mentors are all high-level ability users, and that almost all of them have unique and secret combat techniques and training methods, and that you can only learn them after becoming an apprentice. Then she makes it clear that in Magic City, there are 4 mentors with lightning abilities. Among them, the Dean of the Academy of Weapons, Yang Gentian, being the person she most recommends for the MC. Until Eva shows some information, stating that Yang Gentian is 52 years old, Dean of the Academy of Weapons at Magic City University, a high-level 7th rank ability user, possesses an A-rank lightning ability called True Thunder of Wind and Fire, is a master in martial arts, sword, spear, longsword, and various weapons, earned the nickname Thunder Spear, and once faced alone the 8th rank Tremor Demon Serpent for 3 days and 3 nights before defeating it. Zhang Zhaoyue says that the information on the other 3 mentors is also with Eva, and that 2 are from the Elemental Academy, and the last is also from the Academy of Weapons, but uses a sword. Jingming gets excited and comments that since his focus is lightning and spear, he thinks Dean Yang is indeed the best option. Thus, after some time, he goes to a mansion and thinks that, as expected, a mentor's house is much more advanced than the students' dormitories. Then a guy approaches, wanting to know if the MC is there to become someone's apprentice, but then realizes something and wants to know if the MC is still just an awakened or a special recruit. Jingming simply replies yes, and the guy says that in previous years, the special recruits were at least rank 1 intermediate or high, and that he did not expect an awakened this year. Then he says he is from the Academy of Weapons, and that his name is Tan Mingyang, a 3rd-year student. The MC introduces himself and says that he has just entered the university. Mingyang emphasizes that the MC is quite fast in learning about the mentor system on the very first day, as most only find out after the freshman tournament. Jingming gets curious about this tournament he just heard of and asks Mingyang to be clearer. He says it is a tradition at Magic City University and usually takes place 3 or 4 days after official enrollment, and that all teachers watch, and the freshmen who stand out are contested by the academies and sometimes become direct disciples. However, he makes it clear that for special recruits like the MC, it is not possible to become an apprentice before that. But he thinks that becoming Dean Yang's apprentice right upon arrival is almost like winning the lottery, and that he will probably just be making the visit for nothing. Jingming thanks Mingyang for the explanation, calling him senior, but wants to know if he is also there to try to become Dean Yang's apprentice. He replies yes, and says that he has already tried several times this past semester, but has always been rejected, and that is why he is almost giving up. But deep down, he still cannot let go of it. At that moment, someone opens the mansion door and then welcomes the 2 and informs them that Dean Yang is already waiting for them and that they are to follow him. Mingyang is intrigued because he has in mind that in previous times the butler was never so welcoming. As soon as they enter, the dean is with another person waiting for them, and the MC immediately realizes that the presence of the Dean of the Academy of Weapons, the 7th rank ability user known as Thunder Spear, Yang Gentian, is indeed quite impressive. The old man comments that the black-haired boy must be Xu Jingming and says that director Zhang Zhaoyue has already informed him, then asks the MC to accompany him because he will take him to the training room. As soon as they arrive in the training room, the principal says that he watched the video of the MC's martial arts exam and that his combat ability is impressive, in addition to having advanced level marksmanship. However, he emphasizes that before anything else, he wants to see with his own eyes the special rank S superpower, the divine thunder of the purple sky. Jingming says he will show it and quickly begins to focus. Then he releases his powerful power, unleashing lightning throughout the place. The principal is impressed when he sees the divine thunder of the purple sky and thinks that although he also has a lightning-type power, the true thunder of wind and fire, he knows that the difference between rank A and rank S is something that cannot be overcome with effort, and therefore thinks that if the MC really dedicates himself, maybe one day he will reach his level. Then he calls the MC and says that with his potential, becoming his disciple would not be a problem. But he makes it clear that throughout his life he had many friends and also many enemies, and that if he decides to be his disciple, he cannot guarantee that he will not be involved in this, as some may even try to attack him because of it. Then he wants to know if he still wants to move forward. Jingming quickly kneels down and, full of confidence, calls the principal master and answers that he does. Then he thinks that he has always admired those who grew up in the midst of bloody battles, since the more enemies defeated, the more the master's combat strength is proven. Gentian begins to laugh and shouts that from this day on, the MC is his 32nd disciple and the first with a rank S superpower. Thus, while taking a book from his magic ring, he asks his disciple to stand up and says that there is the most advanced cultivation method, being the extreme training for superpowers, along with the combat body technique he developed, the indestructible body of thunder. As soon as he takes the book, Jingming becomes very excited, thinking that it is a combat technique that strengthens the body. The principal emphasizes that this cultivation method does not even need much explanation, since it is one of the top 3 in the academy, but that the real highlight is the body technique, the indestructible body of thunder, which represents all the hard work of his life and which was recognized both by the Martial Hall of Thunder and by the Martial Hall and evaluated as a rank S combat technique. Jingming is very surprised when he hears that it is a rank S combat technique, as he knows that just like superpowers, techniques also have their classifications, and that the higher the classification, the harder it is to master, but the final power is incomparable. He also knows that most 7th rank masters are respected for creating rank A techniques, but that Master Gentian created a rank S1, and on top of that, the most complex type, being a body technique, and therefore thinks that the talent required for this is something frightening. The principal explains that the technique he passed on to the MC only works for those who have lightning-type powers and has 13 stages, where each advancement transforms the body, but to cultivate it, one must have already awakened a superpower. Thus, after advancing with the extreme method, the MC is to look for him again, as he will personally help him build the foundation of the indestructible body of thunder. Jingming quickly thanks his master several times, and thinks that with a mentor guiding, everything is easier, since he knows that if it were on his own, he would get completely lost. The principal watches the MC leave and thinks that personally, he only reached the 10th stage of the indestructible body of thunder, and that the last 3 are still beyond his reach. So he knows that if he cannot reach the peak as a 9th rank martial saint in this life, the MC will be his greatest hope of proving the value of this technique. After all, according to his assumptions, by mastering it completely, he thinks that the body may achieve true indestructibility. After saying goodbye to the butler and going outside the mansion, Mingyang is sitting with his head down. Jingming quickly wants to know what happened. With his body and face completely beaten, Mingyang wants to know if the MC saw the guy who was with the principal, because that was Senior Liu, disciple of Principal Gentian, and that to qualify him as an apprentice, he would have to defeat him while he only used 1/10 of his strength. But he has already given up on that idea. Then he turns and wants to know if the MC was also rejected, because joining Principal Gentian's team is not easy. Jingming says that is not the case and that he passed, now being a disciple of Principal Gentian. Mingyang cannot believe he passed and thinks that he has never heard of anyone being accepted by a mentor of that level before the freshman tournament. Then he stands up and begins to question who the MC is and what he did to be accepted. As soon as Jingming returns to his dormitory, he goes straight to the training room on the 2nd floor and begins his training. While trying to keep focus, he thinks that indeed the cultivation method he is learning is on another level, because the energy he feels at the moment is much greater than with intermediate methods, and as soon as he masters it, he knows he does not want to go step by step, since he will use points and level up directly. Thus, he begins to spend his available points to level up. At the same time, his body begins to release a gust of wind around, and Jingming starts to feel discomfort, grabs his clothes tightly, and a tremendous power is released from his body. The MC breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that he managed to advance to the lower stage. Then he feels the power in his hand and decides to make a small test, releasing a bit of that power. Thus, he clenches his fist tightly and thinks that, as expected from a high-level method, his body and powers became at least 4 or 5 times stronger, and he even thinks that if that violent bear from the exam appeared again, he would not even need a weapon. because his thunder would finish it easily. Then he opens his system panel and thinks that now he understands why all superpower users seek stronger cultivation methods, since if he had used the Abyssal Seed technique, his vitality and spirit would have only increased by 30 or 40 points, but at the moment, he gained almost 100 points at once, being a huge difference. Jingming goes to the table where the book he received from the principal is and keeps thinking that to advance he only spent 300 points, and that it is better to save the rest, since he has to economize to learn new combat techniques. And before the manual, he knows that this indestructible body of thunder technique is even more important than the cultivation method itself. But being a rank S technique, the stronger it becomes, the more points it consumes, and that is why he thinks it will take some time to understand everything. Thus, the next day he goes to the principal's mansion, and as soon as he sees the MC, he is very surprised, wanting to know if it was really that fast. Then he laughs and says that he has been teaching at the Magic University for 20 years and has seen many geniuses, and that even the best took quite some time to complete the transformation. And the MC, from the moment he took the manual until now, has not even spent one day. Jingming laughs and says that maybe the only thing he does fast is advancing, because when cultivating his master's indestructible body of thunder, he got stuck right at the foundation forging part. Gentian wants to know if it is true, because he knows that forging the foundation means using the blood of a lightning-type beast as a guide, and channeling one's own electric power to strengthen bones and muscles. And how strong the indestructible body of thunder can become depends greatly on the quality of the blood used at the beginning. However, he makes it clear that since he has already advanced, he will help him forge the foundation, then takes from his magic ring and says that high-level electric beasts are too rare, and he had kept the blood essence of a 7th-rank storm bear that he personally defeated. But he emphasizes that he heard from Zhang Zhaoyue that the MC receives a rank S resource per year, so he took the liberty of negotiating with the director and obtained a rank SS resource for him, being the blood essence of an 8th-rank storm dragon. As soon as the principal shows the dragon blood, Jingming stands up and, all excited, makes it clear that because his master did all this, he will repay this gratitude 1,000 times. The principal says that he is happy to see his determination, but that for now, they cannot delay anymore, because they will begin immediately. Thus, they go to the training room on the 2nd floor, and the principal immediately pours the essence into the MC's body. Then he asks him to hold on, because for low-level superpower users, storm dragon blood is like poison, and feeling pain will be the most normal thing in the world. That said, he explains that now he will use his true thunder of wind and fire to help him forge the indestructible foundation, and that how much the MC will be able to absorb will depend exclusively on him. Then he applies his technique to Jingming's body, which quickly begins to take effect, helping him create the foundation. However, the MC begins to feel an immense pain never felt before. Meanwhile, a few moments earlier, Senior Liu calls his uncle and wants to know if that day is already the 5th day, because this new disciple is more resilient than they expected. Then he says that he has to admit that in his case he only lasted 2 days and still used the blood essence of an inferior 7th-rank wild beast, but that the MC's performance truly matches the blood essence of this 8th-rank draconic beast. Next, he emphasizes that, moreover, combined with a rank S lightning superpower, he is starting to get curious to see this so-called indestructible body of thunder, until they hear a loud scream coming from the 2nd floor training room and quickly go there wanting to know if the MC managed to forge the foundation. As soon as they open the door, they are surprised to see Jingming releasing an intense power, but they think that this threatening sensation they are feeling is the same as that of a high-level wild beast, and it even sends chills down their spine. However, the MC, completely out of control, charges at Senior Liu, but the principal shouts loudly asking Jingming to wake up, and at that moment, the MC stops advancing. Completely sweaty and confused, he wants to know what just happened to him and why he had such a strong urge to destroy everything around him. Gentian comments that it was probably the influence of the storm dragon blood essence, since such a creature is known for being extremely dangerous, and that, as the MC's compatibility and absorption were too high, this ended up generating that side effect. However, the principal asks him not to worry and explains that as long as he does not have intense emotional fluctuations, there will be no problem, and that, with time and the increase of his strength, these effects will fade away. Jingming looks at his hands and says that it is a relief to know that, but that he does not want to be controlled by emotions and end up doing something he will regret later. Until the principal shouts asking him to be excited because the construction was perfect and the absorption rate reached 98%, and that of the more than 20 disciples he trained with the indestructible body, the maximum someone achieved was 92%. And after all these years of records, the MC has just broken the record. Liu is happy, congratulates his junior brother for managing to forge the foundation of the indestructible body of thunder, and then emphasizes that his path in martial arts will be much smoother. The principal tells the MC that the person next to him is his senior brother, Liu Ming, a superpower user at the peak of the third rank, and that if the MC has doubts about training, he can seek him out. Jingming smiles and says that it is a pleasure to meet him. Liu Ming says that he did not prepare anything for the MC, and that is why he will transfer some credits as a welcome gift. As soon as he sees that he transferred 200 credits, he is very surprised and says that it is a lot, since he knows that they are talking about 2 million great Xia coins just as a gift. The principal says that it is only 200 credits, and that it is not much for Liu Ming, because a veteran needs to take good care of the juniors, and that when the MC has his own juniors, he should remember to do the same. Jing Ming says that he understands and thanks them both. Then, Gentian says that the foundation was forged, and, after 5 days without eating or drinking, he thinks it is better for the MC to go rest. So he asks him to return the next morning to learn boxing and shooting techniques with Senior Liu. After returning to his dormitory, the MC is confused to see a guy playing video games there, and as soon as the guy notices Jing Ming, he says that he must be his roommate, then introduces himself and says his name is Liu Wentao, and that it is a pleasure to meet him. Jing Ming introduces himself, and the guy is surprised to learn that he is Xu Jingming, because he knows he is the one who ranked first in Jiangnan province. While the MC wants to know if he knows him, Liu Wentao keeps walking back and forth observing Jingming and saying that of course he knows him, because his nickname is Know-It-All, and he knows almost all the freshmen of their year, but emphasizes that he did not research the MC, because his arrival caused such a stir that it was impossible not to hear about him, since an unexpected champion from Jiangnan ended up being discovered as his roommate. Then, he pats the MC on the shoulder and wants to know if it is true that he came from Jiangcheng, which is in the middle of nowhere in Jiangnan, and if he also awakened his power during the college entrance exam. Jingming thinks that his new roommate is a chatterbox who makes friends easily, but to be honest, he ended up liking it, because he always hated loneliness, both in his current life and in his previous one. Then he begins to remember his past life, where he grew up in an orphanage and was never adopted, never knew what it was to belong somewhere, and that in school it was fine. He made many friends, but the happiest time he kept in his heart was college, the pranks with his roommates, playing video games together, and later he did a master's and doctorate, but then he drank too much at the graduation party and woke up in the world he is in now. But to his surprise, even there he is still an orphan, but with a roommate like Liu Wentao, he thinks that at least he knows he will not feel alone. For his part, Liu Wentao tells the MC that he ranked in the top 20 of Chuan province with a rank A psychic power and chose the Tactics Academy, and that in the future, he wants to lead an army of 1 million soldiers and wipe out all the wild beasts of Blue Star. Jingming asks him to calm down a little and says that he is going to the martial arts hall. Liu Wentao says that he also wants to go because he has never visited the Hall of Magic City University. Thus, after arriving at the Thunder Martial Hall, a branch of the university, the MC's roommate is very impressed with the busy place, since there are several guys with superpowers training there and boasting about having advanced their abilities. Until Eva tells the two that this is the collective training room of the hall, and that it accommodates up to 300 people at the same time, and the entire hall is made of a grade C metal alloy mixed with memory metal, and therefore they can use powers and techniques freely without worrying about damage. Then she also says that if they want, there are individual rooms. Jingming says that for now they will stay there. Meanwhile, Liu Wentao is very excited commenting that it looks like people are competing to see who is the strongest, but the MC thinks that Noisy is him. Liu Wentao asks Eva what the numbered columns they are seeing are for. She says that they are the punching strength challenge columns, with 5 rankings corresponding to skill levels 1 to 5, and then wants to know if the two want to try, because if they get into the top 3,000 in the ranking, they win a reward of 50 credits. He wants to know if doing that will really earn such an easy prize. Then he thinks that the entire university has only about 4,000 students, and therefore he thinks he will try. Eva explains that he just has to swipe his student card on the column for the challenge to begin, but asks for attention because the punching strength challenge does not allow the use of powers or techniques. He does not want to know and quickly swipes his card, and a voice announces that student Liu Wentao has started the punching strength challenge. It does not take long for several people to approach to watch him do it, and he, in turn, feels a little embarrassed when he realizes that several people started watching and that he knows he cannot embarrass himself. Then he prepares his punch and soon strikes the column, while the voice announces that his punch strength was 476 kilos, being a great result. He breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that it is good he did not embarrass himself, because he thinks that entering the top 3,000 will not be difficult. But he is completely shocked when he hears that his position is above 100,000 and then wants to know how the hell that is possible, since he knows the university does not even have that many students. Ava explains that this ranking includes the students in the history of Magic City University, which is more than 100 years of records. He gets nervous and says that was a low blow, and that now he understands why everyone was staring at him, because they were just waiting to laugh at his face. The people around burst into laughter when they see that Liu Wentao ranked above 100,000. Jingming tries to comfort him, asking his friend not to take it personally, since his power is psychic and physical strength was never his strong point. Liu Wentao thanks the MC for trying to console him, but wants to know if he will try the challenge too. Jingming takes his card and says that he will try, and as soon as he swipes the card on the column, the machine announces that Xu Jingming has started the punching strength challenge, and more people approach to watch. While the MC stretches his arm, some people comment that apparently the next participant seems to be even weaker than the last, and that they think his punch will be below 400 kilos. Jingming has in mind that he advanced to the first rank, spent 5 days and 5 nights forging the foundation, and achieved the tempered body, so he really wants to see with the punch he is about to throw what the true level of his physical strength is. Thus, he prepares his strike and delivers it with full force to the column. The people watching are quite surprised since it was announced that the MC's punch reached an incredible 4,589 kilograms, achieving the highest recorded strength, breaking the record, and taking first place. People start to question whether they are really seeing and hearing correctly. A girl comments that she heard the top 1,000 on the list are people who can lead an era, so she wants to know how far the MC can go. Her friend emphasizes that this record for the first pillar had lasted for over 10 years, and that's why she needs to record this moment. Liu Wentao gets excited and shouts that the MC just became his idol, and that from that moment on, he will follow him everywhere. Jingming feels embarrassed and asks him not to exaggerate, but thinks the result was even better than expected since the Thunder Tyrant Dragon and he really match, as the boost was immediate. Ava goes to the MC, congratulates him, and points out that he broke the record and 400 points were credited to his student account. Jingming is pleased and asks if breaking the record again would earn him more points. Ava makes it clear that within the same level, it only counts the first time, but he can challenge the other pillars and receive other rewards. Therefore, the MC looks at the remaining pillars and thinks that the other 4 are for students from ranks 2 to 5, so he decides to wait and break those later. At that moment, the MC is surrounded by several girls asking if it's his first time there and offering to help him use the equipment. However, he gets embarrassed and leaves, calling Liu Wentao and saying he needs to train in a private room. Meanwhile, Liu Ming is on his phone, calls the principal, and says that junior brother Xu is very popular on the campus forum because he broke the record with over 4,500 kilograms, and that he thinks the boy's physical strength is absurd. Gentian comments that he should be resting, so he wants to know why he went to the gym to break a record. Liu Ming takes a deep breath and thinks that when he was at the advanced stage of rank 1 and had the first level of the indestructible thunder body, his punch barely exceeded 3,500 kilograms. But the MC easily surpassed him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guy's looking at his phone, gets furious, and releases a bit of his power, breaking things on the table when he realizes Xu Jingming also went to the Magic City. Furious, he thinks that because of the MC, he lost first place in Jiangnan province and became a laughingstock in Ning'an. But he knows that this time he will regain all the honor that belongs to him. Meanwhile, in the private training room, the MC is thinking that with the indestructible thunder body, he can endure 5 days without eating or sleeping. Then he tries to cut himself with a small knife, but it easily breaks upon contact with his body. He thinks that the physical training he underwent made his skin as resistant as a lower-rank metallic alloy. He also knows that for an ordinary person, it would be like armor against blades, and that, apparently, this rank S body combat technique truly lives up to its name. At that moment, Liu Wentao calls the MC and says that the news of him breaking the record is blowing up on the forum, and that a lot of people want to challenge him. Jing Ming gets excited and comments that apparently the university's martial spirit is really strong. Liu Wentao starts to get nervous and asks the MC to leave things to him because he will deal with those arrogant people. Jing Ming tells him to forget it, because it's not worth the effort, and emphasizes that he needs to go to the combat technique library and that he should return to the dormitory. After arriving at the combat technique library, as soon as he tries to enter, a barrier stops him. Then he is impressed and thinks he heard that the library is protected by a vice director with spatial ability, and apparently, it seems true, because with that level of security, he believes not even a rank 9 martial saint could steal anything from there. Then, he swipes his student card, and as soon as he enters, some girls appear, welcome him, and ask if he will need anything. Jing Ming wants to know if they know him. One of them explains that students with S access can consult all the techniques in the library and that they received the notice as soon as his card was scanned. Then she thinks that rank S means unlimited potential, someone who has everything to become at least a grandmaster, and therefore she believes she must get along very well with him. Jing Ming says he understands and says he wants to see combat techniques with electrical affinity, so he wants to know which floor they are on. She says that rank B techniques and below are on the second and third floors, and the more advanced ones are on the fourth floor, and that he can enter by swiping his card. Thus, she shows the direction to the MC, who soon thanks her. After arriving where he wants, Eva says that after he chooses the combat technique online, they will bring him the original manual, and that original manuals of rank B or above are valuable, so she asks the MC to handle them with great care. Jing Ming asked to show all electrical techniques from rank B and above. Eva immediately shows several abilities, and one of them is the Great Call of the Celestial Thunder of rank SS, which creates a storm domain up to 80 kilometers in diameter, but requires superior rank B electrical ability and being at least rank 5. The other ability is the Wrath of the God of Thunder of rank SS, which summons a divine lightning of punishment with colossal power, and also requires superior rank B electrical ability, and being at least rank 4. Jingming is very impressed with the high rank techniques and realizes that the library there is truly on another level, but he wants to know if he can really look at all that for free. However, he comments that he still has skill and rank limitations since he knows he can only learn rank A techniques at the moment. Then he reflects on attack, defense, movement, support, and body reinforcement, since there are many rank A technique options. However, he knows that it's a good thing he has a good teacher, otherwise it would be difficult to choose. Thus, he takes a paper and remembers that he had already been given some recommendations before, and that this will save him time. Then he walks around looking for the abilities that make the most sense. After observing for a while, he says he will go with 4, the Thunder Spear, which concentrates lightning in the shape of a spear that can be thrown, the Chain Thunder Spear, which hits several vital points with an electric spear accumulating energy in the enemy that explodes at the end of the technique, the Thunder Step ability, which uses an electric burst to move a certain distance, and finally, the Thunder Prison ability, which creates an electric prison that prevents the enemy from moving. Then the MC thinks that the Thunder Spear is for ranged attacks, the Chain Spear for heavy offense, the Thunder Step for mobility, and the Prison for control. And that with these 4 techniques and the indestructible Thunder Body, he will be practically without weaknesses. Eva says that the 4 techniques the MC chose have an average learning time of up to 6 months to reach the initial stage, so she recommends that he combine them with lower-level techniques. He says it's not necessary, that it's already great this way. It doesn't take long for the teacher to arrive with the techniques the MC chose. As soon as she places the ability manuals on the table, Jingming thinks that on the market, rank C or B techniques are worth millions, and rank A ones are priceless. But at that moment, he has 4 at once, a true luxury. Thus, he prepares to start learning and reflects that the depth and impact of the techniques there are impressive, since they cannot be compared to copies, as only the original manual allows this type of learning. So, he wastes no time and starts reading. Time passes, and he realizes how difficult things are. But he gets excited with some discoveries he makes, until, after a few hours, he takes a deep breath and thinks that he has finally read everything and asks his system to allocate the points. Thus, he allocates 200 skill points to the Thunder Spear, learned up to the beginner level, 200 points to the Chain Spear, 200 points to the Thunder Step, and finally, another 200 points to the Thunder Prison. Then he opens his status window and sees all his current information and abilities. After that, he clenches his fist tightly and thinks about the combat techniques he obtained, wondering who will be the first unlucky one to taste them all. After some time, Jingming returns to the dormitory, and Liu Wentao comments that Eva just informed him that the freshman assembly will be the next day at 9 in the morning in Training Field 1, and that they created a large group for freshmen, so he thinks the MC should join as well. Then he wants to know which levels of combat techniques he chose. Jingming says they were just 4 rank A combat techniques. His roommate is shocked thinking about the 4 rank A abilities, since he knows it would normally take until the 2nd or 3rd year to master them all, and that this is typical of the MC, always straying from the common path. Liu Wentao comments that if the MC can access rank A techniques, he wants to know if that means he also has rank A authorization. Jingming replies that he doesn't and says that his is rank S, which leaves Liu Wentao even more astonished, wanting to know if the university they are in has anything above rank A and why he has rank S authorization, then asks if he is the student everyone was talking about online. Jingming comments that apparently the know-it-all just learned something new. Liu Wentao thinks that's amazing and admits he even imagined his friend's authorization matching his classification, but never thought rank S truly existed, since the top students from other provinces are only rank A. Then he smiles and thinks that luckily he bet on his friend from the start, since he can now say he's an old-time fan. After that, the MC goes to the training room on the 2nd floor and, while looking at the free training spear, thinks that he already has combat techniques and that now he needs proper equipment since he knows his old level F black obsidian spear was discarded, and that's why he didn't even bring it. But even if he had, he knows it wouldn't withstand his current power. So, he calls for Eva and asks her to open the school shop and look for spear-type weapons. While she shows several varieties, the MC thinks there are spears of ranks F, E, and D with various options, and that it seems possible to adjust their length and weight. But he knows that the higher the level, the heavier and more expensive they become. So he decides to go with a rank E spear that weighs around 210 kilograms, along with a low-rank combat suit and boots. As soon as he completes the purchase, Eva says that he bought a long spear, a combat suit, and low-rank combat boots, with a total cost of 237 credits, leaving 383 credits remaining, and that the MC's purchases will be delivered the next morning. Jingming realizes that credits disappear too quickly since almost half of them are gone at once. Then he grips the spear firmly and thinks that until his new spear arrives, he'll have to make do with the one there, and that it will be his training partner for his 4 new rank A combat techniques that night. The next day, at the freshman assembly, people get excited when they see the MC and wonder if it was really him who broke the school record the day before. Then a guy named Lei Zhou shouts, calling the MC and saying he wants to challenge him. The people around are surprised to see who's shouting since they know he's the second place in the Jiangnan combat exam, scoring more than 9,300 points. And they've also heard that he comes from a wealthy family and that both his parents are fourth rank awakened. Jingming apologizes to Lei Zhou and says he's not at all interested in his challenge. He approaches and asks the MC not to refuse so quickly, then says that, as far as he remembers, the MC's aunt works with rare and exotic plants. Then he gets even closer and makes it clear that his family is her biggest buyer and that they still owe a good amount. So he thinks that if the payment is delayed, the MC's aunt's family might have problems. Jing Ming becomes serious and wants to know if he is really threatening him. Lei Zhou quickly jumps back and, quite worried, wonders why the MC suddenly seemed like a wild beast ready to attack, but replies that he wouldn't call it a threat, but rather a friendly reminder. Jing Ming gives in to Lei Zhou's provocation and asks for the time and place. He replies that it will be within the next 7 days at noon in Battle Arena 3. The people around are surprised since apparently the first place will fight against the second, and they think it's going to be quite a show, so they plan to arrive early to get a good seat. At that moment, someone calls for the students and welcomes everyone to the Magic City University. Then he says that the assembly is not the official opening ceremony and that they gathered everyone to clear up doubts about the credit system, exclusive mentors, and other things. But first, he wants to present the school's combat power ranking. He also emphasizes that they will use a virtual immersion capsule to fight in a holographic simulation and that the final placement depends on how many stages they can clear. So he asks everyone to give their best to climb the ranking since the rewards are very generous. After some time explaining everything and with the students talking about what they heard, the MC, a bit bored, thinks that it's finally over since it lasted more than an hour, and the only interesting part he heard was about the virtual capsule because he needs to test it as soon as possible. But he keeps in mind that in the coming days, it's better to look for Mr. Lu Ming and his mentor to start daily training. Thus, the next day, he starts new training with Liu Ming and also with Principal Gentian. He follows his training rigorously for a few days until, 7 days later, Liu Ming, quite impressed, wants to know if the MC has really reached the intermediate level of the first rank and how long it's been. Jingming replies that it was just luck. But he knows he waited a few days on purpose since it only took 386 skill points to advance from the initial to the intermediate level, and he thinks that if he hadn't waited, he probably would have scared his mentor. Liu Ming wants to know if the MC has a duel with another freshman at noon. Jingming replies that yes, and he's ready. Liu Ming smiles awkwardly and says he will hold 3 minutes of silence for his opponent and that he's going with the MC because he wants to see with his own eyes how strong his junior brother really is when he fights seriously. After a while, as the time approaches, Lei Zhou is already in Arena 3 waiting for the MC. Some people nearby, and a blue-haired guy, Tioe comment that the big freshman tournament is in a month, and that the fight they are about to see is a good preview to measure the strength of the province's best. The chubby one says he checked and saw that Xu Jingming only got first place because his exam location was easier, so he bets that Lei Zhou will win. At that moment, the MC appears wearing his new purchased outfit alongside his senior brother. Liu Ming observes the MC's new look and wonders how many senior and freshman girls he'll charm once he becomes famous. Lei Zhou notices that Xu Jingming's rank has increased but thinks it's fine since he also made his own preparations. Then he calls Jingming and says that just fighting to see who wins is kind of boring, so he wants to know if he's up for a bet. It can be all the credits they both have. The MC agrees and says he currently has 370 credits. Lei Zhou comments that the MC has quite a bit, then makes it clear that he will pay the difference in Great Xia currency, and that, to ensure no one goes back on their word later, they'll transfer everything to Professor Zhou's account. Thus, he points to the arena referee, Zhou Yun, who has a healing-type superpower, is rank 6 and is at the intermediate level. After transferring his credits, Jingming thinks that fights between awakens are dangerous, and that apparently the school wants to avoid deaths on campus. People go wild upon learning that the duel is worth 3,700,000. It doesn't take long for the referee to announce that she received the credits and transfers, then asks both fighters to get ready. She emphasizes that when one side gives up or loses consciousness, the other cannot continue attacking, and anyone who violates the rules will be severely punished. Both acknowledge and prepare. Lei Zhou releases his power and shouts to Jing Ming that he will reclaim all the glory he took away. The students are astonished to see his power and comment that this was expected from a rank A fire elemental ability. Lei Zhou wastes no time, leaps forward, and uses his flaming slash technique. Jing Ming waits for the attack to come within his range and blocks his opponent's strike. People are shocked to see that the MC easily blocked Lei Zhou's technique. Lei Zhou himself can't believe it and wants to know how that's possible. The MC releases a bit of his power and tells Lei Zhou that nothing is impossible and that he's weak as hell. With that, he delivers his attack, which hits his opponent directly, making him feel the impact and sending him flying backward. While he's lying on the ground, the students wonder if the fight is already over since they know Lei Zhou was stronger than the MC. They also comment that most freshmen there couldn't even block the flaming slash attack. Liu Ming looks quite bored, thinking that Lei Zhou couldn't even force his junior brother to use 10% of his strength. Then, Zhou Yun enters the arena to announce the winner, but Lei Zhou calls out to her and asks her to wait a moment because he hasn't given up the fight yet. He then takes out a red pill. Zhou Yun notices this and shouts, asking if it's really a blood fury pill, and if he's trying to kill himself since it's just a duel and not a fight to the death. The crowd starts yelling when they see Lei Zhou about to swallow the pill, because they know it temporarily boosts strength but has heavy side effects. Struggling to stand, Lei Zhou says it's fine and makes it clear that he'll take the consequences since he's going all out against the MC and fully accepts the result. At that moment, Liu Wentao, among the crowd, shouts asking if the referee will allow Lei Zhou to use the pill since he knows that's like cheating on a test. She replies that the duel is unofficial, without strict rules, like an open book test, and that weapons, combat gear, and medicine any material support are allowed, and if the MC had pills, he could use them too. Lei Zhou swallows the pill and quickly gains an unbelievable surge of power. Zhou Yun is astonished because she knows the pill he took is high grade and that it raised Lei Zhou straight to the second rank of the initial level. She thinks the MC is in serious trouble. However, upon seeing Jing Ming's expression and how he releases his power, she realizes his spirit has only grown stronger and thinks that with such resolve, he has the soul of a commander. Jing Ming readies his spear and thinks that now it finally feels like a fair fight. He leaps forward and prepares his attack. As soon as the MC strikes, Lei Zhou tries to block with his sword but is thrown backward by Jing Ming's strength. He doesn't like it one bit and thinks that even with second-rank power, he still can't match Jing Ming's strength, wondering what kind of monster he is. As he gets up and launches his fireball attack, he concludes that he can't face him head-on, so he'll attack from a distance. However, with a simple movement of his spear, Jing Ming completely dissipates his opponent's attack and asks if that's all he has to offer. Lei Zhou becomes furious and wonders what kind of electric ability the MC is using, but realizes that he can't get close either, so he figures that if he can endure until the MC's lightning runs out before the pill's effect fades, he still has a chance. Thus, he tries once again with his multiple fireball attack, but the MC doesn't stay still either and launches one of his electric abilities, which grazes Lei Zhou, but is enough to make him worried, wondering if the MC also has long-range attacks. However, he soon realizes there's electric energy above his head and shouts to know what the hell is happening. Jing Ming activates his Thunder Prison, and as soon as Lei Zhou is trapped, he wants to know if it's a restraining technique. Then he tries to use his flame barrier to break free from the electric prison and, while intensifying his ability even more, makes it clear to the MC that he knows he can't get out, but the MC won't get in either. However, Jing Ming, with a completely sinister aura, wants to know how many thrusts his opponent's fire barrier can withstand. Thus, he jumps up and uses his Chain Thunder Spear technique, easily breaking Lei Zhou's fire barrier. Lei Zhou, seeing the MC's attacks coming his way, thinks that if he gets hit, he will definitely die. Terrified and with his eyes closed, he screams that he gives up, and as soon as he opens his eyes, he sees the tip of a spear right in front of his face. Jing Ming gives a strong flick to his spear and impales Lei Zhou in a non-vital spot. As soon as he withdraws the spear, Jo Yun announces that the winner of the fight is Xu Jingming. People comment that it was a crushing victory and that the MC used 4 combat techniques in just 4 or 5 seconds, and the transitions between them were so smooth that they think no freshman should be capable of something like that. The students keep talking about the fight, and one of them comments that Jingming's techniques seemed really powerful and bets that each of them is at least rank B. Liu Ming hears that, takes a deep breath, and thinks they're underestimating his junior brother since he knows those are 4 rank A combat techniques and that he was quite bold to choose them. But he knows the most absurd thing is that he can already use all of them in real combat. Then he reflects that, in his time, he only had the courage to choose one rank A technique, the instant lightning, and even then, it took him 4 months to master it. So he knows having a junior brother like the MC is a lot of pressure. At that moment, Lei Zhou calls for the MC, thanks him for holding back and sparing his life, then says that the credits and money are all his, and that he will also make the payment to his aunt within the deadline. Zhou Yun tells the MC that 50 credits and 3,200,000 great Xia coins have been deposited into his student account. He, in turn, thinks that dueling is quite a fast way to make money. Liu Wentao shows up shouting that his friend did great and that he's rich now, then asks if the MC wants to go out at night to relax. Jing Ming replies that it's better not to, since he has training with his senior brother later. But Liu Ming says he thinks the MC can go since the balance between training and rest is the secret to longevity, and that the MC has been working too hard lately, so he believes he should relax a bit. Jing Ming smiles and says he'll follow his senior brother's advice then. Liu Wentao is surprised to see a rank A superpower user with the true Jade Thunder ability, the famous Liu Ming, vice president of the Grey Society. Then he comments that seeing him in person, he has much more presence than in the photos. After leaving the arena, the MC's friend says it's set for the night since he'll handle the program. Jing Ming becomes intrigued by this talk of a program and immediately asks his friend to be clearer. Liu Wentao explains that it's a program the MC simply can't miss when entering the university, a social event between the male and female dorms. After that, night falls and the event serves a delicious banquet. The MC's friend says that he became super popular and that he posted an invitation for the gathering on the campus forum, then asks Jing Ming to guess how many people signed up. He replies that he doesn't know, so Liu Wentao says it was over 100 and that he almost went crazy trying to choose a partner among so many people. Jing Ming comments that his friend really gets excited about this kind of thing, but that he's quite curious to know who he chose. Liu Wentao laughs and says he'll keep it a secret, telling him he'll find out soon. Then a girl arrives, and the MC's friend asks her to come closer. She greets everyone and introduces herself, saying her name is Qi Dongxia. Her roommate also introduces herself, saying she's her friend, and her name is Song Qiu-yun. Liu Wentao says that Qi Dongxia has a rank A beast-type reinforcement ability, and that Song Qiu-yun is a rank A user of natural light-type ability at the advanced stage of the first rank, and that she even got the highest score on the Sichuan State Entrance exam. The MC smiles and introduces himself. Song Chu-yun is surprised to learn that he's the famous Xu Jingming and immediately asks if he's up for a friendly fight. Qi Dongxia feels embarrassed, calls her friend, and asks her to stop being a fight addict since it's a date. She looks confused and says she thought she was going to spar with student Jingming. The MC laughs, asks them to sit, and explains it was just a misunderstanding. Liu Wentao agrees and emphasizes that tonight is only for having fun, that they'll eat first and then stroll around the commercial street. As soon as they finish eating, they go to the center of Magic City, to Huaihai Commercial Street. Everyone is impressed to see how lively the place is. Then, they pass by a store with stylish and modern clothes. They also see a weapon shop, and the MC thinks that it's no wonder it's one of the biggest commercial centers in the country, since the armors, weapons, and pills are far more complete than in Jiangcheng. They stop to eat some snacks, and, afterward, the girls start doing some shopping, and soon hand their shopping bags to the MC, who just watches them. He notices that they've already spent several million that night, and thinks that Song Chu-yun seems quite modest in her way of dressing, but didn't expect her to be so wealthy. Liu Wentao wants to know if his friend didn't know since she's famous for being rich and for having a very powerful family. At that moment, Chi Dongxia shouts, asking if they can carry just a few more bags. After a while, they return to the dorms, and the girls say they can leave them there. Song Chu-yun remarks that they had an amazing night and thanks them for it. Jingming smiles and says goodbye to them. However, a bit embarrassed, Song Chu-yun calls for the MC and emphasizes that what she said earlier was serious because one day she really wants to challenge him to a real duel. He's impressed by her attitude, so he turns and makes it clear that he'll be waiting for that day. She becomes even more embarrassed, and Chi Dongxia notices it and says that since classes started, she's never seen her friend treat a guy nicely, but with Jingming, she was even kind, so she points out that she was right to drag her to the date. Song Chu-yun says that her rank A ability, Dawnlight, gives her very sharp perception, and that she can sense the malicious thoughts of men when they stare at her. But she makes it clear that with the MC, it's different because he only looked at her with admiration, without any malice. Chi Dongxia thinks it seems her friend's heart has started to beat differently. As they walk, Liu Wentao takes a deep breath and says that going out for a walk once in a while is actually nice. Jingming agrees, but still thinking about Song Chu-yun, he comments about the advanced stage of the first rank she's in, and that he still has to work hard to get there. With that, 15 days pass, and after a lot of training, the MC says that he thinks the time has come to advance again, so he calls his system and asks it to distribute the points. As his power overflows through his body, the system notifies that 456 skill points were spent, and that the MC advanced from the intermediate to the advanced stage of the first rank. Then the system notifies that he spent another 354 skill points, and that now his indestructible thunder body is at level 2. Jingming takes a deep breath and thinks that, as always, leveling up improved his overall strength, and that the second level of body strengthening still focuses on bones and muscles. But he keeps in mind that according to the book in front of him, if he manages to reach the third level, he will unlock a special state called the Extreme Thunder State, gaining an absurd increase in strength and speed for a short period of time. Then he opens his status window and thinks that he's quite excited about the Extreme Thunder State, but knows it's a shame that his skill points are almost gone. So he considers that it might be time to ask the professor for permission and go to the Wild Zone to hunt some beasts and gather more points. After visiting Principal Gentian and telling him that he evolved, the principal can't believe it and wants to know if the MC really evolved again in such a short time. Jingming says that's what he was about to say, that it happened the previous night, and that his indestructible thunder body also advanced to the second level. Very impressed and excited, Gentian thinks that advancing in rank and body strengthening are two huge milestones, and that his student speaks as if he had just drunk a glass of water. So he believes that with a rank S ability and the MC's effort, it's impossible for him to fail. Liu Ming appears saying that he had already said before that his junior brother is a complete monster, since it took him more than 6 months to go from the initial stage to the advanced stage of the first rank. The principal points out that it's not only evolution that matters because combat training is also essential, so he asks the MC to fight his senior brother Liu Ming to show how far his strength has come. Thus, both go to a combat training room, and Liu Ming makes it clear to the MC that he will use the power of the initial stage of the second rank. Then, both get ready, and as soon as the principal asks them to start, they move at incredible speed. As soon as their weapons clash, Liu Ming is surprised and thinks that his junior brother's strength is truly amazing, and that he seems to be on the same level as his own. On the other hand, Jingming thinks it's the first time since he got the system that he's facing someone as strong as himself. After thinking about this, he activates his Thunder Prison technique and traps Liu Ming. Then he leaps toward him with his Chain Thunder Spear technique. Liu Ming, in turn, smiles and tells the MC that the combination he's using is the same one he used to defeat Lei Zhou, then emphasizes that it's a pity he's not that freshman. Thus, he activates his True Jade Thunder ability, blocking the MC's attack. After fighting for 20 minutes, Jingming is exhausted, commenting to his senior brother that his Divine Thunder ran out, and that, because of that, he admits defeat. Liu Ming makes it clear that he didn't lose due to lack of technique, but because of the energy of his ability. The principal comments that the fight wasn't bad at all, and that the MC's performance exceeded all his expectations since he thought Liu Ming would win easily, but it was so close that he had to rely on physical endurance to win. Liu Ming smiles and wants to know if the MC knows what his strength level was moments before. Jing Ming asks what it was, and his senior brother says that he was invincible in the second rank. The MC is very surprised to hear that, but the principal says that the training is over and that both can rest a little, then explains that the fruit there is of the clear spiritual type, which helps to recover energy, making it perfect to eat after intense training. Jing Ming goes to the principal and says that he wants to ask for something. Thus, he explains that he is thinking of leaving the university for a while and going to the wild zone. Gentian wants to know how long the MC intends to stay away. He replies that a little over a month, but makes it clear that he will return before the freshman tournament. The principal is intrigued, as he knows that the wild zone is not like the admission test area, because there is no army there to protect anyone, and beasts roam freely and appear randomly. One mistake and someone might run into a high-level beast. Then he puts his hand on the MC's shoulder and lets him go, but emphasizes that he should remember that if things get tough, he must run without thinking twice, as every specialist goes through moments of danger. He then worries that if his disciple wants to surpass himself, he won't be the one to stop him. Jing Ming bows his head and thanks his principal. However, he wants to know which wild zone the MC was thinking of going to. He replies that it's the one on the outskirts of Yuanshui City. Gentian says that one isn't the worst, that it's near the Magic City, and that the strongest beasts there are of the 4th or 5th rank, so the risk is lower. He also says that he will ask Liu Ming to give him some tips. Then, while activating a storage ring, he makes it clear that out there he won't be able to help him much, but will prepare a very good weapon for him. Thus, after taking something from his magical warehouse, he hands it to the MC. After that, Jing Ming returns to his dormitory and immediately asks Eva to open the university's mission system. While observing some missions, he thinks that, according to what his senior brother said, it's best to accept some field missions before leaving the university to collect some credits. After checking the missions, he knows they involve collecting beast materials, rare herbs, hunting fugitives, and military campaigns. He concludes that the missions that give the most credits always involve combat, and that it's basically throwing students into the fire. He also concludes that now he understands better why they say that the best students of the Magic City University are not on campus but outside, and therefore he thinks he will take 1 rank A mission and 3 rank B ones. Thus, after accepting the missions and preparing for them, he says that he can't keep delaying. As soon as he arrives at the supply base in Yuanshui City, he sees that the place is quite busy, but on the other hand, he feels quite excited, and as soon as he enters a place, a woman approaches him, welcomes him, and asks how she can help. Jing Ming says that he wants to register as an adventurer, but thinks that to enter the wild zone, he first needs to register as a nationally recognized adventurer. As soon as she takes the MC's card, she is very surprised to see that he is a student from Magic City University, as it's quite rare to see a first-rank person going to the wild zone. Then she says it will take a little while to prepare his ID, so she suggests that he can go rest a bit. As soon as the MC turns to go wait somewhere for his ID to be ready, he hears some euphoric people shouting that the goddess Jiang Chuyi is there. This is Jiang Chuyi, a second-year student at Magic City University. As she walks through the place with her guards, people comment that it seems like she will record more content in the wild zone. Jing Ming wonders if she is from the same university as him, as he thought she was as beautiful as Song Chu-yun. At that moment, the woman arrives with the MC's ID and also gives him a smartwatch with satellite, then explains that it already comes with the wild zone map and shows the beast movements and the danger level of each area. While the MC is talking to her, someone from afar is lurking, watching, and as soon as the woman walks away, the guy approaches Jing Ming and wants to know if it's his first time in the wild zone, because if he doesn't have pills, he suggests that he shouldn't even think about entering. Then he asks if he wants to buy some. Jing Ming asks the price. The guy opens his coat and says that first-grade healing pills are 20,000 each, and first-grade antidotes are 15,000, but emphasizes that second-grade ones are better, though more expensive, costing around 30 to 40,000 each. Jingming wants to know if that's really the price because he didn't find it that expensive. The seller laughs and says that apparently the MC has good taste, then makes it clear that the pills he sells there are known for being good and cheap. However, Jingming knows that first-grade pills usually cost 30 to 40,000, so he realizes something is wrong, guessing it's a scam, and that the seller must trick rookies who seem clueless. The guy quickly asks how many the MC wants. Jingming laughs and asks if the seller has already fooled many beginners with that cheap talk. The man doesn't like it and asks if the boy noticed from the beginning and was just mocking him. Jingming asks what he thinks. The seller gets serious and makes it clear to the MC that it's the first time anyone has dared to mess with him there at the supply base. Until a girl shouts, calling Zhao Chunlin, and wants to know if he's trying to scam another rookie there. The seller gets embarrassed when he sees it's Wang Qian, but tells the MC that he got lucky this time. Then he warns that it's better if he doesn't leave the base for the next few days. People around notice the commotion, and a girl comments that things got bad for the MC because he messed with Zhao Chunlin. Another person says they heard that he's already in the intermediate stage of the second rank, and that the MC seems to still be in the advanced stage of the first rank, having no chance. Wang Qian tells Jingming that Zhao Chunlin doesn't forget easily, so she suggests he stay in the base for a while. Jingming thanks her for the warning, but wants to know if no one does anything about someone who deceives others like that. She says that Zhao Chunlin has ties with the black market, so she thinks no one is crazy enough to go against him. Then she emphasizes that if the MC wants to buy something, he should do so in official stores, and remember not to leave the base for a while. Jingming thinks she was kind to warn him, but keeps in mind that first he will buy everything he needs for the month he'll spend outside, such as healing pills, antidotes, fury pills, and many other things. Thus, he wastes no time and goes after everything he needs. And as soon as he finishes preparing his things, he leaves the base and immediately runs into Zhao Chunlin, who makes it clear to the MC that he had warned him not to leave the base, and that even so, he had the audacity to show up outside. Jingming smiles and asks what he wants. While cracking his knuckles, Zhao Chunlin replies that the MC embarrassed him, and that because of that, he's going to break his legs and leave him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. At that moment, Wang Qian appears shouting, saying that she had warned the MC not to leave the base. Her friend tries to stop her, saying it's good for the boy to learn a lesson so he'll stop acting on impulse. While Zhao Chunlin activates his metallic skin superpower, covering his entire body, he makes it clear that if he can't teach a rookie a lesson, how will he manage to assert himself? Then he states that with his metallic skin and D-rank combat suit, he's sure the MC's strength won't even scratch his defense. Jingming begins to unleash his power and tells Zhao Chunlin to shut the fuck up. The seller can't believe the boy's courage, but the MC, not wanting to waste time, uses his Thunder Step ability and delivers a powerful strike, and unable to react, the enemy is brutally hit and thrown far away, crashing into a wall. People can't believe what they see, and Jingming just turns around and walks away. Everyone watches the MC in shock, wanting to know who he is and how Zhao Chunlin was defeated with a single blow. Wang Qian, very impressed, wants to know how he did that, because she couldn't see it either. Her friend says it was a spinning kick and that Zhao Chunlin's hip was completely destroyed, thinking that even if he survives, he'll end up in a wheelchair. Then, she points out that it's no wonder the MC is from the Magic City Superpower University, being someone strong and merciless. Wang Qian wants to know how her friend knows all that. The blonde says it's because of the outfit the MC is wearing, since she's only seen that type on students from there, and thinks it must be exclusive to their equipment department. Wang Qian comments that only that university could create monsters like him, but wants to know from her friend if she agrees to invite the MC to the team, because they're in need of someone for the front line anyway. The blonde gets annoyed and asks if they hadn't agreed to form a group only with women. The other girls on the team want to know if Wang Qian is interested in the MC. After that, Jingming swipes his card and is informed that the information has been confirmed and his entry into the wild area has been authorized. With that, the MC enters the Yuanshui Wild Zone. He soon hears several roars from beasts and thinks that the roar he heard is a territorial warning, guessing it must be at least a 4th-rank beast. But that's not what he wants today. As he walks through the forest, He thinks that the Yuanshui Wild Zone is divided into two areas, the ruined city and the mountainous forest, and that the beasts in the ruined city are weaker, so he concludes that he'll start earning skill points there. Then, looking at the map on his smartwatch, he observes that Ping'an County seems like a good choice, since it has more second-rank beasts and rarely first-rank ones, almost none above that, and he notices that the area is quite large and should have around 500 or 600 beasts. Thus, he rushes full speed toward Ping'an. As soon as he arrives, a wild beast appears. It's a shadow cat. Jingming grabs his weapon and thinks that apparently skill points are coming to him for free. Then, he begins to release his energy and reflects that all this time, because of the influence of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, his fighting spirit has only grown, and the more he suppresses it, the stronger it becomes. Jingming becomes completely excited and overflows with energy throughout his body, shouting that, at this moment, he doesn't need to hold back anymore. The Shadow Cat, seeing such power before it, becomes completely terrified. After that, a month passes, and some adventurers ask the captain what's going on in Ping'an County, because they've been wandering all day and haven't seen a single beast. The captain wants to know how they even dare to ask that. Another guy says there should be at least 600 beasts there, and thinks that even if they were migrating, they wouldn't just vanish like that. Then a sharp-clawed tiger comes out of the alley. The captain and his subordinates get excited because they finally found a beast. However, an electric attack is launched, and as soon as it hits the tiger, it completely destroys it, causing a huge explosion at the site. One of the adventurers wants to know what the hell is going on, and if, by any chance, it's some new laser weapon. The captain replies that it's not because he knows laser weapons are faster, and thinks that what they saw looked like a lightning combat technique. Then he orders everyone to get out of there, because he fears there's probably someone very strong dominating the area, and that the attack they saw was a warning. As they run away, one of them comments that now it makes sense why there are no beasts left because they were probably all killed by this lightning expert. The captain yells at everyone to stop the nonsense because they need to get out of there before they anger that guy. From the top of the building, the system notifies the MC that he has defeated a second-ranked Blade Tiger and gained 19 points. Jingming thinks that his Thunder Spear currently reaches over 1,000 meters. And as soon as he opens his status window, he realizes that in 1 month he earned more than 8,000 points, advanced from the advanced stage of the first rank to the advanced stage of the second rank, and that his indestructible Thunder Body reached the third stage, besides having improved several rank A techniques to the intermediate level. Then he wonders if anyone else could have achieved such a feat. After that, he thinks that he's already done what he needed to do there, and that the next day he'll return to the supply base and then go deeper into the jungle. As soon as he arrives at the Yuanshui supply base, people are astonished to see him and want to know where the MC got the huge tactical backpack and if by any chance he's carrying a rhino's body in it. Jingming knows that it's a good thing he bought the reinforced version of the backpack. Otherwise, he thinks it wouldn't even fit half of the more than 400 kilos of beast materials in it. Thus, he goes straight to the base hall, and the clerk asks him to put the items on the scale. As soon as he opens the bag and places everything on the floor, he says that they're materials from second-ranked beasts and that they weigh more than 400 kilos. The woman can't believe the amount of stuff he brought. Then she notices that there are blade tiger tendons, horns, and many other valuable things. Feeling a bit awkward, she asks the MC to wait a moment because it's a lot and she needs to call more people to help with the inventory. It doesn't take long before a man shows up, introducing himself as Zhao Yi, the supervisor of the acquisition department. Jing Ming shakes his hand and introduces himself as well. Zhao Yi comments that the MC is quite promising since hunting all that at his age is very impressive, but emphasizes that he'll call the team to count the materials and therefore asks if the MC can accompany him for a moment. Thus, while the acquisition team inventories the materials, they go to a more private place, and Zhao Yi gives the MC a platinum member card from the base, explaining that the card grants a 5% discount on purchases. But he thinks that a young second rank with such potential as the boy in front of him is someone he needs to maintain good relations with. Jingming thanks the supervisor, until one of the employees shows up calling Zhao Yi and informing him that the count has been completed. totaling 90 pieces from second-ranked beasts in the advanced stage, 107 in the intermediate, and 221 in the initial stage. The supervisor is quite surprised, wondering if the boy wiped out an entire nest. Thus, Zhao Yi informs that the total value came to almost 25 million, but they'll round it up. Jing Ming feels happy and thanks him. It doesn't take long before a message arrives informing him that 25 million has been deposited into the MC's bank account and that he now has a new balance of 29 million. Jing Ming thinks that now he can truly say he's become rich. Then the MC says goodbye to the supervisor and comments that he'll soon bring more materials. He asks the MC to take his card and call him when he has time. As Jing Ming leaves, Zhao Yi thinks that the boy will go very far. Then he notices his phone ringing, and when he sees it's Zhao Chunlin, he answers and wants to know what he wants. Furious, Zhao Chunlin yells, saying that he saw who attacked him at the base and that the supervisor needs to avenge him. Zhao Yi wants to know if it's the second-ranked boy he mentioned and how he plans to take revenge. Zhao Chunlin yells, asking the supervisor to send the Shark and Tiger Squad because he wants to see the MC beg to die. Zhao Yi replies that fine, the squad is under his command, but makes it clear that after this, he shouldn't call again. Zhao Chunlin tells the supervisor to relax because as soon as it's done, he'll leave the city of Yuanshui. After hanging up the call, the supervisor starts wondering why he feels strange and if perhaps he's overthinking it, since he knows that the Shark and Tiger Squad is elite and that all its members are second rank, believing that taking down someone at the advanced level of the second rank shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, the MC sneezes and wonders if someone is mentioning him in a conversation. Zhao Yi, after going to his office, calls Supervisor Wang and says that he has just discovered a very impressive superpower user named Xu Jingming, and that he brought in more goods alone than a dozen squads combined. This is the head of the base, Supervisor Wang Chuang, who replies that he will take a look at Xu Jingming's record. As soon as he sees the results, he's very impressed and shouts to Supervisor Zhao that this Xu Jingming is extremely important and that if he shows up at the base again, he's to be informed immediately. Zhao Yi replies that he understands and thinks that he would never have imagined that the MC would make old Wang so excited, so it seems that the boy really is someone significant. Wang Chuang, seeing Xu Jingming's record, comments that he never imagined another disciple of Principal Yang Gentian would appear at his base, and that apparently the MC's talent is even more astonishing than Liu Ming's, being a true monster. Meanwhile, Jing Ming is walking and thinking that the dimensional rings for sale there cost more than 10 million and only hold the equivalent of a suitcase, which is absurd. But he knows that considering how practical they are, he's almost buying one, though he keeps wondering how much one that could hold a spear would cost. At that moment, his phone starts ringing, and when he answers, he sees it's Liu Wentao asking when he'll return to campus. Jing Ming says he might come back in about 2 weeks but wants to know if something happened. However, while talking on the phone, a group led by Zhao Chunlin is lurking, watching the MC from a distance. The seller says that the boy ahead is the one they're looking for, so he tells the squad to break his legs and bring him. Liu Wentao tells the MC that during the time he was away, a new student joined the university and that the guy is very arrogant. However, the MC senses something strange, and his friend wants to know what happened. Jing Ming replies that it's nothing and asks Liu Wentao to continue telling the news. Meanwhile, the squad leader tells everyone to get ready because the target just entered the alley. Then he asks Heji to analyze the MC's power level. One of the squad members calls his captain and comments that he thinks sometimes he's too cautious since the MC is only at the advanced stage of the first rank, so he wants to know what kind of trouble he could cause. However, Heji is shocked when she analyzes the MC's power level and says that she thinks it can't be real. The captain immediately wants to know what happened. She replies that she'll show everyone so they can see it with their own eyes, since her ability works in a way that the stronger the superpower, the more intense the light the person emits. And, as the MC walks toward them, everyone is stunned to see the size and intensity of the power surrounding the boy and comments that someone at his level could easily wipe them all out. Then the squad captain says that apparently Zhao Chunlin pushed them straight into a trap because the information was wrong. He then announces that the mission is cancelled and that they'll deal with Zhao Chunlin later. As Jing Ming gets closer, everyone in the squad retreats, and the MC wants to know what happened and why they suddenly ran away. He then makes it clear that he's the only one at the base who has issues with Zhao Chunlin and knows that he definitely tried to take revenge in secret and that some people never change, and that the next time he sees that guy, he'll have to be tougher. As soon as the squad returns and finds Zhao Chunlin, the captain punches him square in the face, knocking him hard to the ground, and he, in turn, wants to know why the hell he's being beaten. The captain wants to know if he still has the nerve to ask because the information he provided was completely wrong, and they almost died because of him, since the target isn't at the advanced stage of the first rank, but at the advanced stage of the second rank. Zhao Chunlin is confused and wants to know how that's possible, since it's only been a month since the boy appeared. The captain turns and makes it clear that it doesn't matter anymore because he canceled the mission, and they'll report directly to Supervisor Zhao Yi. As soon as they meet him, Zhao Yi wants to know if the captain and the squad solved the problem. He replies that they didn't, and that they aborted the mission. Then he says that Zhao Chunlin gave them false information and that the target is actually at the advanced stage of the second rank. Moreover, according to Heji's observation, in practice the target has the strength of someone at the third rank or even higher, which is why they abandoned the mission. Zhao Yi gets nervous and wants to know what the hell Zhao Chunlin was thinking because he knows that kind of person shouldn't be provoked. However, when realizing it's someone at the advanced stage of the second rank, he turns pale and asks for the target's name. The captain says Zhao Chunlin didn't give a name, but the description fits. About 1.90 meters, strong, with a spear on his back. Zhao Yi becomes terrified because he knows the target in question is the MC. Thus, after telling everything to Wang Chuang, he goes crazy with rage, wanting to know if Zhao Yi has lost his mind for trying to kill Xu Jingming. Supervisor Zhao gets embarrassed and says that the MC is still only at the advanced stage of the second rank, and therefore thinks there's no reason to overreact. Wang Chuang calls Zhao Yi an idiot and tells him to check Xu Jingming's file. He's shocked to discover that the MC ranked first in Jiangnan province and is a freshman at Magic City University, and that at 18 years old, he's already at the advanced stage of the second rank. Then, he says he's never seen anything like that, because at that age, at best, the most promising should only be at the initial stage. Furthermore, the director of the Armament Academy, Yang Gentian, is his exclusive mentor. Thus, he says, they're truly screwed. Wang Chuang emphasizes that someone at that level, even if he destroyed the entire base, the government wouldn't say a thing. Zhao Yi immediately apologizes repeatedly and makes it clear that he won't cause any more trouble there. Then he orders them to bring Zhao Chunlin. With his face completely beaten, he apologizes and promises he'll never go after the MC again. Zhao Yi puts his hand on his head and emphasizes that apparently just a beating won't be enough because the main culprit has to die. And if he wants to blame someone, he should blame himself for messing with the wrong person. Saying that, he completely eliminates Zhao Chunlin without any mercy. After that, he turns to Mr. Wang and wants to know what he thinks. The chief asks if Supervisor Zhao thinks what he did isn't too little. Then he turns and stresses that he might pretend not to have seen the crap Zhao has done at the base before, but this time, he went too far. Saying that, he makes it clear that everyone involved in this must be punished, both him and the Shark Squad, because they can't leave room for gossip or make it seem like they disrespected the MC. Sometime later, at the entrance of the supply base, Chief Wang and several other supervisors are gathered there. Some people comment that the man in front must be the base chief and that, except for Supervisor Zhao from the acquisition department, everyone else is present. So apparently, for everyone to be gathered there, someone important must be arriving. Then the blonde looks to the side and asks Wang Qian if that isn't the boy from Magic City University. It's the MC, who is quite surprised to see so many people watching him. Mr. Wang immediately approaches him and says that he's glad he returned, then introduces himself and explains that he's the head of the base. Wang Qian is very surprised to realize that all the supervisors are gathered there to personally welcome the MC. The blonde emphasizes that she thinks this boy is not just a simple student. Wang Chuang says that he heard what Zhao Chunlin did to him, then makes it clear that the base takes full responsibility. He also says that Zhao Chunlin was executed on the spot and that the others involved have already been punished. promising that they will spend the rest of their lives in prison. And, as a way of apologizing, the base has prepared a special gift for him. Jingming thinks that it's no wonder Mr. Wang is the chief since he handled everything so quickly. Thus, Wang Chuang shows the black member credential of the base, the highest level, and from that moment on, lodging there is free for the MC, in addition to all his purchases having a 20% discount. Then, he emphasizes that he will also grant a dimensional ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Jingming is very surprised and thinks that it's exactly what he needed. As soon as Jingming takes the ring, the girl thinks that Mr. Wang Chuang was very generous. Meanwhile, the MC reflects that a dimensional ring of 1 cubic meter costs at least 50 million of the great Xia currency, so he comments that since the manager was so attentive, he will gladly accept it. Wang Chuang comments that this was to be expected from a student of Professor Gentian, but emphasizes that the MC's senior, Liu Ming, also trained there at the Yuan Shui supply base, so he wants to know if Jingming knew that. The MC answers that he did not know, and then they talk a bit more. After that, Jingming returns to his room and thinks that the luxury room unlocked with a black member card is on another level, as it is much more comfortable than his dorm at the university, and that after an entire month of training, he will finally be able to truly rest. Next, he remembers Mr. Chuang saying that if he has any problem again, he just needs to call him, since he has some influence there in Yuan Shui. He then thinks that this must be the power of connections, as he knows that a common second-rank genius would never receive the kind of treatment he is receiving. Therefore, he closes his eyes and thinks that the dimensional ring needs to be bound with spiritual power before it can be used, and he knows that his spiritual power is at 972 hertz, far above the average of awakened individuals in the advanced stage of the second rank, which ranges between 600 and 700. He then gets excited and comments that it seems he can take things out just with thought and store them by simply touching, and that apart from the fact that living beings cannot be stored, the ring is very practical. As soon as he senses and stores some things inside the ring, he quickly calls his master and tells him that he just left the wild zone and has something to say. After the MC tells him what happened during the month he was away, Zhentian becomes very surprised, wanting to know if, after Jingming was targeted for assassination, they gave him only a dimensional ring as compensation, then makes it clear that if anything had happened to Jingming, he would have destroyed the entire supply base. The MC feels a bit embarrassed to hear that, but Gentian wants to know if Jingming had said that the elite shark squad of second rank followed him into an alley and gave up in the end. He answers that maybe the squad realized that he was also in the advanced stage of the second rank, which did not match the information they had, so they went back to confirm. Gentian becomes very surprised and shouts, wanting to know if the MC is really already in the advanced stage of the second rank, because he knows that he trained in the wild zone for only about a month. Jingming answers yes, and says that he advanced a few days ago. Gentian bursts into laughter and emphasizes that he knew his student, his disciple, would amaze him, and that he thinks the MC's cultivation speed is even faster than his own back in the day. But he wants to know when the MC plans to return so they can celebrate in person. Jingming says that he will be back before classes start, as he is planning to go to the advanced level wild zone during the last term. He also says that he has already mastered the Thunder Step well, and thinks that 4th rank beasts should not be able to catch him. But even so, he believes that if he encounters a 5th rank beast, he can still use a Blood Fury pill to survive, and that's why he thinks it is worth trying his luck and gaining more experience. Gentian comments that the MC is right and that he seems to be handling everything very naturally, but even so, he makes it clear to Jingming to remember to always be careful. The MC smiles and asks his master to relax. After hanging up, someone arrives calling for Gentian and comments that it had been a while since they had seen him so excited. He laughs and says that not only did Jingming do well in training, but he also showed results in real combat, and that his progression speed is truly absurd, as he knows people say that life or death crises make the strong evolve, but for his disciple, it almost seems like cheat code. A few hours later, Jingming wastes no time and arrives at the wild zone of the forest mountain, and soon notices that there are beast roars everywhere, and he also knows that the beast resources in that region seemed to be far more abundant than in the other areas he visited. However, as soon as he steps on a dry branch, an attack comes at him with everything, so he uses his ability and dodges at the last second. The attack hits the trees and cuts them as if they were nothing. Jingming sees that the attack was made by a terrifying wind wolf, so he reflects that third-rank beasts usually have special abilities very similar to awakened individuals, and that the wolf in front of him is of the wind type. So based on the power of the wind blade attack he dodged moments ago, the creature should be in the intermediate stage of the third rank, so he wonders how many skill points he will gain if he eliminates the wolf. However, he turns immediately upon hearing someone approaching and saying that the terrifying wind wolf is right ahead. Jingming sees that it is Jiang Chuyi along with her lackeys, who quickly comment that the gale surrounding the creature is nothing weak, and that they think the wolf must be in the intermediate stage of the third rank, and they also know that a beast of that level is perfect to become a kill highlight for Miss Jiang. Then, while one of Jiang Chuyi's lackeys comments that he will do the usual, meaning they will block the escape route first, Jingming becomes alert and thinks that, aside from Jiang Chuyi, the others are in the third rank and are trying to steal his target, as he knows that in the wild zone there is a rule that the beast belongs to whoever finds it first. Otherwise, it is considered provocation. Jiang Chuyi calls her captain and makes it clear that she has already told him several times that she does not like taking other people's prey just for filming. He asks her not to say that, because this is not stealing but helping for fun, and he also thinks that a second-rank adventurer facing a third-rank beast and being saved by a goddess at the critical moment gets many views. Jiang Chuyi emphasizes that she does not need that kind of fake and stage scene, and that the guy in front looks very calm and does not seem to need help. The captain does not like hearing that at all. The other warrior comments that since the money belongs to Miss Jiang, the decision is hers. The captain comments that since she was not pleased, he suggests they go after another beast. As soon as everyone leaves, Jingming thinks that Jiang Chuyi seems to be a good person because an influencer with tens of millions of fans must have something special. However, he thinks that her captain had a very hostile look and therefore thinks she does not seem to have much control over the team. But soon after, while dodging the wolf's charge, he keeps in mind that when there are third-rank awakened individuals nearby, he ends up becoming a dog. But he wants to know when they will leave. The wolf charges at him. He also wants to know if the wolf is underestimating him, thinking it will defeat him easily. Therefore, without any mercy, he uses his technique of the lightning rupture of the gale directly on the wolf. With that, the system warns that the kill of a beast in the intermediate stage of the third rank has been made, and the MC has gained 34 skill points. Jingming becomes excited upon learning that he can gain many points from third-rank beasts. He also thinks that there are 10 days left, and that he needs to farm until he drops. 7 days later, in the middle of the forest in the mountains, and with several creatures around, the MC throws his lightning spear at the beasts gathered there, and a huge explosion happens among them. After the dust settles, the creatures are all lying on the ground. Jingming goes up to them and thinks that a single thunder spear was not enough to eliminate the creatures, but he thinks that this was expected from the leader of the giant monkeys of the third rank. But while releasing his power, he makes it clear for the rest of the creatures to stay quiet there, because he will send everyone to meet their family in hell. With that said, he goes on defeating the monkeys one by one. As soon as he finishes, Jingming sees in his system that he has already surpassed 3,000 skill points, and therefore thinks he should be able to return and learn an S-rank combat technique, until he sees his watch beeping, and, upon tapping it and seeing the map of the location, he realizes it is a distress signal. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuyi is running at full speed, jumping from tree to tree as an enormous creature is coming toward her. Very frightened, she reflects that her team scattered because of a fourth-rank beast, and that she has now run straight into an earth-burrowing dragon in the initial stage of the third rank. As she keeps fleeing, Jiang Chuyi has in mind that every beast with dragon in its name is always extremely cruel and difficult to deal with, and she knows she is still only in the intermediate stage of the second rank, and that even with a blood fury pill, she will not be able to win. She then looks back and concludes that all she can do is hope some awakened team sees her signal and comes to save her. However, When she looks forward, she becomes very scared because she is in open ground with no tree to hide behind, so she fears the beast will catch her. She then looks back and, seeing the creature quickly approaching, thinks she will have no escape until a lightning bolt strikes between her and the beast. It is the MC with his power overflowing throughout his body. Jiang Chuyi shouts for him to run because it is an earth-burrowing dragon of the third rank in the initial stage. Jingming drives his spear into the ground with all his strength, and Jiang Chuyi becomes confused, wanting to know why he is not listening to her, as she thinks that if she dies, it is fine. But she absolutely cannot let an innocent person get involved in this. Therefore, she runs and steps in front of the MC and shouts for him to leave. The earth-burrowing dragon lets out a loud roar that creates a gust of wind that surprises Miss Chui. However, the MC forms his thunder spear and throws it with full power toward the dragon. Jiang Chuyi becomes very surprised by the tremendous power she is seeing right in front of her eyes. The MC's attack travels rapidly toward the creature's head, and as soon as it hits directly, the earth-burrowing dragon is brutally defeated. Jiang Chuyi, seeing the creature in front of her be easily defeated, falls to her knees on the ground, thinking about how an earth-burrowing dragon was eliminated with a single blow. She then looks at the MC, thinking about his overwhelming strength, but wonders if the MC was not only in the advanced stage of the second rank. The system notifies that the earth-burrowing dragon has been defeated, and the MC gained 36 skill points. He, in turn, smiles and thinks as expected of a beast with dragon in its name, since it yielded more points than a common beast. Therefore, he wants to know if Jiang Chuyi is okay. She takes a deep breath and replies that her legs are just a little shaky, but she is very grateful that he saved her. Jingming extends his hand to help her and says it was nothing, as he believes anyone would have done the same. As soon as she takes his hand and stands up, she emphasizes that not everyone would, then introduces herself and says she owes her life to him, and that if he ever needs anything, he just has to ask. The MC also introduces himself and says she does not need to exaggerate, but that if she can give him a signed photo, he will be very happy, as he knows his friend Liu Wentao is a huge fan of hers and keeps dreaming of an autograph. Jiang Chuyi says she does not have any photos with her at the moment, but wants to know if she can give him one when they return to the base. Jingming responds that it is fine. Next, Jiang Chuyi points to the MC's weapon and wants to know if it is the Shadow Cloud Swift Spear and if he is also from Magic City University. Jingming answers that it was a gift from his professor, but wants to know if she recognizes the spear. Jiang Chuyi replies yes, and says the spear is famous for being too heavy for first and second rank superpower users, and that third rank users only use equipment of rank C and above. She then says she is from the Ice Department of the Elemental Academy and is in the second year of Class 3. She says this and calls the MC a senior. Jingming thinks about it and reflects that it seems reasonable, since ordinary students of Magic City University only reach the advanced stage of the second rank around the third year, so he thinks it is better to let her believe that. Therefore, he calls Jiang Chuyi a freshman. She becomes excited and starts shouting that the MC is truly an amazing senior, because the earth-burrowing dragon was only in the initial stage but seemed like an advanced stage beast, and that Jingming defeated it with just a single strike. However, when she sees the MC turning away, she wants to know if he is leaving. Jingming replies that yes, and she, a little embarrassed, asks if she can go with him because she got separated from the school group and thinks she cannot make it back alone. The MC takes a deep breath but answers that it is fine and that he will take her to the ruins of the city, and that from there, he thinks she can return by herself. Jiang Chuyi becomes excited and thanks him greatly. Therefore, she calls the MC and asks if he is up to taking a look at the earth-burrowing dragon's cave, because she thinks there might be something valuable inside since she believes the creature would not have attacked her for nothing. Jingming replies that it is a good idea, and as they walk through the forest, Jiang Chuyi wants to know which academy the MC is from. He answers that he is from the Weapons Academy. She also wants to know if his director, Yang Zhentian, has the nickname King of Hell, because she heard he is truly tough. Jingming says that he is his master. She becomes completely embarrassed and immediately apologizes for saying something foolish. The MC, however, wonders if she is not known as the Ice Goddess in her live streams, always so cold and distant. But in reality, she is a complete gossip. It does not take long before they arrive at the entrance of the earth-burrowing dragon's cave. As soon as they enter, Jingming takes his spear and comments that he thinks it may be dangerous, so he asks Jiang Chuyi to stay close. After walking a bit inside the cave, Jiang Chuyi looks at some flowers in front of her and comments that the scent is very good. Jingming becomes impressed, as he knows they are spirit-purifying herb of rank B, burning flame flower of rank A, and hypnotic herb of rank C, so he wants to know how a bunch of rare herbs grew there, until Jiang Chuyi notices a spring in front of her and shouts that it condenses the essence of the earth, heals any injury up to the 4th rank, being the earth spiritual spring of rank S. Therefore, she picks one and, while admiring it, says that the spring nourishes the plants around it and transforms them into rare herbs with its unique aroma, and that she is without a doubt sure it is the earth spiritual spring. The MC comments that it is very incredible and that he is impressed with how much she knows about those natural treasures. Jiang Chuyi says she earned her rank 2 alchemist certificate at school. Impressed, Jingming comments that beyond everything, she is also an exemplary student, as he heard that certificate is very difficult to obtain. She laughs and comments that he is praising her too much, but explains that the spring there can make at least 5 bottles of S-rank medicinal healing water. The MC says he will take 4 portions and she can keep one, and that the rare herbs will be split half and half. She becomes excited and thanks him. Meanwhile, her team is walking nearby, and one of them comments to the captain that he thinks there is no monster inside the cave, but wants to know if there will be anything good, until Jingming and Jiang Chuyi hear the conversation. The captain answers that there might be something interesting, because from what he can see it looks like the lair of a 3rd-rank earth-burrowing dragon. Then they encounter Jiang Chuyi and the MC. She says she was startled, but in the end, it was just her team and her captain. Jingming, however, has in mind that a team of peak 3rd-rank superpower users discovering the Earth spiritual spring there will be very bad. The captain smiles, calls Miss Jiang, and says they were looking for her and did not expect to find her there. But one of the team members, with an unfriendly expression, wants to know what she is doing accompanied by the guy from earlier. She says the MC is a senior from Magic City University and that she met him on the way by chance. However, she emphasizes that the herbs there are good and that since they found them first, they will split them. The captain wants to know if it is true but thanks her. However, his friend comments to his captain that something is strange because he thinks the well ahead in the middle looks very much like the Earth spiritual spring. At the same moment, all of Miss Jiang's team changes their expression upon learning that it is an S-rank celestial treasure, and the MC notices this as well and thinks that just mentioning a high-level resource already made the atmosphere tense. At that moment, the captain of Miss Jiang's team, while releasing his power, shouts that apparently she was not very honest. Jiang Chuyi becomes scared and emphasizes that since they discovered it, she thinks they can keep the spring and the herbs, then calls the MC so they can get out of there. But when she sees that he stayed still, she goes to him and very quietly tells him that Captain Wang and his team are all at the peak of the 3rd rank and that neither of them can deal with them. Jingming calls her a freshman and emphasizes that they are only at the peak of the 3rd rank and he does not think they are stronger. Therefore, he becomes excited and asks if she really thinks that if they hand everything over, they will let them go. The captain laughs and says that the boy seems very arrogant, but that he got the deduction right. He then says that Miss Jiang is famous and that if she goes back and plays the victim and posts something online, his group will not be able to live in the country anymore. So he knows it is better to finish both of them right there. Jiang Chuyi grabs a pill and thinks she has no other choice because she cannot drag the MC into this. Therefore, she puts the blood fury pill in her mouth, and as soon as she consumes it, she boosts her power and uses her natural ice element technique, Frozen Soul. The place where they are begins to freeze. But the captain says he will deal with Miss Jiang and that Zhou Chang is to deal with the MC, and the rest must guard the cave entrance. With that said, the captain uses his beast system strengthening ability and transforms into a saber-toothed tiger, then apologizes to Miss Jiang because she will not leave alive. The others ask the captain to go easy because they think it is a waste to eliminate such a beautiful woman. Jiang Chuyi thinks they are all monsters with human faces, and that she cannot simply accept being eliminated, until she becomes scared when she notices that the MC is not by her side. At that moment, the captain turns around in shock and sees one of his lackeys being brutally impaled by the MC. Then Jingming comments that it seems like the power of someone in the third rank is not all that impressive. One of the captain's team members says the boy was too fast, and he could not even see him move. The captain says that Zhou Chang was in the intermediate stage of the third rank and was not someone easy to take down like that, and that apparently the one who was truly dangerous all this time was the MC. With that said, he grabs his enormous axe and unleashes his tiger-roaring strike. Jingming uses his thunder step and dodges the powerful attack. He then observes that in terms of raw strength, the captain of Miss Jiang's team must be at the peak of the third rank and is indeed stronger, and for that reason he knows he cannot hold back anymore. Everyone there becomes impressed with the power they are sensing, since the MC is releasing his terrifying power and using his extreme thunder state technique. Jiang Chuyi is impressed with the power she is sensing as well, and the captain immediately wants to know what kind of monster he is seeing in front of him. Jingming transforms into something and has his body surrounded by intense power. He then laughs and says that the feeling of his overflowing power is incredible. The captain becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know if he is just showing off, because he knows it is just a special state and nothing more. However, he soon becomes surprised because he sees in the MC coming at him with everything. While Jingming attacks with his Gale Lightning Spear technique, the captain activates his hidden Tiger Stone body technique and shouts at the MC that his attack will be useless, because he knows no strike below the fourth rank can pierce his stone armor. However, as soon as the spear touches the captain's body, his stone armor is easily shattered, and he is thrown violently backward. Jingming laughs and says that his body is 3 or 4 times stronger than before, and thinks that not even if the captain were made of pure iron would he withstand it. Until, while the MC is distracted, a powerful fire attack approaches his back. But Jingming fires his lightning at the flames behind him, completely dissipating the attack, then emphasizes that his control over his ability is also at its peak. The man who launched the attack is left speechless, wanting to know how his flaming demon claw was easily contained, because he knows it is a rank B technique and that he had already mastered it well. Jingming looks at the captain crawling on the ground, badly injured, and comments that this was expected from someone at the peak of the third rank because he still needs to deliver the finishing blow. The captain turns around scared and screams, begging the MC not to eliminate him because he will give him the Earth Spiritual Spring and many millions in money from his private fortune. Jingming replies that it is too late to beg. With that said, he eliminates the captain, and Jiang Chuyi becomes impressed, wondering if what she is seeing is a dream, because she knows that hiring the squad alone costs 6 million, and that people said the captain was invincible within the third rank, and even so, he ended up being eliminated. She then observes the MC and thinks that he is unbelievable, because she has never heard of any student from Magic City University with a battle record like what she just witnessed. So she wonders if he possesses some rank A or even rank S ability. At that moment, Jingming says that the blood fury, which had lessened with his rank advancement, is returning, and that now it is their turn to feel it. The squad members prepare themselves and call the MC a demon. Jingming becomes intrigued about being called a demon and comments that compared to a bunch of worms like them, who kill and rob, he wants to know if they do not think he is far too human. Therefore, the squad members take the blood fury pill and say it will be all or nothing. However, after some time, Jingming and Jiang Chuyi manage to defeat all the squad members, until Jingming gasps for air, loses balance, and thinks that the extreme thunder state works, but consumes far too much energy. He knows he used it for a little over 10 minutes, and is more exhausted than after fighting beasts for 2 or 3 hours. Jiang Chuyi holds the MC's arm so he does not fall, and, very worried, wants to know if he is okay. Jingming replies that yes, but he is just a little tired, then suggests it is best to quickly take the Earth Spiritual Spring and the rare flowers and herbs and get out to rest. Jiang Chuyi comments that fortunately the blood did not contaminate the spring. Therefore, they begin collecting some bottles of the spring water. Jing Ming says that he has half a bottle more than he expected, and that this bottle and a half will be hers because he knows she worked hard in the fight. Jiang Chuyi smiles and thanks him, but as she tries to stand up, due to her physical exhaustion, she feels discomfort in her leg and loses her balance, thinking that the side effects of the blood fury pill are kicking in. Then she ends up falling right into the MC's lap, who immediately freezes in place. Very embarrassed, Jiang Chuyi thinks her body is too weak and that she cannot stand, and that she cannot even get clothes from her spatial ring. She then wonders if the MC will think badly of her seeing her like that. However, Jing Ming picks her up in his arms and comments that the side effects of the blood fury pill are very strong, and that for that reason, he will take her to rest somewhere nearby. Even more embarrassed, Jiang Chuyi wonders why her heart is beating so fast, and if it might be because it is the first time she has been this close to a man. Jing Ming carries her to a certain spot, sets her down, and asks her to stay there and rest a little, as he will look for the rest of the rare flowers and herbs. He then hands her a shirt, and as soon as he leaves, Jiang Chuyi starts thinking that Jing Ming is indeed a very considerate person in the end. Therefore, the MC goes to the fallen bodies of the squad members and takes their rings. He then thinks about money, rare flowers, beast materials, and rank C techniques, and concludes that the elite third rank squad had nothing of real value. But he hopes to trade the two 1 cubic meter rings for a 2 cubic meter one, because he knows carrying that giant spear all the time is a pain in the neck. Jiang Chuyi calls the MC and says that the Earth spiritual spring can ease his weakened state caused by the blood fury pill, so she wants to know if he can give her a little, because she thinks it will help. Therefore, Jingming pours a bit of the spring's liquid into her mouth, and Jiang Chuyi exhales in relief and, very excited, comments that she is already feeling much better, but that she thinks to fully recover it will still take about 3 or 4 hours. Jingming emphasizes that he had never heard that it was possible to neutralize the effects of the blood fury pill like this, so he thinks this S-rank Earth spiritual spring is impressive in the end. However, he points out that in 3 or 4 hours it will already be night, and he thinks it is better for them to spend the night there, since it is a relatively safe place. Jiang Chuyi becomes surprised and embarrassed, thinking that it will be just the two of them alone, a girl and a boy, spending the night in a dark cave. Jing Ming wants to know what she thinks. A little shy to say it, Jiang Chuyi answers that it is fine and that she will do as the senior says. Therefore, the next day, as soon as dawn breaks, Jiang Chuyi gets up, stretches, and comments that the air in the mountain forest is so good that if it were not for the beasts around, she would love to live there for a month. But when she turns and sees the MC, she wonders what she was thinking the previous night, because she thinks there is no way the senior is the type of person she was imagining. But she questions why she feels disappointed, until she becomes startled when she hears the MC calling her and saying he will accompany her to the edge of the forest. Then both run out, but the MC quickly asks her to wait a moment. A 5th rank flaming tiger appears right in front of them, but only passes by. Jing Ming wants to know if the tiger noticed them there. Jiang Chuyi wants to know why the creature seems to be running from something, until she becomes frightened when she hears a strange noise and turns to look. A swarm of rats is running at full speed. Jiang Chuyi says they are iron-devouring rats, and that they are only 1st rank. But when they form a swarm, she knows that even a 6th rank specialist can be eliminated if surrounded. Jing Ming grabs his spear and comments that now he understands why the 5th rank tiger was running. With that said, he takes her hand and shouts that he thinks they should run too. Then, he runs at full speed while the rats chase after them. Jiang Chuyi explains that iron-devouring rats have absurd stamina and can run for 5 or 6 hours straight, so she wants to know if they will be able to escape. Jingming replies that they will only be safe when they reach the supply base, but that it is at least 90 kilometers from where they are, so he suggests that they need to find a way to go faster. Then the MC says that the spear is too heavy and he will have to drop it. Jiang Chuyi says that her spatial ring has space and she can store his spear. Therefore, Jingming hands over the spear and Jiang Chuyi stores it in her ring. With that, the MC grabs her arm and comments that now he is lighter, but that running hand in hand like that is slow, and so he thinks it will be better to carry her. He then puts Jiang Chuyi on his back and starts running. After running a long distance, they reach the city ruins, but realize they are also filled with iron-devouring rats. Jing Ming comments that there will be no other choice, so he activates his extreme thunder state again, and then he asks Jiang Chuyi to hold on tight because he will accelerate. Then he charges through the rats with everything he has, and, due to his power, eliminates several creatures at the same time as he runs. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the head of the supply base is with another man and several soldiers and tanks. This man calls the supervisor and reports that, according to the data, the rat wave is enormous, and that there are already more than 300,000 iron-devouring rats. Wang Chuang comments that this will cause a huge ecological imbalance in the Yuanshui wild zone, and he fears that from the looks of it, they will need to enter a critical period for the next few months. While observing the map of the area, the supervisor's assistant comments that he feels sorry for the superpower users who went deeper into the forest, because he thinks most of them must have already been devoured. Wang Chuang becomes worried and thinks that he hopes the MC did not go too far, because if he did, he fears that only his master, Yang Zhentian, could personally intervene to save him. Otherwise, he thinks there will be no salvation, until one of the guards, upon seeing a sphere of thunder, shouts that something terrifying is approaching. The base chief shouts for the guards not to panic and to immediately assess the threat level of the creature approaching, and that the first unit is authorized to open fire and intercept on his signal. As the thunder sphere approaches the base, the guards begin to open fire, until someone jumps out from inside the sphere. It is the MC along with Miss Jiang, who screams in terror. Jingming passes through the soldiers and tanks and crashes heavily in the middle of them. Immediately, the soldiers become confused upon realizing it is a person, because they thought it was a thunder elemental beast, until one of them notices that the MC is carrying a very familiar woman. Jingming returns to normal and says that they arrived at the supply base, so he thinks they will be safe. A little embarrassed, Jiang Chuyi agrees with him and emphasizes that it was quite a journey, and she managed to survive thanks to him. Wang Chuang runs over shouting, wanting to know if the person there is Xu Jingming and how he survived the rat wave. The MC says he ran for more than 45 minutes from the mountain to there, and that because of that, he is very tired and needs a room to rest. The base chief is impressed as he thinks about the distance Jingming mentioned, because he knows that is more than 90 kilometers, and that not even a fourth-rank user could run all that, yet Xu Jingming managed it. He then says he will arrange a room immediately and someone to assist him, but Jiang Chuyi says it is not necessary because she will take care of him. As the two leave, the soldiers become very surprised to learn that the girl with Jing Ming is the goddess Jiang Chuyi, so they wonder what kind of relationship they have. After that, Jing Ming wakes up, and Jiang Chuyi says he finally woke up, then tells him he slept 2 full days and 2 nights, and that she almost gave him water from the earth's spiritual spring. Jing Ming gets up and asks if he really slept that long, but quickly changes the subject and asks about the current situation in the wild zone. Jiang Chuyi says the rat wave still has not retreated, and that because of that, the forest remains blocked, but she emphasizes that even when the wave retreats, she thinks it will take some time before beasts appear there again. Jingming says there are only a few days left until classes begin, and that he thinks it is time to return. Jiang Chuyi says she was also thinking about returning, until she remembers something and gives him a very sensual and autographed picture of herself, as the MC had requested. Jingming becomes completely embarrassed and says he wanted the autographed photo to give to a friend, but wants to know if the picture she gave is not a bit inappropriate and if by chance she has a more normal one. Jiang Chuyi becomes embarrassed and thinks she will die of shame because she thought Jingming was interested in her. But right after she gives him another photo and asks him to return the one she gave earlier, the MC says he wanted to keep the one she gave, but wants to know if she is okay with that. Jiang Chuyi smiles and says he can keep the photo. Then Jing Ming grabs his phone and, trying to change the subject, says he has many messages piled up from the 2 days he was asleep and that he needs to take care of some things, and that he also still needs to book the train tickets to return to the university. Jiang Chuyi says he will not need the train because she arrived there driving. and that when it is time to return, he can go with her if he wants. With that said, a few hours pass and they leave. Jingming says that internet celebrities are on another level because they even have limited edition sports cars that cost tens of millions, and that it is the first time he has experienced this kind of autonomous driving. Jiang Chuyi laughs and explains that even though it is only a level 5 AI, making a car drive by itself is very simple. It does not take long before they arrive at Magic City University. Both get out of the car, and while the MC walks with Jiang Chuyi, people start noticing and commenting that he has a strong body and a dangerous, dominant aura. Jingming looks up and thinks that he is finally back, because he knows the change in his strength over the last month and a half he was away was absurd. Jiang Chuyi wants to know which district his dormitory is in. Jingming says it is in District 3. She says that hers is in District 2 and that apparently they will be parting ways there, then emphasizes that if the MC ever needs her help, he just has to call. Jingming says he will definitely do that. With that said, Jiang Chuyi walks up to him and gives him a kiss on the cheek, leaving him embarrassed. She then turns and asks him to consider what she did as a small form of gratitude for saving her life. Therefore, Jiang Chuyi says goodbye to the MC and says she eagerly looks forward to seeing him again. Jingming, still in shock, wonders if he actually just got kissed. After returning to her dorm, Jiang Chuyi thinks that someone as strong as the MC should not be a complete nobody, and that because of that she will search for information about him, until she sees something about a freshman breaking records, the strongest in the first rank, then wonders why everything is about freshmen, until she finds the detailed records of the MC and discovers that he is a freshman in the advanced stage of the second rank after all, then thinks that she had been calling him senior the whole time, and that the next time they meet, she will show him who is in charge. Meanwhile, Jingming is in his room thinking about the burning flame flower, dark wolf hide, and all the mission items gathered there, along with the spatial rings and more than 25 million on his card. He then looks at his status on his system and thinks that it really was a shame he ran into the rats. Otherwise, he would have gained even more skill points. But even so, he still has more than 3,700 points, and he thinks it should be enough to learn 2 S-rank combat techniques. At that moment, Liu Wentao appears shouting and calling the MC, saying he heard there was a rat wave where he was recently and that he was worried about him. Jingming says that yes, there was, but explains that the army is already taking care of it. Liu Wentao senses his friend's aura and immediately wants to know if he advanced to the second rank. Jingming says he is in the advanced stage of the second rank to be exact, but emphasizes that he went through some life or death situations, but got lucky, and not only survived, but also gained an advancement. Liu Wentao, Ichiu, says he knew his friend was not someone ordinary, because he knows life or death situations increase strength at an absurd rate, and that it even makes him want to try it. Jingming asks his friend not to think like that, because his case was special, then stresses that the wild zone is extremely dangerous, and that if he ever goes there, he should only think about doing it after reaching the second rank. Liu Wentao says he was only speaking figuratively, because for now, he is not even thinking about going there. Then he says that Song Chu-yin looked for him several times during the period his friend was gone, so he thinks that when the MC can, he should get in touch with her. Jingming says he will talk to her after finishing some things, and that he brought a present from the wild zone for him. As soon as he takes out the autographed photo of Jiang Chuyi, Liu Wentao instantly falls in love with her. Later, the MC goes to the university library and thinks about his 871 academic credits from 4 missions, and that doing missions is a very fast way to earn credits. He then calls Eva and asks her to filter all S-rank combat techniques of the Thunder type. She quickly presents the Thunder Tribulation Seal, which condenses the Thunder Elemental ability into a seal to attack, causing massive electrical damage, but which can only be learned by ability users of second rank or higher, with a Thunder type ability of rank C or above. It also shows the Thunder Fist, which maximizes the user's Thunder type ability by concentrating it into the fist to attack, and finally, the Thunder Prison Domain technique, which creates a thunder barrier around the enemy while firing continuous lightning inside the barrier, but which can only be learned by users of the third rank or higher with a Thunder type ability of rank B or above. After seeing all the abilities Eva displayed, Jingming thinks that even in a top institution like Magic City University, there are only a little more than 20 Thunder-type combat techniques at rank S. But he keeps in mind that S-rank techniques are crucial for increasing his strength in the future, so he knows he needs to choose carefully. Then Eva shows a few more, and Jingming decides it will be two, one for long-range magical attacks and the other for defense, being a good balance between offense and defense. He also thinks that for close combat techniques, others might only be able to focus on one path, but since he has a cheat system, he does not need to worry about that, because he will get everything, until, when reading the technique manual, he becomes surprised and thinks that the Heavenly Thunder art he is seeing is a prerequisite for the only SS rank technique in the Thunder department of Magic University, which is called the Heavenly Guide of the Thousand Thunder Prisons. Then he concludes that it is truly profound, being far more than the indestructible Thunder Body, which is also an S-rank technique. He also realizes that the technique he is reading is so complex that it seems even more painful than spending nights studying foreign literature in his PhD in his previous life. Therefore, 6 hours pass, and the MC is quite discouraged, thinking that he finally managed to understand the basics, and that now he will leave the rest to his system. He then clenches his fist tightly and calls the system. Next, he raises his fist and shouts for it to apply the skill points. His body immediately is surrounded by electrical energy, and very surprised, he wonders if evolving an S-rank technique to the initial stage really cost 1,600 skill points. Points he nearly died collecting in the wild zone, until Eva approaches Jingming and informs him that it is already almost 1 in the morning, so she suggests he return to the dormitory and manage his time better, and that he should please avoid using abilities inside the library. Jingming thinks it is already so late, and that learning the Underworld Thunder armor will take even longer, so he thinks it is better to come back another day. Meanwhile, elsewhere, some people are training their running, and one of these people is Song Chu-yun, who thinks that she trained late every night for the last month and is even surprised by her own progress. So she thinks that when Jingming returns, she will challenge him and show who is the true #1 among the freshmen, until she looks up after seeing a bird flying and realizes it is a black feathered falcon. Song Chu-yun knows it is a wild beast that relies on speed and camouflage feathers to hunt in the city. Judging by its speed, she thinks it must be 3rd rank. However, she becomes puzzled when hearing thunder sounds despite there being no clouds in the sky. And then she sees a powerful ball of electrical energy hit the falcon directly, which is instantly destroyed. Song Chiu-yun becomes impressed, wondering if it was a high-level superpower user taking action, and that, by the looks of it, whoever did it is right there on campus, so she wonders if it could be some senior or a professor. However, she has no idea that this was done by a freshman who, to be precise, is Xu Jingming and far away from the campus. Next, the system notifies that the MC defeated a 3rd-rank black-feathered falcon and gained another 34 skill points. Jingming becomes excited, thinking that the Heavenly Thunder art is even stronger than he imagined, because it simply pulverized the beast, and that the best part of all was the range, which reached almost 1,000 meters. Meanwhile, someone is watching the MC, thinking that the guy he is seeing can only be the famous freshman. The next day, Liu Wentao sees his friend and asks if he is going out that early. Jingming says that the Great Freshman Tournament begins in a few days, and that because of that, he is going to the Combat Technique Library again. Liu Wentao thinks that his friend just came back from the Wild Zone and is already training again, so he thinks he is not human, but in contrast, he thinks that after eating breakfast, he will also train. As soon as he steps out of the dormitory, the MC hears someone calling him. It is Song Chu-yun, accompanied by her friend Chi Dongxia. Jingming sees the outfit Song Chu-yun is wearing and says that apparently she is also training. Song Chu-yun walks up to the MC and wants to know if he remembers that he promised to fight her before. Jingming wants to know if she is sure she wants to have this fight. She answers yes, and emphasizes that she was the top scorer of the Chuan province and that he should not underestimate her. He smiles and says he understands and that they will arrange a time to fight later. But Song Chu-yun grabs his arm and says they can do it right now because they can go straight to the training room on the 2nd floor of his dormitory. While being pulled along, Jingming thinks that she is very direct and decisive, typical of someone from the Chuan province, but wonders if fighting him is really that exciting for her. Meanwhile, Song Chu-yun is excited, thinking that she can't wait to see the MC's face when he finds out she has advanced to the second rank. As soon as they arrive at the training room, both prepare, and Song Chu-yun emphasizes that she hopes the MC does not lose badly. Jing Ming says he thinks she will not win without using a weapon. She says she does have a weapon. Then she summons it from her spatial ring, spins it in the air, and slams it down on the ground. Jing Ming becomes impressed upon seeing that she has a halberd, because he knows it is very unusual for a girl to use such a weapon. Song Chu-yun positions herself and asks to begin quickly, because she will completely defeat him. Chi Dongxia becomes excited and thinks that Song Chu-yun will definitely win. Jing Ming, while releasing his power, notices that his opponent advanced to the initial stage of the second rank, and that now it makes sense why she is so confident. But he keeps in mind that he also has not been idle all this time. Chi Dongxia becomes impressed upon seeing that the MC is in the advanced stage of the second rank, and immediately wants to know how that is possible. Liu Wentao laughs and says he had already said that Song Chu-yun would have no chance against his friend. Meanwhile, Song Chu-yun becomes worried upon discovering her opponent's advancement because she wanted to impress him with her level. But in the end, she was the one who ended up surpassed because she knows they are each the best from their respective provinces, so she wonders how he advanced so quickly. Jing Ming wants to know if Song Chu-yun still wants to continue. She replies yes, but asks him to go a little easy. The MC thinks that this was to be expected from the best of Chuan province because she knows when to retreat and when to advance. So he asks her to relax and go all out because he will not attack first. Song Chu-yun activates her ability and says she hopes the MC will not regret his decision. Jing Ming becomes surprised when he sees her A-rank light superpower, Morning Sunlight, because he knows that like thunder, it is a natural type ability. Song Chu-yun does not stay still, jumps up, and uses her technique, Burning Light. Jing Ming sees that it is a technique that enhances the power of the weapon and that it is the first time he has witnessed something like that. Song Chu-yun also uses her other ability, Heavy Slash of the Light Flame, but the MC manages to block her attack. While blocking, Jing Ming gives a slight smile and strikes his spear against her halberd. This forces her to retreat. Jing Ming comments that using a light ability to create flames is quite impressive, but makes it clear that it still lacks power. Liu Wentao becomes impressed, thinking that he does not know how many people Song Chu-yun defeated in the Chuan province with the technique she just showed, but that his friend blocked it very easily. Song Chu-yun grips her weapon tightly and says she will try again. She then uses her Radiant Gale Slash. While blocking all her attacks, Jingming says that the halberd is too slow and the strike is also weak, and that she needs more practice. Song Chu-yun becomes very tired and nervous at the same time. Then she shouts that it is enough because she is exhausted and that the Radiant Gale Slash is an A-rank technique that, combined with Morning Sunlight, can attack hundreds of times in a few seconds. And the MC broke through all of that without even using a combat technique. She then wants to know his level of mastery with the spear. Jingming says that his current spear mastery is at the master level. Song Chu-yun becomes very surprised upon hearing that and immediately wants to know how old the MC is, because she has trained with a halberd since she was 8 years old, and after 10 years only reached the advanced level. However, she turns away and says she gives up trying to beat him, because she thinks there is no way to defeat someone with an S-rank ability, absurd talent in cultivation, and comprehension. Jingming wants to know if she will not try using other techniques. She answers that his rank is higher, his spiritual power is higher, and on top of that, he has an S-rank ability, so none of her techniques would penetrate his defense. Next, she thanks him for fighting and asks if he will accept lunch as payment for having won the match. Jingming replies that that is fine. Song Chu-yun smiles and says she will meet the MC at noon. Her friend walks away, saying it is a shame because it seems student Jingming really is the strongest. Liu Wentao says the MC is incredible and that even among the best he remains the strongest. Jingming laughs and says it was very easy because Song Chu-yun's strength is not that great, but that her progress is very fast. Liu Wentao finds it funny to hear his friend say that and comments that only he would say something like that, and he wants to know if the MC does not realize it, because Song Chu-yun is the great-granddaughter of Song Dao-yuan, the 8th-ranked Grandmaster of the Light Element who appears in the history books. Jing-ming becomes very surprised, wanting to know if it really is that specialist from 80 years ago, because he remembers the book dedicated an entire chapter to him. Liu Wentao explains that in the Chuan province, Grandmaster Song Daoyuan is a legend, and since Song Chu-yun is his favorite, of course she would evolve quickly. Jing Ming says that now everything makes sense, and that he thinks that is why she compared everything during the spar and had that ring capable of storing a 2-meter halberd. Next, he says he has to go, since it is time to learn more combat techniques. Therefore, Jing Ming goes straight to the university library, and while channeling his power into his ability, he thinks that condensing the underworld thunder armor consumes 1/5 of his energy and lasts half an hour, and that apparently it reduces up to 90% of impact and even counterattacks automatically, being a kind of reverse thorn. 4 hours later, Jing Ming decides to see how much will remain after investing in the underworld thunder armor. He then discovers that a little more than 700 points are left, and that because of that, he thinks he needs to go to the wild zones of Yagcheng or Tongxiang to recover afterward. Jing Ming becomes excited, thinking that from that moment on, he will fully prepare for the Great Freshman Tournament. Therefore, time passes, and the day of the Great Freshman Tournament arrives. Jing Ming sees Song Chu-yun and her friend and says that apparently the weapons of both of them are very different from what the other girls use. Chi Dongxia emphasizes that the stranger the style, the faster the victory, and that her goal is to place among the top 50. Meanwhile, Song Chu-yun says that her goal is a bit higher because she wants second place. The MC finds that strange and asks why. She answers that she already knows she cannot beat him, so she does not want to suffer again. Liu Wentao says that the best of Qinghai province, Li Chengji, also reached the second rank, and that he heard people saying he is very arrogant. Song Chu-yun says she cannot wait to see how strong he is. Chi Dongxia points her finger and asks everyone to look because she thinks they have arrived at the competition venue. Inside field number 3 of the Great Freshman Tournament, a friend of Jiang Chuyi comments that she did not expect to see her interested in the tournament and because she thought she did not enjoy watching these types of fights. Jiang Chuyi answers that it is because there is someone special she wants to observe. Her friend becomes curious and asks whether it is a man or a woman. Jiang Chuyi replies that it is a man and that she just saw him. As soon as Jing Ming enters the stadium with his friend and the girls, he becomes impressed and says that the arena is very large. Liu Wentao says he heard from his professor that the tournament will have a battle royale with 100 participants, and that because of that, he thinks it makes sense for the arena to be so big. Jing Ming looks around at the many people in the stands and quickly becomes excited thinking about the 100 participants, and that the tournament really promises a lot. Next, Liu Wentao becomes shocked when he looks up and asks why so many big shots from the clubs are in the stands. Because even the presidents of the 2 biggest clubs in the school, the Ash Club and the Meteorite Club, are there in person. Jing Ming becomes confused and asks if Magic City University has that kind of thing. Liu Wentao replies that of course it does, but emphasizes that the clubs at Magic City University are very different from electronics or chess clubs at humanities colleges, because the MC can think of them as combat teams formed by superpower users. He also explains that they usually organize expeditions to wild areas to hunt fierce beasts and also distribute training resources regularly every month, and that after graduation, a person can even be transferred to their main guild and become an official member. Liu Wentao makes it clear that Mr. Liu Ming is the vice president of the Ash Club, so he thinks it is a great day for the MC to shine, but he wants to know why he cannot see him. Jing Ming thinks about that and reflects that since he returned to school, neither Liu Ming nor his master has shown any sign of life, but he heard that they went to the southwest, and he does not know if they are okay. Meanwhile, a guy is calling his president and saying he heard that the situation in the southwest is tense, and that he is very grateful that he took time out of his schedule to return to the school, but emphasizes that recruiting newcomers is something they can handle, and that he did not need to personally supervise it. This is Wei He, president of the Ash Club, who makes it very clear that he is not there for anyone else, and that his only purpose in returning is to recruit Liu Ming's junior, Xu Jingming, no matter the cost. But when he turns around, he becomes intrigued, wondering why Wu Yuan of the Meteorite Club is also there, and whether his target could also be Jingming. This is Wu Yuan, president of the Meteorite Club, who upon seeing Wei He looking at him, makes a hand gesture. Next, a magic appears in front of everyone, and Liu Wentao says that apparently the directors are arriving and that the tournament is about to begin. A sort of room appears above the magic, and people begin wondering if it could be a spatial ability. Then, someone begins to step out, and a woman appears. Liu Wentao says that the woman is the vice director responsible for the combat ability library. Jingming, wide-eyed, says she is very young to be a vice director. Song Chiu-yun explains that superpower users have strong bodies, so they age more slowly, but she thinks the vice director is not even 40 yet. Therefore, the vice director says it is a pleasure and introduces herself, saying her name is Ling Shuang and that she is one of the 3 vice directors of the university, normally responsible for guarding the combat ability library. She then emphasizes that since the director is not at the university and the other 2 vice directors are busy with important matters, she will be the one conducting the opening ceremony for the freshmen this year. With that said, she says that first of all, she welcomes everyone to the Magic City Superpower University, and that this year's freshman class has 1,024 students, including the top 6 scorers from the provincial exams. She then says that there are 56 with A-rank abilities, 832 with rank B, 135 with rank C and D, and beyond that, the class has a rare S-rank superpower user. Liu Wentao immediately looks at his friend, as does Song Chiu-yun. Ling Shuang explains that to help them grow, the university distributes resources each academic year based on their level, and that there are 5 levels in total, from D up to S. Then the Great Freshman Competition will determine their training during the first year. The vice director explains the ranking system, credit system, combat power ranking, mission system, and that competition at Magic City University is extremely intense, until someone in the audience comments that they think it would be better to cancel these systems because it would be fairer. Ling Shuang hears this and shouts, demanding to know when she ever said Magic City University was fair. She then becomes serious and, releasing her overwhelming pressure, makes it clear that the university's goal is to train elite specialists and that the birth of a specialist requires fierce competition, and that everyone needs to fight for it. While everyone is frozen in fear from the vice director's crushing pressure, Jingming becomes excited, thinking that this kind of competitive culture is exactly what he wanted, and that it seems he made the right choice by coming to Magic City University. Ling Shuang concludes that in summary, at Magic City University, they had better not even think about hiding their strength, because the stronger they are, the more resources they will receive, and that she will now focus on explaining the Great Freshman Competition. Therefore, she explains that the competition will be divided into 2 phases. The first is a battle royale with 100 people, and Eva will record the number of enemies defeated by each participant. The top 5 of each round will advance to the second phase, and there will be 10 rounds in total. Eva shows the rewards, where first place will receive a spatial ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, a set of A-rank training resources, and 1,000 academic credits. Second place will receive an A-rank combat armor, a set of B-rank resources, and 900 credits. And third place, a B-rank armor, a set of B-rank resources, and 800 credits. Lu Wentao becomes impressed and asks how much a 10 cubic meter spatial ring would be worth. Qi Dongxia answers that it probably cannot even be bought with money. Then, while Eva shows the privileges of the ranked students, Ling Shuang says that the competition will determine each person's level and that the S-rank privileges will be evaluated separately by the university itself. With that said, she says she has said all she needed to say and informs Director Sun that the rest is up to her, who quickly steps forward and announces that she officially declares the Great Freshman Competition open. She emphasizes that students with exceptional performance can be accepted as personal disciples of professors, so she suggests everyone do their best. This is the director of the Elemental Academy, Sun Qing Shui. The participants begin talking among themselves about doing their best and hoping some professor will notice them. As the participants head to the arena, the organizers announce that the first phase has 10 rounds and that they will draw the students for the first round, so the students selected by Eva must go on stage. Liu Wentao becomes surprised to see that the so-called Li Chengzi will also participate in the first round, who in turn looks at the MC and makes a hand gesture implying that he is done for. Chi Dongxia tells the MC that Li Chengji is trying to provoke him. Liu Wentao laughs and thinks that of all the people Li Chengji could have provoked, he picked one of the ones he least should have, and that the second person he should not have provoked also turned against him. So he hopes Li Chengzi does not get beaten too badly afterwards. After all the selected participants climb onto the arena, Sun Qing says that they do not need to worry about being killed, because if there is any risk to their lives, Ava will automatically generate a protective shield, then asks everyone to begin. The participants waste no time, and a frantic battle begins. Some people in the stands become surprised, and one of them wants to know who the guy with the saber is. The chubby one says he thinks it is Li Chengji, the first place of Qinghai province. He, in turn, continues at high speed defeating the participants and calling them weaklings, until Eva announces that the first round has ended and that first place belongs to Li Chengji, who defeated 36 people. While stepping down from the arena, he calls out to the MC and says that since he is an S-rank superpower user, he wants to know if his results in the first phase will surpass his own. Lu Wentao says that Li Chengji is a lost cause and that he has seen people wanting to die, but never someone trying so hard to do it. Meanwhile, one of the members of the Meteorite Club calls the president and says that Li Chengji has advanced to the second rank, so he wants to know if they should make him the main target for recruitment. Wu Yuan replies that it will not be necessary because the main target is still Xu Jingming. The club member wants to know if the president has some kind of privileged information. He says that it is not exactly privileged information because he saw it with his own eyes one certain day. At that moment, Eva announces that they will start drawing the participants for the second round. After being called, Jingming says that he was lucky to be selected for the second round. Liu Wentao and Song Chu-yun shout that they will be cheering for him. As soon as he steps onto the arena, the other participants become surprised to find out that they will have to face Jingming, and that by the looks of it, the only thing they can do is fight for the other 4 spots. Jingming looks around and wonders if the participants think they are safe just because they are far away. One of the directors wants to know if the boy he is seeing is the new disciple that director Yang Gentian accepted some time ago, because he thinks his aura seems very sharp, and he really wants to see how he will perform. Sun Qingshui replies yes, and says that he awakened the S-rank lightning ability, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. The other director becomes extremely surprised, chokes on his drink, and wants to know what is happening, because Jingming is already in the second rank, even though he was only an awakened when he entered. The other director says that it has been a little over a month, so he thinks this pace of evolution is quite frightening. Sun Qingshui says that the old Yang Gentian did not mention such news, and that apparently he knows how to keep secrets. She then shouts for the second round to begin. The MC, while spinning his spear and releasing his power, thinks that this was already expected, because compared to fighting beasts, he still prefers fighting humans. The participants are shocked when they see the MC's terrifying aura, and as they watch him release his power, they comment that the aura they are feeling is from the advanced stage of the second rank. Then, they want to know whether Jingming is truly an advanced second rank superpower user. The MC continues releasing his power, terrifying all the participants in the area. From the top of the stands, Wu Yuan's partner asks whether he knew this all along, and he replies that basically, yes. Jiang Chuyi is excited to see the MC, but still thinks she should call him Junior, since she was deceived all this time, and will later demand an explanation from him. Li Chengji is also shocked to see that Jingming is at the advanced stage of the second rank, since he wanted to crush him and use his fame as an S-rank superpower user to gain prominence at the university. But knowing this now, he thinks it is already over. Then he concludes that, with the MC there, he fears that if it were any other round, he would certainly win. But he knows that unfortunately for Jingming, a certain guy also ended up in the second round. The participants are still in shock at the MC's power, and soon begin to question what they can do, until one of the participants shouts to get everyone's attention and suggests that they all unite and advance against the MC. Immediately, the other participants think the idea is great. The MC notices something strange in the voice he just heard, as it almost seems to have a hypnotic tone, so he wonders whether the guy is a psychic-type superpower user. At that moment, the guy who suggested everyone join together introduces himself, saying that his name is Shi Liao, an A-rank psychic superpower user, then says that if everyone listens to him, everyone will win, since the chance to defeat an S-rank user does not appear every day. Thus, through his psychic power, the participants become euphoric, willing to go all out against the MC, and soon want to know what they need to do. One of the directors comments that this Shi Liao does have presence, since he managed to unite the freshmen in an instant. The other director comments that at the moment, the MC will have problems, since he thinks the MC might end up being defeated by surprise. Sun Qingshui comments that, if she is not mistaken, Shi Liao is a disciple of Rector Long, who in turn laughs and emphasizes that this only happened because Jingming is too strong and ended up becoming a common enemy, but also thinks that his disciple was just lucky this time. The director of the Elemental Academy points out that luck is also a form of strength, but that at the moment she thinks Jingming is really screwed, since if an S-rank superpower user does not even pass the first phase of the Great Freshman Tournament, he will become a joke. The MC carefully watches the participants gather together, and Shi Liao, using his psychic powers, comments that if Jingming had eliminated him before the second phase, he thinks he might have been able to turn the tables. But now, he knows that everyone is watching him, so he wants to know how he will reverse this scenario of 102 against 1. The MC, while laughing, prepares a spear and asks who said he is at a disadvantage. Shi Liao, worried about his opponent's movement, shouts, warning the awakened close combat fighters to attack from the front. The long range awakened to fire immediately, and the support awakened to use buffs. Thus, many rush toward the MC, shouting that the chance to defeat an S-rank has arrived. Shi Liao shouts from afar, telling Jingming to forget about attacking him and deal with the others around him first. The MC comments that there are a lot of people, but that this still makes no difference at all. That said, he hurls his powerful spear in Shi Liao's direction. The MC's ability completely obliterates the stone barrier, and a huge explosion occurs at the location, throwing everyone who was nearby far away. However, the MC's ability continues to intensify more and more. The participants who were hit by the explosion are frightened, thinking that the power will explode again. Jingming's electrical ability begins to grow stronger, and another explosion, even stronger than the previous one, occurs. The freshmen who are outside are shocked, since even a mushroom cloud appeared in the arena due to the strong explosion. At that moment, Eva appears in the arena and, while some participants are enveloped by a protective barrier, she informs that an uncontrollable energy impact was detected and that some lives were at risk, so the energy defense network was automatically activated. But she regrets to inform that the participants protected by the defense network were eliminated by the MC. Shi Liao, slightly injured, thinks that if he had not provoked the MC, he certainly would have advanced, since he ended up not defeating anyone and will no longer have a chance in the second phase of the tournament. However, he tells everyone not to worry about him, since the rest should continue attacking. And because of his hypnotic power, the participants soon get back up and charge at the MC again, who simply waits for the right moment to counterattack, then channels his power to the maximum. Meanwhile, Shi Liao is cheering, thinking that trading 1-for-1 to defeat Jingming is already worth it, until he is completely surprised by the power he is feeling, since Jingming is sending all the participants who were attacking him flying into the air with his ability all at once. Then, the MC takes a deep breath, since it is being far too easy. Shi Liao, impressed, wants to know whether the MC is not using any combat techniques and whether he perhaps only used pure ability manipulation to block all the elemental attacks. Thus, he collapses to the ground and thinks that he gathered so many people, but in the end, they are still just mere ants. The participants outside begin commenting among themselves that what they are seeing is absurd. One of them comments that he also learned the Thunder Spear, but his does not even compare to Jingming's. Jiang Chuyi stands up and very pleased shouts saying that she knew Jingming would handle it. Song Chuyun and Liu Wentao celebrate, and she comments that the participants were naive to think they would defeat the MC. At that moment, one of the directors comments that Jing Ming's proficiency with the Thunder Spear is at least at the advanced level, and that his Thunder network has no openings at all. Long Ke comments that the MC even generated a sonic boom when throwing the Thunder Spear, and that the speed exceeded Mach 2. Sun Ching Shui comments that it is a shame old Yang is not there to see this. Otherwise, he would ask Jing Ming about his secrets. Meanwhile, the remaining participants in the arena want to know what they will do to break the MC's defense. Jing Ming laughs and emphasizes that if they are afraid to attack him, he will resolve it himself. Thus, he leaps at high speed and with a simple movement manages to defeat several opponents without much difficulty, which leaves the rest quite frightened, shouting for them to maintain formation. That said, the participants close ranks as a group. Jingming comments that now it has become interesting and, while charging in and defeating them one by one, begins pointing out several of their mistakes. In the blink of an eye, he manages to crush his opponents. Then, he drives his spear with full force into the ground and says that they are all fucking weaklings. The freshmen, while lying on the ground, think that they were defeated easily and that the MC still calls them weak. At that moment, Eva goes to the MC and announces that the second round of the first phase has come to an end, and that the one who qualified is Xu Jingming with 102 eliminations. Eva also announces that the other 4 who qualified are, but she is interrupted. Sun Ching Shui comments that, excluding Jingming, who has already qualified, all the others will participate in the 11th round, and that there will be a repechage to select the rest. A woman in the audience comments that it is the first time she has seen a freshman competition where only one person qualifies in a round. The guy next to her, very excited, agrees and thinks that, to reach Jingming, the clubs will end up killing each other later. The chubby director wants to know whether the freshman competition has already been going on for more than 40 years. The other director replies that yes, and informs that the previous record was also held by an S rank, but with only 87 eliminations, then thinks that the MC's new record will probably last quite a while. Long Kei points out that, if he is not mistaken, Jingming took only 7 minutes to accomplish what he did, then comments that he does not know how Mr. Yang Zhentian trained the MC, but that his spear technique has truly reached the master level. Sun Xingxue is surprised to hear about the level the MC has reached with the spear, then thinks that he really has absurd talent on the path of weapons, since she was considering trying to recruit him for the Elemental Academy, but now it no longer makes sense. Sun Qingxue has in mind that, with Jingming there, they will not need to worry about the inter-school study excursion of the 3 academies this semester. Meanwhile, Qi Dongxia and Song Qiuyun are congratulating the MC. Liu Wentao, very excited, comments that his friend did not see Li Chengji's expression, then says that when the MC eliminated Xi Liao, Li Chengji's face turned purple like a pig's liver. Thus, the MC looks at Li Chengji and concludes that in the end, he is nothing more than a paper tiger who only knows how to bully the weak. However, he keeps in mind that Li Chengji's arrogant manner moments earlier irritated him, since he could not swallow that, but he knows he can let it go, since he will challenge him in the second phase. After thinking about this, Jingming comments that he is rooting for his friends in the next round, and while he bumps fists with Song Qiuyun, she thinks that later she will show Jingming that even if she cannot defeat him, she is still the strongest freshman after him. After some time, the 3rd round ends, and the 4th qualifier in this round is Liu Wentao, with 9 eliminations. In the 6th round, in 3rd place was Qi Dongxia, with 12 eliminations. The 8th round was about to begin, and, very excited, Song Qiuyun was thinking that her turn had finally arrived. The freshmen in the stands become enamored with her and shout that she is the first place from Chuan province, and that they also know she uses a halberd as her weapon. At that moment, the 8th round begins, and Song Qiuyun immediately prepares herself, and without thinking twice, charges toward her opponents. Some freshmen watch her fight and conclude that apparently she is also at the advanced 2nd rank. Then, from the top of the stands, Wu Yuan asks his partner to add Song Qiuyun as the 2nd recruitment priority, and that Li Chengji is temporarily 3rd at the moment. Back in the 8th round, Song Qiuyun activates her ability Dawn Phoenix Dance and goes on to defeat several freshmen. Then she uses the halberd technique light piercing, and with a single thrust, manages to defeat several at the same time, who fall to the ground complaining that they were defeated. Thus, Eva announces that the first place in the 8th round is Song Chu-yun, with 45 eliminations. She quickly stores her halberd in her magic ring and goes to her friends. Song Chu-yun asks the MC what he thought of her performance. Jingming replies that it was truly impressive, and that she combined magical combat and close combat abilities very well, then emphasizes that he is looking forward to her performance in the second phase. After that, 2 hours pass, and Eva announces that the second phase of the freshman competition will be the free challenge, then explains that everyone has 3 chances to challenge anyone and take their higher ranking, and that those below the top 50 cannot challenge the top 50. That said, the arena platforms begin to move. Lee Chung-ji thinks that he needs to leave Jingming alone and wonders whether he should challenge the second place, Song Chu-yun, until he is quite startled to hear someone asking Eva that they want to challenge the third place, Lee Chung-ji. Seeing that it is the MC making the request, Lee Chung-ji becomes furious and immediately comments that the MC is in first place, then wants to know why he is challenging the third place. Jingming replies that the rules never said that challenges must go from the lower rank to the higher rank, and also asks whether Lee Chung-ji really thought he was someone he could provoke at will. The freshmen around want to know what is happening, and whether the first place and the third have some kind of feud. One of the freshmen says that Lee Chung-ji made a throat-slitting gesture at Jingming earlier with the intention of provoking him. It does not take long for Eva to announce that she has designated arena number 74 for the battle, and soon asks the participants to enter. Lee Chung-ji comments that it is fine, and that he will see just how strong Jingming is with his S-rank ability. As soon as both step onto the arena, Eva tells them to begin. Lee Chung-ji does not waste time and immediately activates his bestial mode of the Furious Blood Lion King, an A-rank ability. Then he charges at the MC while shouting that the MC forced him to reach this point. Jingming focuses and replies that he forced him into nothing, since this is the consequence of his own arrogance. With that said, he also advances toward Lee Chung-ji and quickly appears behind him. However, with his transformation, Lee Chung-ji turns around quickly and unleashes the Furious Lion Slash. Jingming blocks the attack with his spear and, due to the powerful impact, sends the huge lion flying backward, who becomes terrified upon realizing that the MC's strength is greater than his own. At that moment, Jingming begins channeling his power and unleashes his divine thunder of the Purple Heaven ability onto the lion, who starts screaming, saying that it hurts too much. Lee Chung-ji tries with all his might to withstand the MC's attack. The people in the stands, seeing this, comment that Lee Chung-ji is a body reinforcement type superpower user of the second rank, so they think that if he cannot endure it, the pain must be immense. But they also know that the most frightening one is Jingming, since he is controlling the thunder's power to torture his opponent, keeping the pain below the limit so that Eva does not yet declare defeat. Until, after some time, Lee Chung-ji can no longer resist and collapses heavily onto the ground. Eva quickly announces that the winner of the fight is Jingming. After dissipating his ability, the MC thinks it is a pity, since he wanted to continue torturing him, but he knows that the time he tortured him should already be enough for Lee Chung-ji to remember it for the rest of his life. And he also hopes that Lee Chung-ji learns his lesson and controls himself more. Otherwise, he thinks that with his personality, he will end up in serious trouble. Then Lee Chung-ji wakes up in terror, thinking that for a moment he thought he was going to die. And when he looks to the side, he breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing that the MC has already left. However, Song Chu-yun calls Eva and comments that she also wants to challenge the third place, which leaves him unable to believe what he is hearing, since he has just fought and was almost killed. And, after some time, Lee Chung-ji, with his bestial form active, is being brutally struck and thrown far away, and as soon as he crashes heavily to the ground, Eva announces that the winner of the fight between the second place and the third is Song Chu-yun. Lee Chung-ji is quickly placed on a stretcher, and, while being taken to the medical wing, Song Chu-yun runs to her friends and asks the MC if he saw how she finished off Lee Chung-ji. He replies that he did, and congratulates her on the great fight. She bumps fists with him and laughs a lot. The freshmen, seeing this, begin to get nervous, wanting to know what is going on between them, because they can see that there is something in the air between the two, until one of them tells everyone to shut up and keep their voices down, because he does not want to end up like Lee Chung-si, getting beaten up by a couple fighting as a duo. After that, 4 hours pass, and Sun Ching-shui announces that time is up and that the great freshman competition is officially over, and that she will now announce the final results. It does not take long, and a big screen shows that Jing Ming finished in first place, Song Chu-yun in second, and Lee Chung-zi in third. And below that, in 26th place, Chi Dong-xia, and in 39th place, Liu Wentao. Then Sun Ching-shui asks everyone to access the school's official website and fill out their academy selection. Song Chu-yun becomes curious and soon wants to know which class Jing Ming ended up in. He shows that he is in the Weapons Academy, freshman class 2, then wants to know which one she got into. Song Chu-yun says that she is in the Elemental Academy, freshman class 3. Chi Dongxia sees the MC and her friend, and laughing, comments that they are getting very close, and that she is already even calling the MC just Jing Ming. Liu Wentao emphasizes that Song Chu-yun calls his friend that today, but in the future, he thinks she will already be calling him love. At that moment, Sun Ching-shui informs that the academy distribution has ended and that the opening ceremony and the great freshman competition are officially concluded. In addition, the students who performed well in the competition will later receive recruitment messages from exclusive mentors, and for that reason, everyone should stay very attentive. One of the directors laughs and emphasizes that this batch of freshmen is much tougher than the previous one. Long Ke agrees and points out that especially Jing Ming, since he thinks that in 1 or 2 more years, he will dominate the entire school. After leaving the stadium, the MC asks whether his friends are hungry and if they want to eat. Song Chu-yun thinks this idea is very good, but makes it clear that the king of the freshmen is the one who should pay the bill. After all, he is about to get rich with the 10 cubic meter spatial ring. Jing Ming replies that it is fine and that everyone can order whatever they want. Liu Wentao gets excited and shouts, saying that his friend is the best. At that moment, Wu Yuan approaches the MC and asks him to wait a moment. Jing Ming immediately wants to know who he is. Wu Yuan introduces himself and says that he is the president of the Meteor Club and that he would like to invite the MC to join his society. Then he emphasizes that since the MC is currently the only S-rank student, the Meteor Club will show its sincerity. With that said, he explains that Jing Ming only needs to join them to take the position of vice president, receive 100 credits per semester, and obtain a B-class resource. The people around are indignant when they hear that the MC is receiving an offer to become vice president, since they know that the Meteor Club is one of the largest in the school and that having just this vice presidency on one's resume would certainly allow a person to enter an elite guild after graduation. However, Wu Yuan hears someone asking whether the Meteor Club is not being a bit stingy by offering only the vice presidency. It is Wei Hei who immediately invites Jing Ming to join the Ashes Club and comments that he can directly be the reserve president, since when he graduates, the MC will be the president and will not miss out on any of the other benefits. The people around go crazy over the offers Jing Ming is receiving. Wei Hei keeps in mind that the Meteor Club is subordinate to the Meteor Guild, and that, according to the guild's rules, their president must be chosen by the guild itself. Jing Ming thinks about the offers he received and comments that he needs time to think, and that he will give them an answer in a few days. However, he keeps in mind that in his past life he joined the student council during college and even served as president, but the result was that council matters took up an enormous amount of his time, and because of that, he thinks it is better to be cautious this time. Wu Yuan asks the MC to accept the card, since it contains his personal number and that he just needs to call him directly once he decides. Wei He does the same. Then Wu Yuan points out that if the MC's friends want to join Meteor, they will be very welcome as well. Wei He comments that the same goes for them. After the two leave, Song Chu-yun comments that it is not easy to get out of there, especially since several other presidents of other clubs are coming up to the MC wanting to recruit him. After some time, Jing Ming comments that they finally managed to get out until he sees someone coming in his direction. It is Jiang Chuyi who calls the MC Junior and comments that it has been some time since she last saw him. Jingming gives an awkward laugh and greets her, calling her Senior. Song Chu-yun becomes curious and immediately wants to know who she is. The MC says that she is Senior's sister, Jiang Chuyi, and that he met her in the wilderness of the water source region some time ago. She says that she is from the Elemental Academy, second year class 3. Liu Wentao immediately falls in love, calling her a goddess, and thinks that as expected of the MC, that cold beauty really does know how to smile. Song Chu-yun introduces herself and says that she is Jingming's classmate. Jiang Chuyi is surprised to see that Song Chu-yun is a beautiful woman, since her face is charming and her body is full of curves, giving an inexplicable urge to snuggle up to her. However, she realizes what she is thinking and reflects that it is a terrible thought, since she knows that Song Chu-yun's charm can captivate both men and women. Then, Song Chu-yun comments that they are going out to eat and asks whether Jiang Chuyi wants to go as well. After everyone arrives at the restaurant, they make a toast to the end of the great freshman competition. Jiang Chuyi, a little embarrassed, links her arm with the MC's arm and wishes him good health. Song Chu-yun does the same and calls the MC to continue drinking with her. Liu Wentao, seeing this, quietly comments to Chi Dongxia that the two girls seem to be interested in his friend, so he thinks they need to evacuate the battlefield of love immediately. With that said, he calls the MC and says that he will leave Song Chu-yun and Jiang Chuyi with him, since he is going with Chi Dongxia to take care of some things. Jingming takes a deep breath and wonders why his friend is running away so quickly, in addition to knowing that alcohol would only bring trouble. Jiang Chuyi comments that she is not able to walk properly and asks whether the MC can help her. Song Chu-yun comments that she also cannot walk and will need help. Jingming asks whether they are really sure about that. Immediately, they answer yes. Thus, Jingming begins accompanying them, and some guys around notice that one of the girls with the MC is the goddess Jiang Chuyi, but that the other girl is also very beautiful. After leaving the girls, the MC takes a deep breath upon arriving at his dormitory, but as soon as he enters, he sees a girl and immediately wants to know who she is. The girl gets up from the sofa, greets the MC, and says that she is his class advisor. Then she introduces herself, saying that her name is Su Yu and that she brought his reward for the great freshman competition. Next, she explains that the safe can be opened with the MC's fingerprint and that she will send him the group number soon, but that he should remember to join the class group, since from that moment on, no matter what happens at the school, he should contact her directly to help him resolve it. Jingming comments that he understood everything. Su Yu says that she has already explained everything and that she will therefore leave, since she has other students to notify. Liu Wentao quickly runs up to the MC, wanting to know whether there was any fight between Song Chu-yun and senior sister Jiang. Jingming asks why there would be any fight between them. Liu Wentao looks disappointed, wanting to know whether there really was no fight and whether everything is really that harmonious, but soon changes the subject and comments that this was already expected of Jingming, since apparently he thinks that Jingming handled both of them. The MC ignores his friend and, excited and curious to know what is inside the safe, wastes no more time and opens it immediately. After taking the spatial ring he won in the freshman competition from the vault, Jingming quickly decides to test it, storing his spear inside it. As soon as he does so, he laughs and comments that 10 cubic meters is really huge and that he finally no longer needs to walk around every day with a weapon on his back. Liu Wentao, seeing that his friend has 3 spatial rings, comments that he has to admit that the MC looks like a highly sought-after bachelor. He then thinks that his reward for finishing in the top 50 was only 400 academic credits and that it cannot even be compared to his friends, so he even feels a little envious. Jingming comments that he thinks he really has too many rings, and that the next day he will go to the equipment department to see if they accept buying one of them back. However, he is also intrigued by the pill he received, so he wants to know what it does, since there is no instruction manual. Liu Wentao comments that identifying a pill is quite easy, so he asks Eva to appear. She quickly begins scanning the pill in the MC's hand. After analyzing it, she informs them that it is a 5th grade mental condensation pill produced by the alchemy department of Magic City University. and that it is effective for superpower users of the 5th rank or below, and after consumption, spiritual power increases significantly, making it an A-rank cultivation resource. Jingming is surprised and asks his friend whether Eva really can analyze pills. Liu Wentao replies that she can, and not only pills, since Eva can also identify beast materials as well as rare flowers and herbs. The MC stands up and comments that artificial intelligence is really convenient, but that it is a pity he cannot take Eva with him out into the world. Liu Wentao says that he thinks similar products probably exist on the market. After some time, Jing Ming goes to the training room on the 2nd floor and thinks that he wants to see how much spiritual power he currently has, since he keeps in mind that physique and spirit are the 2 fundamental attributes, because the higher they are, the longer a skill lasts and the stronger it becomes. But that, on the other hand, increasing them is extremely difficult, since exchanging skill points for spiritual power is getting more and more expensive, as it started at 1.2 and at the moment has dropped to 1.1. Thus, while swallowing the pill, he hopes it brings some kind of surprise. After consuming it, its effect soon begins to emerge. Jing Ming opens his status window and realizes that his spirit increased by 50 and surpassed 1,000, and he also saved 500 skill points, so he thinks the pill's effect is really excellent. Then he takes his spear from the spatial ring and concludes that, since he is full of energy, he will train for 2 hours before sleeping. The very next day, somewhere in the city, Jing Ming is thinking that after selling the rings, his assets easily surpassed 100 million, and he has already reached a small goal. So he realizes that superpower users really make a lot of money. After taking a ticket from the machine, Jing Ming hears Eva calling number 14 and asking the person to go to alchemist number 3, so he thinks that he is still at number 43 and therefore believes he will have to wait at least an hour until it is his turn. Thus, he starts walking around the place, and just as he is about to sit down, he hears Jiang Chuyi calling him and wanting to know what he is doing there. Jing Ming laughs, greets his senior, and asks if she has already sobered up from last night. A bit embarrassed, Jiang Chuyi replies that she sobered up a long time ago. However, she wants to know if Jing Ming is there to sell the rare flowers and herbs they found in the cave last time. The MC replies that not exactly, and emphasizes that if he finds an alchemist to refine them, he thinks that would be better than selling them directly. At that moment, Jiang Chuyi laughs and asks whether the MC is really looking for an alchemist, and whether, by any chance, he does not feel that there is an excellent and beautiful alchemist right next to him. Jing Ming is surprised and asks if she is not just an amateur alchemist. She does not really like being called that, and explains that she has a 2nd-grade alchemist certificate, and that refining a few 2nd-grade pills is a piece of cake. Next, the MC is surprised to hear Jiang Chuyi saying that she no longer intends to go into the wilderness to record content, because she will work as a full-time alchemist. After that, the two sit down, and Jiang Chuyi says that after the last crisis, she realized that the wildlife might not be what she is looking for, but that she will still make videos, though for now, they will be about her daily life refining medicines. Jing Ming comments that he thinks that if she changes the style of the videos, she will probably lose a bunch of followers. Jiang Chuyi replies that she knows this, and says that she is an orphan, as her parents died in a beast wave when she was still a teenager, and after awakening an A-rank ice ability, she worked very hard to enter the university, but her financial condition was terrible. But when the videos blew up, her income increased with sponsorships from combat gear and weapons. Yet deep down, she always preferred researching and refining pills. Next, Jiang Chuyi emphasizes that if the MC had not saved her last time, she thinks she would have died, so she cannot count on that luck all the time, and therefore decided to change her focus. Jing Ming wishes her good luck and comments that he will be rooting for her transition. However, he wants to know if a superpower user of ice can really become an alchemist. Jiang Chuyi laughs and comments that apparently it is clear that the MC does not understand much about alchemy. Thus, she explains that there are enchanted cauldrons and pill furnaces that convert energy abilities into flames, and that, for example, the MC's lightning element also works for refining medicines. Jing Ming, after learning this, comments that he will leave the rare flowers and herbs with her. Jiang Chuyi wants to know if he is really going to let her help him. Then she emphasizes that since he trusts her so much, she will not stand on ceremony, as she will deliver the finished pills in at most 1 week. At that moment, Jing Ming is surprised by the message he has just received. And after some time, at the place where Rector Yang Gentian resides, a guy is commenting that before returning, he saw many news posts about the junior brother on the university's official forum. The woman also comments that she saw it and soon wants to know if the MC is really that incredible. Liu Ming replies that the two of them will find out soon, since he will certainly surprise them. The woman wants to know if this is really serious, as she thinks she will have to check it carefully later, but she keeps thinking that the junior brother must be strong, although she still thinks the senior brother is exaggerating a bit. Until Yang Gentian notices that the MC has finally arrived. He greets the rector and says that as soon as he saw his message, he came right away. However, he is quite surprised to see Liu Ming all bandaged and in a wheelchair, so he wants to know what happened to him. Yang Gentian says that it was the 8th rank Grandmaster, Wang Lin, since to lure monsters, he used the Ashes Guild as bait, and in the end, the guild suffered huge losses, and Liu Ming was seriously injured, and that he also fought with Grandmaster Wang Lin, but even though he did not win in the end, Wang Lin did not come out unscathed either. Next, he says that this was precisely why he was unable to attend the Grand Freshman competition. Jing Ming becomes nervous upon learning the story, since he knows that an 8th rank Grandmaster is capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and that he never imagined there was someone so despicable at that level. The MC starts thinking about an 8th rank Grandmaster, since he has in mind that he is still only at the 2nd rank, and that if he considered avenging his senior brother, he thinks he would become cannon fodder immediately. And he also knows that in this world, if a person does not become strong, they will only be manipulated by the powerful however they want. Until Yang Gentian goes up to the MC and asks him not to think too much about what he heard. Then he introduces Shu Wei and Tong Yue, who soon greet the MC. Shu Wei says that what he has in hand is a 4th grade origin energy pill and that it greatly increases the efficiency of absorbing origin energy, being a B rank cultivation resource. Tong Yue comments that she will transfer 200 academic credits to the MC. Jing Ming bows and thanks his senior brothers. Then Liu Ming says that the MC's senior sister seems to doubt what he said, so he asks Jing Ming to tell Tong Yue that he really mastered 4 A-rank Thunder Element combat skills. The MC says that his senior brother Liu Ming is indeed right. The MC's 2 senior brothers are surprised, and Shu Wei wants to know if it is really true and how the MC managed to do it. Tong Yue, on the other hand, wants to know how Jing Ming advanced to the upper stage of the 2nd rank while learning combat skills, saying this while thinking that A-rank combat skills are absurdly difficult since she barely managed to advance to the upper stage of the 2nd rank because she was trying to master 2, and knowing that the MC is at the same rank as her and still masters more A-rank combat skills makes her question where the justice in that is. Jing Ming says that he did not have any special experience since he was simply born with good comprehension, but thinks that he definitely cannot tell them about his system. Yang Gentian comments that he has always been very satisfied with the MC's comprehension and effort, so he says that later they will hold a dinner to celebrate, since they need to celebrate Jing Ming for placing first in the grand competition, and also that Director Sun has not stopped praising him. The MC remarks that it was quite easy since they were far too weak, but he wants to know if Yang Gentian could help him test a combat skill. Shu Wei asks which skill, and since Liu Ming is having difficulty moving, he is there because he thinks there is no need to trouble the professor. But Jing Ming says that it is the S-rank combat skill, the Netherworld Thunder Armor. This leaves everyone instantly surprised upon hearing about an S-rank skill. Shu Wei feels disheartened and comments that it is better to forget it then, since at the lower stage of the 3rd rank, he thinks he cannot break the defense of the Netherworld Thunder Armor. Thus, they go to the training field. Shu Wei asks whether his brothers really think that the MC learned an S-rank combat skill. Liu Ming comments that from what he knows of Jing Ming, he thinks he would not say that lightly. At that moment, the MC begins to channel his power and activates the Netherworld Thunder Armor skill. Then, very confidently, he asks his master to come at him with everything he has. Yang Gentian, while preparing his power, makes it clear to the MC that he will start by using the intensity of a superpower user at the peak stage of the third rank. Having said that, he unleashes his power at the MC, and a powerful explosion occurs. After the dust settles, Jingming is unharmed. Thus, he asks the professor to increase the power a bit more. Young Gentian becomes excited and shouts that he will increase it, and that the MC should let him know if he cannot endure it. While being struck by the professor's power, the MC keeps asking him to increase the attack power more and more. And as soon as Yang Gentian applies 10 times more power to his attack, the MC's netherworld thunder armor cannot withstand it and shatters into several pieces. Young Gentian goes to Jingming and comments that it was not bad at all, since the attack intensity of a superpower user at the lower stage of the fourth rank is about 10 times greater than that of someone at the peak stage of the third rank. So he emphasizes that to break the MC's defense, he thinks it would require at least an A-rank superpower user at the fourth rank. Xu Wei, deeply impressed, wants to know whether an S-rank combat skill combined with another S-rank combat skill can really reach such a terrifying level. Tong Yue, with a trembling voice, comments that the MC is surpassing 2 major levels to defend against the attacks of a 4th-rank superpower user, so she thinks this already goes far beyond being just a monster. Young Gentian says that it is already time and calls the MC to go eat, but he asks the professor to wait a moment, and as his hair begins to turn white, he says that this is not his limit yet. Having said that, he begins to release his power to the maximum, creating a powerful wave of energy. Everyone is impressed, and Liu Ming wants to know if it could be the extreme thunder state and whether Jing Ming's immortal thunder body has already advanced to the 3rd layer. Tong Yue has in mind that her immortal thunder body is still only at the 2nd layer, but that the MC not only mastered 4 A-rank combat skills and 1 S-rank skill, but also broke through to the extreme thunder state. Young Gentian, very excited, prepares his power and comments that he had been wondering how Jingming's physical body could withstand an impact of such greatly increased intensity so easily, then concludes that it was because his immortal thunder body had already entered the 3rd layer. Having said that, he channels even more power to unleash at Jingming and see if he can endure it. 3 minutes later, the MC is on his knees on the ground. Young Gentian comments that it was incredible, since Jingming managed to withstand 20 times more, and this means that it would require the attack intensity of a superpower user at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank to break his defense. Then he calls the MC and emphasizes that the fact that he reached such a level truly exceeded all his expectations as a teacher. Jingming apologizes to his professor for the trouble, but thinks that at the moment, he finally knows the true limit of his defensive power. Young Gentian helps Jingming to his feet and says that of all his students, Jingming is the one who makes him the most at ease, since he learns everything without needing to be taught. Having said that, he calls everyone to go eat and emphasizes that he is in a great mood and that everyone can order the most expensive dishes. While they head somewhere to eat, Jingming calls out to Liu Ming and comments that between the Ashes Club and the Meteorite Club, he wants to know which one Liu Ming thinks he should choose. Immediately, Liu Ming replies that Jingming should choose the Meteorite Club. Xu Wei looks back, surprised, and comments that he thought Liu Ming wanted the MC to enter the Ashes Club. He explains that if there were no problems with the Ashes Guild, he would certainly like Jingming to join them in the Ashes Club, but at the moment, he knows that the Meteorite Club is clearly the best choice. Young Gentian calls the MC and explains that actually, he can stay in a club for 1 or 2 years, and then create his own in the 3rd or 4th year, and that after graduation, these people will be the first foundation for building his own power. Jingming is intrigued by this idea of building his own power, so he wants to know if it is really necessary. Young Gentian asks if he knows why he failed to enter the Grandmaster realm, saying it was because he has no faction. He had to take care of everything personally, and that wasted too much time. Then he asks Jingming to keep well what he just said, because only when he has a faction to handle the smaller tasks will he be able to fully focus on cultivation. The MC replies that he understands and thanks the rector for the guidance, but thinks that apparently, as soon as his strength increases a bit more, he will have to start thinking seriously about this. The very next day, while walking around the university, Jingming thinks that formal classes have finally begun, Inside the classroom, the professor is commenting that they will discuss the origin of ferocious beasts. Since hundreds of years ago, origin energy appeared on Blue Star, and animals transformed into ferocious beasts, and humans awakened. While Eva shows some information to the MC, he realizes that it was discovered that after the surge of origin energy, many ruins of ancient civilizations were found underground, and that most of Blue Star's advanced technology evolved from these ancient civilizations, including ability detection devices. Next, Jing Ming had classes in anatomy, weapons faculty, and even elemental faculty, and in that class the professor was quite surprised, commenting that the MC is excellent, since controlling an S-rank ability in any form is not something simple, as no one in the elemental faculty has achieved what he is doing so far. And, after the weekend arrives, Jingming goes to the Yangcheng Wilderness area to defeat some beasts, and after acquiring the Azure Sky Black Dragon Spear, which cost 1,000 academic credits, Jingming thinks about the new knowledge, new techniques, and new equipment, then concludes that this was already expected, since his actual combat capability improved significantly once again. Next, Jing Ming sees in his status that in 2 months his strength more than doubled and his skill points exceeded 13,000, but that unfortunately, there has still been no sign of more levels in the skill column, since logically, if everything else can be enhanced, he thinks the skill should also be able to. However, he knows that he will not hoard them, since he will use them to strengthen himself as quickly as possible and maximize efficiency. And as soon as he does this, he believes that one day his Purple Heaven Divine Thunder will become an SS rank skill. And on the very next day, at the university, Song Chu-yun discovers that the MC learned skill control only a few days ago, but that he is already stronger than her after a whole month of training, so she thinks that comparing like this is really frustrating. Jing Ming comments that he just had a sudden epiphany, but thinks that he has the system, and obviously that cannot be compared. Song Chu-yun says that next week the joint study excursion of the freshmen from the universities will begin, so she wants to know if Jing Ming will participate. He replies that he heard the destination is a wilderness area, so he will clearly participate, since he has in mind that it is a great opportunity to collect skill points, and he also very much wants to see what kind of geniuses were recruited by the other 2 top universities. After that, a week passes and the MC's class is gathered. Lu Wentao comments that with Jing Ming around on the study excursion, they can be at ease. Song Chu-yun agrees and emphasizes that even without an S rank like him, they have already placed first for 4 consecutive years, so she thinks it seems that the 5-time championship is already guaranteed. At that moment, the door of the special passage begins to open, and Ling Shuang appears greeting everyone and saying that she will be responsible for conducting the meeting about the study excursion. Next, she asks Eva to expand the map and says that the destination of the excursion is the wilderness area of Magma Cave number 7, located deep in the mountains of Shuiyan City, Qian Province. The students are surprised, commenting that as expected of a magic cave, it is truly terrifying, and that they also heard that only places where countless superpower users have died can be called magic caves. Ling Shuang informs them that she will lead the team on the study excursion, and each faculty will also designate their mentors, and that the upper management will allocate a batch of resources to the 3 schools based on the final ranking of all participants, determined by the number and rank of ferocious beasts defeated, but that only the top 50 positions count, with first place receiving 34%, second receiving 23%, third 19%, and the remaining 47 sharing the remaining 24%. Thus, she makes it clear that first place is crucial, as it involves the glory of the university's 5-time championship of Magic City University and the resources the school can receive. Having said that, she comments to the MC that she will leave this task to him, so she wants to know if there will be any problem. He replies that there will not be, but thinks that with his current combat power, he believes no freshman should be able to surpass him. However, Ling Shuang emphasizes that she needs to warn them in advance based on the latest information, because for this study excursion, Qingjing Superpower University will be bringing an external reinforcement with an S-rank ability. The freshmen are surprised, wanting to know if Qingjing University also has an S rank and where another S rank came from, since they know that in recent years, aside from the MC, no new S rank has appeared in all of Daxia, making it truly strange. While Eva shows the image, Ling Shuang says that this S rank is not from Daxia, but rather an exchange student that Qingjing Superpower University brought from Shadu, and that his name is Kiran Rao, and he possesses an S rank enhancement type ability and is at the lower stage of the third rank. Jing Ming is intrigued to learn that this Kiran Rao is at the third rank. The other freshmen are even more surprised and soon want to know whether a freshman can really reach such a level. Ling Shuang emphasizes that the data she has was all collected by Eva and that, therefore, she believes there is no mistake, but that unlike them, Kiran Rao is already 20 years old. Upon learning Kiran Rao's age, the freshmen feel more relieved, since it now makes sense, as it is 2 more years of cultivation time than them, and one of the freshmen comments that in India people enter university at 20 years old. Song Chu-yun then looks at Jing Ming and thinks about Kiran Rao, who is at the third rank and is an S rank, so she knows that as things stand now she has no chance against him. But even so, she thinks that Jing Ming does not seem worried at all. The MC keeps watching Kiran Rao's hologram and thinks that he does not care at all if Kiran Rao is also S rank, since he is used to facing enemies of higher rank. Then he reflects that with 3 S rank combat skills, 4 A rank ones, and spear mastery at the master level, he sees no reason to be afraid. And besides, this competition is based on the quantity and rank of ferocious beasts defeated, so he knows that in this regard, he will not lose to any freshman, not even to an S rank at the third rank. Ling Shuang observes the MC being completely unconcerned and thinks that this is very good, since he truly deserves the title of the most outstanding S rank student the school has had in recent years, because even under so much pressure, he remains confident. She also knows that approving the special grant of SS rank Tyrannosaurus Essence blood for him was worth it. Thus, she reflects that Qingjing Superpower University is bringing external help precisely because first place has priority in resource distribution, and that apparently they will be disappointed this time. With that in mind, Ling Shuang says that she has informed them about the overall situation of the study excursion and informs them that there are 7 days left and that they should make good use of the time and prepare properly. After that, 7 days pass, and Jiang Chuyi is integrating detoxification pills, healing pills, superpower recovery pills, and awakening pills, then explains that all of them are second grade with 20 pills per bottle, and that she thinks they are easily enough for the entire month. Jingming thanks her for the effort, since he can notice her deep dark circles, then asks her that next time she should not stay up all night refining pills, because as a last resort, he will buy them elsewhere. She feels a bit embarrassed, but wants to know how purchased pills would compare to the ones she refines, since she guarantees that all of them are in perfect condition. Then she says that in addition to that, she prepared 2 sets of each type and that he should also give them to his little sister, Song Chu-yun. Jingming is intrigued and immediately wants to know since when the 2 of them became so close. Jiang Chui laughs and replies that she will not tell him anything. Thus, as she leaves, she asks the MC and Song Chu-yun to do their best on the excursion and double their attention to safety. And since they are leaving the next day, she also asks them to rest early. After she leaves, Jing Ming thinks that there are 160 second grade pills there, and that refining all of that in 1 week without pulling 3 or 4 all-nighters, if possible, makes him wonder how he could not know how much effort she put in. But he knows that at the moment, this is not the time for that, since he needs to become stronger as soon as possible before thinking about anything else. A few hours later, many people are gathered at the university field. Jing Ming, together with his friends, comments that he did not expect almost all the freshmen to sign up. Song Chu-yun wants to know why the school had them gather at the field instead of the high-speed train station. Then, Liu Wentao comments that on this excursion, they will be going by aircraft. She is surprised and comments that there is no landing strip there. At that moment, a huge aircraft appears right in front of everyone, and as soon as it lands, all the freshmen are impressed by its size. Some want to know whether this kind of technology is something they could master at their current level. Others comment that it is an airship excavated from the ruins of ancient civilizations, and that they heard its anti-gravity system has not yet been fully deciphered. Next, Ling Shuang appears and calls all the freshmen to board the ship. Thus, they quickly begin to enter, and after everyone is inside, Ling Shuang activates the two polarities spatial realm, causing the aircraft to take off. Inside, the MC's class is surprised to see that the ground they are standing on has become transparent, and Qi Dongxia wants to know why. Liu Wentao comments that director Ling Shuang truly deserves the title of 8th rank Grandmaster, since the two polarities spatial realm they are seeing allows the airship to exist isolated from external space, so they do not need to worry about flying ferocious beasts during the flight. Jing Ming thinks that he should have imagined this, since only high-rank individuals have abilities that completely defy comprehension, and that when his immortal thunder body reaches the 6th layer, he will be able to temporarily acquire an ability from the fused, ferocious beast essence blood. So he wonders whether he will obtain an ability that allows him to fly. Ling Shuang asks Eva to depart immediately, and she replies that she understands and informs that the soldier-class airship is cleared for takeoff. After some time, already in Qian province at the Shuayan supply base, a man informs the freshmen that each university has received 2 dormitory buildings and that Magic City University was assigned buildings 1 and 2, and that after picking up their room cards, they can move in. He also says that there is a cafeteria in the complex and a large training field next to the dormitories. After picking up the cards, Qi Dongxia says that she got room 402 on the 4th floor. Liu Wentao says that he got room 203 on the 2nd floor. Jing Ming comments that he got room 504 on the 5th floor. Song Chuyun laughs and says that she got the room next to the MC. Jing Ming comments that since he has a large spatial ring, he will not even need to go to the room to drop off his luggage. So he says that he will go straight to the training field. Song Chuyun says that she already expected that from him, but that she will go along as well. As soon as they arrive at the large training field, Song Chuyun points ahead and asks if the guy they are seeing is not the S rank from Qingyun's Ning University. Kiran Rao is training, while several people are impressed by his training, wanting to know how much weight he is lifting with each dumbbell, until Kiran Rao notices the MC and wonders if it is really him. Then he quickly drops the dumbbells on the ground and runs over. Where the dumbbells fall, due to their enormous weight, they end up cracking the ground. Kiran Rao goes up to the MC, introduces himself, and emphasizes that it is a pleasure to meet him. The people around are intrigued, wanting to know if the MC is the #1 freshman of Magic City University, since they even heard that he is already at the upper stage of the 2nd rank. Jing Ming reflects that he did not expect the foreigner to be polite, so he extends his hand and greets him. However, Kiran Rao ignores the MC and goes straight to greet Song Chuyun, but because Kiran Rao is training, he is very sweaty and giving off a bad smell, which makes Song Chuyun quickly cover her nose, until the MC firmly grabs Kiran Rao's arm and comments that apparently the foreign student understands a bit of Eastern etiquette, but only a bit, then asks whether he does not know that it is extremely rude to approach a lady reeking of sweat. Kiran Rao does not like the tone Jing Ming is using, and both release their powerful auras, leaving the people around frightened, wondering whether they are really going to fight there. Jing Ming releases Kiran Rao's arm and recommends that he respect local customs and learn the etiquette and traditions of Daxia. After Jing Ming and Song Chuyun leave, Kiran Rao keeps thinking about the absurd strength that the Magic City S rank has, since he did not even move a centimeter, and wonders where a lightning element user gets so much physical strength. However, he knows that the girl from the Song family of Chuan province is truly extraordinary, so he wants to know what her relationship with Jing Ming is. But he knows that even if there is something between them, he will win her over, and thus will never again worry about cultivation resources. She, for her part, thanks the MC for helping her, since she could no longer stand the smell of that place, but wants to know if they will look for another place to train a bit. He replies that yes, because he really feels like training. 1 hour after training, the MC and Song Chuyun eat something, and she comments that food tastes much better after intense training. At that moment, a man comments to other people on the street that the beasts are destroying the world and that the final collapse is approaching. and that only the supreme celestial god can save humanity. Jing Ming thinks that he has heard this speech before, because ever since ferocious beasts appeared, religious fanatics have been preaching this end-of-the-world talk, and that the Magic Cave region gathers many superpower users and all kinds of people, so he knows it is not strange for religions to thrive there. The man then begins to get nervous, wanting to know why people always refuse to believe what he says. Thus, he takes a knife from his clothes and comments that now he understands, since he thinks it must be because the price people have paid has not yet been high enough. Next, he starts shouting that only by feeling pain will they be able to understand the greatness of the celestial god. Then, he lunges at a woman and a child. Jing Ming notices this and with his incredible speed, manages to completely take down the religious lunatic. The child's mother, while holding her daughter, looks to the side and sees that the MC defeated the guy. Then she turns around, thanks him for intervening and helping, and he replies that it was nothing. Jing Ming comments to Song Chiu-yun that those religious fanatics are out of control, since he would never imagine they would dare to hurt someone in broad daylight. She remarks that it is quite strange, because normally they only preach their doctrine without resorting to violence. The MC becomes intrigued by this and wonders whether it was just a coincidence or if perhaps the lunatic had some accomplice. But he does not notice a strange man watching him from afar, who soon after turns around, puts on his hood, and leaves. Later, elsewhere, this mysterious person informs the archbishop that he has already investigated, then says that the one who eliminated the member of their cult was Xu Jingming from Magic City University. The archbishop asks whether this Xu Jingming is that S-rank elite at the upper stage of the second rank of Magic City University. The follower replies that yes, and says that during the entrance exam of the martial arts faculty, he was still just an awakened, and not even half a year has passed, and Jing Ming has already reached the upper stage of the second rank. The archbishop becomes serious upon learning this, and emphasizes that if they let such a monster grow, he fears that he will truly become a big problem. That said, he asks the follower to withdraw for now, since the divine blood is about to emerge inside the magic cave, and what he is delivering is the divine blood indicator. So he stresses that the follower will be responsible for organizing the personnel to retrieve it, and to remember not to use the name of the cult of destiny. The follower replies that he understands, and that he will do everything within his power. The archbishop, while using his ability, thinks that within a month, the cult of destiny will reveal itself to the world, and then Xu Jingming, along with the elites of the three schools, including that S rank from Shadu, will all become sacrifices for their cult. After that, on the next day, the vice director of USQJ, Xu Ping, greets all the students from the three universities, introduces himself, and then says that the study excursion the students will have will officially begin at 9 in the morning that day and end exactly at the same time 1 month later, then informs them that the smart bracelets will be distributed. After all the bracelets are handed out, the vice director emphasizes that the number of ferocious beasts the students defeat inside the magic cave, as well as the recordings, will be registered on the bracelets, and that the top 1,000 in total score will receive rewards. In particular, the top 3 will be able to choose any combat skill to learn from the libraries of the 3 universities, in addition to the first place receiving extra rewards from their own school. One of the students looks at the MC and comments to his friend that there is no need to even think about taking first place. Xu Ping makes it clear that there will be no restrictions on forming teams in the competition, and therefore hopes that everyone will actively hunt ferocious beasts, and that the rest of the time is up to them. The students do not want to waste time and soon start shouting, recruiting people for squads. The class monitor of Class 2, Ding Yu, goes to the MC and says that the class is planning to form some adventure squads to operate in the outer part of the magic cave, so he asks whether he wants to join them. Jing Ming replies that he will not join a team and suggests that the monitor can form the groups without him. Song Chu-yun hears the MC and soon asks whether he still intends to act alone when they enter the magic cave later. He says that his objective is the central region of the magic cave, and that moving with other people will only slow his pace, since he has in mind that the outer part of Magic Cave number 7 has ferocious beasts from the 1st to the 3rd rank, while the central region ranges from the 3rd to the 5th rank, and that at the moment he can deal with ferocious beasts at the lower stage of the 4th rank and still escape from those of the 5th rank. So he knows that naturally, going to the central region is the best choice. Song Chu-yoon, somewhat intrigued, emphasizes that she thinks she would turn into minced meat if she entered the central region of the magic cave. But even so, she believes it should take 1 or 2 days to go from the periphery to the central region, so she asks whether, during that time, she can go together with the MC. He smiles and replies that yes. Song Chu-yoon becomes excited and says that they will be leaving together soon. At that moment, Kieran appears calling out to the MC. He then comments that he is looking forward to his performance, since he hopes he will not fall too far behind. Jing Ming simply replies 100%, which leaves Kieran quite confused, trying to understand what that means. The MC turns around saying that he will defeat him with 100% certainty, which makes Kieran very nervous, saying that this is nothing but empty talk, since this time, he will use an overwhelming victory to show all of Daxa his true strength. The vice director goes to the gate and announces that he officially declares the start of the study excursion. The students immediately begin to run, excited by the challenge. 7 hours later, inside Magic Cave number 7, the MC and Song Chu-yoon are moving slowly, since there are several creatures ahead. Song Chu-yoon comments that although iron-furred pangolins are second-rank ferocious beasts, their fur is harder than a lower-grade alloy, and therefore they are not easy to deal with at all. Jing Ming asks her to leave the creatures to him. Saying that, he charges forward with everything he has. The pangolins do not stay still either, and roll forward at full speed toward the MC, who in turn attacks using his spear, defeating them one by one. Song Chu-yoon is impressed when she sees her friend fight, and thinks that each thrust of his spear hits a weakness directly, without a single mistake, so she knows that this is not something that can be achieved merely with a high rank, since it requires frightening intuition and experience. She then also notices that his control over the skill is extremely refined, to the point that it can be said he perfectly masters every thread of energy in his own body without wasting a single drop. After eliminating the creatures, Jing Ming thinks that he eliminated 12 second-rank iron-furred pangolins and collected a total of 276 skill points and another 1,200 points of score. In addition, since the ferocious beasts deeper inside have a higher rank, he thinks it is possible to obtain at least 30,000 skill points during this month of the excursion, so he wonders whether he will be able to raise his superpower to SS. Song Chu-yoon goes to Jing Ming saying that she will help him and comments that he is quite different from other lightning element users. The MC is surprised and asks how he is different. She explains that most lightning users are always very unrestrained in the use of their abilities, but he is restrained, very careful, in the way he uses his skill. Jing Ming explains that all of this is because of his endurance, then says that if he used the divine thunder of the purple sky, he could annihilate the group of ferocious beasts that were there in an instant. But since he knows that this would be like using a cannon to kill a fly, he ended up choosing to conserve his ability, since he can eliminate these ferocious beasts easily. Song Chu-yoon says that she understands, but thinks it is a pity, because she wanted to see him fight at full strength, but that apparently she will not have that chance yet. Time passes, and Jing Ming comments that it is getting dark and thinks it is better for them to look for a place to rest and head out again the next day. As soon as he opens the map, he sees that apparently there is a pond nearby, since he knows that water sources in wilderness areas are precisely where ferocious beasts gather the most. Therefore, both of them start running, while Jing Ming comments that it is not far from where they are and that they can eliminate another wave of creatures before nightfall. It does not take long for them to reach the lake. The MC is surprised and soon wants to know what is going on, since it is impossible for there to be no beasts near a water source until a huge tiger appears from the middle of the forest and goes to the lake to drink water. However, inside the water, there is a huge crocodile just waiting for its prey, which quickly lunges at the tiger and begins to attack it, then throws the feline out of the water. This surprises the MC, so he comments that the reason there are no creatures near the lake is precisely because of the terrifying giant crocodile. Song Chu-yoon says that it is a 4th-rank ferocious beast, and that she would never have imagined they would encounter such a creature right in the outer part of the magic cave, since she knows that 4th rank ferocious beasts have extremely keen perception and that they may have already been discovered. Jingming steps forward and tells his friend not to panic, since he knows that a 4th rank ferocious beast is strong, but it is not as if he cannot deal with it. Saying that, while channeling his lightning power, he adds that he has already eliminated more than one 4th rank ferocious beast back in the wilderness area of Yangcheng. Song Chu-yun is surprised and soon wants to know what exclusive combat skill Director Yang taught him. Jingming says that the immortal thunder body is powerful, but that there is an even more efficient technique to deal with 4th rank beasts. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder resounds. Song Chu-yun wonders if it is going to rain. At that moment, the MC activates his Celestial Thunder Art ability, and a powerful purple lightning bolt falls from the sky, striking the giant crocodile directly, which in turn cannot withstand the powerful attack it receives. As a result, the system informs the MC that he has eliminated a giant crocodile and obtained 213 skill points, along with another 10,000 points. Jingming is pleased, thinking that this was not bad at all, since the skill point yield of a 4th rank beast is more than 5 times that of a 3rd rank one, and also that it seems the Deep Blue system was made to force him to constantly break his own limits. The MC calls his friend and tells her that he eliminated the giant crocodile and that they can take a look now. Song Chu-yun, very surprised, thinks that it is not as if she has never seen geniuses before, but a monster like Jingming is a first, because surpassing 2 major ranks and instantly eliminating a lower stage 4th rank beast while only being at the upper stage of the 2nd rank is truly terrifying. Both of them approach the enormous creature, and the MC says that the giant crocodile's hide is worth at least 20 or 30 million, but unfortunately, it was completely destroyed by his attack. Song Chu-yun points out that it is not just the hide, since a 4th rank beast is a treasure from head to toe. She then says that her spatial ring is large enough and that she will store the crocodile for now and return it when they go back to the supply base. While she absorbs the creature into the spatial ring, Jingming opens the system and comments that the ferocious beasts of the region probably already know about the danger of the water source there, so he thinks it will be difficult for others to approach to drink water, and because of that, he considers it better for them to look for a cave to rest. A little embarrassed, Song Chu-yun asks whether the MC could wait a bit, since, as there is a pond there, she wants to take a quick bath. Jingming asks for a moment and says that before that, he will check whether there are other ferocious beasts in the pond. Saying that, he releases his lightning into the water and soon becomes surprised, since he sees some bloodstains in the water. But another thing that intrigues him is the smell he is sensing, which even seems to have a fatal attraction. He then reflects that it is almost as if it were a desire coming directly from his instincts. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, one of the followers calls the bishop and asks which lord the divine blood they will recover belongs to. He replies that it will be from the ancient dragon god. One of the followers becomes excited upon hearing this and comments that once they obtain this divine blood, the cult of destiny will gain another powerful envoy from it. However, the bishop becomes nervous, tells him to shut up, and makes it clear that everyone there belongs to the Blood Moon cult. At that moment, the sphere they are observing begins to react, and they soon wonder if the divine blood has appeared earlier than expected. The bishop says that the location shown is not far, and because of that, no one will rest, as they need to advance at maximum speed. Back where the MC is, Song Chu-yun wants to know what is happening, because the water in the pond suddenly turned red like blood. Jingming asks his friend whether she also feels the bloody water trying to attract her. She replies that no, and that in fact, she is not feeling anything, but that according to the feedback obtained from her morning sunlight, the bloody water there carries an extremely rich ferocious beast aura, very similar to that of the MC. Jingming is intrigued by her comment that it is similar to his aura, and thinks that he absorbed an SS rank resource, the 8th rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood essence. So he wonders whether this might also be the blood essence of a dragon-type ferocious beast, and whether that is why he is reacting. However, he decides to check it out and enters the water, saying that he will test it, asking his friend that if she notices anything wrong, she should pull him out immediately. It does not take long for him to feel something throughout his body. and he thinks that the sensation he is feeling is like that of a thirsty traveler after 10 days and 10 nights in the desert, finally finding pure water. But he does not notice that he is being enveloped by a strange energy. Song Chu-yun becomes worried and shouts to him, but seeing that he is not listening, she equips her halberd and thinks that Jingming seems to have encountered a golden opportunity and can no longer move, and that therefore, this time she will protect him. On the next day, after spending the entire night defeating the creatures that appeared to drink water at the lake, Song Chu-yun takes a deep breath and thinks that fortunately, the strongest beast that appeared since last night was only at the lower stage of the third rank. She then notices that the color of the water has lightened considerably and, judging by the situation, thinks that Jing Ming is like almost finished, until she is surprised by several hooded people. The Archbishop thinks that this is neither the first nor the second time he has collected divine blood, so he wonders why this divine blood has such an appearance. And upon seeing Song Chu-yun there, he also wants to know whether she happens to be the second-ranked student of Magic City University. She, in turn, stays on guard and really wants to know who the people she is seeing are, because judging by their clothes, she thinks they do not seem to be students from one of the three universities. So she comments that there are no ferocious beasts there and that the water source has been contaminated, and that if they want to get water, she recommends looking for another place. One of the followers becomes nervous and shouts, saying that the water is the supreme divine blood and that she should not dare say that. The Archbishop tells him to ignore her, since they must first take the blood cocoon behind her. Song Chu-yun starts to become worried, thinking that the group she is seeing is there because of the strange bloody water and that apparently the leader is fourth rank and even the weakest is at the third rank. So she concludes that there is only one thing left to use. Thus, she takes her necklace and, as the followers advance, creates a barrier around herself and the MC. The followers try to attack, but are repelled by the strong barrier and soon want to know what it is. The Archbishop comments that apparently the girl used a guardian talisman from the ruins of ancient civilizations, then explains that this type of guardian talisman is extremely rare, found only in ruins of ancient civilizations, can be used multiple times, and is a true life-saving artifact. Song Chu-yun shouts that since he knows what it is, she wants to know why they do not retreat instead of wasting time there for nothing. The Archbishop laughs and points out that as far as he knows, the Guardian Talisman has a duration limit, and since no one there is in a hurry, waiting a little longer will not harm them. Song Chu-yun keeps shouting that they will get tired of waiting, but she knows that the Guardian Talisman she used lasts just over 1 hour at most, and then needs 12 hours to cool down before it can be used again, so she hopes that the MC will wake up within that last hour. After some time, 1 hour passes, and the talisman's effect ends. The Archbishop shouts, saying that he had already warned that the protective shield has a duration limit. He then asks the girl to be smart and hand over the Guardian Talisman immediately. Otherwise, he guarantees that she will suffer a horrible elimination. Song Chu-yun does not like at all the direction things are taking, so she takes a pill and thinks that, since she has no choice, she will have to fight. At that moment, everyone is startled when they hear a voice coming from the bloody water, asking why it feels like the ones who will be eliminated are the hooded figures. With that said, the MC begins to open the red cocoon, and as he comes out, he stares at everyone with an unfriendly expression. Jingming has a red dragon-shaped aura surrounding his body. The Archbishop, upon seeing this, becomes furious and thinks that he would never have imagined that one of the cult's main targets would appear there, then wonders why the MC's aura makes even his body tremble, causing a fourth-rank superpower user's heart to race, since he clearly thinks Jingming is only at the second rank. However, he does not want to waste any more time and shouts for everyone to eliminate Jingming immediately. Jingming, in turn, simply stands still channeling his power, and in the blink of an eye, several lightning strikes fall from the sky, hitting the followers, who, with nothing they can do, collapse completely defeated on the ground. The Archbishop is extremely surprised by this, and thinks that he had even imagined that 5 third-rank users would not be able to handle Jingming, but he never thought they would be eliminated in an instant. The MC does not stay still and quickly charges at the Archbishop, who is terrified by Jingming's speed, gets hit head-on, and is sent flying far away. After crashing into a tree, he falls to the ground and thinks that he barely managed to see how the boy attacked him. Jingming walks up to the archbishop and makes it clear that he will ask questions and the man will answer, then asks what the reddish water in the pond was. Seeing the tip of the MC's spear very close to his face, the archbishop says that it was divine blood, also known as the blood essence of a ninth-rank beast emperor. Jingming now wants to know why the essential blood of a beast emperor would appear there. The archbishop, with a very trembling voice, explains that in the ancient era, a total war broke out between human martial saints and beast emperors, and different types of blood essence ended up being scattered across the world. The MC then becomes more serious and says this will be his last question, asking who they are and why they are collecting the blood essences of beast emperors. The archbishop laughs, bites something in his mouth, and says they are the Blood Moon cult. With that said, he begins to lose consciousness and soon collapses stiffly onto the ground. Jingming thinks that apparently the archbishop committed suicide to avoid revealing more information, but he does not really care, because when he returns to the supply base, he will ask director Ling Shuang about it. After seeing Jingming destroy any remaining traces of the archbishop, Song Chuyun asks whether her friend is all right. Seeing that she is very tired, the MC holds her, replies that everything is fine, and thanks her for her efforts. Song Chuyun points at the fallen bodies and says that the group seemed to be there because of that bloody water in the pond. Jingming replies that yes, and says that they claim to be from the Blood Moon cult and were there to collect Beast Emperor blood essence. She is impressed upon hearing this and asks whether that really was what the MC was talking about, since she knows that this is an SS rank cultivation resource and normally needs to go through complex processing before being used, in addition to being curious about how the MC managed to absorb it directly. While opening the system, Jingming replies that he does not understand either, but thinks it seems to have caused no damage to his body, and that, in fact, it made his immortal thunder body advance directly to the fourth layer, and that perhaps the benefits are even greater. So he thinks it is better to ask the teacher when he returns. After they resume walking through the forest, the MC comments that she should rest there for a bit, since she must be exhausted after protecting him for 2 days. Thus, Song Chu-yun lies down under a tree to rest, while Jingming remains on alert. After night falls, at the followers' base, one of them calls out to the archbishop and reports that Bishop Zhou's divine blood indicator suddenly lost its signal, then asks whether an accident may have occurred and whether they should reassign personnel to recover the divine blood. The archbishop replies that there is no need to send more people and emphasizes that some superpower user likely interfered and therefore thinks it is better to leave this aside for now, but stresses that the operation 1 month from now is what really matters. On the next day, Song Chu-yun wakes up and sees the MC grilling some delicious meat skewers. He notices that she has woken up and calls her to eat. Song Chu-yun comments that the smell is very good and that she did not expect Jingming to also be a gourmet. He laughs and says that practice makes perfect, and that by the end of the study excursion, he bets that she will also know how to grill good meat. As soon as she tastes it, Song Chu-yun is amazed by the flavor and says that it is delicious and even thinks that he should open a barbecue restaurant. Jingming laughs upon hearing that the eldest daughter of the Song family is willing to invest in him, then suggests that instead of opening a single barbecue restaurant, they could open several franchises all over Blue Star. Half an hour later, Song Chu-yun comments that she is very full, but before they continue, she wants to know if Jingming can wait for her to take a bath. He replies that yes, but warns her not to take too long, because after she finishes, he will also wash a bit. She runs to the water, makes a motion splashing the water upward, and as the water falls over her body, she begins to wash herself. Jingming watches her washing, and soon Song Chu-yun comments that she is done and that he can go now. Jingming is surprised to see that she noticed he was watching her, so he becomes embarrassed and says that he will wash as well. Song Chu-yun wonders why she had the feeling that Jingming's gaze a few seconds ago was a bit strange, until she realizes the clothes she is wearing and becomes completely embarrassed, then turns around and thinks that she is so used to wearing this in the dormitory that she did not even notice how transparent the clothes she is wearing are. 1 hour later, after the MC finishes getting ready, Song Chu-yoon takes something out of her spatial ring. She asks Jing Ming to take the Guardian and teleport talismans, but he asks her to keep them and not worry, since he has plenty of experience in the wilderness and thinks nothing will happen. Thus, the two bump fists and Song Chu-yoon asks Jing Ming to be careful and says that in 1 month they will meet again. With that said, each goes their separate way. While running, Song Chu-yoon thinks that she also needs to work hard and that even if she cannot get first or second place, she needs to be third. After that, 1 month passes, and inside the cave, Jing Ming is about to be attacked by a huge dark feline. He simply stands still, waiting for the attack, and as soon as he notices the creature coming toward him, he easily impales the dark feline. The system informs that Jing Ming eliminated the Dark Knight Leopard and obtained 43 skill points. The MC thinks that now he needs to try the superpower training method and see if he can officially break through to the third rank. Thus, he attempts to break through, and his power spreads throughout the entire cave. Jing Ming is pleased and thinks that he has finally broken through to the third rank, since he knows that even among the geniuses of Magic City University, most take more than half a year, or even a year, to advance. So he thinks that it seems his cultivation talent is not bad at all. Next, the MC checks his status and sees that going from the upper stage of the second rank to the lower stage of the third rank increased his physique and spirit by nearly 400 points, and that his vitality even surpassed the 2,000 point mark, which is truly excellent. However, he knows that even 48,000 skill points are not enough to raise his ability to SS, and therefore thinks he will wait until he reaches 50,000, and if that still does not work, he will leave it aside for now. He then begins to leave the cave and thinks that in 2 days the results will be finalized, and that with his current points, he believes getting first place should not be a problem at all. On the day of the score tally, one of the students comments that he managed to get 1201 points and made it into the top 1,000. Another student says he thinks it's better not to celebrate too early because he turned in his bracelet the day before, and when the big shots return, his ranking will probably plummet. Another student emphasizes that there are still 2 hours left and that none of the favorites have shown up so far. It doesn't take long before Song Chu-yoon appears. As she walks to hand in her bracelet, people are surprised, since they know that Song Chu-yoon was the second best freshman at Magic City University. As soon as she hands in the bracelet, it is announced that she scored 12,131 points and, for now, is in first place, which leaves people even more surprised, commenting that they can't believe someone scored more than 10,000 points. Ling Shuang congratulates Song Chu-yoon on the great job, and she feels a bit embarrassed but thanks the director for the compliment. Xu Ping goes up to Ling Shuang and asks if Song Chu-yoon isn't the great-granddaughter of that senior Song from Chuan Province. She replies that yes, and comments that she didn't expect the Song family not to train her internally and to send her straight to their university, but that even so, Song Chu-yoon honored the family name. Then a woman appears calling Song Chu-yoon Little Yoon and saying that she didn't do half bad. Song Chu-yoon sees that it is her aunt Jo Ying, the chief director of the Shuiyan supply base, who in turn wants to know why her niece's little boyfriend still hasn't returned. Song Chu-yoon feels embarrassed and says that Jing Ming is just her friend and that nothing has happened between them yet. But then she realizes the kind of question her aunt asked and immediately panics, wanting to know how she knew about that. Jo Ying tells her niece not to forget that she is the chief director and that her eyes and ears are all over the base. At that moment, some students shout to look at the Rank S reinforcement from USQJ, Kiran, because he has just arrived. As he walks to hand in the bracelet, the students comment among themselves that, being third ranked, Kiran must have at least 50 or 60,000 points. As soon as he hands in the bracelet, it is announced that first place has been updated and that this new position is occupied by Kiran Rao from USQJ with 113,640 points. The people around can't hide their indignation when they see that Kiran scored more than 100,000 points, having a vast advantage over the second place. A guy goes up to the vice director and comments that, with 110,000 points, it seems they can already congratulate him in advance for first place. He feels a bit embarrassed and says they are exaggerating, since he only used a few tricks and nothing more. Ling Shuang watches them talking and thinks that even if the chance is small, judging by the level of confidence Jingming showed, maybe he will still surprise them. At that moment, it is announced that Deng Sheng from USJC achieved a total of 13,526 points and took second place. Song Chu-yun becomes worried, thinking that maybe she won't even make it into the top 3. But when she looks outside, she thinks that there are only 8 minutes left for the study excursion to end and wonders why Jingming still hasn't returned. One of the students also wants to know if the MC still hasn't appeared and if something might have happened to him. Another student replies that anything is possible since the magic cave is far too dangerous. Then Jingming appears and everyone shouts his name. As he walks to hand in the bracelet, the people from his university cheer him on. Kieran thinks that the people shouting for the MC are just weaklings banding together to feel safe, but that it doesn't matter how much they cheer, because in the end, he is the one who will win. Jingming looks at the scoreboard and sees that Kieran scored 110,000 points and thinks that it's no wonder so many people are rooting for him to lose, because they think he will lose. Ling Shuang goes up to the MC and comments that everyone was waiting for him, but then notices that he is already in third rank and thinks that he improved very quickly. As soon as he hands in the bracelet, the students around start wondering how many points Jingming will score, since they think that, at most, he will get between 50 and 60,000 points. At that moment, it is announced that the student Xu Jingming from Magic City University scored an incredible 405,000 points. In this way, he takes first place with an absurd gap over the second place, which leaves all the big shots from the universities very surprised, as well as Kieran, who can't believe what he is seeing, and Song Chu-yun, who is very happy for her friend. The people around also can't hide their shocked expressions, since they can't believe that someone managed to achieve such a score, and soon start wondering whether the rank S of Magic City is really that monstrous. Xu Ping doesn't like this at all, and thinks that, judging by the number of points Jingming scored, this can only mean that he eliminated 20,000 first-rank ferocious beasts, more than 600 creatures per day, a completely absurd result. Zhou Ying asks her niece if she already knew that her friend would be able to achieve that many points. Song Chu-yun laughs, but replies that she didn't, and emphasizes that, with him, no miracle is really a surprise. Kiran, on the other hand, is furious, thinking that Jingming's score is 3 times higher than his, and soon wonders if this is really possible. Because if this is true, then he thinks the cultivation resources promised by USQJ are already gone. With that, he shouts, calling the MC and saying that the score he achieved is impossible, then calls director Xu Ping and requests an immediate investigation into the bracelet of the student Xu Jingming, because he firmly suspects that he is cheating. The students immediately become intrigued by Kieran's suspicion and start asking if this is really possible. Xu Ping turns and asks director Ling Shuang what she thinks. She replies that checking the records is no problem at all, but then becomes serious and says that if they check everything and it is proven that the student Xu Jingming did not cheat, she wants to know how the vice director intends to deal with this. One of the supervisors agrees and emphasizes that the intelligent bracelets and counting machines were rigorously audited by the 3 major universities, so he wants to know whether Vice Director Xu Ping is questioning the system itself. He looks at Ling Shuang and thinks that she is more than 10 years younger and yet is incredibly difficult to deal with. With this in mind, he announces to everyone that the student Xu Jingming cannot suffer an unjust accusation without reason, and that, if it is confirmed that there were no irregularities, USQJ is willing to compensate him with a rank S cultivation resource. With that, Ling Shuang looks at the MC and says that, in that case, they will check the records of the intelligent bracelet. Jingming smiles and thinks that doing nothing wrong and still gaining a rank S cultivation resource for free is something that doesn't happen every day. Xu Ping, upon noticing the expression the MC is making, wonders if he was mistaken. While several people begin the verification of the bracelet and the records, Kieran thinks that he wants to see exactly how Jingming managed to get those 400,000 points, because he is also rank S, and, even being third ranked, he thinks this shouldn't be that absurd. At that moment, some scenes of the MC defeating certain creatures begin to play on the big screen. The students are impressed by the level of the MC's spear skills, since they think they would never be able to reach such a level with a spear. Ling Shuang asks the MC if his spear skill has already reached the master level. He replies that it was stronger than anything else. She thinks that the master level is not something that can be achieved just by luck, and suspects that the MC is definitely hiding some very interesting secrets. Suddenly, the students are surprised by yet another thing, as they see Jingming defeating a 4th-ranked giant crocodile with just a single attack. So they soon want to know whether the lightning they saw was really fired by him, because the combat level is terrifyingly frightening. Kieran is also surprised, wondering if what he just saw is a rank S magical combat skill, since, as the MC uses a long spear, he really wants to know how he managed to master a magical skill. Ling Shuang has in mind that this skill is the celestial thunder art from the elemental faculty, and that, in the entire elemental faculty, only a handful of students have mastered a rank S skill, so she wonders how a freshman from the weapons faculty learned such a skill. She then asks Xu Ping if he still needs to see anything else. Completely embarrassed, he asks to conclude the assessment since he thinks it is no longer necessary to continue after seeing what he saw. Having said that, he comments that Jingming is just a freshman and has already mastered a rank S combat skill, so he emphasizes that he is exceptional and that the rank S cultivation resource will be delivered to him very soon. Jingming thanks the vice director for the praise and emphasizes that he will be looking forward to the cultivation resources. Xuping takes a deep breath and thinks that he never imagined that, after so many preparations, USQJ would still lose to USCM, because if he had known how monstrous the student Xu Jingming was, he thinks he would have done everything to recruit him to USQJ. The vice director goes to the students gathered there and declares the study excursion competition concluded, saying that the top 3 placements will be as follows. In 3rd place, USJC with 27.5% of the resource quota. In 2nd place, USQJ with 31.5%, and in 1st place, USCM, which will receive 41% of the resource quota and priority in allocation. The MC's friends are very happy and shout celebrating the victory of Magic City University and saying that Jingming is really an incredible guy since he managed the feat of winning 5 championships in a row. Xu Ping continues by saying that, in addition, the resources allocated to the 3 universities this time are rare and exotic flowers and herbs cultivated on the outer perimeter of the Magic Cave. But that, however, the next day, all freshmen, under the leadership of their respective mentors, will enter the plantation to carry out the harvest. And after the harvest, each university will organize, on its own, a half-month period of instruction. At that moment, Kieran calls out to the vice director and, very furious, says that he is not satisfied, so he wants to know whether the vice director would authorize a direct fight against Jingming, and emphasizes that if he ends up losing, they will provide the resources. But if he wins, the promised resources will continue to be delivered as before. Xu Ping becomes very serious and asks how confident Kieran is. Kieran comments that Jingming's rank S magical skill took 1 or 2 seconds to be cast, so he thinks that, in a one-on-one fight, he will definitely defeat him. The vice director becomes thoughtful, but comments that he is also not satisfied with the result and ends up agreeing to the request. Elsewhere, Ling Shuang wants to know how Jingming intends to organize the half-month instruction period with the mentor. The MC replies that he will return to the Magic Cave and continue hunting ferocious beasts. The director emphasizes that indeed facing life-and-death crises is a great way to temper oneself, but that he also needs to understand that alternating between effort and rest is essential for longevity. Jingming replies that he understands and that he will rest when he returns to the school after the end of the excursion, but adds that, in addition, he found a pool in the Magic Cave, and thus the two of them keep talking for a while. After hearing the story, Ling Shuang comments that, based on what Jingming described, that really was the blood essence of a 9th-rank Beast Emperor, an SS rank cultivation resource, but that clearly the portion he absorbed must have been quite diluted, since she thinks that otherwise he would never be able to directly absorb a full portion of a beast Emperor's blood essence. She then emphasizes that, as for the fact that he managed to absorb it, this is probably related to the body tempering skill he is training, so she thinks it would be best for him to ask Yang Gentian. Having said that, she asks him to rest a bit. since it seems that Jingming is quite exhausted. At that moment, Song Chu-yun introduces her aunt Jo Ying to him and says that she is her aunt and the chief director of the Shuoyan supply base. Jingming greets her and says it is a pleasure to meet her. She laughs and says there is no need for so much formality and that he can just call her Aunt Jo. Then she hands him the Song family's black gold card, since she thinks that in the future, he may be able to enjoy a 20% discount on all products from the Song family's businesses. Jingming is impressed by the Song family's black gold card and thinks that, from what he remembers, the Song family's businesses cover practically everything: combat suits, equipment, rare herbs, pills, and potions. So he thinks that a 20% discount on everything is quite an absurd benefit. Song Chu-yun asks her friend to just accept it, since his equipment will need frequent upgrades anyway. As he takes the card, the MC starts wondering if he has ended up becoming a sugar baby, but he is soon surprised by a noise he hears and turns to see what it is. Several journalists surround the MC and ask if they can interview him. After that, later on, Ling Shuang tells the MC that Kieran wants to fight him and that USQJ's bet is 20% of the resources this time, while Magic City University's bet is half of the passes to the ruins. So she wants to know if he will accept. Jingming is confused about these passes to the ruins and asks them to explain better. Xu Ping explains that the passes are tickets to enter the ruins of ancient civilizations and that they brought in a rank S reinforcement precisely because of these 40 passes. And since the MC placed first, the passes naturally go to them, which is why they are quite dissatisfied. Jingming thinks that, in Magic City history classes, it was mentioned that before this era of civilization, there existed an even more ancient civilization. He then reflects that this ancient civilization also possessed ferocious beasts and superpower users, and its level of development was extremely advanced. Not only was the technology impressive, but their understanding of superpowers was also extremely profound. However, what is unknown is why the civilization suddenly came to an end, right at its peak, being buried deep underground. And only thousands of years later, when superpower users reappeared on Blue Star, were these ruins rediscovered, and the best training methods and SSS rank combat skills were obtained from them. However, some ruins can be accessed freely, while others require passes. Those with free access were looted long ago, which is why the passes are so highly contested. Ling Shuang emphasizes that these 40 passes correspond to Civilization Ruin number 9, which only opens once a year, and only 4th to 6th rank users can enter. She then says that if the MC defeats Kiran, he can give up one pass. Xu Ping laughs and says that if Jingming does not want to fight, everything will still be fine. After all, the arena is small, which favors Kiran. The MC calls to both of them and says that he will accept the fight. Xu Ping turns and says that he will inform Kiran and that the fight will be held in the supply base arena area. After the vice director leaves, the director comments that she did not expect him to accept so easily and wants to know if he is really that confident. Jingming replies that he is quite relaxed, since he has about a 90% chance of winning. Ling Shuang asks if he calls 90% relaxed. Jingming laughs and says that he was actually being modest, but thinks he has a 100% chance. She takes a deep breath and comments that if Xu Ping and Kiran knew that he is 100% confident, she imagines what their reaction would be. After the vice director tells Kiran the MC's decision, he becomes excited, saying that he did not expect Jingming to have the courage to accept the duel. He then asks if it is okay if the MC gets hurt a little. Xu Ping tells Kiran not to worry, since vice directors, mentors, and many students from the 3 major universities will be present. So he assures him to fight with everything he has, since if there is any risk, someone will intervene. Kiran becomes excited upon hearing this, and hopes that the MC will not blame him for being merciless. After that, on the day of the confrontation in the arena area, some students are commenting that the duel will be between 2 rank S users and that they are very excited. Other students comment that, in an open field, Jingming's Celestial Thunder art is practically a guaranteed victory, but that in the arena it is another story, and that all that remains is to wait and see how many trump cards Jingming is still hiding. Kiran hears this and wonders if anyone really thinks Jingming has other trump cards, because he knows that a rank S combat skill is already a miracle for a freshman. So he asks himself how Jingming could have a second one. It doesn't take long for the MC to arrive at the arena, and at that very moment, the students become euphoric, shouting that Jingming has just arrived. Kiran immediately approaches him and says that they need to fight because he can't stand waiting any longer. Jingming laughs and asks if Kiran really can't wait any longer to be eliminated, because he will fulfill his wish. As soon as both enter the arena, each goes to one side, and the USJC Vice Director, Jiang Quan, an 8th rank Grandmaster, announces that he will preside over the fight and emphasizes that if either one loses consciousness or surrenders, the battle will be immediately ended and no additional attacks will be allowed. But that, obviously, they do not need to hold back, because with his presence there is no risk of fatal injuries. Having said that, he activates his water mist shield and shouts for the two to begin the fight. Kiran wastes no time and immediately activates his Brahma Beast Sovereign ability. Jingming, upon seeing his opponent's transformation, wonders if this is a rank S enhancement type superpower. Kiran calls out to Jingming and says that he will give him time to prepare that rank S magical ability because he will make him admit defeat from the bottom of his heart. The students around the arena, upon seeing Kiran's rank S enhancement type superpower, comment that they think Jingming will have serious trouble since the arena is only 30 meters wide, which is a huge limitation for long-range lightning abilities. The MC, on the other hand, thinks that, upon reflecting more carefully, since entering the 3rd rank, he has never fully released his superpower, so he thinks the moment will be perfect to test it. With that, he releases his powerful energy, and countless bolts of lightning take over the arena, even shattering the water barrier. Jiang Quan thinks that the layer of water mist he erected can withstand, at most, attacks from an ordinary peak 3rd rank Ranka user, and seeing that just the MC's superpower eruption has already pushed the water mist to its limit, he increases the barrier's resistance. The students are very surprised when they see the MC's Divine Thunder of the Purple Heavens superpower and comment that it gives the feeling that he could eliminate anyone in an instant. Kiran, on the other hand, keeps in mind that ordinary lightning does not harm him, but that Jingming's thunder can travel through his entire body, and therefore, he thinks he needs to end the fight very quickly. Thus, he charges at Jingming with all his might. Jingming, in turn, also charges toward Kiran, who becomes excited upon seeing that instead of fleeing, the MC is going to counterattack, and therefore intends to show him the incomparable power of an enhancement-type superpower user. He then grabs his blade, but soon becomes quite frightened when he sees that Jingming is already very close. He then tries to block Jingming's spear thrust with his sword, but ends up being thrown backward and immediately wonders how this is possible, because Jingming's strength truly matches his own after transforming. The MC comments that Kiran seems surprised, then says that there is no law stating that a lightning element user must be weaker than an enhancement type user. Kiran channels power into his forehead and says that, indeed, such a law does not exist, but that he originally wanted to play a little more with the MC. However, from the looks of it, it seems that is no longer possible. Having said that, he emphasizes that Jingming should feel honored that he is using his full strength to defeat him. Kiran activates his Beast Sovereign Descent ability and becomes even stronger. The people around the arena comment that the power they are feeling is extremely terrifying, and that, from the looks of it, it must be an exclusive rank S ability. Xu Ping watches Kiran and thinks that the fight will end in an instant. Ling Shuang reflects that she remembers that the director of the weapons faculty, Yang Zhentian, also has a similar rank S combat skill, and that perhaps Jingming certainly knows it. The power around Kiran easily repels the MC's lightning, and then he calls out to Jingming and says that in his current state, he wants to know whether he still dares to measure strengths again. The MC begins to enter his other combat mode and replies that, obviously, yes. Having said that, he transforms, and an even stronger power emerges, leaving even Kiran surprised. One of the students in the audience wants to know what is happening, because he only looked at his phone for a second, and, when he looked back at the arena, there were already 2 boss monsters. His friend replies that they are not bosses, but Jingming and Kiran entering the second phase. Kiran, somewhat startled upon seeing the MC's transformation, comments that it must be a rank S combat skill. Jingming replies that it is, but emphasizes that unfortunately, there is no prize. Having said that, he activates the Thunder Prison. Kiran becomes alarmed, thinking that it is a restraint-type combat skill, since Jingming is preparing to use that rank-S Celestial Thunder skill. With that in mind, he knows he needs to go all out and equips the Vitality Armor. He then tries to withstand the lightning attacks and, after managing to block them, realizes that he finally broke through. However, he notices something and immediately turns, narrowly dodging the MC's spear attack at the last instant. The spear strikes one of the arena walls, and a massive explosion occurs. Kiran thinks that the lightning spear is truly terrifying, because if he had been hit by it, he believes he would have been seriously injured. At that moment, Jingming appears out of nowhere very close to Kiran, using the Lightning Gale Breakthrough skill. Kiran tries to block with his blade, but due to the MC's strength, he is violently thrown backward. Jingming takes advantage of the opening and activates the Continuous Thunder Spear skill. Kiran is struck multiple times without being able to defend himself, and, while being attacked, thinks that if he can block these attacks, he still has a chance. Thus, he shouts that now it is his turn to counterattack. However, Jingming simply raises his arm and shouts explosion. The places where Kiran was struck begin releasing small arcs of lightning, and soon after, an electrical explosion occurs inside his body. Kiran is blasted out of the arena, and due to the damage he sustained, his ability is undone. Jingming walks up to him and points the spear at Kiran's face, who in turn says that he accepts defeat and surrenders the fight. Grandmaster Jiang Quan announces that the winner is the student Xu Jingming. The students from Magic City University become excited and shout, celebrating the victory of the most terrifying freshman of all. Ling Shuang reflects that the Thunder Prison was used for control. Then the Thunder Spear forced Kiran to expend his movement ability, followed by the Lightning Flash to advance, combined with the Lightning Gale Breakthrough to expose the opponent's weakness, and finishing with Continuous Thunder Spears. So she knows that everything connected perfectly, being clean, direct, and efficient. She then asks whether the vice director would like to say anything else. Xu Ping replies that they are accepting the defeat graciously, and that 20% resource quota belongs to them, and that the rank S resource promised to Jingming will be delivered the next afternoon. As he leaves, irritated, he thinks that they did not get the 20 passes to the ruins and also lost 20% of the resource quota, so he knows that in trying to come out ahead, he ended up getting burned in the end. Ling Shuang congratulates the MC on the excellent fight and hands over the pass to Civilization Ruin Number 9, and also says that the university will reward him with an additional 10,000 academic credits. Jingming is surprised by the amount of credits he will receive, but still thanks the director for her generosity, and as soon as he takes the pass to the ruins, he becomes excited, since he knows that the pass is something everyone is constantly competing to obtain. Ling Shuang once again asks the MC to go rest, but says that the rank S resource promised by Qingjing Superpower University, as well as the permission to choose a combat skill from the libraries of the 3 universities, can all be claimed the next day after harvesting the rare flowers and herbs in the magical cave. Jingming reflects that this study excursion not only guaranteed a pass to the ruins, academic credits, and a rank S resource, but also yielded a huge amount of rare flowers and herbs, along with a pile of ferocious beast materials. So he concludes that all of this was truly great. At that moment, a student approaches the MC and says that his fight was incredible, and that it was great fortune to witness a genius like him. Jingming thanks him for the compliment, but as soon as the student leaves, he asks Song Chu-yun who that guy is. She says that he is the student Dong Sheng, the top-ranked student of Jincheng Superpower University. Jingming, somewhat surprised, emphasizes that it is no wonder he felt that Dong Sheng's cultivation is at the intermediate stage of the second rank. Song Chu-yun asks what he means by that, since Jingming is already at the third rank. The MC laughs and explains that he is a special case, because he has a hack that allows him to level up with a single click, then asks if she believes that. Song Chu-yun replies that not even in her dreams. After that, at the cult's base, the Archbishop informs the followers that since they have received the divine mandate, the celestial god will be eternal. He then asks whether everything is ready at the plantation. One of the cult members replies that everything has already been arranged. The Archbishop makes it clear that they will be responsible for the professors of the 3 universities and that they should eliminate as many as possible. However, he emphasizes that as for the 2 rank S individuals, he will leave them to the Holy Sun. since he believes this will be useful for his growth, and asks if there is any problem. He replies that there is not and comments that the next day he will be very close to them. The Archbishop adds that if they are willing to embrace the cult of destiny, it would be even better. Otherwise, they should be eliminated without mercy. Thus, he draws everyone's attention and informs them that the next day will be the most magnificent stage of the cult of destiny, as they will use the most brutal and ruthless posture to announce their existence to Daxia, and that he is very eager for everyone's performance. On the following day, at the magical cave plantation, some students find certain flowers beautiful, and one of them asks whether what he is seeing are rank C sunflowers. The base director, Ma Yang, welcomes everyone, but asks why the three vice directors are not there with the mentors and students. The lead mentor of Magic City University, Hu Ping, explains that the directors had other matters to deal with. Since harvesting flowers and herbs is not dangerous, they decided not to attend. In addition, she points out that even if something were to happen, Director Ling Shuang can use her spatial ability to arrive there within a few minutes. Ma Yang smiles and says that he had forgotten about that, then asks everyone to follow him. As they walk through the plantation area, the base director informs them that Qingjing Superpower University will be responsible for collecting the sunflowers in Area C12, and Jincheng Superpower University will take care of the red flame grass in Area B16. Finally, Magic City University will be responsible for the mental clarity grass in Area C11. He then explains that the three best freshmen must separate. Hu Ping is surprised and immediately asks why they have to separate and why other magical cave plantations do not have this rule. The base director explains that this is a newly cultivated batch of rank S rare flowers and herbs, which is an excellent opportunity for exceptional students to broaden their horizons. Hu Ping, still somewhat suspicious, says that she understands and calls Jingming, Qiran, and Dong Sheng to go with her. The MC thinks about collecting rank S rare flowers and herbs alone and soon feels that this base director seems suspicious. However, he believes that with the mentors nearby, there should be no problems. At that moment, Dongsheng calls the MC and Kiran over and introduces himself. He then comments that their battle the previous day was truly magnificent. After that, he says that he heard that some religions possess secret techniques that increase strength, allowing someone of the second rank to advance directly to the fourth rank. Thus, he thinks that if this is true, he might be able to exchange blows with the two of them. Jingming, upon hearing about religions, comments that he thinks it would be better for Dongsheng not to get involved with that. Kiran asks what is wrong with religions, since the Miadu cult or the Sacred Father cult both have very positive impacts on his father, and it is precisely thanks to the support of Lord God Brahma that he is invincible. Jingming asks what he means by invincible and why the god Brahma he believes in did not make him defeat him. Kiran becomes very nervous upon hearing this, but Dongsheng gives his opinion, saying that he actually thinks Kiran is right, because some religions really do bring great benefits, and that when the MC personally feels the power that comes from religion, he thinks that perhaps he will change his mind. Jingming is intrigued by what Dongsheng said about when the time comes, and questions what he meant by that. At that moment, Ma Yang asks the mentor from Magic City University for permission and informs her that the three students have already arrived at the location. She asks whether they have really arrived and where the rank S rare flowers and herbs are. Ma Yang points to the side and tells the lead mentor that the rank S rare flowers and herbs are right there. She turns around, somewhat confused. The base director takes advantage of her distraction and lunges forward with his monstrous arm, attempting to strike her. Hu Ping jumps back to avoid being completely hit and is greatly shocked to see that the base director is a 7th rank grandmaster. Next, she activates her rank A superpower, the Lacquer Shadow Spirit Cat, and immediately asks who the base director really is and whether he knows the consequences of doing what he is doing. He laughs and says that, as expected of someone at the peak of the 6th rank from Magic City, she is indeed different from ordinary users of that level. Having said that, he emphasizes that since she is going to be eliminated, it would not hurt to tell her. So he reveals that he is part of the cult of destiny and, regarding the consequences, makes it clear that the more serious they are, the more they will like it. While the other students remain on alert, Hu Ping asks whether Ma Yang and his cult are trying to destroy the future generation of Daxia, as she hopes they will not regret what they are doing. Next, the mentor shatters a crystal. Ma Yang conjures his magic sphere and asks whether the mentor is really trying to summon their spatial grandmaster, saying that he is sorry, but it is already too late. Having said that, he activates the spatial blockade. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang wonders whether someone really dared to attack the joint team of the three schools, as she thinks they are seeking their own annihilation, so she asks the vice director and the grandmaster to immediately head to the plantation. Ling Shuang wastes no time and quickly uses her spatial ability. Seeing this, the students comment that they are feeling the powerful auras of the three and wonder whether something has happened. Zhou Ying orders squads 9 and 10 of the base to immediately advance to the magical cave plantation and protect Miss Song Chu-yun, but thinks that her little niece carries a guardian talisman and that 8th rank grandmasters from the three schools are already on their way to protect them, so he believes there should be no problems. Meanwhile, where the MC is, Hu Ping asks whether what she is feeling is a fluctuation of spatial type superpower. Ma Yang replies that it is exactly as she says, and emphasizes that their spatial grandmaster is useless and that everyone will be eliminated there first. Hu Ping, realizing that she is about to be attacked, becomes terrified, thinking that she will not be able to dodge the attack, and ends up being eliminated by a powerful strike from Ma Yang. Jingming thinks that a 7th rank grandmaster, even using all his trump cards, was unable to do anything, so he believes that he has no chance at all. Ma Yang asks whether anyone can really shake the Beast Emperor space, since, it seems, spatial grandmasters are frightening after all. He then flies away and tells the Holy Sun that he leaves the place there under his responsibility. At that moment, Dongsheng, along with some cult members, comments that the time has finally come for the Cult of Destiny to take the stage. He then calls Jingming and Kiran and asks them to come at him, as he wants to show his true form. Having said that, as he begins his transformation, his power starts to surpass the upper stage of the 2nd rank, the peak stage of the 2nd rank, the lower stage of the 3rd rank, and the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank, until it reaches the peak stage of the 4th rank. Kiran is shocked and wants to know what kind of combat ability this is, and whether Dong Sheng's strength really increased by 2 major ranks. Jingming only thinks that what he is feeling is certainly the aura of divine blood. He then reflects that Dongsheng carries the aura of several types of divine blood, and that each of them is equivalent to an SSS rank resource. So now it makes sense that he jumped directly to the peak of the 4th rank. Dongsheng emphasizes that going directly from the intermediate stage of the 2nd rank to the peak of the 4th rank is the true power of the Cult of Destiny, and thus says that the MC and Kirin have 2 choices, the first being to join the Cult of Destiny and hunt the other students, or be crushed to the end. Meanwhile, some students shout that the 2 rank S students are in danger and that they need to help them immediately. However, some cult members appear and comment that no one will be saved, telling them to worry about themselves instead, as they are also targets. Song Chu-yun equips her halberd and quickly prepares for combat, while hoping that nothing happens to her friend. Outside the magical cave plantation, the directors are still being blocked. Xu Ping asks Ling Shuang why they do not teleport directly. She replies that she has already tried and informs him that somehow the space inside cannot be breached. She then observes Ma Yang and comments that what he must be holding in his hands is likely the bone of a 9th rank Beast Emperor with spatial abilities, and that because of this, the plantation space has been sealed. Xu Ping remarks that he thinks it is an absurd waste for a 9th rank Beast Emperor bone to have spatial abilities. Jiang Quan, on the other hand, emphasizes that if something happens to the 2 rank S students, they will be in serious trouble. Ma Yang laughs and says that he does not care at all, since they are 3 grandmasters who can only watch helplessly as the Cult of Destiny eliminates all the freshmen. Jiang Quan is intrigued upon hearing about the Cult of Destiny. Xu Ping says that they were exterminated from Daxia's territory 60 years ago, but that he did not expect them to resurface. At that moment, while preparing her ability, Ling Shuang calls the 2 of them to attack together and informs them that 3 minutes should be enough to break the spatial blockade. She then shouts for them to rise. Cracks begin to appear around the magical cave plantation, and soon the ground beneath the area starts to lift upward, and it does not take long for Miss Ling Shuang to leave the entire area exposed to open air. However, she informs them that the underground space is also sealed and cannot be breached, but that the weakest point of the seal is toward the southeast. Thus, both Xu Ping and Jiang Quan begin to transform, and after completing their transformation, they charge toward the southeast side with the intention of breaking the spatial blockade. The students and the members of the Cult of Destiny are frightened by the tremor and the noise, as they are witnessing the monstrous power of the vice directors trying to enter to save them. Meanwhile, Jingming is thinking that he still has 49,000 skill points on the system panel, so he considers that if he spends everything to level up, he should be able to reach the 4th rank and turn the tables. Dongsheng calls out to the 3 geniuses of the universities and asks if they are seeing this, saying that jumping from the intermediate stage of the 2nd rank to the peak of the 4th rank is the power of the Cult of Destiny. In addition, he will give them a chance to eliminate the surrounding freshmen, become members of the Cult of Destiny, and gain the opportunity to obtain the same power as his. As a result, some freshmen begin to consider the possibility of doing what was asked. But Ling Shuang shouts a warning that any freshman who dares to attack another will be expelled and eliminated immediately. This excites the freshmen who were considering such a possibility, saying that they will never be traitors and that they would rather be hunted to the end. Dongsheng becomes irritated by this turn of events and calls everyone idiots, as he never imagined that they would lack even a shred of courage. But as he turns around, he emphasizes that he will give the last 3 seconds for the 2 rank S students to decide whether they will join or be eliminated. Kieran drops his sword and falls to his knees on the ground, begging not to be eliminated, saying that he will join the Cult of Destiny. Dongsheng comments that he made a sensible choice, but wants to know what Jingming will do. He, in turn, begins to release his power and does not answer anything. Dongsheng comments that then the MC has chosen to be eliminated and orders Kiran to eliminate Jingming to prove his loyalty. Kiran, with a trembling voice, comments that he cannot deal with Jingming alone. At that moment, some cult members transform and call Kiran to attack together. The MC notices that one of them is at the lower stage of the 3rd rank and 4 are at the lower stage of the 4th rank, so he thinks that it seems he does not even need to use his skill points yet. One of the cult members gets reckless and charges at the MC, asking whether just because he is rank S, he thinks he is amazing. Without making any movement, Jingming blocks the attack with his lightning and then counterattacks with a thrust of his spear. The cult member falls to the ground, wondering how this was possible, since he is a 4th rank superpower user. Jingming makes it clear that he was a fool to dare attack him alone. Dongsheng says that he will also help with the attack. Jingming thinks that he really feels threatened, because Dongsheng is truly strong, so it seems that he will have to use his skill points after all. But it is a pity, because he wanted to test whether 50,000 skill points would improve his superpower. However, upon seeing the notification from his system informing him that by eliminating a Divine Blood envoy at the lower stage of the 4th rank, he obtained another 1,000 skill points, thus reaching 50,000 points, Jingming wastes no time and immediately upgrades his superpower. As the sky begins to darken and numerous bolts of lightning strike across the entire area, the system informs that it will begin the superpower evolution, starting the evolution of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder of rank S. While the evolution rate is at 30%, the MC's lightning begins to spread even further throughout the area. Dongsheng shouts that he thinks Jingming is just putting on a show and unleashes his attack. A huge explosion occurs inside the magical cave plantation, but the MC manages to block the attack, remaining unscathed, while the superpower evolution progress continues. Next, the system informs that the rate has reached 100% and that the superpower evolution has been successfully completed, and now the Purple Sky Divine Thunder of rank S has evolved into the All Heavens Divine Thunder of rank SS. Jingming simply opens his eyes, releasing his new power, and countless bolts of lightning begin to destroy the entire area. Dongsheng is struck head-on by one of these bolts. With this, the system informs the MC that he has eliminated a Divine Blood envoy at the peak stage of the 4th rank, obtaining another 2,000 skill points. Next, Jingming points at each of the cult members present and makes it clear that all of them will be eliminated. Having said that, he unleashes his powerful discharge once again, which can be seen from very far away. Kiran, upon seeing Jingming's incredible power, becomes terrified and, without thinking twice, begins banging his head on the ground, saying that he was also threatened, but even so did not attack him. At that moment, Ma Yang is surprised to realize that the Holy Sun has been eliminated, so he turns around shouting that he will bury Jingming along with him and launches his powerful attack. On the verge of being struck by Ma Yang's blow, Jingming realizes that he cannot move his body even an inch and wonders if this is the difference in level between him and a 7th rank Grandmaster. Next, observing the attack more closely, he also wonders whether the superpower he is seeing is of the spatial type. At that moment, Ling Shuang manages to pass through the blockade. Ma Yang becomes nervous and immediately wants to know how she managed to break in, since he was clearly maintaining the spatial blockade. While unleashing her spatial slash, Ling Shuang asks how Ma Yang dares to be distracted while relying on an external object for his spatial ability. The Vice Director's attack is so powerful that it deals significant damage to Ma Yang's arm, causing him to drop the Beast Emperor Essence Bone Sphere. Ling Shuang continues with her magic, but this time restrains the Base Director's movements. While he is being held in place, she picks up the Bone Sphere. Thus, she asks whether the MC is all right. He replies that he is, and thanks her for helping him at the last moment. At that moment, the Vice Directors enter and ask what should be done with the remaining members of the Cult of Destiny. She replies that those who dared to lay hands on the geniuses of her Daxia should be captured alive if they are 6th rank superpower users, and as for the rest, they should be eliminated without mercy. Having said that, Xu Ping and Jiang Quan begin to attack without stopping. Kiran goes up to Ling Shuang calling out to her, but she already comments that someone else will settle accounts with him later. After that, she calls the MC and asks what that was with his superpower moments earlier, and whether it was perhaps a special rank S ability, since it had no casting time and was a golden lightning bolt. Jingming replies that he is also not sure, since he only wanted to survive at all costs, and then his superpower seemed to break through its limits and underwent a mutation. Intrigued by something, Ling Shuang asks whether it was not a combat ability and whether he can perhaps show the Purple Sky Divine Thunder again. Jingming begins to release his power, and the Vice Director finds this quite strange, as she wonders whether it is still the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, since once they finish there and return to the supply base, she will test his superpower again. At that moment, Song Chu-yeon goes to the MC and hugs him, saying that she was so worried about him. Ling Shuang turns around and as she leaves, thinks that youth is wonderful. Jingming, upon seeing his friend crying, wipes her tears and says that everything is fine and that it is already over, then emphasizes once again that he is perfectly fine. A few minutes later, the area that was floating is placed back into position. Ling Shuang reports that a total of 342 freshmen from the 3 universities fell into the hands of the Cult of Destiny members during the event that took place, and therefore makes it clear that the 3 great universities have assumed responsibility for the casualties that occurred, and that they will also provide compensation and pensions according to battlefield sacrifice standards. Having said that, she announces that the Cult of Destiny is an enemy of humanity and, moreover, an enemy of the 3 great universities, and that from that day onward, the 3 great universities will issue an extermination order against the Cult of Destiny, and that both students and teachers may accept missions, as they must annihilate them completely. Jingming reflects that eliminating Divine Blood envoys yields many skill points, and, with that in mind, concludes that when he returns to the university, he might try to accept some missions. Ling Shuang explains that due to the unexpected incident involving the Cult of Destiny, the study excursion will end earlier, and that freshmen from all universities must gather at 9 in the morning the next day to return to the university. Later, in a more secluded location, Ling Shuang takes out an artifact and asks Jingming to release his superpower, as the detector will analyze the results. While the MC channels his power into the detector, Ling Shuang wonders whether Jingming's rank S superpower has evolved into a rank SS superpower, since she has in mind that this should not be possible, as he originally only had a lower rank ability, and evolving to rank S was already something very rare. At that moment, the detector reports that superpower detection has been completed and that the superpower is identified as the All Heavens Divine Thunder under the natural type lightning element with a rank SS classification. The vice director is surprised to learn that it is a rank SS superpower, since she knows that the difference between rank SS and rank S is enormous. Because if cultivated properly, Jingming could definitely play a decisive role on the battlefield against ferocious beasts, considering that the last time an SS Awakened appeared in Daxia was more than 10 years ago. Thus, she smiles and says that his rank SS superpower is very good and that he performed very well. Jingming comments that his superpower really did undergo another evolution, but wants to know how the machine knows about the All Heavens, Divine Thunder, and whether this power has appeared before. Ling Shuang emphasizes that since it can be detected, it must naturally have appeared before, not in the modern era, but in the era of ancient civilizations, since the university's detectors are made based on detectors from ancient civilization ruins. However, she points out that this means Jingming's talent can already be comparable to that of the powerhouses of ancient times. Having said that, she emphasizes that there is no need for the MC to hide the fact that his superpower has evolved, but that he should also not flaunt it around carelessly, then asks him to take the talisman she personally made, and that if he crushes it within 400 kilometers, he can rush to her, so he should remember to use it only when he is in real danger. Jing Bing takes the talisman and thanks the vice director. Ling Shuang also hands over the rank S resource promised to the MC by USQJ, a 7th grade limit breaking pill, and says that he can use it when breaking through a major rank, then suggests that he take it when trying to break through from the peak stage of the 5th rank to the 6th rank, otherwise it would be a waste of its potency. Feeling a bit awkward, Jingming asks whether he can exchange it for a different rank S cultivation resource, since he has in mind that with the system, he does not need pills at all to break through. However, Ling Shuang replies that USQJ will not exchange it, but will grant a special permission to exchange it for a rank S resource at the USCM Resource Department after they return to the university, and that is for the combat skill reward for taking first place in the study excursion. He should take a look and see which one he wants to choose. Thus, the vice director asks Eva to display all lightning element combat skills of rank A and above from USQJ and USJC. Quickly, Eva begins to show all the available skills. Jingming observes the SSS rank Obliterating Thundercloud skill, which uses lightning element superpower to trigger natural phenomena, forming a thundercloud that continuously fires lightning, but which can only be learned by users of the 5th rank or above, with a lightning element superpower of rank A or higher. He also sees the SS rank Descent of the God of Thunder's Judgment skill, which uses lightning element superpower to condense a thunder god and judge all enemies. Jingming thinks that SS and SS rank combat skills are extremely tempting, but unfortunately, the rank requirements are extremely high, and he cannot learn them yet, so he thinks it is better to be pragmatic and choose something he can learn at the moment. After choosing the one he wants, the MC calls the vice director and says that he chose the S rank Finger of the God of Thunder skill. Ling Shuang sees that this skill uses lightning element superpower to condense the finger of a thunder god to attack the enemy, causing massive lightning damage. She then informs him that this is a combat skill from USQJ, so she thinks that they will probably not provide much assistance in teaching it, since the learning cycle may be very long. Jing Ming replies that he does not mind, and thinks that since he still has 6,000 skill points, it will be enough. The vice director smiles and comments that since the MC has already mastered several rank S combat skills and has plenty of experience, he will not need her reminders. While Jing Ming is distracted watching the abilities that Eva is displaying, Ling Shuang reflects on the MC's extremely fast cultivation speed, as well as his heaven-defying comprehension, and even the fact that his superpower can undergo mutation again, so she knows that for so many exaggerated advantages to be concentrated in a single person, if he manages to grow, humanity will definitely gain an unparalleled expert. Later, in the private training room, the MC is focused until he asks the Deep Blue system to open his attribute panel. He then thinks that 50,000 skill points transformed his Purple Sky Divine Thunder of rank S into the All Heavens Divine Thunder of rank SS. and that compared to the purple sky divine thunder, the all heavens, divine thunder is even more difficult to control, since he needs to focus on training his control over his superpower, and while trying to control his new power, he hopes that one day he can obtain an SS rank lightning element superpower. Later, at 18 o'clock, some people on the street are surprised to see an aircraft in the sky and soon wonder whether it is an anti-gravity aircraft from an ancient civilization ruin. The aircraft begins to descend near the city, and as soon as it lands, a man steps out and, dressed in a very different manner, thinks of the MC and comments that he has finally arrived. The people around are intrigued by the old man's strange presence and comment that perhaps they should inform the base personnel. The old man thinks that the fewer people who know he is there, the better, so he snaps his fingers, and the people who were around begin to act normally, almost as if they had never seen him there. Meanwhile, at the base's temporary detention center, while two guards stand outside protecting the perimeter, Ma Yang, completely chained up, keeps shouting, begging to be released, and saying that the celestial god will punish anyone who dared to interfere with his plans. The head of intelligence of the security department comments to Ling Shuang that these fanatics from the cult of destiny are quite stubborn, and that, in the end, they have not managed to extract anything useful so far. She replies that she understands and emphasizes that they have put in a lot of effort and thinks they can rest a bit now. Ma Yang laughs and calls everyone useless, making it clear that if he were them, he would not waste time trying to extract information. Jiang Quan points out that not even the head of intelligence managed to do it, so it seems that all that remains is to wait for the superiors to send reinforcements. Ling Shuang asks him to relax and comments that, according to her estimate, they should be arriving at any moment. At that moment, the man from before who came down from the ship appears there at the prison. The deputy director immediately turns around upon sensing a powerful aura. The old man laughs and promptly apologizes for his delay. Ling Shuang bows and comments that she did not expect him to come personally. The old man replies that he had to come, since the cult of destiny reappeared after more than 60 years. As the old man approaches Ma Yang, Ling Shuang thinks that Liu Yushan is a mental type superpower user of rank A, one of the few 9th rank martial saints of Daxia, and a holder of great political power. But she wonders whether something like this truly required his presence. Liu Yushan activates his mental power and asks Ma Yang to answer with complete sincerity, wanting to know whether he is the supreme leader of the cult of destiny. After being caught by the ability, he answers that he is not and says that he is only an archbishop. Then the old man asks what the objective of their operations was and whether they had infiltrated agents into the universities and how many. Ma Yang replies that initially it was to eliminate the freshmen of the 3 universities and then announce to the world the existence of the cult of destiny, and that regarding infiltrators, only at USJC. 10 minutes later, Liu Yushan explains that the Archbishop's memories were tampered with by a superpower user, and, because of that, he believes the man cannot reveal anything important, such as the hideouts or who the supreme leader of the cult is, but from what they managed to extract, the cult of destiny is plotting something much bigger, so he believes the superiors will act very soon. Having said that, he makes it clear that for now, that is all regarding the cult of destiny, but that there is another matter concerning the evolution of the superpower of the student Xu Jingming, so he wants to know where he is, because he wishes to meet him personally. Ling Shuang thinks that, in the end, the old man had another reason for being there. Later, in the deputy director's office, the MC arrives asking whether she had sent for him. Ling Shuang asks Jingming to sit down first, and then says she will introduce Liu Yushan, advisor to the National Parliament of Daxia, as the MC turns around in great surprise, wondering whether there really is someone else in the room. Since he did not sense any presence, the old man greets Jingming and emphasizes that it is a pleasure to meet him, while Jingming, very surprised, thinks that something is very wrong there and is soon caught by an overwhelming pressure coming from the old man. However, at that very moment, he tries to use his power to dissipate the control, and as soon as he manages to do so, he becomes very tired, almost as if he had just gone through an intense fight. He then reflects that, until now, he had only seen 9th rank martial saints on the internet and never imagined that, in person, Just a single look from the old man would be so overwhelming. Liu Yushan comments that the MC did not do badly at all, since nowadays, very few third-rank users can withstand his gaze. So he believes the MC's strength is truly admirable. Jingming bows and makes it clear that, in truth, he knows it was the old man who held back. The advisor laughs and says that every year, 3 or 4 rank S superpower users emerge on Blue Star, but that there have been fewer than 50 rank SS users in the past 200 years, and therefore, those who do not die young end up becoming the absolute pinnacle of power among humans, and he hopes the MC will be one of them. Having said that, he emphasizes that to help him on this path, they will provide support, then explains that what he just did was a mental seal capable of creating a layer of mental protection on him. Next, he places it on the MC's forehead, but as soon as he does so, he ends up feeling a bit dizzy and emphasizes that it is a rank SS mental combat ability he developed and is applying. In the future, even if a 9th rank mental type tries to break the seal, they will have to sweat a lot to do so. While Jingming helps the advisor sit down, Ling Shuang makes it clear that Liu Yushan is doing all of this for free for the MC and therefore thinks he should thank him properly. Immediately, Jingming thanks the advisor. He asks the MC not to thank him, as this was a collective decision of the parliament, and that when he becomes stronger, he only needs to help Daxia defeat more enemies. The deputy director explains to the MC that a thick layer of mental protection was applied around his sea of consciousness, and that advisor Lu's mental seal is the dream of many 8th rank grandmasters. And yet, Jing Ming received it for free. He laughs and comments that it is because he is the most outstanding student of Magic City University. Ling Shuang laughs and says that apparently humility is not his strong suit, but changing the subject, she says that the National University League will begin in March and that she will be counting on him. Jing Ming is quite surprised to hear this and immediately asks if she is sure, since he is only a freshman. The deputy director makes it clear that it is out of the question for him to refuse, as she is already reserving a spot for him, but that there are still a few months left, and therefore, she thinks he should train hard until that day. The MC comments that he cannot wait to cross paths with the geniuses of the other universities. After that, 3 days later, at the Magic City University, the ship that took the group to the competition returned. As soon as it lands, Jiang Chuyi promptly greets the MC and Song Chu-yun. Then she goes up to the two of them and says she is very happy to see that both are well. Song Chu-yun makes it clear that it was thanks to her pills, because she thinks that if it were not for them, they would have been screwed in the magic cave. Jiang Chuyi laughs and says that of course it was, since she was the one who refined them, but changes the subject and says that she has already reserved a table at Qingyaju for them to go eat. Jingming asks whether it will be on her tab. She replies yes, but wants to know if he remembered to bring the rare flowers and herbs she had asked for. The MC says that he brought a lot, but wants to know if she will be able to use all of it. As the three leave laughing and chatting, Ling Shuang just watches them and thinks that Jing Ming apparently has luck even with women, but that, thinking about it more carefully, she believes that the stronger the parents, the greater the chances of the children being born with powerful superpowers, and that having multiple partners actually makes sense. Then she thinks about her own time, since no one her age could reach her level, but in the end, knows that she is already in her 30s and still single. After that, Jiang Chuyi, upon seeing the amount of rare flowers and herbs that the MC brought from the magic cave, is completely surprised and immediately asks if he took everything. Jing Ming laughs and emphasizes that this is nothing special, since very few are strong enough to reach the central part of that cave, and that if he had stayed there longer, he thinks he would have gathered even more. Jiang Chuyi takes a deep breath and comments that she thinks she will now be quite busy for a long time. Then Jing Ming stands up and says that he is going to leave because he has to go to the resource department to exchange the rank S cultivation item he got from USQJ. It does not take long before he arrives at the resource department of USCM. Jing Ming asks Ava to list the rank S resources that he can exchange for a 7th grade limit-breaking pill. Upon seeing the list, the MC is impressed by the number of resources he sees, but asks Eva which of the resources shown on the list will maximize his control over the lightning superpower. Eva identifies the Rank S Thunder Mystic Realm Pass, with which the MC can enter the Thunder Mystic Realm, located in Hedong City, Jiangnan Province, and train there. Jingming comments that Hedong City is less than 100 kilometers from his home, and that he has never heard of any Thunder Mystic Realm there. Eva explains that it appeared in Kanger Village, in Hedong City, 87 years ago, and that after the Thunder Dojo took over, it began to be managed strictly. A pass is required to enter, so most people do not even know it exists. The MC says he understands, but wants to know if there are beasts there. Ava replies that yes, and that almost all of them have mastered lightning control. Jingming thinks this is perfect and decides to choose this Rank S resource. Later, the MC receives a call from someone asking if he is Vice President Xu Jingming. He replies that he is, but asks the reason. The guy informs him that the club will hold an exchange meeting later. The MC recalls that a few days ago he followed senior brother Liu Ming's advice and joined the Meteorite Club, and that he did not expect it, but has already become vice president, and the work came faster than he imagined. So he replies that he will attend the meeting. As soon as he hangs up, he thinks that this meeting actually seems quite interesting, since he will be able to exchange experiences among cultivators from different departments, and also knows that this always helps to understand things from another perspective. After that, the MC goes to visit Professor Yang Gentian, and as soon as he sees the MC, he cannot believe it when he realizes that Jingming has already reached the third rank. Jingming laughs and replies that yes, he broke through during the study excursion. Young Gentian asks why the MC talks as if breaking through the third rank bottleneck were as simple as drinking coffee, since they have not even completed one semester yet, and worries that if this continues, by the time he graduates, he will already be a 7th rank Grandmaster. Jingming invites the professor to go to the training room as he wants to show him up close the changes that the divine blood brought to his body. Upon arriving at the training room, the MC releases his powerful power. Professor Yang Gentian is quite surprised and soon asks whether the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder was not blue-violet and why the color changed, also noting that it is not just the color, since even the origin aura of the superpower is different. Jingming asks whether Deputy Director Ling Shuang did not tell the old man because his superpower evolved and is now the All Heavens Divine Thunder of rank SS. Yang Gentian is even more impressed upon learning that the superpower evolved from rank S to SS, and then realizes that now everything makes sense. He then comments that evolving the superpower is great, but that controlling a rank SS1 is no joke, since it is much more complicated than a rank S1 and will require a lot of training. The MC says he understands, but adds that he even exchanged for a Thunder Mystic Realm Pass and therefore wants to know what he needs to prepare before going. Young Gentian comments that the Thunder Mystic Realm is perfect for those who use lightning superpowers, since it even allows good cultivation and training there, but that before that, he wants to take a look at his physique first. So he asks the MC to activate the Extreme Thunder state. Jingming gives a slight smile and asks the professor to analyze carefully. Having said that, he releases his power to the maximum, even becoming similar to a level 3 Super Saiyan. Yang Gentian thinks this is very good and comments that the foundation of his immortal body has become more solid and that he believes the MC must have reached the upper level of the 8th rank and that it is also mixed with the aura of a Beast Emperor bloodline. Jingming thinks that he now understands why just his physical strength alone can contend with Kiran's, who is rank S. Yang Gentian asks the MC to rest a bit, because he is going to call an opponent to test his body in real combat. As he leaves the training room, he carefully observes the MC and thinks that Tong Yue is at the upper stage of the 2nd rank, Xu Wei at the lower stage of the 3rd, and Liu Ming is still recovering, and therefore believes that none of these 3 will be suitable, and also that he did not even notice it. But their junior brother, Jing Ming, is already stronger than all the other disciples currently at the university. 10 minutes later, a guy arrives saying that the MC's opponent has just arrived. This is Zhong Dan, a 4th-year student from the Weapons Academy, who introduces himself very nervously and says that he thinks he has not done anything wrong recently. Young Gentian asks the young man to relax and says that he only wants him to do a physical combat training session with his disciple. Jung-dan finds this strange and asks the professor whether a hand-to-hand training session would not be too heavy for the MC. Yang Gentian replies that the big guy can go all out, as he will be watching. Thus, Jung-dan agrees and says that since the professor authorized it, he will not hold back. Yang Gentian asks old Fu who he thinks will win. He replies that overall Jingming is stronger, but that speaking only of physique, he thinks Jung-dan has the advantage. Yang Gentian emphasizes that it is not always like that, because even though Jung-dan is a rank A enhancement type at the peak of the third rank, 2 levels above the MC, the opportunities Jingming obtained go far beyond what one can imagine. At this moment, Jung-dan activates his enhancement superpower and transforms into a gray wolf with green eyes. But he keeps watching the MC and thinking that he is rank S and also has the support of the director and the deputy director, who is a spatial type grandmaster, and therefore thinks it is better to proceed carefully, since if he ends up injuring him, he will be in trouble. And as soon as he charges forward, he ends up being surprised by Jingming's counter-strike, and while being thrown backward, he wonders what the hell just happened, since he used his rank A enhancement type superpower, and even while holding back, it should have been an easy beating. Jingming asks whether his opponent used all his power. Jung-dan replies that he did not, and that he underestimated him too much. Thus, he begins to channel his power, and the MC really enjoys seeing this. Jung-dan throws a powerful punch, as does the MC, and both continue delivering several consecutive blows to each other. Meanwhile, Professor Yang Gentian is observing that Jingming's blood circulation speed is 1.3 times greater than Jung-dan's, so he believes it must be the influence of that beast Emperor blood, since in brute strength, the two are evenly matched. Then he asks the MC to activate the extreme thunder state. Jung-dan comments that he is already being pressured while Jingming is in normal mode, and fears that if he activates that, he will be in a bad situation. The MC begins to transform, and the big guy becomes a bit afraid, and soon asks Jingming to take it easy. He finishes his transformation and asks Jung-dan to just relax. Several minutes later, the big guy is lying on the ground completely exhausted. Jingming goes over to him and says that the professor had an idea and went to refine a technique, so they will end it there as well. Thanks the senior for the effort and hands over a potion to recover HP. Jung-dan thanks him for the potion and emphasizes that if anyone still dares to say that the MC's fame is exaggerated, he will be the first to defend him on the forum until he gets tired. Next, the MC asks old Fu when Professor Yang Gentian will return. He replies that it is hard to say, as he thinks it could be in a few hours or only a few days from now. Then the MC hears his phone ringing and, upon answering, realizes it is the deputy director. She says that the people from Qingjing University have already arrived and that they delivered the original copy of the rank S Thunder God Finger skill, and therefore he should stop by the combat skills library to pick it up. Jingming asks whether it needs to be now. Ling Shuang asks whether he has another commitment, because if so, to leave it, and that she will come get him. Having said that, she uses her spatial power and in an instant arrives where the MC is. She grabs his shoulder and pulls him into her ability. When they return, there is a man waiting for them, and she soon introduces to Professor Chen the rank S student of her university, Xu Jingming, and to the MC informs that the person there is Professor Chen Lin from Qingjing University. Jingming says that it is a pleasure to meet the professor, and he replies that the pleasure is his. Next, Ling Shuang says that Professor Chen Lin is a grandmaster at the lower stage of the 7th rank, that he has mastered the Thunder God Finger, and that he will stay there for half a fortnight. So she thinks the MC should take advantage of this to learn everything he can from the professor during this time. Jingming thinks that USQJ was quite generous, because in addition to sending the secret manual, they also sent an instructor, but that it is a pity that he can only use points to learn directly, so he comments that he hopes not to bother the professor during this period. He replies that not at all, since he is an old friend of Professor Yang Gentian and is also there to visit him, so if the MC has any questions, he should look for him directly and consider him as if he were Old Man Yang. After that, the afternoon arrives. The MC goes to his meeting and soon apologizes for being late, saying that he had a lot of things to deal with, but upon looking around more carefully, he realizes that the big club is on another level after all. The vice president of the Meteorite Club, Du Liangping, asks the MC to sit with him and soon notices that Jing Ming has already reached the third rank so quickly, commenting that at the pace he is advancing, the Meteorite Club will end up putting him as president very soon. The MC says that this is not his focus at the moment and asks about the topic of the meeting. Liang Ping says that it is about the Cult of Destiny mission, since they really attacked the joint freshman team of the three universities. So he wants to know if the MC will accept the mission. He becomes completely serious and makes it clear that he will participate. A few minutes later, the meeting begins, and Wu Yuan comments that the Cult of Destiny has reappeared and that the Daxia government has officially issued an extermination order against them. He also informs that the university has received several missions related to the Cult of Destiny and, because of that, hopes that everyone will actively participate. Having said that, he mentions the MC and comments that he bets he will accept some mission and that, therefore, thinks that if he wants to form a team, he can look for him. Jingming laughs, thanks him for the invitation, but makes it clear that for now, he prefers to act alone. However, he has in mind that before accepting any mission, he needs to master the Thunder God's Finger, since having another S-rank combat skill will make him much safer. After the Meteorite Club meeting ends, the MC goes to talk to Professor Chen Lin. Jingming comments that he analyzed the Thunder God's Finger the previous night and had some doubts, so he would like to receive some guidance. Chen Lin is surprised that he has already analyzed it, since apparently it is no wonder that he is the #1 student of Magic City, but makes it clear that he will explain everything he knows. Jingming comments that he first wants to talk about the part of the manual that addresses communication with the thunder of heaven and earth and its fusion with lightning itself. Chen Lin comments that he thinks Jingming must have already learned the heavenly thunder art, since it is very similar, but that the Thunder God's Finger is more condensed, and that the variations in form are much more complex. Jingming replies that he understands, but wants to ask another question. 3 hours later, Chen Lin comments that the MC's comprehension is excellent, since he understood most of it, and that therefore, the next step is to practice, making his spiritual power and superpower work in perfect harmony. But he keeps in mind that when it was his turn to learn, it took him more than 10 days just to reach the level Jingming is at. Jingming, in turn, thanks the professor for the explanations. Thus, he focuses his mind and asks the system to add points to the Thunder God's Finger. Then the professor asks him to try to manifest the Thunder God's Finger, as he will observe him and see where the problem lies. Jingming is intrigued by this, since he knows there cannot be a problem because he has already learned it. So, he wants to know if the professor would mind if he practiced alone first, since he does not want to take too much of his time. Chen Lin replies that there will be no problem at all, since he thinks it will not take that long. Having said that, the MC stands up and begins to concentrate and soon activates his ability. Chen Lin, upon seeing this, thinks it was not bad at all, since the initial form is perfect, without any problem, and he knows that many talented students take 2 months just to stabilize the first form. And while the MC advances to the next step, the professor becomes even more surprised, since he keeps in mind that the second step is to communicate with the thunder of heaven and earth. But apparently, Jingming also managed to achieve this successfully, since even the best student at USQJ took a full 4 months to reach this level. Even so, he knows that the next part is the most difficult and thinks that perhaps the MC will not be capable. However, the MC finishes activating his ability and raises his finger upward, and in that way, a finger surrounded by several bolts of lightning breaks from the sky and rushes fiercely toward the university. Chen Lin, completely impressed, questions whether the Thunder God's Finger was truly released and how that was possible. Then Jingming stumbles a little and shouts to the professor that he cannot pull the Thunder God's Finger back. The ability continues advancing toward the academy, but the professor quickly activates his technique and aims in the direction of the MC's ability, and both abilities collide, creating a huge explosion. After that, Chen Lin comments to the MC that because of that energy fluctuation, he truly released a complete Thunder God's Finger, and that, therefore, he thinks that from now on, Jingming will only need to improve his control, since if that strike had landed, the entire area there would have been devastated. The MC points out that it was a good thing the professor was there, and since he has already learned the skill, asks whether he should return the manual to him. And while the MC comments that he is going to leave to practice his skill, Chen Lin notices something strange in the manual, then takes a deep breath and thinks that this new disciple of Old Yang really is a monster, and that it is no wonder everyone lost in the grand freshman competition. And moreover, if the MC were not an S rank from Magic City, he would definitely try to recruit him to Qingxing University. The MC, as he walks through the university, thinks that the power of the Thunder God's finger is indeed terrifying, and that a weaker 5th rank superpower user would have no chance at all of blocking such an attack. But he knows that the weakness is also clear, since that single strike consumed more than half of his divine thunder of all heavens. Next, he asks Eva to open the shop, as he wants to buy some pills to recover his superpower until Song Chu-yun appears calling out to him. Jingming wants to know what she is doing there, and Song Chu-yun explains that she saw a giant lightning finger appear over the villa district a few moments ago and imagined that it could only be him, and so she came looking for him. Then, she wants to know what new skill he learned this time, and the MC replies that it was the S-rank Thunder God's finger, but emphasizes that he is still preparing for the missions against the Cult of Destiny. She is surprised and asks whether he has really already chosen a Cult of Destiny mission and of what rank. Jing Ming says that it is an S-rank mission involving a branch of the Cult of Destiny. She is shocked to learn that it is such a high-rank mission, because then she knows she will not be able to go with him and can only wish him good luck. The MC asks whether she will not accept any mission. Song Chu-yun feels a bit awkward, but replies that she will. However, she has not yet found suitable teammates. Jing Ming suggests that she try looking for senior sister Jiang, as he thinks she is very capable. Song Chu-yun thinks that is a good idea and says she will look for her immediately and that he should also accompany her. The MC agrees and emphasizes that, as it happens, he has some matters about pills to discuss with her. Meanwhile, at the Muxi Cafe in Jinning City, a woman asks her captain whether the person from Magic City has not arrived yet. He asks her to be patient and emphasizes that they agreed on 8:30 and that it is not time yet. A man with glasses points out that it is the fault of Jinning City's security department for being understaffed, but wants to know what kind of person will be coming. The captain says that his name is Jing Ming. He is 19 years old and is a first-year freshman. The woman is quite surprised to learn that the person doing the mission is a freshman, and therefore asks whether Magic City has gone crazy. The captain becomes serious and asks her to let him finish explaining, then explains that Jingming possesses an S-rank superpower and is at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, and moreover his real combat strength reaches the peak of the 3rd rank. Everyone in the room is impressed to learn that a Magic City freshman is already at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, and the captain further makes it clear that when he arrives, everyone is to behave like professionals. At that moment, the MC opens the door and immediately apologizes for making everyone wait. The captain shakes the MC's hand and says that they also just arrived, then introduces himself, saying that his name is Kaiju and that he possesses a B-rank superpower of the enhancement type at the peak stage of the 3rd rank. Next, he introduces Xiang Shan, who is of the support type, then Zhang Tong of the fire element, and finally Sun Yan of the mental type. After introducing them, the captain comments that since everyone is there, he thinks it is better to get straight to the point, then says that he will show the clues they have found about the Cult of Destiny. Having said that, he informs them that at the moment they have identified 2 people, Zhao Wuhao, president of the Tiger Association, and Lang Chang, CEO of the Blue Sea Technology Group, and that according to their intelligence, both are connected to the Cult of Destiny branch in Jinning City, and therefore, he believes that if they capture the 2 and hand them over to a mental superpower user for interrogation, they should discover the location of the Jinning branch. However, he emphasizes that Lung Chang is more complicated to deal with, and that, because of this, they plan to capture Zhao Wuhao first, and that the MC will only need to follow their lead the next day. Jingming suggests that since there are 2 targets, why not split up? But Kaiju replies that acting together is safer. The MC thinks that, apparently, he is being underestimated, so he asks the captain to leave Lung Chang to him and have the others deal only with the Tiger Association. The captain becomes serious and thinks that this S rank from Magic City is too confident, but he knows that even with an S rank superpower, facing someone at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank is harder than ascending to the heavens. At that moment, Zhang Tong says that Lung Chang has a personal bodyguard at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank, and that because of this, the MC will not be able to deal with him alone, and that the plan is to capture Zhao Wuhao first, and then act together again to capture the last one. Even so, Jingming asks them not to worry, as he thinks everything will be fine. Zhang Tong becomes nervous and shouts, wanting to know if the MC cannot understand the seriousness of the situation, but the captain interrupts him. Then he comments that if Jingming insists so much, they will have to trouble him to act alone, and that he will hand over the 3-dimensional rendering of the group's base and the relevant information. Upon taking the material, Jingming replies that it is fine, but wonders whether they really have so little faith in an S rank, because apparently he will have to show some real skill. After that, a few hours later, the MC is on Eva's portable terminal, and she informs him that there are 5,362 sensor probes and 51 patrols with superpower users at Lung Chang's organization base. Jingming thinks that this guy managed to make a technology park more protected than a military base. Then, he hears his phone ringing and sees that it is an audio message from the captain, in which he informs him that the department has assembled a special task force for the MC, with 20 people under his command. Jingming has in mind that he is almost certain these reinforcements will not help much when things get serious. The next day, at the technology park, Jingming is sitting at a table drinking tea, but he communicates with the captain of the reinforcements and asks how the reconnaissance is going. Wang Gang, captain of the special task force, says that they have searched several times, but so far, no breach in security has appeared. Jingming thinks that he did not want to resort to force, but it seems he will have to break in through the entrance. Then a woman appears, and upon seeing the MC, calls out his name. As she approaches, she is sure that it is Jingming. The MC recognizes her and comments that it is a coincidence for her to be there, but thinks that he almost forgot that Lin Qingli studies at a university there in Jining. She wants to know if the MC was not in Magic City, or if, by any chance, he is just sightseeing. Jingming replies that he just wanted to take a look at the Blue Sea Technology Park, but that they are not letting him enter. Lin Qingli thinks that is a coincidence, and says that her uncle was invited to a technology exhibition inside, and that she can even ask him to take the MC with them. Jingming wants to know if she could really do that. She replies that yes, since it is just a matter of talking to the staff. Jingming thanks her and calls her representative. She laughs and comments that apparently he still calls her representative. Thus, she calls Jingming to go. He thinks that he did not expect this turn of events, and that it is better to keep the task force on standby as a precaution. Already in the open courtyard inside the technology park, Lin Qingli's uncle comments that boss Lung Chang should arrive soon, but since he is going to meet some friends, the MC and his niece can walk around the place. Jingming thanks Lin Qingli's uncle, but thinks that this is great, because him coming there saves the trouble of going after him. Lin Qingli wants to know if Jingming has already become a superpower user. He replies that yes, and she comments that she feels envious, because only 6 months have passed and he has already evolved, while she is still stuck at the awakening stage, unable to advance. At that moment, the MC's phone starts ringing, and he comments that he needs to answer it. It is Captain Kaiju wanting to know if he managed to locate Lung Chang, because the members of the Tiger Association fled, and because of that, Lung Chang is their only lead at the moment, and the MC cannot let him escape. While the MC is surprised by something, the captain wants to know if he is listening and why he went silent. Then Jingming replies that everything is fine, and that he has already found Lung Chang. Having said that, he ends the call. Zhang Tong wants to know if Jingming gave any news. Kaiju says that the MC only said that he found Lung Chang, but since they still do not know how the situation is over there, he thinks it is better for everyone to head there immediately. Meanwhile, the MC asks Lin Qingli to take the others and hide for a few moments, because he has something to deal with. She is confused and asks him to be clearer. Jingming becomes serious and says that, in fact, he is there for another reason. Meanwhile, Lung Chang, CEO of the Blue Sea Company, is talking with other people and saying that he has been handling some matters in the building recently, until Jingming shouts, calling Lung Chang of the Cult of Destiny and ordering him to surrender immediately. Then he informs that, after an investigation by the Jining City Security Department, Lung Chang of the Blue Sea Company is involved with the Cult of Destiny and, because of that, asks all nearby civilians to leave immediately, and that anyone who insists on protecting Lung Chang will be treated as an accomplice of the cult. The people around are surprised, wanting to know if the CEO is really involved with the cult, since, if the security department is already there, they think it cannot be a lie. Wu Hong apologizes to the MC, but informs him that he is only Mr. Lung's bodyguard and knows nothing about any cult. However, he wants to know if the security department is so understaffed that it sent a kid at the initial stage of the third rank. Meanwhile, from afar, Lin Qingli is surprised to realize that Jingming is already at the third rank and reflects that elite universities are truly insane after all, because in less than one semester, they turned and awakened into a monster. Jingming comments to Wu Hang that it seems he is also involved with the cult, then asks Eva to start recording the mission. The bodyguard, while releasing his power, wants to know what gave a kid like the MC the courage to speak that way. Then he charges forward with full force and uses his bloody tiger slash ability, but Jingming easily manages to dodge it. People in the distance comment that the situation has now gotten out of control because Wu Hang charged forward, who in turn comments that apparently the MC's reflexes are quite good, but wants to know if he will be able to dodge again. Jingming makes it clear that he will not need to dodge again, because he has already understood the bodyguard's attack pattern. Having said that, he activates his extreme thunder power, which leaves Wu Hang very worried, wondering if what he is seeing is a divine ascension, since he has in mind that only divine blood envoys master something like that within the cult. Jingming creates his thunder spear and immediately throws it, and the bodyguard is struck head-on by the ability. Then, he falls defeated to the ground. Lin Jaime comments to his niece that the MC defeated Master Wu Hang in an instant, and therefore wants to know if Jingming is her schoolmate. Lin Qingli replies that yes, but that she is shocked by his rapid evolution. Meanwhile, Lung Chang takes advantage of the commotion to try to escape, and wonders since when the security department has such a monster. However, the MC comments that he will not let him escape and activates his Thunder Prison ability. Lung Chang is surrounded by several bolts of lightning, and Jingming quickly approaches him. Overflowing with power throughout his body and with a piercing gaze, the MC comments that Wu Hang has already been eliminated and that, because of that, it is better for Lung Chang not to try anything rash anymore, because if he dares to move suspiciously, he cannot promise that he will come out of the interrogation unscathed. Lung Chang is terrified by the pressure he is feeling and shouts that he never imagined there could be someone so frightening within the security department. Then he asks what the MC intends to do by getting so close. The MC simply releases an electric discharge into the CEO's body, which causes him to fall to the ground completely knocked out. The people inside the MC's Thunder Prison ability begin to question why they are being kept imprisoned, since they are not members of the Cult of Destiny. At that moment, the Special Task Force enters the technology park. Jingming steps forward and makes it clear that until the investigation is fully concluded, no one will be allowed to leave, and that anyone who tries to leave by force will be treated as a member of the Cult of Destiny. But he emphasizes that the security department will not frame innocent citizens, yet will also not allow any criminal to escape. A few hours later, Captain Kaiju's group arrives at the location, and he comments that, apparently, everything is completely under control, and that the Special Patrol Task Force shows no signs of combat, so he thinks it looks like the mission failed. Zhang Tong does not like this at all, because after so much effort, he thought they would finally manage to capture someone and follow the clues of the Cult of Destiny branch. The captain goes to one of the task force members and asks if Lung Chang escaped. He replies that he did not and informs that they have already taken control of the Blue Sea Technology Park and that everything at the location is under control and that Lung Chang has already been captured. Kaiju comments that this makes no sense and asks why none of them show signs of combat. The officer says that, to be honest, they themselves do not know exactly what happened because when they arrived, Officer Xu Jingming had already resolved everything, and they only handled the cleanup. This leaves everyone in the captain's group incredulous, wanting to know how he resolved everything alone, and on top of that against Lung Chang's bodyguard. who is at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank. As soon as the group gets close to Wu Hong lying on the ground, the captain crouches down and wonders whether Jing Ming really eliminated someone at the level of the bodyguard, since he had thought that he merely drove the guy away. But elimination is completely different from simply defeating someone, and moreover, it was an instant elimination, so he thinks he truly underestimated this S rank from Magic City. At that moment, the MC appears and says that Kaiju finally arrived. He thanks Jingming for all the effort and emphasizes that it was thanks to him, because otherwise he thinks his squad would have been completely defeated, and comments that when this mission ends, he will definitely pay for a drink. The MC, while looking at Leng Chang chained up, comments that the drink can wait, because they need to interrogate the CEO first about the location of the Cult of Destiny branch. Sun Yan, after using his power on Leng Chang, informs that the Cult of Destiny branch is located in the suburbs of Jining City, with about 200 cultists, and that there are 3 at the initial stage of the 4th rank and 1 at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank, and that all of them are Divine Blood envoys. He also informs that there are 8 at the 3rd rank, and the rest are between the 1st and 2nd rank. Jingming thinks about the Divine Blood envoys, since after being so busy for so long, he has finally found what he was looking for, because each envoy represents an absurd amount of skill points. Kaiju comments that there are many superpower users there, so he wants to know if they should request reinforcements from the department. The MC makes it clear that it is not necessary, because he will handle it alone. Thus, they do not waste time and all head to the Cult of Destiny hideout in the suburbs. Sun Yan, with his power active, informs that the Cult of Destiny branch is indeed there, but that to the naked eye there does not seem to be anything strange. So he asks everyone to relax their minds, because he is going to share his vision. Jing Ming thinks that these mental abilities of superpower users are truly convenient, since he can take a look at the library when he returns, because he hopes that the lightning element can achieve a similar detection effect. After everyone views the area through Sun Yan's shared vision, the captain calls Jiang Tong and asks whether, with her fire element superpower, she can blow up the alloy gate ahead or bring down the mountain wall. She replies that both options are very difficult. While taking a 3rd-grade superpower recovery pill, the MC asks everyone to leave it to him. Kaiju comments that, in that case, they will have to rely on him again, but thinks that they were unable to help capture Leng Chang, and that, when another obstacle appeared, they ended up depending on the MC once more. As soon as the MC recovers his energy, he enters Extreme Thunder mode and activates his Thunder God's Finger ability. The giant lightning finger strikes the barrier wall head-on, shattering it completely. But because the ability is so powerful, a shockwave of air is generated and forces the other group members to take cover to avoid being hit. Jiang Tong, upon seeing the explosion, asks whether this is really real, and Captain Kaiju wonders whether someone at the 3rd rank should have this level of destructive power. After returning to normal, Jing Ming takes a deep breath and thinks that this was quite satisfying, because the first time he used the Thunder God's Finger, Professor Chen Lin had to neutralize the strike, and there was no chance to feel the impact. So he concludes that this regret has finally been compensated. Then he informs Captain Kaiju that, since the alloy gate has been breached, he will enter first. Having said that, he asks Eva to activate combat follow mode. As soon as she activates it, both rush into the hideout. Kaiju and his group activate their powers, and the captain orders 10 people to guard the outside to prevent any cultist from escaping, while the rest should follow him. Meanwhile, inside, one of the cult leaders tells everyone not to panic and to grab their weapons to face the enemy because the celestial god is eternal. One of the members, who seems to be Professor Chen Lin, shouts for everyone to listen to Priest Wang, saying they need to stay calm, since these dogs from the security department are, at most, at the 3rd rank, while they have the noble 4th rank Divine Blood envoys, and therefore they will eliminate them as they appear, 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Having said that, all the members begin shouting that everything will be done for the mandate of heaven of the eternal celestial god, until, as they continue shouting, an enormous lightning spear strikes one of the members head-on and knocks him out instantly. Jing Ming appears right in front of them, apologizes for interrupting the mobilization before the battle, but asks whether any of them know where the Divine Blood envoys are. The members shout that one of the security department's dogs has appeared and that apparently he is still at the initial stage of the third rank. So they ask where such arrogance comes from, but they soon refuse to talk and charge forward. Jingming simply throws one of his lightning bolts and easily knocks out another cult member, which leaves his partner terribly frightened, causing him to drop to his knees and shout that he surrenders and begs to be spared. The MC becomes serious and asks where their divine blood envoys are. The cult member says that they are at the blood pool in the deepest part of the mountain, but as soon as he finishes speaking, he is struck head-on by the MC's power. The remaining members ask why Jingming eliminated the man even after he surrendered. The MC, while releasing even more of his power, laughs and asks when he ever said that he would spare someone just because they surrendered. The cult members become afraid and beg for mercy, saying they were only bewitched by the cult of destiny and ended up getting involved in this. Jingming asks Eva to scan the identity information of the members, but while she is scanning, he makes it clear that they will see just how innocent they really are. It does not take long for her to finish the scan, and she reports that Zhou Ping is a wanted fugitive responsible for killing a mother and daughter in the city of Manhwa. Liu Yang is also a wanted fugitive, responsible for selling large quantities of highly addictive exotic fruits in the province of Jie. With that, the MC begins to release his power and comments that this then is what they call innocence, saying that he eliminates everyone in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Captain Kaiju and Zhang Tong arrive where the MC is and see the eliminated bodies of the cult members. The captain, surprised, wonders if what he is seeing was really the work of an S-rank superpower. Zhang Tong thinks that even if she used her flames to instantly reduce someone to ashes, she would have to be at the 5th rank to make that happen. Jingming tells Kaiju that the bishop and the divine blood envoys are in a place called the blood pool and asks if he knows what it is used for. Kaiju says he heard Lung Chang mention that it seems to be a place used to produce divine blood envoys. After that, they arrive at a room where there are several people being kept under observation, almost as if they had been used as experiments. Jingming does not like at all seeing that the cult of destiny is conducting research on humans and animals. Kaiju looks back and, seeing someone, calls out to the MC and comments that it seems they are about to find the blood pool because Zhao Wu Hao from the Tiger Society has just appeared. Zhao Wu Hao tells the captain that he did not plan to settle accounts with them at that moment, but since they came there on their own, they will all be eliminated. Jingming comments that the strongest among them is only at the peak of the 3rd rank, so he wants to know if the divine blood envoys are not there. Zhao Wu Hao shouts, calling the MC arrogant, and emphasizes that the Lord Envoys do not need to move to deal with someone like a public security brat. And, as he rushes forward, Jingming anticipates his movement and, at high speed, lands a powerful blow squarely on Zhao Wu Hao. Then, he looks back and comments that he thought Zhao Wu Hao would be stronger, but apparently he was mistaken. The cult members who were with the bishop begin to panic and want to know who the MC really is, because if he is willing to join them, they can request a cardinal position from the Lord Envoy for Jingming. Jingming, in turn, thanks them, but makes it clear that he has no interest in the cult of destiny, and that, moreover, their intelligence system is quite slow, since they did not find out that their holy son was eliminated by his own hand. Saying that, he charges at the first member, while the others run away screaming to retreat, because the person there is the S rank of Magic City. However, they cannot escape the range of the MC's power and are easily eliminated. Kaiju tries to stop the MC, telling him to leave at least a few conscious for interrogation, but thinks that if he did not know he was a student of USCM, he would swear he is a fight-addicted maniac. Jingming agrees with the captain, but calls everyone to enter the blood pool. As he crouches near Zhao Wu Hao's body, the MC takes a card from his clothes. Then he swipes the card on the interaction device and is soon authorized. As they pass through the door, Zhang Tong comments that she is smelling a very strong scent of blood. The captain, on the other hand, is intrigued, wanting to know why there is no one there and whether the divine blood envoys might have fled, until, after walking a bit further, they come face to face with a well filled with completely red water. Jingming creates a lightning spear and comments that, judging by it, the situation inside the water seems strange and that, therefore, he will test it first, saying that he launches his ability, which hits the reddish pool squarely. However, apparently nothing happens. Jingming soon prepares another spear, but this time he keeps attacking non-stop. Kaiju thinks that indeed, the MC is really careful, until, out of nowhere, one of the blood envoys bursts out angrily from inside the water and shouts for the MC to stop. Then, more blood envoys appear. Jingming comments that, apparently, they were indeed hiding inside the water, and notices that 3 of them are at the initial stage of the 4th rank and 1 at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank. So he tells Captain K that they really are the blood envoys and asks him and Zhang Tong to stay back, because he will handle the matter on his own. One of the envoys calls the MC a despicable human and asks how he dares to mock them. Jingming equips his spear and comments that, judging by the way the envoy speaks, he wonders if they no longer even consider themselves human. One of them says that they are the divine envoys chosen by the great celestial god, and that they cannot be compared to an inferior human like the MC. Not wanting much talk, Jingming charges forward, saying he wants to see what is so special about them. One of the envoys blocks the MC's spear thrust and then asks if the S rank of Magic City has forgotten that there are 4 of them. At that moment, the others leap toward the MC, taking advantage of his distraction, but Jingming activates his Thunder Armor ability and blocks all the attacks. After that, he releases his powerful lightning throughout the area, striking and throwing the envoys away. The MC comments that the attacks were very weak and did not even serve as a massage, saying that, while spinning his spear, he activates his Gale Lightning Rupture ability and in a matter of seconds, eliminates each Divine Envoy one by one, while the system informs that for eliminating a Divine Blood Envoy, he gained 1,500 skill points for each one eliminated. As he stores the spear in the spatial ring, Jingming reflects that eliminating them yielded 4,500 skill points, and that he also knows there are still 2 cubic meters of space left, so he thinks about the pills, flowers, rare herbs, and money he obtained during this trip. At that moment, Captain Kaiju and Zhang Tong approach the MC and comment that he was incredible, and soon ask whether everyone at the university in Magic City is as impressive as he is. Jingming replies that almost everyone is, but that he is just a little special. Kaiju comments that the MC even tries to be humble, but knows that anyone who believes that is a fool, then emphasizes that since the mission to annihilate the Cult of Destiny branch was a complete success, there will be a celebratory banquet later and thinks the MC should attend. Jingming laughs and says that he will indeed go to the banquet. The next day, at the university bank, some students are commenting that the D-rank mission was far too difficult as they were almost eliminated there, until one of the students laughs and emphasizes that this is because his friends are too weak, since he completed his D-rank mission and earned 74 academic credits. Then they see the MC arriving, and while he goes to withdraw the rewards, the people around wonder whether Jingming completed a C-rank mission, but as soon as the MC swipes his card for identification, he is congratulated for completing the first S-rank mission of the Cult of Destiny, and for rising to first place on the glory ranking, which leaves everyone around quite surprised to learn that it was such a high-rank mission. Then, Eva displays the glory ranking, and the MC is in first place with his S-rank mission achievement, having a total completion time of 67 hours and 23 minutes. And second and third places are Li Kang and Zhang Yue for completing A-rank missions. The people, upon seeing the table, are astonished, because the glory ranking was released only 2 days ago and there is already someone who completed an S-rank mission, until a guy approaches the MC and comments that he did not imagine anyone would complete an S-rank mission so quickly, and that, apparently, Jingming truly lives up to the reputation that precedes him. Saying that, he emphasizes that he has always liked making friends with the strong, so he introduces himself and says that his name is Yao Fang and that it is a pleasure to meet the MC. The surrounding students are intrigued to see the iceberg Yao Fang talking with a freshman, because he is one of the 5 strongest in the university. Jingming knows that Yao Fang is a veteran of the Elements Department at the initial stage of the 4th rank, whose superpower is A-rank ice, and that he earned the nickname Iceberg after freezing the entire peak of a mountain during a mission. Thus, he takes Yao Fang's hand, calls him senior, and comments that he has already heard a lot about him. Yao Fang emphasizes that he actually made a bet with other veterans to see who would complete an S rank mission first, but that in the end, everyone lost to Jingming, saying that he says he will turn in his mission first, but that when the opportunity arises, he will introduce the MC to the brothers of his circle. Jingming replies that it is fine, but wonders if that means he has entered the university's elite combat circle. And as he leaves, he remembers that his master sent a message the day before saying that he came out of seclusion, so he thinks that before taking another mission, it is better to go see him. After a few hours, at Professor Yang Gentian's house, the MC arrives greeting everyone and asking whether the immortal thunder body technique was improved. The old man makes it clear that it is not that simple, because he stayed in seclusion for 4 or 5 days and only managed to put together an initial outline. Liu Ming comments that it was not bad at all on the part of his junior brother, because besides completing an S-rank mission, he also made friends with Iceberg Yao Fang. The MC comments that apparently the senior is very well informed. He laughs and explains that he saw a post on the university's official website and that since the MC can already complete an S-rank mission alone, he thinks that he might be able to get a spot in the National University League in March. Yang Gentian emphasizes that it is not a might, because Director Ling had already said that Jingming is a pre-selected member of the league. Liu Ming cannot believe it and wants to know if the MC's spot is really already guaranteed, because that would make Jingming the first freshman in the university's history to compete in the University League. Yang Gentian calls everyone to go to the training room because Liu Ming has not fought with the MC since he recovered and therefore thinks it is a great time for a practical combat. He agrees and emphasizes that he also wants to see how strong the MC has become. As soon as everyone is in the training room, Liu Ming makes it clear to the MC that this time he will go all out. Yang Gentian comments that if everyone is ready, they can begin. Liu Ming does not waste time and immediately activates his extreme state, just like the MC. Liu Ming realizes that the MC's SS rank superpower is indeed very strong and thinks that to defeat him, he needs to resolve things quickly. Thus, he goes on the offensive. Jingming blocks the senior's charge, and then a frenetic and very intense fight begins. 3 minutes later, Liu Ming is quite tired, breathing heavily. Then he comments that he lost and that he cannot defeat Jingming, who in turn thanks the senior for the great fight. Liu Ming emphasizes that he did not hold back at all and that the MC is simply a monster. And because of that, he emphasizes that he will personally watch the National University League that year. Yang Gentian goes to the MC and asks about his plans, since he could take leave from any college class whenever he wanted. Jingming comments that he intends to focus on doing missions for a while, but reflects that from what he has noticed, hunting divine blood envoys yields skill points much faster than hunting ferocious beasts. After that, a month passes, and in the mission conclusion hall, Jingming remains in first place, now with 3 S-rank missions, 6 A-rank missions, and 4 B-rank missions. Second place is Kang Shi, and in third, Yao Fang. The students, upon seeing the table, comment that they would never believe that a freshman student would reach the top of the table. Jingming, in turn, is thinking that the award day has finally arrived and, very curious, wonders what the prizes will be. Then, the students notice that the MC is there and realize that he has already advanced to the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank, since they know that even for an S-rank superpower, that is far too fast, and that is why they are calling him the Thunder Emperor. Yao Fang appears and tells the MC that in just 1 month he has already earned a title. Jingming feels a bit embarrassed and tells the senior that it is just a nickname people made up. Yao Fang turns and comments that the person there with him is Bloody Hand Shen Dongling, whom he had mentioned before. She arrives saying that with such a physique at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank, Jingming truly deserves the title of Thunder Emperor, but she wants to know about the 2 girls who live with him and whether they are not there by any chance. The MC replies that they are preparing for final exams and that after collecting his reward there, he also needs to head back. Yao Fang is surprised that the MC mentioned final exams and comments that he always forgets that he is still a freshman. At that moment, a guy appears informing them that the rewards will be distributed and, since the MC placed first in the glory ranking, he announces that he accumulated 978 eliminations of members of the Cult of Destiny, and that the reward for that is an S-rank resource and 3,000 academic credits. When people hear this, they are left open-mouthed, unable to believe that in less than a month, Jingming eliminated nearly 1,000 people, and they wonder whether the Thunder Emperor is really that brutal, and apparently he is even more ruthless than Shen Dongling, who in turn is also very impressed and wants to know if he eliminated all of those from the Cult of Destiny, because she did not surpass 500. He replies that it was smooth and explains that 2 of his missions were in branches of the Cult of Destiny, and that, because of that, it ended up yielding more eliminations. The person responsible for announcing the rewards hands the MC the S-rank cultivation resource and informs him that it is a bottle of 6th grade origin return pills, 10 pills in total, and hopes that he will continue striving and compete for the top in the next glory ranking. Jingming comments that he will certainly do everything within his power. Yao Fang emphasizes that 6th grade origin return pills, which increase cultivation speed, are indeed a reward worthy of first place. Then he suggests to the MC that instead of exhausting himself on missions, maybe it would be better to follow Song Chu-yun, since the Song family has a veteran 8th rank grandmaster. Jing Ming makes it clear that he does not need anyone to sponsor him, since he knows that nothing could ever be faster than his own Deep Blue system. After that, the MC returns to his room and, while Eva displays some data, he thinks that according to his master, he should now learn a fist technique, and, since he knows that in the extreme thunder state his body is already a weapon, he believes that close combat also helps relieve the bloodthirsty side effects of the immortal thunder body. Thus, he chooses a technique and thinks that it should work. Jingming chose the A-rank Thunder Dragon Fist, where he condenses the lightning superpower into his fist through a special structure and strikes at lightning speed. Then the MC decides to raise the skill to the initial stage first and then test it with his master until he hears his phone ringing. It is Ling Shuang asking the MC to go to her office as quickly as possible. As soon as Jingming arrives, he is surprised and immediately wants to know whether the vice director advanced. She comments that his perception is indeed very sharp and that he does not even seem like a third-rank superpower user. Jingming congratulates the vice director, but thinks that among the 3 vice directors at the initial stage of the 8th rank, the other 2, in their 50s, did not advance. But Director Ling took a step forward, so he wonders how old she must be, because judging by her skin and body, she looks so young. The vice director comments that speculating about a woman's age is not very polite, which leaves the MC quite surprised, wondering if she can read minds. Then he becomes very worried, since he knows that the vice director is famous for being strict, and that apparently he is about to face the fury of an 8th rank grandmaster. Ling Shuang replies that she cannot read minds, but emphasizes that an 8th rank grandmaster has absurd spiritual power, and that even the slightest change in his mood becomes obvious. Saying that, she asks him to remember this well, because in front of high-rank superpower users, he must control his expressions, since the less he reveals, the better. Jingming replies that he understands and thinks that he got away with it, since apparently the vice director does not seem irritated. However, she comments that there is something else to say, and asks Jingming to stop trying to guess her age, since she is 34 years old and not the elderly lady he is imagining, but then ends up questioning what is going on with herself, because since when does she give so much explanation to a student? Jingming, very impressed, wants to know if she really is only 34 years old, because that is far too young, since the average age of an 8th rank grandmaster in Daxia is 46 years old, and Professor Yang is already past 50 and is still only at the peak of the 7th rank, and for that reason, he admires her from the bottom of his heart. Ling Shuang asks him to stop the flattery, because they need to talk about something that really matters. So she wants to know what the MC plans to do, since winter vacation begins in 2 days. Jingming replies that he will return to Jiangnan and train in the Thunder Mystic Realm for a month. The vice director asks Eva what the straight line distance is from Magic City University to the Thunder Mystic Realm in Jiangnan. Eva replies that it is exactly 563 kilometers. The vice director comments that then it is within range, because after reaching the intermediate stage of the 8th rank, she can teleport up to 600 kilometers. Therefore, she tells Jingming that the counterattacks of the Cult of Destiny have been intense lately, and that, because of this, he must crush the talisman she gave him as soon as he encounters mortal danger. The MC thanks her for the concern and thinks that she does not guide him every day like Professor Yang Gentian, but is like a firm shield behind him, a silent guarantee that he can continue living. So he knows that he needs to cultivate with even more dedication so as not to disappoint her. Later, in the training room of Yang Gentian's house, the MC is demonstrating his new Thunder Fist ability, which apparently has strong attack power. Old Yang comments that the technique is not bad at all, and that apparently the MC really understood what he had said, since the secret of the Thunder Dragon Fist lies in the control of the superpower and the speed of the strike, and that the more condensed the superpower, the faster the punch and the greater the damage. Then he asked the MC to take a 6th grade Guardian Talisman, since it can withstand attacks below the level of a 7th rank Grandmaster for 3 minutes. Jingming thanks the professor for the gift and thinks about the talisman, since these protective items from ancient ruins, like the one he just received, are almost impossible to obtain, even with money. Yang Gentian comments that since the MC is going to the Thunder Mystic Realm, he will pass along the contact of the MC's senior brother, Jiang Luo, because as he graduated the previous year, he was transferred there as a supervisor and believes this will greatly facilitate the MC's life. Jing Ming thinks this is perfect and thanks his master, who then emphasizes that the Thunder Mystic Realm is more than 500 kilometers away from Magic City and that, because of that, Vice Director Ling Shuang will not be able to teleport that far, and therefore the MC must double his caution. Jingming wants to know if the master did not hear, then explains that the vice director advanced to the intermediate stage of the 8th rank and can now reach 600 kilometers with teleportation. He is quite surprised to learn this, and comments that her advancement speed is indeed very frightening. Then he laughs, and comments that apparently the disciple became quite close to the vice director, since he learned of such news before him. But if she is protecting him, he can rest assured. 2 days later, in the Jinghu residential district, in the city of Jiangcheng, the MC greets his uncle, aunt, and sister. They are very happy to see that he has returned and comment that the food is almost ready, but Jingming asks them to leave the food for later because he needs them to sit down first since he brought some gifts. As soon as everyone sits, Jingming gives each of them a spatial ring and then explains that the rings have 1 cubic meter of space and that it will be much more practical for them to carry things. Tanchi, impressed, comments that the ring is bigger than her mentor's, but the MC's uncle asks her to put the ring away immediately because it is far too valuable and they cannot simply accept it. She wants to know if it is really that expensive. He replies that each of the rings costs at least 50 million and that this is equivalent to decades of their family's savings. Then asks if she thinks that is not expensive. Tanchi agrees and says that they cannot accept it, but Jingming asks them not to make a fuss and shows what he uses, a 10 cubic meter one, and adds that he is already at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank and small rings are no longer useful. She is very impressed to learn that he is already so strong and comments that the mentors at her school barely reached the 4th rank. The MC's aunt comments that he ended up becoming someone very important after all. Tang Daolin comments that in that case, Jingming should give one to Tang Qi, as it will already help a lot in her life in the wilderness, and that he and the MC's aunt can go without. Saying that, he comments that he will finish cooking. After going to his room, Jingming decides to test the 6th grade origin return pill and, upon consuming it, concentrates on raising his cultivation as much as possible. Half an hour later, Jingming thinks that it is as expected of an S-rank resource, since the effect is absurd and that his physique and spirit increased by more than 10 points, because he knows that in ordinary cultivation, he can gain at most half a point. However, he laments that because of the side effects, he can only take 1 pill per day, and that, in the end, his Deep Blue system is still the most insane, because as long as he has skill points, he could even break through to the 9th rank. The next day, in the Thunder Mystic Realm, in the city of Donghe, Jiang Luo, the MC's senior brother, takes him to the location and says that beyond the walls ahead lies the Thunder Mystic Realm. Jingming asks if the sky inside should not be covered with storm clouds, with lightning constantly falling. Jiang Luo comments that once the MC enters, he will understand. And as they approach the entrance, a robot approaches the two and, after scanning each of their faces, announces that the identity of the supervisor of the Thunder Dojo organization has been confirmed and that the S-rank pass of Magic City University, whose bearer is Xu Jingming, has also been confirmed, and that the remaining duration of the pass is 30 days. Thus, Jiang Luo drives the car into the Thunder Mystic Realm, and, as they travel through the place, the MC's senior brother asks if he is still impatient. Jingming replies that from the outside, he would never imagine something like this, since it is exactly as he described before, with many dark clouds and lightning across the sky, but comments that somehow it seems a bit different from what he imagined, because he thought it would be something wild and primitive, not an entire city, so he wants to know how they hid such a gigantic phenomenon with just a wall. Jiang Luo explains that it is a masterpiece of high-rank spatial superpower users, since the surrounding wall is actually equivalent to a spatial portal. Then he explains that the part of the city they are in is for rest and residence, since it is acoustically isolated, and the storm zone ahead is the true Thunder Mystic Realm. Saying that, he shows a Thunder Crystal Core, a local specialty, which the MC can obtain by defeating Thunder Beasts, but first-rank creatures do not drop them. Second and third-rank ones depend on luck, while fourth-rank ones guarantee a drop. In addition, the cores have various uses. The simplest is to crush them and use the released lightning to temper the body, and the one he is giving is a high-quality fourth-rank Thunder Crystal Core, so Jing Ming should consider it a welcome gift from his senior brother. The MC thanks him, but wants to know why the senior brother does not train directly under the lightning. He replies that inside the lightning is far too violent, and its intensity is unpredictable, making it truly dangerous, and that the cores, on the other hand, are stable, in addition to the fact that the thunder beasts there are stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts, since the closer one gets to the center of the storm, the more terrifying the lightning and the beasts become. It does not take long for Jiang Luo to say that the MC's residence is just ahead, and asks him to rest and set out the next day. Jing Ming replies that he does not need to rest, because he wants to enter as early as possible. The MC's senior brother thinks that Jing Ming is already S-rank and still strives in such a manner, and therefore knows that it is not without reason that the master values him so much. Meanwhile, elsewhere, one of the members of the Cult of Destiny is informing the Lord Archbishop that the Magic City University student Xu Jingming eliminated more than 1,000 cultists in a month and even destroyed 2 branches, saying that he also reports that Jingming is in the Thunder Mystic Realm and therefore wants to know how they should proceed. The Archbishop emphasizes that Jingming possesses an SS rank superpower and that this involves far too many variables, because if they are to act, it must be an instant and guaranteed elimination, so he makes it clear that he will find an opportunity to report to the supreme leader of the cult, so that anyone who opposes the Cult of Destiny will be eliminated without mercy. Meanwhile, the MC and Jiang Luo arrive at the entrance of the Thunder Zone. As soon as they get out of the car, Jiang Luo calls out to Instructor Wu and asks if he also came to the Thunder Zone. He replies that he had no choice and explains that he is responsible for supervising the evaluation of the newcomers, but wants to know who the guy with Jiang Luo is, since he does not recognize him. The MC's senior brother says that the guy beside him is Xu Jingming, and that he is his junior from Magic City University, and that he will take advantage of the winter vacation to train there for a while. Jiang Luo tells the MC that the instructor is called Wu Chuang, and that he is from his Thunder Dojo. Jingming greets him and says it is a pleasure to meet him. The instructor comments that, in that case, the MC must be the genius from Magic University, since it is no wonder his aura is so sharp. The people around hear the conversation and start commenting about the aura they feel from the MC, thinking that he must be at least in the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank. Jingming says that Jiang Luo should go train soon. Instructor Wu asks a few more people to enter as well, and reminds them that the evaluation lasts 6 days, and if they cannot eliminate at least one peak 3rd rank Thunder Beast, they should not even show up in front of him again. Jiang Luo is intrigued when he hears this, and asks if Instructor Wu really expects each of them to eliminate at least one peak 3rd rank Thunder Beast, and whether that is not asking too much. Wu Chuang says that they are all from the elite training camp and that, for them, this is nothing. After that, He asks Jiang Luo if he sees the guy going ahead, since he has an A-rank lightning superpower and is the most outstanding student of that elite training camp class from the Thunder Dojo, and therefore eliminating 4th rank Thunder Beasts will not be a problem for him at all. Then he comments that Jiang Luo's junior, even though he is at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank, has an unusual presence. So he wants to know if his combat power is at the peak of the 3rd rank. Jiang Luo answers yes, but thinks that Liu Ming had mentioned that the MC had already reached peak 4th rank strength. Wu Chuang laughs and says that it was expected from a genius of Magic University, and that when there are opportunities, he thinks Jing Ming could train with his students. A few minutes later, the MC finally enters the Thunder Mystic realm and thinks that, as expected, the place lives up to its name, since the sky there never stops roaring. But he keeps in mind that he will first eliminate some fierce beasts, then look for an area with more electrical activity to calmly observe natural lightning. At that moment, a guy from Lei Yao Yang's group appears, calling the MC and asking him to wait a bit. Jing Ming turns around and asks if something happened. The guy replies that they have always been curious about the strength of top university geniuses, so he proposes a competition to see who hunts more thunder beasts in the coming days, making it clear that it is just a friendly contest with no ill intent. Jing Ming apologizes and explains that he is not very interested in that. The guy is surprised by the MC's direct response, but Lei Yao Yang says that if Jing Ming does not want to, he asks his friend not to force him. The guy wonders if all people from top universities are like the MC, and if they do not even have the courage to accept a challenge. After that, Jing Ming runs through the forest until he is suddenly confronted by a huge creature that tears out one of the trees with its horn. Jing Ming realizes that it is a black-armored thunderbull and reflects that, judging by its size, the creature must be in the advanced stage of the 1st rank, and also remembers that Jiang Luo had said that the beasts there are stronger than those in normal wild areas. So he wants to see with his own eyes if that is true. At that moment, the Thunderbolt charges its attack and immediately fires, hitting the MC directly. After receiving the attack, Jing Ming brushes off his clothes and thinks that the power of thunder is truly impressive, since he believes that just the lightning that hit him would already wipe out most 1st rank fierce beasts in normal areas. Then, he decides to test the creature's physical resistance and charges at it, delivering a tremendous punch right in the middle of the Thunderbull's head. The creature is easily eliminated, and the system informs that Jing Ming gained 15 skill points for defeating a black-armored Thunderbull. The MC concludes that the creature's defense is much higher than that of a common fierce beast at the advanced stage of the 1st rank, but obviously knows that, since the creature is struck by lightning all day, it would be quite strange if its body were not resistant. However, he knows that thinking about it, it has been almost a month since he last fought fierce beasts, and because of that, he thinks it is better to start eliminating creatures right away, since he needs to advance to the advanced stage of the 3rd rank as soon as possible. 4 hours later, the MC eliminates a swift Thunder Iron Wolf and gains another 25 skill points. He reflects that the density of fierce beasts in the Thunder Zone is somewhat low, since he only managed to eliminate 9 creatures in 4 hours, whereas in other wild areas, it would be at least 40. And while observing some areas on the system map, he eats a cereal bar and wonders whether he should focus only on increasing his superpower proficiency. Then he observes on the map the outer perimeter, middle region, core, and inner core, since he knows he is in the middle region and thinks he will take a look at the core first, since perhaps the beasts are concentrated there. After that, 5 hours later, in the core region, Jingming thinks that, as expected from the core, the thunder power there is so intense that even his immortal thunder body feels the impact, and because of that, he thinks it is better to keep his superpower active all the time. In addition, he remembers hearing that beasts capable of surviving there are at least 4th rank, but unfortunately, he has not seen any yet, until he sees a huge bird flying by and reflects that the creature is heading toward the inner core, since flying beasts like blue-feathered thunder eagles pursue even stronger lightning. Then, he sees the creature heading toward the lightning bolts falling from the sky and thinks that it is not only the thunder eagles, but that the previous thunder beasts also did this, since for them, lightning is food, serving as a tool of natural evolution, and because of that, he thinks he might be able to use his all heaven's divine thunder to attract the creatures. Thus, he jumps to the top of a tree, and while observing the lightning around him, concludes that he first needs to increase his proficiency with the all heavens divine thunder, and that, because of that, he will stay there and carefully observe natural lightning and cultivate a bit. Then he observes cloud lightning, ball lightning, forked lightning, and needle lightning, and thinks they are violent, untamable, and sharp. So he realizes that he had never stopped to notice how many details exist within lightning. And by observing his own power, he thinks that, as he had imagined, observing natural thunder truly increased his proficiency in lightning manipulation. 3 hours later, Jingming is trying to manipulate his own lightning and thinks that now his manipulation proficiency has finally reached the level of the former S-rank Purple Sky Divine Thunder, and that, to go further, he will need more time to liquefy the lightning. Then he thinks about energy, liquefaction, and solidification, since each stage condenses more than the previous one, and each is much more powerful. But he knows that, for just one day, he has already learned and trained a lot, and therefore concludes that he will return to the middle region and test an idea he had. A few minutes later, the MC returns to the Thunder Zone in the middle region and, while releasing his power everywhere, wonders if now will be the moment to see whether he can gather more skill points, until he hears several noises of fierce creatures in the middle of the forest and thinks that apparently his idea worked. Then he runs through the forest while releasing his power and hoping the thunder beasts will come to him. 2 hours later, Jingming is still running through the forest, but with a bunch of creatures chasing him. Then he thinks that it is enough and that it is time to collect. Then he stops, turns toward the creatures, and shouts, saying that since they are so eager to bathe in his lightning, he will grant their wish. With that, he activates his Thunder Prison ability, then his Thunder Spear, and attacks all the creatures at once. On the remaining creatures, Jingming activates his Divine Thunder and eliminates all the creatures around him, gaining several skill points. The MC gets excited when he sees that his move was perfect, being more than 10 times more efficient than before. Sometime later, after repeating the same move and eliminating the fierce beasts, Jingming is very tired, thinking about the 1,813 skill points he gained, and that at this pace he will reach the advanced stage of the third rank very quickly. However, he knows he can endure at most 6 days and 6 nights without sleeping, and that more than one day has already passed. 2 hours attracting monsters, 8 hours recovering, 3,600 skill points twice per day. Excluding the time spent observing, he thinks the overall gain is still excellent. Then he thinks it is better to gather the spoils first, find a place to rest a bit, and then continue the hunt. And as he picks up the drop in his hand, he thinks that the very first third-rank Thunder Beast dropped a Thunder Crystal Core. 5 days later, in the middle region of the Thunder Zone, Lei Yaoyang's group is walking through the forest. The woman yawns, calls out to Yaoyang, and says it is still 3 in the morning, so she wants to know if they really need to wake up so early. He explains that in the Thunder Zone, 3 in the morning or noon makes no difference, since it looks like daytime all the time. Then she comments that it is the last day of the 6-day evaluation and wants to know when they will return. Yaoyang replies that it will be at 18 o'clock, since they have already met the targets. But the longer they stay, the better the impression will be, and asks her not to embarrass the elite training camp. She laughs, tells him to relax, and comments that the coward from Magic City University has probably left a long time ago. Her partner agrees and emphasizes that they have been rotating in a group and are already near their limit, let alone someone who is alone. The woman keeps laughing and says that apparently people from elite universities are not all that impressive, and that it was good she was smart enough not to take the martial arts college entrance exam, since joining the Thunder Dojo was the best choice. Then, as they walk a bit further, they are surprised by a tremor they feel and wonder if it could be an earthquake. The woman says it is a beast wave and that they need to get out, but Yaoyang asks them to wait a bit, since he thinks it is not such a large wave. Jingming appears running and releasing his power, while several creatures chase him. The woman sees that it is the university coward and immediately asks what he is up to. Yao Yang says that it seems he accidentally provoked a group of beasts and that it would be better to help him. But the woman asks Yao Yang to wait and wonders if the MC is leading the beast wave toward them to save himself. However, Jingming avoids Yao Yang's group and keeps running in another direction. The woman laughs and says the MC will be eliminated for being so selfish. Yao Yang comments that they are greater in number, so he wonders why the Thunder Beasts are not attacking them, and also thinks that the MC must be using golden lightning to attract all the beasts. But he is puzzled, thinking that the MC is only at the intermediate stage of the third rank, so he questions why he would draw so many Thunder Beasts, since there are several peak third rank ones chasing him. Then his partner calls him and informs him that the MC has stopped running. Yao Yang knows that it would be difficult even for him to deal with the group without using his trump cards, and because of that, he really wants to know what the MC intends to do. Jingming then releases his powerful lightning power and eliminates all the fierce beasts at once. Yao Yang feels this power and wonders if just the eruption of the MC's superpower is capable of covering such a large area, since he knows he is at the peak of the third rank and can barely extend his own power for 30 meters. Then he thinks that there is something wrong with this lightning superpower, since he believes this is not just A rank, so he wonders if it could be S rank, but ends up thinking that this is not possible, since the S rank from Magic City is a freshman, and the guy he is seeing is already at the intermediate stage of the third rank. As Jingming's power continues to spread throughout the area, Yao Yang's companions are impressed, wondering if the people from Magic City University also have such absurd power like what they are seeing, since the MC is eliminating Thunder Beasts as if he were getting rid of a few dogs. After eliminating the creatures, Jingming thinks that he obtained 23,000 skill points, which is exactly the amount he needed to finally advance. But he knows that after 5 days and 5 nights without closing his eyes, his condition has dropped significantly, and because of that, he thinks it is better to find a place to distribute the points and then return. Yo Young's friend calls him and asks if he could handle that group of beasts. He replies that yes, but points out that he would not eliminate them as quickly as the MC. Yo Young's friend takes a deep breath upon realizing that the guy from Magic City University is indeed very strong, and even feels relieved that he did not accept his challenge to compete with them, since in the end, they would be the ones left embarrassed. However, he wants to know if Yao Yang thinks the MC can eliminate 4th rank beasts by skipping ranks like he does. Yao Yang replies that if everything the MC showed there is his full power, he probably cannot. After that, 10 minutes later, Jingming finds a quieter place and is distributing the skill points he gained. And as soon as he does that, his golden lightning becomes even stronger. And while trying to concentrate it at a single point, he thinks about the advanced stage of the 3rd rank and that his physique and spirit have increased by nearly 500 points. And now, the range of his superpower is 40 meters, and he also knows that he is already at the level of a common 4th rank A rank superpower user. Then he concludes that he would go back, but since his spirit has recovered a bit, he goes to the core region again to observe natural thunder. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo is thinking about Jingming and that he has not returned for 5 days and 5 nights, so he wonders if something happened to him, since he knows he would only be able to endure 8 days. Then Wu Chuang appears wanting to know what Jiang Luo is doing there. He replies that he is waiting for his junior. Wu Chuang asks if he has not returned since the last time he entered. Jiang Luo replies that no, and that it is already the 6th day, since normally he thinks he should have already returned. Instructor Wu tells him not to worry and informs him that he is going into the Thunder Zone to hunt and that he can look for him along the way. Jiang Luo thanks the instructor and says he will owe him one. Wu Chuang comments that there is no need for formalities, since they are all from the Thunder Dojo, and that helping is the least he can do. 6 hours later, in the core region of the Thunder Zone, Jingming thinks that it is already time to return. Thus, he jumps down from the tree with force, and where he steps, the ground completely cracks. Jingming thinks that the physique of the advanced stage of the 3rd rank is truly absurd, but that it is still far from the peak. At that moment, a huge bear appears and lets out a loud, piercing roar. The MC realizes that it is a storm thunder bear at the advanced stage of the 4th rank, and thinks that if he uses the celestial thunder art, he would eliminate it instantly. But since he is now at the advanced stage of the third rank, he wants to see if he can take it down with just his fists. Thus, he activates his extreme thunder power and charges forward. Meanwhile, Wu Chuang is impressed when he sees the MC and thinks that he had been looking for him so much and ended up running into him there. And upon observing his movements more closely, he reflects that apparently the MC has broken through to the advanced stage of the third rank, but wonders if the range of his lightning is not too exaggerated and whether he really intends to face the Storm Thunder Bear. Then he thinks that apparently a newborn calf does not fear a fierce tiger, since Supervisor Jiang Luo's Jr. has courage, and that a genius like that needs to suffer a bit to see his own limitations. At that moment, the Thunder Bear roars loudly and then launches an attack at the MC, who in turn simply blocks the attack with the lightning he is releasing. Wu Chuang, upon seeing this, is completely shocked, wondering if the boy really blocked the attack with his lightning, since what he is facing is a beast at the advanced stage of the fourth rank, a full rank above his own. And as he continues watching the MC's power increase every second, he thinks that something must be very wrong, since Jingming's superpower is not A rank, but rather S rank, or perhaps even SS rank. And that, strangely enough, he feels like he has heard that name somewhere before. Wu Chuang sees the MC continuing to charge at the Thunder Bear and remembers that the boy in front of him is Shu Jingming, the S-rank lightning freshman from Magic City University, but wonders if this is not too exaggerated, since who would imagine that a first-year freshman would already be at the advanced stage of the third rank? Meanwhile, the MC, overflowing with power, thinks that, apparently, his lightning still seems far superior. The Thunder Bear throws another punch, and the MC counters with one of his own, and both begin exchanging blows while releasing a powerful surge of lightning throughout the area. Wu Chuang becomes even more shocked as he is witnessing a freshman trading punches evenly with a Storm Thunder Bear. Then, he takes out a camera to record and thinks that the brats from the elite training camp always act arrogant, believing that no one from top universities can compare to them. So he decides he will show them what a true genius from a top university looks like. Jingming smiles and hopes the bear will block what he is about to do, since he believes that in terms of physical strength, he is not inferior at all to a Storm Thunder Bear. Thus, he further amplifies his Immortal Thunder body technique in the extreme thunder state and charges at the creature, landing a powerful punch on one of the bear's legs. The beast roars loudly in pain and charges at the MC. Jingming thinks that his punch did not even manage to break one of its legs, but knows that normally, to deal with beasts like this, the correct approach would be to use a weapon, but this time, he will fight only with his fists. The Thunder Bear becomes even more furious and channels its thunder attack. Wu Chuang knows that the attack will be a storm of lightning, and that anyone caught in it would either be severely injured or eliminated instantly, and that in such a situation, the normal approach would be to retreat and wait for the lightning storm to pass before attacking. But it seems that Jingming clearly does not plan to do that, as he prepares himself and hopes the bear goes all out, because he wants to see who controls thunder better. Then, he leaps at high speed and heads straight into the bear's lightning storm. But before that, he activates his thunder armor and prepares to deliver another punch. However, the bear tries to strike him several times, forcing him to dodge all the attacks. Jingming, while leaping onto the beast's head, comments that the bear's movements are heavy and slow, and that, in the end, it is just a beast at the advanced stage of the fourth rank. With that, he uses his Thunder Dragon Fist technique and lands a direct hit on the bear. In this way, he manages to eliminate it and obtains 321 skill points for the kill. Wu Chuang, impressed, wonders if the freshman from Magic City University really eliminated an advanced fourth-rank Storm Thunder Bear using only his fists. Then he decides to appear and tells the MC that this was expected from an S-rank university student, something impressive to witness. He also emphasizes that if Daxia had more prodigies like the MC, he wonders who would still worry about beasts. Then he says that he recorded the entire battle and that it was spectacular and that he wants to use it as teaching material in his martial arts gym. But first he needs to know if the MC authorizes it. Jingming takes a dagger from his spatial ring and tells instructor Wu that he can use the footage however he wants, but he has in mind that that was not even his full strength, so he thinks it does not matter if the Thunder Martial Arts Gym has the video. The instructor comments that, on behalf of the Thunder Gym, he thanks the MC for the contribution. However, he wants to know if he has ever considered going to their Thunder Dojo after graduating. Jingming replies that he has not decided yet. Wu Chuang becomes excited and informs him that his master is a 9th rank martial saint of the lightning element, and that if he joins, he believes she herself will guide him, and they may even assign him to protect the Thunder Mystic realm, in addition to offering high-level benefits. Jingming thanks instructor Wu for the kindness, but emphasizes that he will still think about it more carefully, though he thinks that guarding the Thunder Mystic realm is undoubtedly a position full of benefits for those who cultivate the lightning element. But since he is still a freshman, there is no need to rush. Wu Chuang says that he will wait for his decision and informs him that Jiang Luo is waiting for the MC outside, so he wants to know if he will continue in the Thunder Zone or if he wants him to inform him later that he is fine, since Jiang Luo was very worried. Jing Ming says that he does not think it is necessary to inform him, since he is already returning, but he thinks that he ended up forgetting about his senior brother. Before leaving, Instructor Wu comments that staying alone for 6 days in the Thunder Zone is truly impressive, and that this generation is really frightening, since in his time he only endured 4, but since he has other matters to handle, he leaves and asks Jing Ming to return soon. After Instructor Wu leaves, the MC sticks his arm into the Thunder Bear to retrieve its drop, and, as soon as he manages to get it, he realizes that it is a bit inferior to what Jiang Luo gave, but that it is still excellent. After that, Jiang Luo sees the MC arriving from the Thunder Zone, and immediately comments that he spent too much time inside, but wants to know how he is feeling. Jing Ming replies that it is nothing serious, but that he is just a bit sleepy. Jiang Luo hugs the MC and emphasizes that 5 consecutive days without sleeping, fighting beasts the entire time, it was obvious he would be exhausted, since in cultivation, the balance between effort and rest is essential. On the same day, at night, at 21 o'clock, in Instructor Wu's office, Lei Yaoyang's group arrives to report. Wu Chuang comments that during the 6 days of evaluation, there were no eliminations or serious injuries, and that, apparently, the safety measures worked well, but wants to know if the missions were completed. Yao Yang reports that all missions were completed and that everyone defeated at least one beast at the peak of the 3rd rank, and that he even eliminated one at the advanced stage of the 4th rank alone. The instructor thinks that Lei Yaoyang is indeed remarkable, since he can eliminate a 4th rank beast above his own level, but even so, it is a pity compared to the monster called Shu Jingming, though he still deserves recognition. Thus, he emphasizes that Lei Yaoyang did not disappoint him, but wants to know what his impression was of Supervisor Jiang Luo's junior from Magic City University. Yaoyang says that they met in the Thunder Zone, and that indeed he is very strong and far above the average of someone at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank. The girl also emphasizes that Jing Ming has the ability to eliminate enemies in an area, and even believes that at his peak, his combat power should approach the peak of the 3rd rank. Wu Chuang is impressed and asks if they are right. Another guy from the group replies that yes, but that he still thinks he does not compare to Lei Yaoyang, and that, without a doubt, the elite training camp is definitely superior to Magic City University. The instructor takes a video device and asks them to watch a video he made, and as soon as he turns on the device, everyone is surprised to see a 4th rank Storm Thunder Bear. Then they are amazed when they see the MC fighting the beast with only his fists. Then, they see the MC using his Dragon Fist technique. Afterward, upon seeing the Thunder Bear defeated, they comment that, apparently, compared to the first time they ran into him, Jing Ming has become absurdly stronger. Wu Chuang asks what they think of the MC now after watching the video. Yao Yang comments that he is strong, very resilient, and simply beyond imagination. The instructor also emphasizes that Jing Ming is no longer at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank, because when he met him in the forest, he had already advanced to the advanced stage of the 3rd rank. One of the training camp members really wants to know how he manages to level up so quickly. Yao Yang comments that a Storm Thunder Bear at the advanced stage of the 4th rank is enough to easily eliminate most superpower users at the advanced stage of the 4th rank. Yet, even so, the creature was beaten down. Wu Chuang asks everyone to stay calm, because even within Magic City University, Xu Jingming is a special exception. One of the members asks what he means by special exception, and whether Xu Jingming's identity is that special, or if he is the university dean's son. The instructor replies that not even the dean's grandson would have that level of ability, as he is referring to the MC's superpower, since he is an S-rank superpower user. Yao Yang asks if the MC is a freshman at Magic City University, and how a freshman's rank could be at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank. Wu Chuang emphasizes that, as much as he would like to deny it, the fact is that the MC has just turned 19 years old, being a genuine first-year freshman, which surprises the elite training camp members even more. Then, the instructor makes it clear that he did not show them the video for any other reason, and that it was only to motivate them, and therefore asks them to take Jingming as their goal, since in the future, the ideal would be for them to keep up with his pace. Everyone gets excited and states that they will do their best. However, Yao Yang asks if the instructor can provide a copy of the video. He replies that he will upload the video to the dojo's internal page later, and that they just need to log in and watch it there. But one of the members thinks that might not be a good idea, since that year's National University League is about to begin. Wu Chuang takes a deep breath and comments that he completely forgot about that, so he thinks he will not post it, because if other universities see it, they will focus on the MC, and if he is not mistaken, in the last league, Magic City finished 2nd, but he believes that this time they should be able to compete for 1st place. 2 days later, Jingming wakes up to his phone alarm ringing and thinks that he must have slept for a long time, and when he picks up the phone, he realizes it is Vice Director Ling Shuang. As soon as he answers, she informs him that, according to reliable information, the Cult of Destiny is preparing a counterattack and that they have already arranged protection for his family and friends, but emphasizes that if he encounters danger, he should not hesitate to crush the talisman, since she believes it is very likely that he will be the cult's target. Jingming replies that he understands and apologizes for the trouble. After ending the call, the MC thinks that the security there is very strict and that to enter and leave, one must show special documents and undergo iris verification, so he believes the Cult of Destiny should not be able to infiltrate, and even if they do, he knows he has his master's guardian talisman. Meanwhile, at the Cult of Destiny's base, a follower informs his supreme leader that the Magic City branch believes that Magic City's S-rank, Xu Jingming, is evolving too quickly and could become a threat, and that they request the assassination of the boy to eliminate future problems. So he asks whether they should authorize the operation. The supreme leader asks where Jingming is. His servant says that he is training in the Thunder Mystic Realm in Donghae City, Jiangnan Province, and that he should not be leaving anytime soon. The leader orders the bloody assassin, once he finishes his affairs in Jiangnan Province, to go there and destroy Xu Jingming and the Thunder Mystic Realm. He replies that he will do as his leader wishes, and emphasizes that what he loves most is hunting those little human geniuses. One of the followers comments that if the bloody assassin takes action, the target is guaranteed to be eliminated, since he knows that the bloody assassin is at the intermediate stage of the 8th rank with formidable combat ability, and that even if Ling Shuang at the initial stage of the 8th rank, who is proficient in spatial superpowers, intervenes, there will be no problems. Later, in the center of Donghae City, several merchants are advertising their products and informing about promotions. Jingming, while walking around there, thinks that it is almost time for the Chinese New Year, and that it seems he will spend it alone again. But on the other hand, he realizes that the cultivation effect of the Thunder Crystal Core is really very good, since 2 hours increase vitality by 3 points, equivalent to 6 days of training. Then he stops and observes a tall tower surrounded by lightning, and hopes that the Thunder Tower will not disappoint him, since he knows that the place was highly recommended by senior sister Jiang Luo, being a great place to observe natural lightning and improve proficiency in manipulating superpowers. A few minutes later, already at the Thunder Tower, in the first-floor hall, the MC approaches the entrance, and the receptionist informs him that Jingming has an S-rank pass and is entitled to 4 hours of use in the private room on the 100th floor, but asks if he wants to use it immediately. Jing Ming asks what this private room on the 100th floor is. The receptionist explains that the Thunder Tower has 110 floors in total, and that the higher the floor, the better the effect of observing natural lightning. Jing Ming says he understands and asks to use it. As soon as he arrives at the 100th floor, the MC looks around, wondering where the lightning is. Then a bolt of lightning appears passing through the lamps, and the MC, while observing and feeling the energy, thinks that it is the most fundamental form of lightning. And as he sits on the ground, while the lightning runs through his entire body, he reflects that the source of lightning in the Thunder Zone is more than 1,000 meters high, being invisible to the naked eye, but that here it is possible to see much more detail and mysteries. 4 hours later, Jing Ming thinks that if he stays there continuously, in less than 5 days he might be able to reach the proficiency to liquefy lightning, so he concludes that this is undoubtedly a sacred place for cultivation. Then he hears someone knocking on the door, and the receptionist appears, informing the MC that his usage time has ended. Jing Ming asks how he can extend the usage time of the private room. The receptionist informs that it can only be exchanged for thunder crystal cores, since the 100th floor only accepts 4th rank cores, but emphasizes that one core at the initial stage of the 4th rank gives 3 hours of use, and that for each small stage above, the time increases by 1 hour. Jing Ming is quite surprised, asking if it is really that expensive, and thinks that the official purchase price of a 4th rank initial stage Thunder Crystal Core exceeds 6 million Daxia coins, and being 2 million per hour, he knows that this is definitely a money sink. However, the receptionist informs that the rooms from the 70th to the 90th floor accept 3rd rank cores. Jing Ming tells her to forget it, as he will stay there anyway. And as he hands some cores to her, the receptionist is quite surprised, since the boy gave peak stage and advanced stage 4th rank cores, so she wonders if he is really that rich. Thus, she informs that the 2 combined cores he gave amount to a total number of hours, and that she will update his usage time. Jing Ming comments that he knows the 100th floor requires 4th rank cores, but asks about above the 100th floor. The receptionist laughs and says that from the 101st to the 107th floor, 5th rank cores are required, and from the 108th to the 110th floor, 6th rank cores are needed. Jing Ming is stunned upon hearing this and tells the receptionist that, for now, he will just stay on the 100th floor. 11 hours later, in the main building of the Thunder Dojo, Jiang Luo arrives with the MC, and he informs that the materials from Fierce Beasts and 4 Rings, all combined, amount to 311 million in revenue, and therefore emphasizes that the next round is on the MC. Jing Ming says that is fine, and emphasizes that it is all thanks to him for hiring the purchasing manager. Otherwise, he thinks he would not have gotten such a good price. Jiang Luo laughs and comments that he heard from Instructor Wu that he eliminated a Storm Thunder Bear at the advanced stage of the 4th rank, so he thinks his progress is happening far too quickly. Jing Ming says that he thinks his talent is actually quite good after all. Jiang Luo comments that, apparently, humility is not Jing Ming's strong point, but since the Chinese New Year is approaching, he wants to know his plans. Jing Ming says that he plans to go to the Thunder Zone and that he might not even return in time for the Chinese New Year. Jiang Luo emphasizes that Jing Ming is indeed a special case, but advises him to stop by, since during the Chinese New Year, the Thunder Dojo will organize an auction, and there might even be something that catches his attention. Jing Ming becomes thoughtful and says that there is actually something he wants, then thinks about his spear and that it is no longer sufficient and maybe he can bid on a good weapon. The MC's senior brother comments that then it is settled and that he will reserve an entry spot for him. Jing Ming thinks this is great, but says that now he will head straight to the Thunder Zone. Meanwhile, in Song Chu-yun's room, she is talking with Jiang Chuyi and says that she wants to visit Jing Ming in the Thunder Mystic Realm during the Chinese New Year, but asks if Jiang Chuyi also wants to go together. She is happy to be invited and says that she will gladly go, but thinks that, apparently, Song Chu-yun wants to share Jing Ming with her. After that, 6 days pass, and the MC once again goes to the Thunder Tower and throws several thunder crystals to the receptionist and asks how long the crystals will last on the 100th floor. She begins checking the crystals and says that there is 1 at the peak of the 4th rank, 3 at the advanced stage, 1 at the intermediate stage, and 4 at the initial stage of the 4th rank, and that with this amount, the MC can exchange them for a total of 37 hours of usage time on the 100th floor. But the receptionist becomes intrigued, thinking that she has worked there for 2 years. Yet she can count on her fingers how many times someone has used 4th rank thunder crystals to exchange for time, and that she did not expect someone so young and handsome to bring 9 4th rank thunder crystals at once. So she wonders how he can be so strong at such a young age. Jingming asks if the usage time can be used separately. She replies that it can, and explains that as soon as he finishes his observation, he just needs to swipe the card on the machine in front of the door to stop the timer. Later, on the eve of the Chinese New Year, while the MC is cultivating, his phone rings. As soon as he answers, Song Chu-yun starts a video call and asks Jing Ming to guess where she is. He replies that she is in the Thunder Mystic Realm, which surprises her greatly and makes her ask how he figured it out. Jing Ming asks, besides the Thunder Mystic Realm, where else there would be so many lightning flashes behind her like he is seeing. Song Chu-yun comments that she forgot about that and says that she wanted to surprise him together with Jiang Chuyi, but they forgot to ask for his address, so they had to ask around for the location. Jingming asks if Jiang Chuyi is really there as well. She appears on the video call, asking if he is not going to welcome them. He replies that of course he will welcome both of them, then asks them to send the exact location as he will go pick them up immediately. Thus, the MC swipes the card on the machine, and it informs that the use of room 6 has ended and that his remaining time is 4.5 hours. Jingming thinks about his remaining time and wonders whether he will be able to master the liquefaction of lightning within that time, as he fears that if he cannot, he will have to make another trip to the Thunder Zone. Later, as soon as the MC picks up his friends, they are quite surprised to see that Jing Ming has leveled up again, especially since it has only been about 20 days since they last saw each other. He laughs and says that he faced some crises during training, and that, fortunately, he managed to break through to the advanced stage of the 3rd rank. Song Chu-yun takes a deep breath and comments that she is starting to think that by graduation day, he will already be a 7th rank grandmaster, and that comparing him to other people is simply irritating. Jingming asks her not to be angry and asks how many academic credits their passes cost to enter there. Song Chu-yun says that the B rank passes they bought last only 2 days and cost 1,000 credits each. The MC is surprised, asking if it really cost 1,000 credits for only 2 days, since he knows that in Daxia coins that amounts to 10 million. Then, he says that there are 4 rooms on the 2nd floor, and that, besides his own, they can choose 2. Jiang Chuyi comments that they do not need that many rooms, and that they can even share one. The MC says he understands and asks the 2 of them to go upstairs, since when they come down, he will take them out to eat. Song Chiu-yun points out that it is New Year's Eve, and that obviously everyone should eat there. Jiang Chuyi activates her spatial ring, takes out various foods from it, and says that before coming there, they had already prepared all the ingredients. Jingming asks if they know how to cook. Song Chu-yun replies that yes, and makes it clear that both of them are experts at it. The MC laughs and says that he will see if they really are that good and that he will be their assistant. A few hours later, as soon as they finish dinner, Jingming takes a deep breath and says that he has to admit that their food turned out wonderful. At that moment, Song Chu-yun is quite surprised to see several fireworks through the window. Then, she calls everyone to go up to the rooftop to take a photo together to remember New Year's Eve. It does not take long, and they soon arrive at the terrace. And while the fireworks continue exploding, the 2 approach the MC and ask him to smile for the photo. Happy with the moment, Jingming reflects that since he obtained the system, everything around him has completely changed, and that this is the first time he has spent such a wonderful New Year's Eve. After that, already the next day, the MC is apologizing to his friends for having to drag them to an auction right on New Year's Day. Jiang Chuyi comments that Jingming is being too formal. Song Chu-yun agrees and points out that she also wanted to buy some equipment. At that moment, Jiang Luo appears asking who the 2 girls are. Jingming says that they are his friends from Magic City University, with Song Chu-yun being a freshman and Jiang Chuyi a second-year student. That said, the MC introduces his senior Jiang Luo to his friends. Both greet him and say that it is a pleasure to meet him. Jiang Luo, surprised, thinks that his junior is truly impressive, since so many beautiful girls surround him, and even two at the same time. However, he calls everyone to go inside and informs that he will take care of the tickets for the two ladies. As they walk through the corridor, they hear a guy commenting that Sister Wan Ying is really the best, since she not only managed to bring them to the Thunder Mystic realm, but also got them into the auction, since he heard that other people need to spend more than 10 million just to get an entry pass. Song Chu-yun asks the MC which family the people they are hearing belong to, as she apparently finds them quite arrogant. At that moment, the eldest young lady of the Li family of the Mystic Realm, Li Wanying, arrives at the auction, and Jiang Luo comments that their patriarch is an honorary vice director of the Thunder Dojo and is about to break through to the 7th rank, and that her brother is already at the peak of the 4th rank at only 27 years old, and that, therefore, it is not surprising that they are somewhat arrogant. Jingming comments that with capable people in both the older and younger generations, it is no surprise that this Li Wanying is so insolent. Jiang Luo agrees and says that her brother, Li Shanglin, is similar to the MC, since he also uses a long spear, but his is of the enhancement type, while Jingming is of the lightning element. That said, he informs that they have arrived and welcomes them to the Thunder Mystic Realm auction. And as soon as they sit down, Jiang Luo explains that the Spring Festival auction is extremely important, since those who manage to enter are not ordinary people, and that all are elites with liquid assets exceeding 100 million, and about 800 guests have been invited. Then, he says that each seat has a number and an electronic screen on the right armrest, and that it is enough to enter the price on it and confirm to participate in the bid, and that after placing a bid, the person must raise their hand to signal. Jiang Luo emphasizes that the MC can also use the electronic screen to check the auction items and prepare bids in advance. Jingming says that he understands and that he will check what is available. Then he observes that there are rare flowers and herbs, thunder crystals, combat suits, S-rank resources, and more, totaling 108 items. Jiang Luo asks if the MC thinks that the items only going up to S rank is too little, but actually thinks it is just right, since if they were more expensive, they would not be able to afford them in the end. Jingming laughs and says that his senior is absolutely right. Song Chu-yun calls the MC and asks if he has seen anything he wants to buy. Jingming replies that there are indeed some items that caught his attention, but that he will wait for the auctioneer's presentation to decide. And while waiting for the auction to begin, he thinks that there are two items that seem good, one being an S-rank long spear with a starting price of 500 million, since he knows it is already time to replace his C-rank Azure Sky Black Dragon Spear, and the other item is a package with 5 Thunder Crystals at the initial stage of the 4th rank, with a starting price of 40 million, since he knows it is much faster than going out to hunt Thunder Beasts. At that moment, the woman responsible for conducting the auction asks for everyone's attention and welcomes them to the auction organized by the Thunder Dojo, and informs that there will be 108 items to be auctioned, and that the first item will be a 30-year A-rank ice grass, which can increase spirit by 50 points for those below the 5th rank, and the starting price is 20 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. Several people begin placing bids interested in the ice grass. 1 hour later, it is announced that the 36th item is a set of 5 Thunder Crystals at the initial stage of the 4th rank, with a starting price of 40 million, and that each increment must not be less than 200,000. Jingming places his bid and thinks that finally, one of the items he had in mind has appeared. The auctioneer announces that seat number 310 offered 41 million. Then, she announces that seat number 637 covered with 41.4 million. Then, seat number 708 with 41.8 million. The MC tries to place another bid and thinks that, apparently, there are too many people competing for this item and that, it seems, he will have to raise the price a bit to scare off the competitors. It is announced that seat 310 has bid 46 million for the item. The auctioneer asks everyone if they will make any higher bids and emphasizes that thunder crystals rarely appear for sale to the public. and that if they miss this chance, no one knows how long it will take for another opportunity to arise. However, no one volunteers to cover the bid of 46 million, and seat 310 is congratulated on the purchase of the item, being informed that delivery will be made as soon as the auction ends. Jingming is surprised, wondering if he really managed to buy the item so easily. Jiang Luo comments that the Thunder Dojo and the Great Superpower clans have plenty of thunder crystals, and that those who usually buy them are lone wolves. And since he raised the price by 5 million at once, it is quite obvious that everyone would give up. Then, she asks why Jingming wanted to buy so many 4th rank thunder crystals and whether it would not be cheaper to hunt thunder beasts. The MC replies that he feels his lightning proficiency is about to break through, and that, because of that, he wants to resolve everything at once. Jiang Luo is surprised to learn that her junior is once again about to break through, but wants to know if he is really close to breaking into the liquefaction realm, as she only achieved that feat in her final year. 2 hours later, the auctioneer announces item number 98, the S-rank spear, golden tip flowing cloud spear, forged by master blacksmith Yu Wen, with a total length of 2 meters, and that the shaft was made with a special A-rank creamier alloy, while the tip uses the S-rank extreme tip alloy, the hardest and sharpest that exists. Some participants are surprised by the item, since Master Yu Wen had not forged a new weapon for 1 or 2 years. Jingming becomes excited about the spear and thinks that the creamier alloy increases in weight when infused with a superpower, and the extreme tip alloy is sharpened to an absurd level. So, he concludes that it is exactly what he needs and that he must obtain it at all costs. Then, the auctioneer explains that after the spear is infused with a superpower, its weight can reach 100 tons, and that, because of this, she is sure that many people will be interested. The starting bid is 500 million, and each increase cannot be less than 1 million. Quickly, several people begin to place bids, until the MC offers 600 million. However, it is not enough, and the participants continue raising the bids. Jingming reflects that apparently, it will not be so easy to scare everyone off like before, and that because of that, he thinks it is better to wait a bit and see how things go, besides having the feeling that seat 104 will be his biggest rival. Li Wanying places her bid of 630 million and thinks that she, from the Li family, has already made her move and wants to see who will dare to compete. Jingming is not intimidated and offers 640 million. Some participants begin to talk among themselves, wondering who the madman is that is competing with Miss Li. She, in turn, tells the MC that her brother, Li Shanglin, is currently in need of a spear to train. Then she emphasizes that if he is willing to give up the spear, he will gain her friendship and also the friendship of the Li family. Jingming has in mind that the friendship of someone at the peak of the 6th rank really means nothing. At that moment, the auctioneer calls Miss Li's attention and reinforces that the auction prohibits private conversations between buyers, and that if she breaks the rules again, her bidding rights will be revoked. After that, the bidding duel continues. Li Wanying offers 650 million, and the MC offers 660 million. And once again, people are surprised, wondering who this boy is who is willing to face Miss Li. She begins to get nervous, thinking that the boy had the nerve to ignore her, and also knows that since her father reached the peak of the 6th rank, this had never happened. The auctioneer asks if anyone will cover the bid of 660 million. Li Wanying, at the same moment, offers 670 million and thinks that now she wants to see how deep the boy's pockets go. Jingming calls Song Chu-yun and Jiang Chu-yi and asks if they can lend him money, but makes it clear that he will pay everything back later. Jiang Chu-yi says she has 500 million on hand. Song Chu-yun says she has around 1 billion, and that, if it is still not enough, she can ask her family to transfer more. The MC feels quite embarrassed and says that it is already more than enough, and that he knows that for an S-rank weapon, it is not worth continuing to bid if it goes over 1 billion, and that it would even be better to pay someone to forge a custom one. Jiang Luo is bewildered, questioning what kind of history his junior has with the two beauties beside him, since they talk about 500 million or 1 billion as if it were spare change and can still ask for more from their families. Thus, Jingming raises his hand and bids 700 million. Another bidding clash against Li Wanying begins, but the MC ends up placing the final bid of 830 million. Li Wanying's sister comments that they have already exceeded the budget, so she asks if they will really go over 1 billion just to make the boy spend more. Li Wanying, very furious, says she will forget about it and that for now she will let him be, since there is another way to deal with the matter. Thus, the auctioneer strikes the gavel and sells item 98 for 830 million and congratulates the knight of seat 310. Jing Ming thinks about the amount he paid and believes it is still within an acceptable range, but hopes that this spear will not disappoint him. Half an hour later, after the auction ends, the auctioneer informs the MC that there are the 5 fourth-rank thunder crystals at the initial stage and the S-rank golden tip flowing cloud spear that he acquired, and that the total for the items is 874 million, and that after he inspects the items, he should complete the transaction. Jing Ming takes the spear, infuses a bit of his power into it, and is immediately pleased with the result. Thus, he hands the card to the auctioneer and asks her to charge it. Meanwhile, some men arrive in Miss Li's room, and the old man asks what they need to resolve. Since she called them in such a hurry, Li Wanying says she needs them to help her eliminate a certain person and then take all of his equipment. The old man asks who it is and the location. She replies that she just confirmed it and explains that the person's name is Xu Jingming, an advanced stage of the 3rd rank, and that he entered the Thunder Mystic Realm with an S-rank pass from Magic City University. The old man suggests to Miss Li that it would be better to investigate the situation more thoroughly since the person is a university student. She says she does not need that since there are many students like him going to train in the Thunder Mystic Realm, and that they just need to wait for him to enter the Thunder Zone and attack. Having said that, she emphasizes that with the ferocity of the beasts in the Thunder Zone, she thinks that in 1 or 2 hours there will not be anybody left, and as for the spear, they just need to modify it a little and repaint it. The old man looks back and tells the 2 men with him to lie in wait at the entrance of the Thunder Zone immediately, and that they should inform him as soon as Xu Jingming appears coming out of there. Li Wanying calls her uncle and asks him to inform her when they act. As she wants to go along and see with her own eyes, the boy regrets challenging her. Later, in the room rented by the MC, he is observing his new spear and thinking that, as expected of the equipment, the feeling he is experiencing is simply on another level, and that the maximum weight of the golden tip flowing cloud spear is 100 tons. So he thinks he will try to infuse all of his superpower into it and see how much he can increase that weight. As soon as he infuses his power, he feels its weight and is quite surprised. Then he concludes that at the moment he can lift at most 5 tons and that he almost dropped it. However, he knows that the spear itself weighs 800 kilograms and that making the weight instantly jump to 6 tons might change his combat style. Thus, he prepares himself and makes some movements with it. Jing Ming is impressed, thinking that the spear certainly has potential, since suddenly increasing the weight to 6 tons at the exact moment of the strike, combined with a frightening burst of force, will cause the opponent to be caught off guard and surely be severely injured. Then, he observes that the center of gravity becomes somewhat difficult to control after the weight increases, and that, once Song Chu-yun and the others leave, he will train more in the Thunder Zone. After that, the next day, close to noon, Song Chu-yun and Jiang Chu-yi say goodbye to the MC and comment that when he returns to the university, they will pester him to get some more guidance. He thanks his friends for coming there to keep him company and says he will see them next semester. As soon as they leave, Jingming stretches and thinks that it is already time to head to the Thunder Zone, since he knows he has less than a week inside the Mystic Realm, and, because of that, needs to gather enough thunder crystals as soon as possible. Meanwhile, one of Miss Li's lackeys is lying in wait, observing the MC and informing his mistress that the boy she is after is about to enter the Thunder Zone, so he asks her to arrive as quickly as possible. She gets excited upon hearing this and replies that she is on her way immediately. After hanging up the phone and standing up, a man asks if she is going out. Wan Ying replies that yes, and says she is going to get his birthday present and that she has been preparing it for a long time. This is Li Shanglin, Miss Li's brother, who comments that he has been looking forward to the present. Later, already in the Thunder Zone, The MC is eliminating some thunder beasts until he looks back and asks how long they will keep following him and whether it is not time for them to show themselves. Miss Lee's uncle and his lackeys appear, and the old man, laughing, comments that he is not surprised that the genius from Magic City University noticed them there, and that even though he is only at the advanced stage of the third rank, his perception is already so sharp. Jingming says he does not remember knowing them, so he wants to know why they are following him. Wanying appears saying that if the boy does not know them, at least he should know her. The MC asks if they are there to steal his golden tip flowing cloud spear. Wanying replies that it is not just the spear, but that she also wants his life. However, she emphasizes that it is a pity to waste his handsome face, and that if he had not challenged her, she thinks he could have become the leader of her harem and had fun with her every day. Jingming comments that apparently she is quite cruel. Wan Ying says that in front of the strong, the weak have no right to speak, so she tells him to kneel, bang his head on the ground and apologize. Because if he does what she asks, she thinks she will grant him a quick death. Otherwise, she will make him experience the pain of 1,000 cuts. As he releases his power, Jingming agrees that the weak have no right to speak in front of the strong. Thus, he activates his extreme thunder state and comments that apparently she did not investigate him thoroughly to know who he is, and that she has no idea which of them is truly strong. Wanying is frightened upon seeing the boy's power and immediately asks what is happening. Jingming says that 2 of them are at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank and 2 at the initial stage of the 4th, so he asks if she really thinks that will be enough to eliminate him, but even so, he will give them a chance and tells them all to attack at once. Miss Lee's uncle tells the boy to shut up and together with his lackeys, charges at him. Jingming laughs and activates his divine thunder ability. Everyone is struck directly by the powerful lightning and falls to the ground like sacks of potatoes. Wan Ying is terrified to see that her uncle and the others were eliminated instantly, and that she will need to get out of there urgently. However, as she steps back, she ends up tripping on a rock and falls sitting on the ground. Jingming walks up to her and makes it clear that her time has come. Wanying begins to scream, wanting to know who the boy really is and how he can be so absurdly strong. The MC introduces himself and says that he is a student of Magic City University, but wants to know if just moments ago she was not trying to eliminate him and take his treasure. Wanying replies that she was wrong and asks him to spare her life, adding that she will give 10 billion and ensure that he leaves safely. Then, she emphasizes that she can serve him and that she surely knows she is not worse than the 2 women who were with him before. Jingming becomes serious and makes it clear that the 2 women she is referring to are his friends, and that someone with a body as corrupted by drugs and lust as hers cannot even be compared. And since he has a cleanliness obsession, he does not want to waste time with someone as dirty as her. Wanying goes mad with anger and screams, asking how he dares to insult her, and swears that he had better not let her live, otherwise she will massacre his entire family and peel his skin while he is still alive, since her brother and father will never let this go. Jingming channels his divine thunder power, strikes her without any mercy, and says that he does not care at all who her father and brother are. Thus, he reflects that those who eliminate can also be eliminated and that, since she wanted to kill someone, she should have been prepared to be eliminated. And he also knows that for these superpower families, most spatial rings come with tracking functions, and because of that, he knows it is better to leave her there. A few minutes later, at the Lee family residence, it is reported that it has been detected that the heart of the user of bracelet number 3 has stopped beating and that the vital signs have disappeared. Shanglin is surprised, as he knows that this bracelet belongs to his sister. Then he becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know who dared to eliminate her, and orders them to track her location immediately, as he wants to know exactly where she was eliminated. A man reports that bracelet number 3 lost connection, and that the last location signal came from the outskirts of the Thunder Zone. Shanglin comments that his sister had said she was going to get his present, so he wants to know why she was eliminated on the outskirts of the Thunder Zone. Having said that, he asks them to contact his sister's escort team, as he wants to know what the hell they are doing. Shanglin's uncle checks his phone and reports that the 4 members of her escort team have also lost their vital signs, and that their smart bracelets can no longer connect. Shanglin does not like hearing this, and asks if his uncle and the others were also eliminated, and what could have prevented them from even sending a distress signal. His uncle says that it could have been someone at the peak of the 4th rank, about to break through, or that perhaps they simply underestimated the enemy, and that the opponent was cautious and did not touch the storage rings. Shanglin comments that in that case, he thinks it will be very difficult to find who did this. Shanglin's uncle asks if they should inform the clan leader. Shanglin becomes concerned and replies that it will not be necessary, as his father has been in seclusion for 6 days, trying to break through to the Grandmaster level of the 7th rank. So he thinks it is better to look for clues first, and then check where his sister had been in recent days, and who she had contact with. His uncle says he understands and that he will check everything immediately. Then, after checking his phone a bit, he reports that 1 month ago Miss Lee had a conflict with the Wang family, that half a month ago she entered the Thunder Zone, and that 2 days ago she wanted to buy an S-rank spear as a birthday present for him, but someone else bought it first. Shanglin is surprised upon hearing this, and immediately wants to know who bought the spear. The man reports that the buyer is named Xu Jingming, and informs that he is a student at Magic City University and entered the Thunder Mystic Realm with an S-rank pass, and that he also placed first in Jiangnan Province in 2037, has an S-rank superpower, and is at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank. Shanglin shouts that no further investigation is needed, as he is absolutely certain that it was this guy, since Wan Ying had said she was going to get him a birthday present. But his uncle tries to warn that this involves an S-rank superpower user, and that he thinks it might be a bit complicated. Shanglin comments that there is nothing complicated about this, as it will be one life for another, and that he does not care if he is an S-rank superpower user. Since he eliminated his sister, he wants to see him suffer the consequences. Then, he calls for his Uncle Quan and asks him to accompany him, as they will wait for the MC at the exit of the Thunder Zone, and if he cannot eliminate him, his uncle should do it. Meanwhile, Jingming is collecting some crystals from the Thunder Beasts he eliminated. He has in mind that he eliminated 17 4th-rank Thunder creatures and obtained 4,250 skill points and 17 Thunder crystals of various ranks, so he thinks that should be enough, but that this time, he will try to break through all at once into lightning liquefaction. Thus, he stands up and concludes that he will return. Later, at the Thunder Tower, a man arrives at the entrance, and the receptionist asks for his pass. This is the Cardinal of the Cult of Destiny, the Bloody Assassin, who as soon as he hands over the pass, is informed that his identity has been confirmed, being a C-rank pass with a duration of 24 hours. The receptionist explains that a C-rank pass allows one to remain in the Thunder Mystic Realm for only 24 hours, and that he should keep an eye on the time. The Bloody Assassin tells her to relax, as 24 hours are more than enough to settle everything. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Thunder Zone, there are several guards. The people around begin to wonder who they are, and why they have been standing there staring at the place all day. And as soon as the MC appears coming out of the Thunder Zone, one of the guards, hidden, reports that the target has appeared. Jingming notices that he is being watched and becomes intrigued. Then Shanglin appears rushing toward the MC and shouting that he finally decided to show himself. Jingming realizes that the guy is at the peak of the 4th rank and also uses a spear, so he thinks it can only be that Li Shanglin, but that if he had known they would find him anyway, he would not have destroyed those spatial rings, as he basically threw away hundreds of millions. Shanglin asks if it was the MC who eliminated his sister, Wan Ying. Jingming comments that he already knows the answer, so he asks why the question. Lei Yaoyang's brother overhears the matter and is surprised, asking if she was really eliminated. Yaoyang comments that the way she was, it was only a matter of time before she got into trouble. Shanglin becomes even more furious upon hearing the MC's response, but still wants to know why he eliminated her. Jingming explains that she tried to eliminate him to steal his treasure and ended up being eliminated in the process, so he asks if he needs another reason. Shanglin shouts that even if she was wrong, he had no right to eliminate her, because she was not only an ordinary person, but also had the entire Li family behind her. Jingming makes it clear that there is no point in them arguing, since in the end, the strongest rules. With that, he activates his extreme thunder state and emphasizes that he wants to see if Shanglin or his family can even cause any damage. The people around cannot believe that a freshman from Magic City University, only 19 years old, is not only challenging Shanglin, but also the entire Lee family. At that moment, Shanglin activates his enhancement technique and transforms into a bizarre creature, making it clear that he alone is more than enough to eliminate an arrogant freshman. However, he ends up surprised to see the MC rushing straight at him. He prepares his spear and shouts, asking how a lightning user dares to face him head-on. But as soon as both spears clash, Shanglin is blasted backward and crashes violently into a wall. He becomes confused, trying to understand what the hell just happened, as he felt a monstrous physical force coming from the boy. Then he reflects that something must be wrong, since he is an enhancement type at the peak of the 4th rank and therefore should not be outmatched by a lightning user. Jingming, while channeling his lightning, remarks that he would normally play around a bit, but at the moment, he has no patience at all. With that, he activates his celestial thunder art and strikes Shanglin directly, who, while taking the blow, knows that if he does nothing, he will end up being eliminated in the end. Thus, after returning to normal, he shouts, calling for his Uncle Quan, who quickly appears, charging straight at the MC. The people around are surprised to see that it is the butler Li Quan, who is at the peak of the 5th rank. At that moment, Shanglin is struck by another attack from the MC, which makes Li Quan turn worried toward his nephew. The people around are in shock to see that Shanglin was eliminated by only 2 thunder attacks. But what they really want to know is how the lightning freshman managed to defend himself against Li Quan's flame attacks. Jingming, inside a barrier, thinks that in the end, he had to use the trump card his master had given him. Li Quan wonders if the boy really used some kind of guardian talisman from an ancient civilization to defend himself, so he knows that, apparently, he will have to inform the clan leader. Thus, through the communicator, he informs his leader that Shanglin was eliminated at the entrance of the Thunder Zone, and that Miss Li was as well. Meanwhile, at the Li family mansion, the clan leader, upon being informed, leaps out of the mansion and, furious upon learning that his son was eliminated, rushes at high speed to where his body is. Jingming senses an overwhelming presence approaching, and, in a matter of seconds, the head of the family arrives and immediately asks if the freshman from the damned Magic City University in front of him is the one who eliminated his son and daughter. Li Quan approaches and tries to explain, but is immediately interrupted by the clan leader, who shouts, calling him useless and asking what he is even good for, since he could not even protect his children. With that, the clan leader uses his power and pulls Li Quan. Grabbing him by the neck, he completely drains his life force. Then, with bloodshot eyes, he tells the MC that it will be his turn. Jingming prepares himself, but becomes somewhat worried because of the power he is sensing. However, the director of the Thunder Mystic Realm branch, Wang Gu, appears accompanied by Instructor Wu and others, wanting to know what Li Kanghai thinks he is doing. The people around become euphoric upon seeing that Director Wang has arrived, since they know he is the only 7th rank Grandmaster of the Thunder Dojo, and that, apparently, the Thunder Dojo will side with the MC. Li Kanghai thinks that unfortunately, he will not be able to eliminate the freshman from Magic City University. Thus, he greets Director Wang. Wu Chuang goes to Jingming and tells him to stay calm, because with Director Wang there, Li Kanghai will not be able to do anything. Wang Gu looks back, greets the MC, and says that he heard Instructor Wu talk about his recent achievements, and that now, seeing with his own eyes, he thinks he is truly impressive. Jingming laughs and says that he thinks the director is exaggerating a bit. However, among the people who have just arrived, the bloody assassin is there, thinking that with everyone gathered like this, it actually makes his job easier. Wang Gu calls for the MC, asks him to relax, and makes it clear that as long as he is in the Thunder Mystic Realm, nothing will happen to him. Jingming thanks the director for caring. At that moment, while some people comment that the freshman from Magic City University now seems to be safe, the bloody assassin channels his power and then attacks everyone in front of him, eliminating them with a single strike. Thus, he states that he, the Cardinal of the Cult of Destiny, whose nickname is Bloody Assassin, has received orders to destroy the Thunder Realm, and that both Wang Gu and Xu Jingming will meet their end there. The director is quite surprised to see that he is a member of the Cult of Destiny, and, to make matters worse, an 8th rank Grandmaster. The bloody assassin walks toward the MC and comments that he heard he is 19 years old, at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank, but even so, already has combat power that easily surpasses the peak of the 4th rank. So, he thinks that if he had more time to grow, he might become a martial saint, and that is why it will be a pity, since he will be eliminated there. Having said that, he recalls that his university has a spatial type grandmaster, so he would very much like the boy to call her, but thinks the distance is too great for her to teleport. Jingming wonders if this 8th rank grandmaster of the Cult of Destiny has lost his mind, as he has absurd arrogance, and that even if he does not know that Director Ling has advanced, she is still an S-rank spatial superpower user. Thus, as he takes the talisman the director gave him, he asks why everyone insists on celebrating before the fight is over, and since the bloody assassin wants so much to see his director, he will grant his wish. He says this and crushes the talisman. At that very moment, the director's spatial power appears over the MC, and she emerges within seconds. The people around are impressed by the aura they feel coming from her. Li Konghai becomes very worried, questioning how Jing Ming, a 19-year-old freshman, can summon an 8th rank grandmaster, and also thinking that it is fortunate he did nothing moments earlier, otherwise he fears the entire Li family would already have been wiped out. Ling Shuang calls the bloody assassin a remnant of the Cult of Destiny, and comments that they are indeed like ghosts that never disappear. He is surprised, wondering how Ling Shuang managed to teleport there, as he swore her maximum range was 500 kilometers. The vice director comments that she already knew they would not give up so easily, and that, because of that, she deliberately hid the news of her advancement, and that apparently they fell perfectly into the trap. Zhang Heng reflects that it is as he had imagined, since the aura he feels from her is at the same level as his. Then he turns, thinking that since he is rank B and she is rank S, he knows he cannot fight her head-on and must escape immediately. However, the vice director prepares her power and makes it clear to the bloody assassin that it is already too late for him to think about fleeing. Thus, she activates her ability and imprisons him. Then she enters the barrier created and delivers an attack. Zhang Heng turns and attacks as well, emphasizing that it will not be so easy to eliminate him. Both attacks collide, and the two rush at each other, and a sinister battle begins inside the barrier. Wang Gu tells the people around that the fight between them will take a while, and that, therefore, Director Zhao and Instructor Wu should stay there and help Director Ling, and that Director Li should take the others and inform the people at the Thunder Dojo to organize the evacuation of civilians. Then Wang Gu calls for the MC and asks him to go with Director Jiang and help with the evacuation as well. Jing Ming says it is fine and that he wants to stay there, and while observing Vice Director Ling's fight against Zhang Heng, he thinks that the bloody assassin should not be a match for her, and that even if she does not win, she can get out of there safely. So he knows that if he runs away at that moment, he will only get in the way, and besides, a fight between 8th rank Grandmasters does not appear every day. Half an hour later, the battle between the Grandmasters ends, and Zhang Heng collapses to the ground. Jing Ming immediately wonders how many skill points he would gain if he eliminated an 8th rank Grandmaster who practices the secret technique of divine blood. Jiang Luo comments that this was already expected from the vice director of Magic City University, as she is indeed absurd. The MC turns and asks if his senior brother had ever seen Vice Director Ling fight before. He replies that he never has, and emphasizes that she is even more mysterious than the main director, who is already rarely seen, but that in relation to the MC, Vice Director Ling really treats him differently, as she even gave him a personal talisman. Jingming emphasizes that he only had that one to save his life, and that after using it, it was gone. Jiang Luo punches his junior on the shoulder and makes it clear that just having one is already very lucky. Then he asks if Jingming wants to turn Vice Director Ling into his official babysitter, but she ends up hearing this and immediately asks what they are talking about. Both of them turn at the same time, straighten their posture, and greet the Vice Director. She comments that the remnants of the Cult of Destiny are still at large and hands another talisman to the MC, telling him that if he senses any danger, he should crush it immediately. Jiang Luo is impressed to see that his junior received another spatial talisman. Ling Shuang turns and asks if Wang Gu is the director of the Thunder Dojo branch, as she wants him to keep everything about the battle that occurred there completely secret, and also that he should spread that she was severely injured while fighting the bloody assassin and will not be able to use her spatial power for a while. He replies that he understands, but thinks that most likely the vice director is setting another trap, and that if the cult of destiny falls for it, they will lose another 8th rank cardinal. She also asks the director of the Thunder Dojo to keep Xu Jingming's performance in the Thunder Mystic Realm confidential, as the National University League is about to begin. Wang Gu says he understands, but that there is something about the student Xu Jingming he needs to tell her, and that it is about the Li family. After hearing it, Ling Shuang asks where Li Kanghai is. He appears, saying he is there. Ling Shuang makes it clear that allowing his children to commit murder and robbery is already a serious disciplinary failure, and that knowing it is wrong and still doing it is premeditated crime, and that because of this, he will be imprisoned by the security department for 20 years, but asks if he accepts. Li Kanghai is shocked to learn how long he will have to serve, but he falls to his knees and says he is willing to accept the punishment. The people around are also surprised to learn the amount of time Li Kanghai will have to serve, and comment that apparently Magic City University continues to be as protective and ruthless as ever. Wang Gu watches Li Kanghai and thinks that the Li family is finished, as the two main figures have fallen and will not recover anytime soon. The vice director emphasizes to the MC that he will need to be more careful from now on, as the cult of destiny may hunt him again. Jingming laughs and comments that since he will serve as bait in such a mission, he wants to know if there will be any reward. Jiang Luo is stunned upon hearing this and wonders if his junior really had the courage to ask a reward from an 8th rank grandmaster. Ling Shuang asks what Jingming would like as a reward, which leaves Jiang Luo even more surprised, thinking that she will really give him something. The MC replies that he was just joking, but thinks that since he already has a spatial talisman, he should not be so greedy. Ling Shuang says that it has been a long time since anyone joked with her, but even so, she has something to give him. Having said that, she takes out an artifact and asks him to accept it. Jingming is surprised and says he cannot accept something so precious, and thinks that it even seems stronger than the 7th rank amulet he received from his master. The vice director emphasizes that the boy really has a good eye. She then explains that what she is giving is an 8th rank guardian talisman, and that it can withstand an attack from an 8th rank grandmaster at the intermediate stage, but since she no longer needs it, he should consider it a reward. Jingming takes the talisman, thanks the vice director for her consideration, and makes it clear that if she ever needs him in the future, he will go through hell without thinking twice to help her. She comments that it is still too early for him to be useful to her, and that he should continue focusing on his cultivation. Jiang Luo watches the artifact his junior received, and thinks that he also wished he had gotten one. Meanwhile, Wang Gu observes the vice director talking to the MC and thinks that apparently the boy is very important to her, so he knows that for someone like him, they must do everything to get closer and build ties. Ling Shuang asks if the MC has already finished his matters there, as Magic City University is about to start the new semester, and, if he wants, she will take him along. Jingming says he still has a few things to resolve, and that she can return first. Ling Shuang asks how long it will take for him to finish everything, and the MC replies that he thinks probably 2 more days. She says that is fine, and that she will wait for him there, and that as soon as he finishes his training, she will take him back. Jingming laughs and says that apparently he will bother her a little longer. Jiang Luo thinks he feels very jealous of his junior, as an 8th rank grandmaster is being treated like a babysitter, since he believes that if it were him, he would have already been slapped. After that, some time passes, and the MC wakes up and grabs his phone to check the time, and soon becomes desperate as he realizes he slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and it is already the 19th day, and that only 2 hours remain in the Thunder Mystic Realm. So he runs out and ends up seeing the director cultivating, and wonders if she really waited for him all that time. Ling Shuang asks if he rested well. Jingming replies that he did, but that there was not much time left to contemplate the natural thunder. She tells him to relax, as Director Wang from the Thunder Dojo has already updated his S rank pass to permanent, and therefore he no longer needs to worry about the time limit. Jingming is impressed and thanks the vice director for the great help. However, the vice director emphasizes that in fact she did almost nothing, since Director Wang updated his permissions on his own, and that he must also be betting highly on the MC's potential. Jingming comments that he thinks that if it were not for her influence, Director Wang would not have done what he did. She says that indeed, he perceives things well, but emphasizes that Director Wang does not know that the MC is SS rank, and that if he did, she believes he would not even need her intervention. Furthermore, when the National University League begins, this secret will probably not be kept, so he should prepare himself mentally. Jingming asks what kind of preparation he can do. Ling Shuang answers, money, power, fame, and status, and clearly the temptation of beauty, since every year, more than a dozen S-rank awakeners are born on Blue Star, but an SS rank has not appeared for more than 4 years, and therefore he needs to keep his mind firm. Jingming says he understands and that he will do his best to stay focused. The vice director also comments that compared to fame, money, and power, what she worries about most is the temptation of beauty, as it is the most common tactic used by foreign forces. Thus, she emphasizes that if the 2 girls who accompany him are not enough, he can say so, and she will take care of it. Jingming becomes quite embarrassed and says that he does not think it needs to go that far, but wonders what kind of conversation this is, as the level of ambiguity is absurd. At that moment, the vice director asks the 2 people outside the room to come in. Wang Gu and Jiang Luo enter, and Director Wang informs the MC that Li Kanghai has been taken to prison and assures him that the Li family will no longer trouble him. Jingming thanks the director for his effort and also for updating his pass to permanent permission. He comments that it was just a small gesture, as he is only helping the growth of geniuses from his doxia, and also that he heard he wants to understand lightning liquefaction, so he requested 24 hours of access to the upper floor of the Thunder Tower for him. Jingming is pleased to hear about the upper floor, and once again thanks Director Wang for his great kindness. Thus, Ling Shuang opens her spatial portal and says she will take him to the Thunder Tower. Jingming tells Jiang Luo that as soon as he finishes understanding natural thunder, he will go straight to the university, so he says goodbye and says he will look forward to seeing him again. Jiang Luo says he will also look forward to their next meeting, and that, since he already knew he would leave, he came there to say goodbye. After saying goodbye, Ling Shuang pulls the MC into the portal and takes him to the Thunder Tower. He quickly sits down and begins to observe and cultivate the natural thunder, but realizes that the lightning he is seeing is much closer to the origin than that of the 100th floor, so he begins trying to comprehend it. 17 hours later, Jingming is thinking that he has finally understood liquefaction. Thus, he now knows that he only needs to condense lightning into a sphere and launch it, and that alone is enough to cause absurd damage. And while he continues channeling his power, he decides to check his stats. After taking a good look, he reflects that he has 18,200 skill points remaining, and that he is still a bit short of advancing to the 4th rank, and therefore thinks it is better to strengthen his combat techniques first. But as for advancing in rank, he will wait for the National University League to begin and farm a good amount of points. Since he has in mind that each league has individual, team, and survival matches, and that the survival one is based on the number of fierce beasts killed, he knows that by then, all of them will be 4th rank or higher fierce beasts, and therefore knows he can farm an absurd amount of points. Then he decides to raise the Immortal Thunder body to the 5th layer, and as soon as he transforms, he is impressed, as his strength and vitality increased by nearly 1,000 points, but he ended up spending 15,000 skill points. Jingming thinks that a strong physique needs techniques to match to be properly utilized, and that in this case it is better to raise his fist arts to master level as well. And, as soon as he improves them, he decides to test them by delivering a strike. He observes the impact on the wall, laughs, and thinks that now he can practically eliminate a Storm Thunder Bear at the peak of the 4th rank with just one punch, and that he probably will not even be at a disadvantage in close combat against 5th rank beasts. Then he knows that now that he has completed liquefaction, it is time to return. As he leaves the room, The vice director is already waiting for him, and she quickly realizes that he achieved liquefaction, but asks why his physique also increased so much. Jing Ming says he was lucky, as he raised the immortal thunder body to the 5th layer, and that because of that, his vitality increased a lot. Ling Shuang comments that she almost forgot that Yang Zhentian was the one who created this technique, since at the time, she was the one who approved the exchange for the essence blood of an 8th rank SS Thunder Tyrannosaurus for him. Having said that, she activates her spatial portal and says that since he has already finished everything, it is time to return to the university. Meanwhile, at the base of the Cult of Destiny, one of the followers is informing the Archbishop that the bloody assassin was eliminated by the vice director of Magic City University, Ling Shuang, but that she was severely injured and cannot use spatial powers to protect the student Xu Jingming all the time, so he asks if they should take further measures against him. At that moment, another follower calls out to the Archbishop and asks to be allowed to eliminate Jingming with his own hands. The Archbishop comments that since Daxia issued the extermination order, the Cult of Destiny has suffered heavy losses among its high-level fighters, and therefore, he believes it is no longer the time to target Xu Jingming, but that now they will all go into hiding and wait for the peak of the origin energy wave. And when the great celestial god descends, the Cult of Destiny will achieve eternity. Having said that, he shouts that by the mandate of heaven, the celestial god is eternal. Meanwhile, at Magic City University, upon seeing the MC yawn, the vice director comments that apparently understanding lightning liquefaction cost him dearly. Jing Ming replies that it did, and explains that to achieve the breakthrough, he spent 17 hours at the limit of his superpower. Ling Shuang takes out a pack of cookies and asks the MC to eat one, as it will help restore his energy. He is surprised, wondering if what he is seeing is not an 8th rank cultivation resource she brought from the mystic realm, and also that he had never seen anything like it before. And as soon as he tastes it, he comments that it tastes good and that he feels his energy returning immediately. Ling Shuang emphasizes that the cookie not only restores energy, but also brings luck, and that she will be rooting for him to defeat Qingjing University in the next National University League and take first place. Having said that, she also emphasizes that she wants him to be the captain of the university team. Jingming replies that it is fine and thanks the vice director for her vote of confidence. Then he reflects that no matter what his role is, he will win this championship. Ling Shuang comments that she will prepare the participant list later, and that if there are no issues, the list will be released on the official website the next day. After that, at 8 in the morning of the following day, a young man is looking at his phone and sees that the National University League list has been released. And, on that list, Xu Jingming from the Weapons Faculty and a freshman from Class 2 is listed as the team captain. Some people wonder if it is a bit forced to put Jingming as captain, especially since he is still a freshman, and think it would be better to let Kong Shi lead, until a young man comments that he does not think so, as he knows Kong Shi is only at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank and would not be able to defeat that advanced stage Qingjing opponent, and therefore believes the best bet really is Xu Jingming. Li Chengji is surprised to see that the MC's combat power has risen again, as he knows both of them are freshmen and were the best. But even so, the difference is absurd. Qi Dongxia runs up to her friend and says that her man has become the team captain. Song Chu-yun asks what she means by her man, since nothing has happened between them. Qi Dongxia asks her friend to stop pretending and asks if she did not go to the Thunder Mystic Realm with the MC on New Year's Eve, and if they were not alone in a room. Song Chu-yun says she brought Jiang Chuyi along and that nothing happened. Qi Dongxia asks how she brought Jiang Chuyi along, since she knows she also likes the MC. Song Chu-yun comments that she thinks she is a good person, and that bringing her did not seem like a big deal. Qi Dongxia asks how her friend can share that kind of feeling so easily. Song Chu-yun replies that it is not a problem, as she does not mind sharing with Jiang Chuyi, and besides, she knows that apparently she does not mind either. Qi Dongxia takes a deep breath and emphasizes that in the end, both of them are unbelievable. Song Chu-yun points out that it is not about generosity, because at the speed Jingming is evolving, he will not stay with just one woman in the future. So she thinks that at least if it is someone familiar, it becomes easier to accept. Chi Dongxia says she understands and gives up arguing with her, but Song Chu-yun says it is still too early for her to say that, since Jingming has not even accepted either of them yet. Chi Dongxia is surprised and makes it clear that it is not too early, since after the league, the entire country will know who Shu Jingming is, and then even more incredible girls than her friend and Jiang Chuyi may appear. Song Chu-yun thinks about this possibility and concludes that she needs to hurry. A few hours later, at the residence of Dean Yang Gentian, the old man comments that Liu Ming told him what happened in the Thunder Mystic realm, and that apparently the MC did very well, but emphasizes that sometimes when the opportunity arises, one must act, and that leaving loose ends will only bring problems later. Jing Ming says he only had the courage because he had the guardian talisman he had given him, and the talisman from Vice Director Ling. Young Gentian emphasizes that the guardian talisman was made for him to use, but he thinks he should properly thank Director Ling, since she did a lot for him and even saved his life. However, the old man wants to know the MC's current level of strength. Jing Ming says that in his normal form, he is at the peak of the 4th rank, and that in the extreme thunder state, he can fight someone at the early stage of the 5th rank. Young Gentian is surprised, asking if the boy really evolved that much, since someone at the 3rd rank facing someone at the 5th rank is absurd. The MC comments that it was not like that before, and that, since he got lucky, his immortal thunder body advanced to the 5th layer. Young Gentian says that online discussions are weighing heavily on Vice Director Ling, as it is the first time she is dealing with something like this. And since he is already so strong, he thinks he should help her prove she made the right choice. Jingming asks how he should do that, and whether he should challenge Kong Shi. Yang Gentian replies that it is very simple, and asks him to reach the top of the university's combat power ranking, since Kong Shi is in 1st place. The MC gets excited, saying he had forgotten about that because he thought those virtual tests were useless. Young Gentian tells him to go to the virtual training building and test himself. A few hours later, in the virtual training building, a student is telling his friend that last time he almost cleared the 10th floor and surpassed 10,000 combat power. At that moment, Jingming appears, and the instructor informs that the pod he was looking at is the only top-tier stealth training unit in the building, and that only S-rank students can use it. The students around are impressed to see the MC and realize he is there to take the virtual test, but they wonder if he will be able to surpass Kang Shi. Jingming enters the machine, and as soon as it closes, Eva appears informing that the system will simulate a body with the same rank and strength as his, and that he will need to release his techniques and superpowers so that the machine can copy them, then asks if he wants to begin. He replies yes. Ava informs that she will scan his body data, and once the scan is completed, the connection is confirmed, and he enters the virtual space. Jingming is taken into the virtual training, and soon notices that in front of him is the ranking of more than 4,000 people. Then he sees that Kong Shi is in 1st place with combat power of over 502,000. At that moment, a little girl appears saying she is Ava and welcomes S-rank student Xu Jingming to the virtual test. Having said that, she asks him to choose a B-rank combat suit and a B-rank weapon, and that he only needs to touch what he wants to use, and that he can also adjust the weight of the weapons. Jingming chooses a weapon, and Eva asks if he wants to start the test. The MC replies yes, and Eva begins the countdown for the 1st floor. Jingming is taken to the virtual field, and several huge rhinoceroses appear charging at him. He simply extends his hand forward and launches his lightning attack at the creatures, which are quickly obliterated with ease. Eva appears informing that he has completed the 1st floor and that he has a 1-minute interval, but asks if he wants to rest or continue. Jingming replies that he wants to keep advancing. A few minutes later, in the veterans' dormitory area, a student is saying that in his opinion, Vice Director Ling made a mistake because he knows Kong Shi is at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank and is more suitable as captain than Xu Jingming. Kong Shi asks the senior not to speak like that, since with the MC's strength, he believes he deserves to be the captain. The student says he is too kind and that he does not accept it, and that he will find a chance to face him. Then another senior is surprised and tells the others to look at their phones, because the MC is taking the virtual test and thinks it is good to watch to see how far he can go. A few minutes later, One of the seniors is very surprised since he sees that Jingming is in 42nd place with 214,000 combat power because he remembers that his combat power had always been 0 before. Kongsher wants to know if his friend can check when the MC started the test. It does not take long, and he soon informs him that it seems Jingming started 3 minutes ago. Kongsher is surprised to learn that it has only been 3 minutes, because he knows that to reach 200,000 combat power, Jingming would have to pass up to the 20th floor of the virtual test. In other words, he knows that he is staying on each floor for an average of less than 9 seconds. Meanwhile, the other senior is completely shocked, wanting to know if his friend is perhaps seeing something wrong. He replies that he is not, and that, besides that, there are already several posts saying the same thing. Then, he emphasizes that clearing with the lightning element is indeed faster than theirs, but that the 21st floor should hold him back for a while. The other senior agrees and explains that the test on the 21st floor is an early 4th rank fierce beast, serving as a watershed, and only those who pass that point and reach 240,000 combat power can enter the elite of Magic City University. However, his partner is very surprised by what he is seeing and shows him the phone. The senior cannot believe it, wanting to know if Jingming really passed that quickly. But even so, he knows that the test on the 22nd floor has 20 early 4th rank fierce beasts, so he thinks Jingming has no way of eliminating them all instantly. Then another update arrives, informing them that Jingming has risen to rank 35 and has 244,000 combat power. The guy holding the phone comments to his friend that he is wrong again, since Jingming eliminated all the fierce beasts instantly and even eliminated the armored earth dragon on floor 23 right away. Kongsher becomes thoughtful and reflects that this Xu Jingming is much stronger than he had imagined. Meanwhile, in the test tower, on the 23rd floor, the MC has already eliminated another creature. Eva calls Jingming an S rank and informs him that the university forum is currently full of posts about him, and that everyone is saying his advancement speed is absurd. The MC comments that at the moment, he is at the SS rank superpower level, so he thinks it is no surprise that he is fast. Eva says that he also passed the test on the 23rd floor, and because of that, she wants to know if he intends to rest for 1 minute or continue. Jingming replies that he prefers to continue. With that, Eva informs him that the test on the 24th floor will begin, but this time, there are 5 intermediate 4th rank armored earth dragons. Soon, the creatures appear. Jingming prepares his electric sphere and throws it. The armored dragons are hit, and a huge area explosion occurs. Eva congratulates Jingming and announces that he passed the test on the 24th floor and that his combat power has surpassed 400,000. With that, he has entered the top 10. In addition, the 25th floor has a peak 4th rank Storm Thunder Bear. So, once again, she wants to know if he intends to rest or continue. Jingming comments that, from the looks of it, the creature he will face is an old acquaintance, and because of that, he wishes to continue, because he wants to see if he can finish the creature with a single punch. That said, Eva asks for the test on the 25th floor to begin. But before that, the MC calls her and asks if, by any chance, if he passes the test this time, how high his combat power can reach. She informs him that from 2nd to 7th place in the combat power ranking, they are all stuck on the floor he is on. But only Kongsher managed to clear it after half an hour. So, if he clears it in less than half an hour, he will be in 1st place. With that, the Storm Thunder Bear appears. Jingming equips his spear and comments that, last time, he had to fight the creature for a bit, but he emphasizes that this time will be different. That said, he channels his lightning power into his fist and charges forward. The Storm Bear also does not stay still and begins preparing its thunder attack, but the MC is much faster and lands his attack directly on the enormous bear, which in turn cannot do anything and is consumed by the MC's monstrous power. Eva comments that the MC is quite violent for an S rank, but that the punch he delivered was direct and efficient, and with that, he manages to secure 1st place in the ranking. This makes everyone following Jingming in the virtual test unable to believe it, since they are seeing that he has reached an incredible 510,000 combat power. Besides that, he is living up to the nickname Thunder Emperor. Meanwhile, in the seniors' dormitory, Kong Shi is asking how long it took Jing Ming to rise from 400,000 to 510,000 combat power. His partner says it was less than 20 seconds. Then, the other guy comments that, if he is not mistaken, he remembers that the 25th floor has a peak 4th rank Storm Thunder Bear. So, he wants to know if Jing Ming really eliminated such a creature instantly as well, and whether an SS rank superpower user is really that strong. Kong Shi emphasizes that the difference is absurd and that Jingming is much stronger than him, exactly as director Ling had said. Back in the virtual test, Ava is congratulating the MC for reaching first place in the combat power ranking. Then, she asks him to write his name. Jingming takes the virtual pen and signs his name. With that, it is recorded that Xu Jingming is in first place in the ranking, with a combat power of 514,000. He comments to Eva that he is feeling a very good sensation, but wants to know if he is the first student in the history of Magic City University to clear the 25th floor while still at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank. She laughs and emphasizes that she cannot help but say how narcissistic he is for an S rank. But, answering his question, not exactly. Jing Ming is very surprised and asks if there really is someone stronger and who it is. Ava says that, more than 100 years ago, when the virtual test was opened for the first time, a boy named Qian Liang cleared the 25th floor while still at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank, but he was an SS rank enhancement type. Upon hearing that name, the MC thinks that he is in the history books, and that it is a pity he never reached the 8th rank because he died while exploring ruins of ancient civilizations. Eva wants to know if he wishes to continue. Jingming replies that he does, but wants to know how many floors that Qian Liang managed to clear in the end. Eva says it was only up to the 25th floor, and that afterward, Qian Liang was defeated on the 26th after eliminating only 3 of the 5 peak 4th rank fierce beasts. The MC becomes excited upon hearing this and immediately asks Eva to start the test, because he will break Qian Liang's record. It does not take long for the 5 creatures to appear before the MC. He, in turn, notices that the creatures are spreading out to launch their attack. So, he thinks the creatures have also become smarter, but even so, it is still a pity. That said, he activates his Thunder God Finger ability and hits all 5 creatures at once. With the impact, a monstrous explosion occurs, and after the dust settles, Ava congratulates the MC for clearing the 26th floor, and because of that, she informs him that his combat power has shot up to 710,000. But she wants to know if he wishes to rest or continue to the test on the 27th floor to face an early 5th rank Black Earth Wolf. Jingming reflects that the Black Earth Wolf has soil and boulder talents, and that it is 5th rank, since it is the first time he will face a creature like that head-on. So, he comments to Eva that this time, he will choose to rest for a bit. While he sits on the ground, Eva informs him that he will only have 3 minutes of pause to rest. Meanwhile, in the seniors' dormitory, Kongshi's friend says that Jingming finally stopped, and that he must have passed the 26th floor, but he wants to know what he will face on the next floor. Kongshi replies that he does not know either, but he thinks it might perhaps be an early 5th rank beast, or maybe dozens at the peak of the 4th rank. However, he emphasizes that, if he thinks about it carefully, he believes it is more likely to be beasts at the peak of the 4th rank. But even so, he thinks Jingming will have difficulty passing. Back in the virtual test, Eva begins the 27th floor. Jingming does not waste any time and immediately equips his spear and thunder armor. The Black Earth Wolf appears and activates its ability right away. It fires several boulders at high speed toward the MC. He, in turn, tries to knock them all away with his spear and thinks that the force he is feeling from the impact is absurd, and that it has even been a long time since he felt something like this. Then, he jumps toward the Black Wolf, but the creature makes a huge rock appear in the middle to stop the MC's advance. Jingming does not care about that at all, and, with his spear, completely shatters the huge rock into pieces. However, when he sees that the Black Wolf has disappeared, he reflects that this is not good at all. Then the creature suddenly appears out of nowhere, lunging at Jingming with its sharp claws. Jingming cannot dodge and has his shoulder attacked by the beast. He realizes that the attacks of this 5th rank fierce beast are truly impossible to endure. So, he decides to counterattack with his thunder power. But the creature is very fast and manages to dodge all of the MC's attack attempts. He begins to worry, thinking that the creature is so fast that neither his Thunder God finger nor his S-rank Heavenly Thunder art could hit it, and because of that, he thinks he will have no choice but to engage in close combat. With that, he charges toward the fierce beast. It, in turn, prepares to launch another attack with its sharp claws. Jingming blocks the attack and then jumps into the air, and, after imbuing his spear with thunder, he charges at the creature once again. However, the fierce beast manages to stop the MC from attacking. He soon becomes nervous and decides to use his extreme thunder state, and the battle becomes even more frantic. Seeing this, Eva thinks that this S rank is truly strong, since reaching 5th rank combat power at 19 years old is something that is not seen even once in a century. In addition, because of his intelligence, his real combat power is even higher than that of an ordinary black earth wolf. After that, 20 minutes pass and the MC finally manages to defeat the fierce beast. But this time, he had to put in a little more effort to the point of becoming very tired after the battle. Then, he looks at the creature and reflects that, from the looks of it, it seems he needs an S-rank spear combat skill, since if he had one, the fight would not have been so exhausting. And because of that, he considers going back to the wilderness area later, gathering another batch of skill points, and learning one as soon as possible. Eva, very impressed, congratulates Jingming and informs him that he passed the test on the 27th floor and that his combat power has shot up once again. Now, he has reached the mark of 1 million. Jingming wants to know if his combat power really increased that much. Eva emphasizes that not just anyone can eliminate a 5th rank fierce beast, but she wants to know if he wishes to continue to the test on the 28th floor, because this time, she warns him that there will be 5 early 5th rank Black Earth Wolves. The MC replies that of course he wants to continue, but that he first needs to rest a little. Meanwhile, outside the virtual test, people are going crazy when they see that student Jingming has reached the mark of 1 million combat power, and because of that, they need to go to the test tower to take a look in person. Meanwhile, in the seniors' dormitory, one of Kang She's friends cannot believe that a guy who is at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank eliminated several fierce beasts and even obtained an extremely high combat power. Kang She wants to know if there was not someone saying that he wanted to challenge Jingming to prove his courage. His friend becomes completely embarrassed and tries to explain himself, saying that there is no way he is going to face someone who has a combat power of 1 million because he has not gone that crazy yet. Meanwhile, when young Gentian sees his disciple's result, he thinks that someone at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank eliminating a fierce beast at the early stage of the 5th rank is truly unbelievable, because he knows that even with an SS rank superpower, there are very few superpower users in the world capable of doing what the MC did. Besides that, he never would have imagined that the student who causes the least trouble is actually the strongest. Then, he reflects that, as the coach of the league that will take place, it seems he will have to rethink his strategy based on Jingming's combat power, and that at least Vice Director Ling Shuang can feel relieved for now. She, in turn, upon seeing student Jingming's result, thinks that, to prove her decision was right, he tried his hardest to climb the ranking. Besides that, from the looks of it, it seems Jingming really put his heart into it. A few minutes later, back in the virtual test, the MC, with his extreme thunder ability active, asks Eva to start the test on the 28th floor, and it does not take long for the fierce beast to appear. They also quickly launch their boulder abilities. Jingming spins his spear at high speed to defend himself, but thinks that because there are so many blocks of earth coming all at once, it becomes far too exhausting. However, since he was distracted trying to keep himself safe, he does not notice one of the creatures approaching from behind and is grabbed hard by the shoulder. Then, he is thrown into the air, and afterward, he is completely torn apart by the other fierce beasts. Eva activates her ability, and after bringing Jingming back, she informs him that he failed the test on the 28th floor. The MC, very surprised, comments that he already expected to fail, but that the death experience he had is truly something unique. Eva laughs and explains that death in the virtual test only removes his sensory experience, but his consciousness remains there. But obviously, she could let him experience the real sensation of death. except that it would easily cause damage to his brain. Jingming comments that he is curious and asks what the test on the 29th floor is. Eva says that logically, she should not tell him this before he passes the 28th floor. But since he is an S rank, she informs him that the 29th floor has a black earth wolf at the intermediate stage of the 5th rank, and the 30th has 5 fierce beasts at the intermediate stage of the 5th rank, and that the virtual test only goes up to the 30th floor. Jingming is surprised to learn this and asks why it is so short. Eva asks if he thinks everyone is abnormal like him, because for most people, even by graduation in their final year, reaching the intermediate stage of the 4th rank is already the limit. And because of that, 30 floors are already more than enough. Jingming laughs and comments that, from the looks of it, Eva will have to increase the number of floors in the virtual test later. She asks him to talk to her after he passes the 30th floor. In addition, first place in the combat power ranking receives a reward of 2,000 academic credits per quarter, and she says that the reward has already been transferred to his account, then says goodbye. Jingming returns, and as he exits the machine, thinks that, aside from the fact that the sensation of death is not that real, the virtual space he was in is almost identical to the real world. So, he concludes that current technology is truly impressive. Then, he is surprised by something, since he sees a bunch of people shouting his name. Some people comment that he lives up to the nickname Thunder Emperor. Others want to know if he can give them an autograph. Jingming becomes a little embarrassed and thinks that everyone is really excited. A few minutes later, the MC leaves and thinks that he has finally gotten out of the crowd. Then, Song Chu-yun appears, calling him and congratulating him for taking first place in the combat power ranking. Jingming comments that it was just the basics and that he thinks she does not need to be so surprised. Song Chu-yun agrees, but wants to know if, the last time they met in the Thunder Mystic Realm, they had not said they would train together when he came back. The MC wants to know if she still has not been beaten enough. Song Chu-yun makes it clear that if he is capable, then he should defeat her and make her surrender. Jingming laughs and emphasizes that, from the looks of it, she has already forgotten how she and Jiang Chuyi were beaten by him together. But unfortunately, he still has intensive training later, so he thinks they will have to leave it for tonight. Song Chu-yun says that is fine, and that she will look for him at night, but she thinks that Jingming is becoming more and more impressive, and because of that, she hopes the night goes well. A few hours later, on the 2nd floor of the teaching building, Yao Fang comments to Kong Shi that he lost first place in the combat power ranking, so he wants to know if he has any comments about that. He replies that he has none, and emphasizes that Jingming is very strong, and that first place truly belongs to him. Then Shen Dongling appears, saying that, as expected of Brother Bear, he has an incredible mentality. At that moment, the MC arrives at the place and greets his seniors. They greet the MC and call him Captain. Soon after, Yang Zhentian also appears and calls everyone to enter the virtual pods. As soon as everyone enters, Yang Zhentian explains that the team matches will test how well they can work together, and that, since the focus is coordination, they need to know each other well. And because of that, he will give a basic summary of the situation first. In total, the team has 8 participants, 5 fixed members, and 3 substitutes. That said, he introduces the vice captain, Iron Bear Kang Shi, and he says that he has an A-rank enhancement type superpower, the Iron Giant Bear, and that, when he activates his superpower, his body is strengthened to an absurd degree, reaching the level of a giant bear. In addition, he acts as a tank or warrior. Then, he introduces Shen Dongling and explains that her superpower is an A-rank enhancement type called the Enchanted Moonblood Fox, making her a natural-born assassin. Meanwhile, Yao Fang has an A-rank elemental type superpower, the Extremely Cold Ice Soul, and he acts as a long-range mage. Yang Zhentian continues introducing them and, this time, introduces Gu Wan and says that she possesses an A-rank support type superpower, 10,000 Revolution Spiritual Light, and her role is support, since she can heal injuries and apply buffs to allies. Next are the substitutes, starting with Tao Guan, who has an A-rank enhancement type superpower called Bronze Body, and his role is warrior, followed by Li Changfeng, who possesses an A-rank elemental type superpower called Forest Calamity Karma Fire, and his role is mage, and, last but not least, Su Ruo Yun, who also possesses an A-rank support-type superpower, Gentle Spiritual Water, and her role is support. That said, he says that now he will present the information of the group captain, student Xu Jingming. Yao Fang calls out to the director and comments that he thinks he does not need to explain, since everyone knows that the MC is a rare S-rank awakened one. Young Gentian replies that he is wrong and makes it clear that Jingming possesses an SS rank lightning superpower, the divine thunder of all heavens. This leaves everyone surprised to learn this, since they thought Jingming was an S rank. Yao Fang comments that he had indeed found the golden lightning he saw before Strange, but he wants to know how Jingming managed to evolve from S rank to SS rank. Young Gentian asks him not to worry about that, since they only need to know that Jingming has an SS rank superpower. In addition, to keep the competition fair, in the National University League, suits cannot exceed A rank, and weapons cannot exceed S rank. That said, he shows the A rank suits and the S rank weapons, and he warns that, if they do not get used to them, next time they can send the specifications of their own weapons. Jing Ming picks up a spear and thinks that this rule probably exists to balance things with the other universities. After all, places like Magic City University, Qingjing University, and Jincheng University can easily forge equipment up to SSS rank. Then, he concludes that next time, he will send the data of his golden-tipped flowing cloud spear. Young Gentian warns that, before the team training, everyone needs to show their own powers and combat techniques. So, he wants Jingming to start, since he is the captain. The MC wants to know if he needs to show all of his attack methods. Young Gentian replies that he does, because that way, his teammates can understand his style well, making it easier to build strategies. Jingming comments that he understands and says that he uses several offensive styles, spear techniques, fist techniques, and long-range spells, but he will show everything one by one. With that, he extends his arm with the spear and releases his lightning power. The team members are surprised, wanting to know if what they are seeing is really an SS rank superpower, because it is definitely far too terrifying. Besides that, it already looked incredible in the videos, but seeing it up close is on another level. Jingming activates his continuous Thunder Spears ability, then the Thunder Prison, followed by the Thunder Spear and the Thunder Fist. Changfeng comments that, as expected of the captain, he is absurd, and he is even starting to think that the championship is already in the bag. Meanwhile, Gu Wan comments that she wants to see how far her support can help the MC. However, Jingming makes it clear that what he showed is only the warm-up spear technique set, but he will show all the S-rank combat abilities he has mastered. Changfeng cannot believe it, wanting to know if what he showed was only a warm-up. Jingming activates two more abilities and explains that first comes this S-rank body tempering technique that his teacher taught him, called Immortal Thunder Body. Then, the other S-rank defensive ability is called Underworld Thunder Armor. Tao Guan, completely impressed, comments that the defense he is seeing is much stronger than his own bronze body. Then Jingming shows his long-range ability, the Heavenly Thunder Art. The MC makes it clear that, even with absurd single-target damage, what he showed is not the strongest technique he possesses. That said, he activates his Thunder God Finger ability, and as soon as the power collides with the ground, a colossal explosion occurs. And, as soon as the dust settles, seeing the damage the ability caused, Shen Dongling wants to know if this is an attack that someone at the advanced stage of the third rank can perform. Kong Shi calls out to the director and asks what the resistance limit of the ground in the virtual space they are in is. Yang Gentian says that the silver floor follows the standard of C-rank alloy. Kong Shi comments that, even so, the ground was destroyed in such a way. So, he thinks that if the ability he saw from the captain hits someone, nothing will be left. Tao Guan laughs and comments that if the captain uses Thunder God Finger in the match, they will not even need to do anything. Meanwhile, Shen Dongling wants to know what will be left for them. Then Tao Guan realizes this and becomes completely stunned, and soon wants the director to ask the captain to go easier in the fights. Yang Gentian comments that going easy is not an option, so he makes it clear that if they do not fight seriously, Jingming will end up doing everything alone. However, he keeps in mind that the previous year they lost to Qingjing University, but with Jingming this year, he thinks Magic City University will not fail again. The MC comments to everyone that he has already shown everything he is capable of doing. Young Gentian informs them that now each of them will show their abilities as well, and afterward, they will move on to team coordination training. Everyone immediately becomes excited and prepares to show their abilities. Meanwhile, Gu Wan calls out to the MC and comments that she does not know if her buffs will work on an SS rank superpower, so she wants to know if she can try first. He replies that she can and asks her not to be afraid, and as soon as she uses the ability, Jing Ming is impressed when he realizes that he has gained a 30% increase in his combat power and concludes that it is no wonder every team needs a support. After that, a few hours pass, and the director informs them that the training for that day is good enough, but he asks the MC to stay a little longer. With that, the other members say goodbye and leave. Young Gentian comments to the MC that there is something he needs to say, but he hopes he does not mind. Jing Ming wants to know what it is and asks the director to speak. The old man says that in this upcoming competition, he wants him to remain on the field the entire time. So, he wants to know if he can do that, since it is a tournament between the top 10 universities, and it is not just 1 or 2 matches. Jing Ming becomes excited and asks the director to relax, because he thinks there will be no problems. After leaving the virtual pod, Jing Ming receives a call, and when he answers, Song Chu-yun, a little embarrassed, wants to know if he has already finished training, because the combat suit she is wearing is not very practical. So, she wants to know why Jing Ming does not come to her dormitory when he has some time. He replies that it is fine, and informs her that he is already on his way. As soon as he hangs up the call, the MC becomes a little intrigued about the suit not being practical for combat and wonders what she meant by that. After that, later, the MC arrives at Song Chu-yun's dormitory and rings the doorbell. Chi Dongxia appears and says that Song Chu-yun is waiting for him in the training room on the second floor. Jing Ming becomes a little suspicious when he notices her friend giggling strangely and wonders if he is perhaps just overthinking it. But as soon as he arrives in the training room, he is very surprised, since he sees Song Chu-yun wearing a somewhat sensual combat suit, and while he becomes embarrassed, she explains that the suit she is wearing is a new, low-wind resistance combat suit from Extreme Tech and that she bought it the day before. But she wants to know if he thinks it looks a little strange, or if he wants her to change into another one. Jing Ming tries to hide it by giving a light cough and replies that there is no need, because he thinks she looks perfect like that. Song Chu-yun becomes happy to hear this, but keeps in mind that she intentionally bought the suit one size smaller to make it tighter just to see Jing Ming's reaction. And that, from the looks of it, it seems to have worked well, since her morning sunlight ability can sense his agitated emotions. Then, she takes her halberd from her spatial ring and comments that, like last time, he should keep his strength at the early stage of the second rank. She already wants to see if he can defeat her and dominate her. Jing Ming gets ready and asks her to come at him with everything she has. But as he takes off his coat, he emphasizes that, since they separated, he has changed a lot, and at the moment, he can win using only his fists. Song Chu-yun comments that it is fine, and makes it clear that she has not been standing still either. That said, she charges at the MC with everything she has. He, in turn, dodges her charge, and then he grabs the halberd and tries to land a punch. But Song Chu-yun dodges by jumping into the air, and as soon as she creates distance, Jing Ming comments that she made a great dodge. And, as time passes, the two continue exchanging blows and having fun, until Song Chu-yun stops for a bit, since she is very tired. Jing Ming wants to know if, this time, he defeated and dominated her. Song Chu-yun replies that she lost, but that does not mean she has accepted it, unless he can truly make her feel pain. The MC raises a bit of his power, approaching the full Extreme Thunder state, and asks her to get ready, because he will defeat her in a dominant way. That said, he charges forward. Song Chu-yun becomes frightened, and while placing her halberd in front of her and closing her eyes, the MC stops his charge. Then, he apologizes and says that he ended up going a little overboard. She sees the MC worried and comments that it is fine, and that it was not his fault. Besides that, she thinks he was affected by the power of the dragon-type fierce beast bloodline inside him. Then, she wants to know if she can ask a question. Jing Ming comments that it is fine and asks her to ask the question. Song Chu-yun, a little embarrassed, wants to know if he likes her. The MC is surprised by the type of question, but replies that he does. This makes her even more embarrassed, but happy to know that. With that, Song Chu-yoon puts the halberd back into her spatial ring and runs to the MC, saying that she likes him too, and that she even thinks they could date. Jingming hugs her and, smiling, says that it is fine. That said, he gives her a tremendous kiss. Song Chu-yoon likes the kiss so much that she even raises her foot, but she soon stops and, embarrassed, wants to know why he was not so bold before they officially started dating. Jingming wants to know if he had done that before they got together, it would not have looked like he was a scumbag. She agrees and comments that it actually makes sense. Then, Song Chu-yoon kisses the MC on the cheek, and, laughing, she comments that since Jiang Chu-yi left a mark on his face, she wanted to leave one too. Jing Ming comments that, from the looks of it, the two of them really are very close, since Jiang Chu-yi even told her about that. Song Chu-yun replies that they are, and that Jiang Chu-yi is amazing, and if the MC likes her too, he will not mind it. Jing Ming becomes a little confused and asks her to be clearer. Song Chu-yun comments that he heard correctly, since, as he is an SS rank superpower user, she thinks he will definitely have more than one person by his side in the future. So, instead of anyone else, she would prefer it to be Jiang Chu-yi. The MC comments that he really did not expect to hear that from her, but he thinks that even if he likes her, Jiang Chu-yi might not want to be with them. While Song Chu-yun presses something on her ear, she wants to know if the MC said that, if Jiang Chu-yi accepts, he would not refuse. Then, taking out a communication device, Song Chu-yun wants to know if Jiang Chu-yi heard everything, because now the decision is hers. Then Jiang Chu-yi appears, and the MC is surprised to see that she is also there. She, in turn, makes it clear to Jing Ming that he will have to keep his word and not go back on it later. The MC is very surprised, and both girls laugh. But Jing Ming comments that it is fine and emphasizes that good things, when they come in pairs. Besides that, there is no reason to go back on it. With that, Song Chu-yun grabs one side of the MC and says that now that things are decided, the three of them will be together from that moment on. Jiang Chu-yi comments that the two of them must be hungry, since they have just finished training. So, she wants to know if they are up for going to eat something. Song Chu-yun asks them to wait a little, because she needs to take a shower, but wants to know if she wants to go with her. Jiang Chu-yi replies that she does, because she thinks she also sweated a little. Then, Song Chu-yun calls out to the MC and asks if he is going to wait or if he wants to take a shower with them too. While he is completely shocked by the question, Jiang Chu-yi comments that Jing Ming is so strong that she thinks he probably has not even sweated, and because of that, she thinks it is better if just the two of them go. The MC starts crying, thinking that, in truth, he wanted to go too, but he soon takes a deep breath and, watching the two of them leave together, reflects that he went there to train combat. So, he wants to know how, all of a sudden, he ended up with two beautiful girlfriends. The next day, in the Yuanshui wilderness area, after defeating several fierce beasts, the MC thinks that, after obtaining 5,000 skill points, it should already be enough. Besides, in less than half a year, he can already move around the Yuanshui wilderness area almost without fear. And unless he runs into one of the very few mid-stage 5th rank fierce beasts, the situation has changed quite a lot. Then, when he looks to the side, he sees something that catches his attention. So, he decides to go over there and discovers that what he is seeing are the 100 colored flowers, exclusive to the Yuanshui wilderness area. Then, he decides to take 3 of them. After that, later, at the university, the vice principal is analyzing some data shown by Ava. Then she hears someone knocking on the door and tells them to come in. It is the MC who immediately greets her. She wants to know if he has already returned from the Yuanshui wilderness area. Jing Ming replies that he has, and explains that he went to hunt fierce beasts to keep his combat instincts sharp. Ling Shuang emphasizes that the virtual test is realistic, but that, in the end, it is not the real world, and that, because of that, him thinking of going to the wilderness area to keep his instincts sharp was a good choice. Jing Ming is surprised, wondering if he got away that easily since he simply made up a random excuse and still ended up being praised. However, he thanks the vice principal for the compliment and then asks her to accept the 100 colored flower he found in the wilderness area. She takes the flower and, while observing it, thinks that, as an 8th rank grandmaster, she has already received countless gifts and even SS rank resources. But this is the first time someone has given her flowers. And, as she smells it, she reflects that, even so, the feeling she is experiencing is quite pleasant. Ling Shuang comments that she heard the MC's team defeated one of the two strongest divine-level teams in the history of Magic City University in the virtual space, and that the highest rank among them was mid-stage 4th rank. Jingming replies that they did, but emphasizes that it was the weaker of the two teams. The vice principal stresses that, even so, it is still impressive, and that she can even feel at ease. Then, she activates her magic and shows the MC an admission ticket to the inner area of the National University League, and that there are 10 tickets there for him. So, she wants him to consider it a return gift for the flowers. As soon as he takes the invitations, the MC reflects that he had been worried precisely because it would be difficult to buy tickets, and he would still have to deal with scalpers, since he knows that even tickets for the outer areas cost a fortune. But right now, he has tickets for the best seats. So, he gives an awkward laugh and comments to the vice principal that this return gift she gave him is far too precious, and that he even feels embarrassed to accept it. And since she has always taken care of him and guided him, he does not know how to repay her. Ling Shuang asks him to simply perform well on the competition field, because that will be the best way for him to repay her. Jingming replies that he will, and swears that he will do his best and will not disappoint her. After that, while he walks through the city, he talks to someone on his phone. Jingming wants to know if his aunt and his cousin will watch the National University League, because he has tickets for everyone. She comments that this is great and that his cousin was just worried about that. Then, after hanging up the call, he thinks that only Jiang Chuyi and Song Chu-yun are left. At that moment, someone is running toward the MC. It is Song Chu-yun and Jiang Chuyi, who immediately want to know if the MC was looking for them. He gives them the flowers he picked in the wilderness area, and both girls kiss the MC on the cheek as a way of thanking him. Jingming takes out the tickets he received and says that they are admission tickets to the inner area of the league, but wants to know how many they will need. Song Chu-yun gets excited when she hears that they are tickets to the inner area. Then she replies that she needs 2, one for her and one for Chi Dongxia. Jiang Chuyi replies that she will only need 1. Song Chu-yun comments to the MC that his airship is very fast, and since she will leave earlier, she thinks she will not be able to say goodbye to him. Jiang Chuyi says that she has the 3rd grade alchemist exam later, and that, because of that, she also will not be able to say goodbye to him. Jingming replies that it is fine, because they will meet in Qingsu City anyway. Having said that, he wishes Jiang Chuyi good luck on the exam. An hour later, in the combat skills library, the MC is thinking that there is still time, because he is going to learn one more S-rank spear combat skill to make sure nothing goes wrong. Then, he calls Ava and asks her to list all S-rank lightning element spear techniques. In a matter of seconds, Eva shows all the available skills the MC requested. For his part, he is surprised to realize that there are only 5, but even so, he thinks that should be enough, and that he will see which one suits him best. Then, he chooses the demon-slaying thunder-piercing spear skill, which uses the lightning element superpower to form a special thunder net around the spear, greatly increasing the speed of the thrust. And when the spear hits the enemy, it triggers an explosion of compressed, piercing lightning damage. But only cultivators at the 3rd rank or higher with an A-rank superpower can cultivate it. So, Jingming asks Ava to send the combat skill manual for the demon-slaying, thunder-piercing spear. She replies that she understands and asks him to wait a moment. A few minutes later, the skill manual the MC had requested arrives. He wastes no time and immediately starts reading it. After spending some time reading, Jingming finishes and concludes that indeed, the thrusting speed is greater, and so is the explosion, and that this perfectly meets his requirements. Then, the system informs him that 3,200 skill points have been deducted to learn the demon-slaying, thunder-piercing spear skill. Jingming takes a deep breath and thinks that the deep blue system is always far too convenient, but that this technique he learned cost more skill points than the Thunder Godfinger, and because of that, he needs to test its power when he has time. Then, he calls Eva and says that he wants to see the most recent A-rank lightning element combat skills in the library. After Ava shows the skills, Jingming realizes that there are some good ones there, and that he will choose the Thunder Shadow body as well. Having said that, he acquires the A-rank Thunder Shadow body skill, which uses the MC's own lightning element superpower to form a lightning figure that follows behind the target. And the Thunder Shadow attacks immediately after the main body's attack, causing up to 30% of the main body's damage and being able to form multiple attack damage strikes. But only cultivators at the second rank or higher, with a B rank or higher lightning element superpower, can cultivate it. Jingming reflects that this combat skill does not cause that much damage, but on the other hand, it can fill the empty gaps between his attacks. And that, if he uses it properly, he thinks it is definitely a divine level skill that is not inferior to an S-rank combat skill. So, he tells Eva that he will choose this skill. The next day, at the Academy University's central field, the transport ship lands and the League participants board it. Shen Dongling comments that she is surprised, since the team uniform they are wearing is very well designed. Meanwhile, the other students shout that they are cheering for them and hope Magic City University wins the league. In addition, they tell the Thunder Emperor to take the top 3 places and show no mercy to his opponents. Jingming waves to everyone, and as soon as the participants enter the ship, it takes off. Later, in Qingsu City, Vice Principal Xu Ping is informing them that Qingsu City is next to Magic Cave number 5 and borders Qingjing City, so security must be flawless, since they cannot embarrass themselves. In addition, the reception must also be grand, so that everyone can see the enthusiasm of their host, Qingjing Superpower University. Then, when he looks up, he sees that an aircraft has just arrived. So, he informs them that Magic City University has just arrived. Then, he asks them to activate the guiding lights. After the aircraft lands on the ground, the participants from Magic City University begin to get off. And soon, the students from QJPU become excited when they see Iron Bear and Bloody Hand. And when they see Jingming, they shout that he is the rising S rank, the Thunder Emperor. He, in turn, thinks that the league is finally about to begin, and that he will no longer need to hide his SS rank superpower. Xu Ping greets the vice principal and asks them to follow him, because they have already prepared a lavish lunch for everyone. As soon as the MC and his team arrive at the place where lunch has been prepared, some of the people there are surprised to learn that they are the representatives of Magic City University, and apparently, their captain is quite handsome. Others comment that being handsome does not mean anything, since that so-called captain is only at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank, and because of that, they think it is clear that Magic City University is only using him for publicity. Shen Dongling comments to her captain that, apparently, the people are underestimating him. He says that it is fine, because that makes things more interesting. At that moment, a guy appears saying that the MC must be the team captain. Then he introduces himself, saying that his name is Wang Qi, that he is also the captain of Qingjing University's team, and that it is a pleasure to meet him. Jingming shakes the guy's hand and says that it is also a pleasure to meet him. Wang Qi comments that he has heard a lot about the MC and that they will meet at the opening ceremony the next day. After Qingjing University's team leaves, Yao Fang comments that he thought this Wang Qi guy was quite arrogant because he acts as if victory is already guaranteed. Shen Dongling says that the files state Wang Qi has an almost S-rank superpower called Earth Celestial Meteor. In addition, he is at the advanced stage of the 4th rank, so she thinks he has enough reason to be a little arrogant. Yao Fang gets nervous and comments that just because Wang Qi defeated them once, he already thinks he will win again, because as soon as the competition starts, he will show them who is really in charge. Jingming agrees with his teammate, but says they will eat first. And later, he still needs to pick someone up at the bullet train station. A few hours later, already at the station, it is announced that train K312 is about to arrive at its final stop, Qingshu City. Then, the passengers are asked to collect their luggage, stay safe, and disembark in an orderly manner. Tang Qi and her friends get off, and she is immediately surprised to see that Qingshu City is very beautiful. In addition, the service is also great because there are guides everywhere. Meng Di agrees and emphasizes that it is the most beautiful train station she has ever seen. However, she starts looking from side to side and asks why Jingming has not appeared yet. At that moment, a guy appears, calling her cutie and asking if she could give him her contact information. Tang Chi apologizes, but makes it clear that she does not like giving her contact information to strangers. The people with the blonde guy start laughing and saying that they never imagined their handsome guy would be rejected one day. He, in turn, becomes furious and shouts, calling Tang Chi a damned woman, and explains that he asked for her contact information because he found her interesting. Zhou Mingyang does not like hearing his friend being insulted and immediately wants to know what the blonde guy just said. He approaches, commenting that, apparently, the girl has someone brave enough to defend her. But he wants to know if Zhou Mingyang knows who he really is and how he dares to speak like that. Zhou Mingyang becomes worried when he realizes that the blonde guy is at the peak stage of the third rank, just like his mentors. The people around them are surprised when they realize that the blonde guy is someone from Baishan Superpower University, and they wonder if a fight is about to break out. But Tang Chi calls Zhou Mingyang to leave, since it is not worth lowering themselves to the level of that kind of person. The blonde guy's friend warns him that they are there for the competition and, because of that, suggests that he not make too much of a scene, since it would look bad for their university. The blonde guy shouts, saying that if he did not have a competition to participate in, he would never have let Zhou Mingyang get away so easily. In addition, he is only at the early stage of the first rank and still wants to play the hero, and Zhou Mingyang is not even qualified. Having said that, he turns around and spits on the ground. However, he ends up bumping into someone's body, and as soon as he looks up to see who dared to stand in front of him, the MC has an intimidating expression and wants to know why the blonde guy was rude to those people, and whether he thinks he is qualified. Seeing that the guy has gone quiet, Jingming releases a bit of his lightning power in his hand and gives the blonde guy a tremendous slap across the face. Because of the impact, it even knocks several teeth out of his mouth. Then, the MC grabs his hair and knees him hard in the stomach. The blonde guy completely collapses to the ground. Tang Chi and the others are happy to see that it is Jingming. The girl tries to help her partner, asking him not to move, but she warns that the guy who did this to him was the captain of Magic City University, Xu Jingming. At that moment, one of the people around them takes out a phone and starts filming. Then, he says that Magic City University's S rank is truly incredible, since he knocked down Beishan's vice captain with a single blow. Then, one of the members of Beishan's team calls out to the MC and asks why he dared to hit their captain, since they did not provoke him. Jingming makes it clear that they may not have provoked him, but they were just unlucky enough to provoke his cousin and his friend. The blonde guy stands up and cannot believe that the girl he asked for contact information was the MC's cousin. At that moment, Ji Hui, the captain of Baishan's team, appears, wanting to know what is going on. Then, he comments that he only went to settle the bill, and his team already managed to cause several problems. Having said that, he looks at the MC and warns him that he knows who he is, and that, in fact, he knows his group was in the wrong. But since they are all league participants, he thinks the attack he made was a little excessive. Jingming comments that he did not know they were also a team of participants, so he wants to know which university they are from. Ji Hui becomes worried, thinking that Jingming hit them without even knowing which university they were from. So he shouts, saying who he is, and that he is the captain of the representative team from Beishan Superpower University, and that according to the league rules, private fighting leads to disqualification. Then he warns that if the MC does not apologize to his vice captain, he should not blame him for reporting him to the Department of Education. Jingming comments that it is fine, and tells Ji Hui to go report him as much as he wants. The captain of Baishan's team does not like this at all, but soon calls his group to leave. Tang Chi goes over to her cousin and asks if this will not cause trouble for him. Jingming tells her not to worry, because reason is on their side. Besides, the league would not disqualify him over such a small thing. Meanwhile, one of the members of Beishan's team calls out to his captain and asks if they are really going to let what happened slide and whether they are not going to report it. Ji Hui shouts that he only said he would report it to try to scare the MC. Then, he explains that Magic City University is one of the favorites in the league, and because of that, it is not so easy to disqualify them. Then, he takes a deep breath and makes it clear that this is not over yet, because he thinks Jingming probably will not let them get away so easily. The vice captain becomes frightened and comments that he already got beaten up. And on top of that, his captain thinks Jing Ming will not leave them alone. So, he wants to know if the captain of Magic City University is going to take revenge. Ji Hui replies that he will, but emphasizes that what worries him the most is that the MC may want to take revenge in the arena. Because of that, the Baishan members drop the vice captain on the ground and blame him, since thanks to him, they are all screwed. The blonde guy starts crying and praying, asking the heavens to bless and protect his team so they do not end up in the same bracket as Magic City University in the competition. The captain comments that it is not easy for them to enter the top 10, and since Wang Ming is Kei Liang's substitute, he warns that if the vice captain ends up incapacitated the next day, Wang Ming will take his place. The blonde guy wants to know if it is that serious. Ji Hui asks if the vice captain is scared now because he can only hope that Magic City University does not go too hard on them. Meanwhile, Tang Chi is calling her cousin to leave. He laughs and asks her to wait a little because he still needs to pick someone up. His cousin becomes curious and asks who the person is. Jing Ming says that it is his girlfriend. This makes both his cousin and his friends quite surprised to learn about it. But Tang Chi comments that she is happy and that now she is looking forward to seeing what her cousin's girlfriend is like. Meng Di comments that she bets she is a tall and beautiful woman. Not long after, Song Chu-yun and her friend appear. Jing Ming tells his cousin that his girlfriend has arrived and that the girl with glasses beside her is her roommate, Chi Dongxia. Song Chu-yun asks the MC who the people with him are. Jing Ming says that it is his cousin Tang Chi and that the others are his friends from Jiangcheng, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di. The MC's cousin greets Song Chu-yun and emphasizes that she is truly beautiful. Meng Di laughs and says that she was right. Song Chu-yun calls Tang Chi cousin and comments that she is also beautiful. Then, she gives them a set of B-rank cultivation resources and explains that it should help a little with their cultivation. As soon as they take the resources, Zhou Mingyang is impressed to see that they are indeed B-rank cultivation resources, and he also knows they must be worth at least 5 or 6 million. Jing Ming comments that since everyone has already arrived, they will return to the hotel first and put their things down. But he wants to know where his cousin's hotel is because he can take her there first. Tang Chi says that it is near the train station, only 1 kilometer away. The MC is surprised to learn this because he knows that place is a bit far from the stadium. But even so, he knows there is no way around it since the league is far too popular, and the hotels near the stadium were booked a long time ago. Song Chu-yun comments that the train station area really is too far away, but, by coincidence, she has some houses near the stadium, and if the MC's friends do not mind, they can stay in one of those houses. Zhou Mingyang is impressed, since he has in mind that Qingshu City is not an ordinary city, because the houses there not only cost hundreds of millions, but also cannot be bought with money alone. So, he wonders who Jingming's girlfriend is, since it seems like she has an absurd background. Tang Chi comments that they will accept the invitation, but hopes it will not cause any inconvenience. Song Chu-yun emphasizes that Jingming's cousin is her cousin too. Besides, this will not be any inconvenience at all. So, Song Chu-yun calls her Uncle Hua and asks him to come pick her up. Not long after, 4 cars arrive, and several bodyguards get out of them, waiting for Miss Chu-yun's orders. Zhou Mingyang becomes even more surprised and thinks that even the driver is a superpower user at the peak of the 3rd rank. Meng Di has in mind that any one of the bodyguards would be a powerhouse in Jiangcheng. Song Chu-yun asks the MC's friends to get into the car and says that they will be taken to where they will be staying. Tang Chi and the others get into the car. In the other car, Song Chu-yun wants to know how it went. Jing Ming replies that it was not bad, but he thinks bringing people from Chuan province was too troublesome, and that next time, she does not need to do that. Song Chu-yun says that everyone had already been stationed in Qingzhou City by her family, and that she only asked them to come pick them up temporarily. Jing Ming wants to know if the main base of her family is not near Magic Cave number 7. She holds his arm and explains that Magic Cave number 7 is only their main area of influence, but the Song family is involved in all the major magic caves. The MC comments that he understands and emphasizes that the reach of a Grandmaster family is truly frightening. After that, at the competition arena, already on the first day of the league, from high up in the stadium, Tang Chi comments that she did not expect Daxia's greatest powers, the Thunder Dojo, the Storm Bear Dojo, the Dawn Legion, and the Extreme Day Club to send 7th rank grandmasters to lead their teams. Song Chu-yun explains that this is the best possible chance to recruit geniuses, and that, because of that, obviously, they would not let it pass. At that moment, several fireworks begin to go off, and a host shouts, welcoming everyone to the National University League. Then, he introduces himself and explains that, before the competition begins, he will introduce the 10 universities participating in the team matches. So, he starts with the current champions, Qingjing Superpower University. Then he says that he will call the previous year's runners-up, Magic City Superpower University. After that, he announces the third team, and so on, until, finally, he introduces the surprise of this edition, Beishan's representative team. Having said that, he says that the National University League has 3 categories, which are team matches, individual matches, and survival matches. In these, the team matches and individual matches happen first. So, Feng Lei says that in the champion team of the team matches, each member will receive a custom-made S-rank combat suit, and the first place in the individual matches will receive a spatial ring with a capacity of 30 cubic meters. As for first place in the survival match, the winner will receive a 6th rank Guardian Talisman from the ruins of ancient civilizations, with extremely powerful defensive capabilities. The people in the stadium are very surprised by the type of rewards and comment that apparently the competition this time will be much more insane. Meanwhile, the MC is thinking that these are exactly the things he needs. Then, the host announces that he will begin the first event of the team matches, and he explains that it will be a single round-robin format where each university will face the other 9, and there will be 5 matches per day for 9 days. Having said that, he shouts, announcing the start of the opening match. On the big screen, it shows that Magic City Superpower University will face Beishan Superpower University. With that, Feng Lei says that as soon as a competitor is at risk of death, the AI will activate a defensive net to ensure safety, but that this also means immediate elimination. A guy in the stadium comments that he did not imagine Magic City University would already start in the first match. The guy next to him says that this university has an S-rank awakened one, so he wants to see how strong he is. While the MC goes up into the arena, Kong Shi comments that apparently they were lucky to get Baishan's team right in the first match. Meanwhile, Kei Liang calls out to his captain and asks if he can switch with a substitute. He replies that he cannot and emphasizes that they trained so many times for this, and that, even if they lose, they need to show determination. The other members become excited and shout that, even if they lose, they will show their style. So both teams enter the arena. A guy in the audience comments that Yao Fang from Magic City is also at the intermediate stage of the 4th rank, and that there are 2 at the intermediate 4th rank, 2 at the early 4th rank, and 1 at the advanced 3rd rank. Another guy comments that apparently, Baishan really was unlucky. After both teams are ready, the host counts down and starts the match. Yao Fang equips his staff and asks the captain which formation they will use first. Jing Ming releases his power and charges forward, saying that he will not need any formation. Seeing this, the crowd goes wild, wanting to know what Magic City's S rank is doing, since he is advancing alone. Ji Hui charges forward and shouts, warning his team that Jing Ming has moved away from his companions, and that, because of that, they need to take advantage of this chance. So, he wants Kei Liang and Ma Long to advance together, while the others provide support with long-range magical skills and auxiliary buffs, because they will make the captain of Magic City University regret being so arrogant. With that, one of the members of Beishan launches his skill. The people in the audience comment that what they are seeing is an S-rank magical combat skill, the famous Dimensional Wind Blade. So, they think the team from Magic City University is going to be massacred right from the start. Besides, that Xu Jingming separated from his team. Because of that, it is obvious that Baishan will take the chance to focus on him. However, the MC activates his electric barrier and completely dissipates the Dimensional Windblade skill. This leaves the people who were commenting unable to believe what they just saw. Then, they want to know if this is the power of an S-rank lightning element superpower. Xu Ping's advisor comments that, at first glance, What participant Jingming did was only use an ordinary defensive elemental net, but even so, he still managed to block an S-rank combat skill. The vice principal says that this is thanks to the MC's proficiency in liquefaction. This leaves the advisor confused, wanting to know how that is possible. Since the MC is only a freshman, Xu Ping reflects that, with such a high rank and mastery over his superpower, he thinks the MC's future is practically limitless. Back to the fight, Ji Hui continues advancing and shouting, telling Jingming that if he had advanced together with his team, there really would have been no way to deal with him. But it is a pity that he decided to act alone. Because of that, he hopes Jingming does not blame him. With that said, Ji Hui unleashes his furious slash skill. Jingming simply extends his spear forward and easily blocks the Baishan captain's attack. Then, the MC applies a little more force and knocks Ji Hui's sword away. Ji Hui, in turn, is very surprised, wanting to know how what just happened was possible. However, another member of Baishan tries to take advantage of the fact that the MC is distracted and charges with everything he has to try to land his powerful punch. Jingming gives a slight smile and releases many bolts of lightning around his body. The big guy is hit head-on, just like Ji Hui, and, while he continues striking his opponents with his power, the MC walks toward the others and then activates the Thunder Prison. And, as soon as he surrounds the others with his skill, he launches several precise attacks at them, hitting them without them even being able to block. One of the guys in the audience comments that he thought this Jingming guy was looking for his own death, but in the end, he was the clown this whole time. As for the MC, upon seeing most of the Baishan members defeated on the ground, he reflects that a superpower user at the peak of the third rank is still far too weak. Then, Kang Shi and Shen Dongling enter the battle and go all out against Ji Hui, and, with great ease, the two of them manage to defeat the Baishan captain, and, right after he loses consciousness, Feng Lei announces that all the members of Baishan Superpower University have lost the ability to fight. Then he declares that the team match was won by Magic City Superpower University. This makes the people in the audience go wild, shouting that it was far too easy of a match, and that the difference in strength was absurd, especially because the entire fight did not even last half a minute. One of Xu Ping's advisors wants to know if S-rank superpowers are as absurd as what he just saw. Meanwhile, the other advisor wants to know if participant Jing Ming was not supposed to have the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, since the color is different. Xu Ping comments that the level he saw from that boy definitely cannot be only S-rank. With that, he looks back, calls for Director Liu, and then asks if he asked the AI to evaluate the rank of Jing Ming's superpower. Liu answers that he did, and that the data on the lightning element and the intensity of the energy explosion have already been collected, but the analysis is still in progress. However, it does not take long for the analysis to be completed, and, as soon as he sees the result, Director Liu is completely shocked and says that Jingming's superpower has been confirmed as the All Heavens Divine Thunder, and its classification is SS rank. Hearing this leaves even Xu Ping surprised, thinking that it is just as he suspected. Then, he comments to Director Liu that, across the entire Blue Star, with nearly 10 billion people, sometimes it takes more than 10 or even 20 years for an SS rank to appear. Because of that, he wants to know how Xu Jingming managed to evolve his superpower. Then, he emphasizes that it is no wonder his advisor was alarmed, and that apparently, Vice Principal Ling Shuang did an excellent job hiding this fact. She takes a deep breath and comments that it was nothing, since she only wanted to protect her student. Xu Ping also takes a deep breath and agrees with her, since, at this point, he thinks those foreign powers must be freaking out. With that said, he asks Director Liu when their university's next match is. He answers that there are no more matches, and that the next one is only on the following day. From afar, Ling Shuang still hears Xu Ping asking Director Liu to gather Wang Qi and the others at the villa because he has some things to talk to them about. She reflects that apparently, Chungjing Superpower University must already be thinking about changing their strategies to focus on Jingming, but she knows that unfortunately, it does not matter what they do, since they still have no chance of winning. After that, in the lounge, Yang Gentian congratulates his team and emphasizes that they ended the first fight cleanly and flawlessly. Gu Wan laughs and comments that everyone practically did not even need to do anything, since the captain handled everything by himself. However, Yang Gentian points out that Baishan Superpower University really was far too weak. But Suzhou Hangzhou Superpower University, which they will face the next day, has already placed fourth before. So, he wants his team to go to his house at night, because he will tell them more about their next opponents. With that said, he says that registration for the individual matches has begun, so he wants to know which of them wants to participate. Shen Dongling, Kong Shi, and the MC answer that they want to participate. Yang Gentian comments that it is fine and that he will submit the list later. At that moment, Ling Shuang appears, calls for Jingming, and asks to speak with him for a moment. And, as soon as they go to a corner of the lounge, she tells him that Qingjing Superpower University has already discovered that the MC possesses an SS rank superpower. Because of that, she thinks it is only a matter of time before the other factions also notice it. Besides, it will not be long before the entire Blue Star finds out. So, if he needs anything, he just has to say so. Jing Ming is surprised and asks if they really found out that quickly. Ling Shuang tells him to stay calm, because she will guarantee his safety. And, while she laughs, the others notice it and are surprised. Yao Fang quietly asks why he feels that Director Ling is especially gentle with the captain. Shen Dongling quietly answers that it is obvious, since, if he were an SS rank superpower user, she would also be gentle with him. Then Kang Shi whispers to the two of them that they really have the courage to say such things, since Vice Principal Ling most likely heard everything they talked about. This leaves both of them very embarrassed after remembering that. As for the Vice Principal, she looks at them, thinking that they are daring to gossip behind other people's backs, and that, apparently, after the competition, she will have to ask Yang Gentian to schedule extra training for them. Both Yao Fang and Shen Dongling become terribly frightened when they see the vice principal's expression. After that, later, at Xu Ping's mansion, as soon as his team gathers, he wants to know what they thought of Xu Jingming's strength. Wang Ti answers that the MC truly has monstrous talent and is very strong, but emphasizes that the main point is still his S-rank superpower. Xu Ping comments that this is exactly it, and that Wang Qi hit the main point, since rank is secondary, and the important thing is the superpower itself. However, after the analysis they performed, they discovered that Jing Ming is not S-rank, but SS rank. This leaves everyone from Qingjing Superpower University's team very surprised, wanting to know what he means and whether the analysis devices happen to have problems. After all, Jing Ming's superpower had already been identified a long time ago. Xu Ping answers that the analysis instruments are normal, but although he does not know the reason, he thinks Jing Ming's superpower really must have evolved, and that most likely happened during the study excursion the previous year. One of the team members wants to know if what the vice principal is talking about is the excursion where the MC was ambushed by the Cult of Destiny. Wang Qi says that he has heard that life or death situations can strengthen someone, but he has never heard that they could raise the rank of a superpower. Then, a guy behind Xu Ping comments that, if that is true, then Jingming's combat record at Magic City Superpower University is probably also real, which means he really must have eliminated dozens of peak stage 4th rank fierce beasts. Wang Qi emphasizes that Jingming is indeed a true monster, and that, if he had one more year to grow, he thinks he definitely would not be able to defeat him. But luckily, he is only a freshman because there is still a chance to suppress him. Xu Ping places his hand on Wang Qi's shoulder and says that thank God, they still have him at Qingjing University this year. But the team captain comments that he will graduate the following year. Xu Ping comments that, in that case, they need to pressure the MC's team while they still can. With that said, the vice principal asks Director Liu to adjust their tactical strategy. Meanwhile, Jiang Quan is very surprised to discover that Xu Jingming's superpower is not S rank, but SS rank. So, he knows he needs to create a new containment strategy as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the Thunder Dojo, the person in charge shouts, asking the others to notify the base immediately and confirm whether they will need to change their recruitment plan. At the Storm Bear Dojo, the atmosphere is the same, with the leader shouting, saying that no matter the cost, they need to recruit Jingming. A few minutes later, at the security department, an officer informs his captain that an SS rank superpower user has appeared in Daxia. The captain asks the officer to notify the media because he wants every country on Blue Star to know that Daxia has an SS rank. With that, it does not take long for several news reports about the MC to come out, talking about the rank of his superpower. After all, in Daxia, a phenomenon like this had not appeared for more than 23 years. Meanwhile, in a huge mansion, a woman informs Counselor Wang that the news about Jingming's SS rank superpower has already reached the top of the internet's trending topics. Then, she says that there are foreign forces fueling the repercussion, so she wants to know if they should act to control the situation. While continuing to play his game, Blue Dragon Counselor Wang Jun comments that foreign insects only know how to act from the shadows. But for now, he thinks it is better to simply ignore them. After all, with their Daxia's foundation, they are more than capable of protecting a single SS rank user. With that said, he calls Liu Yushan and comments that he met Jingming the last time he was at Magic Cave number 7, so he wants to know who is currently responsible for protecting the boy. Liu Yushan says that it is the vice principal of Magic City Superpower University, Ling Shuang. Wang Jun is surprised to hear who it is, but wants to know if it is that girl from the Thunder Dojo who possesses an S-rank spatial superpower and whether she is still at Magic City University. Liu Yushan answers yes, and says that she could not afford to offend the Li family, so she ended up taking refuge at the university. However, reaching the intermediate stage of the 8th rank in just 3 years without support from the Thunder Dojo is absurd. Because of that, she is definitely very impressive. Wang Jun comments that Ling Shuang is far too stubborn. For ordinary superpower users, that would have been a dream marriage, but she ran away from it as if it were a plague. With that said, while making his final move in the game, he thinks they do not need to worry if she is the person protecting Jingming. A few hours later, in the combat arena, Feng Lei announces that the individual competition will begin soon, and that 64 participants from the 10 universities have signed up. So, later that afternoon, they will decide the top 32 competitors. Then, he informs them that the competition AI will randomly draw the matchups for those 32 fights. A few minutes later, the draw is made. Kongshu comments to the others that apparently he will fight in the 6th match, and that his opponent is from Suzhou Hangzhou Superpower University. So, he thinks it is perfect for testing their strength before the team competition the next day. Meanwhile, Shen Dongling informs them that he will fight in the 12th match and that his opponent is a reserve from Beishan University. Jingming comments that apparently between the two of them, he will be the first since he is in the 3rd fight and his opponent will be Zhou Hu from Jincheng University. At that moment, Feng Lei shouts announcing that the individual competition will begin with 4 fights per round and that the first round will start immediately. With that, the MC equips his spear and steps onto the arena. The people in the audience go wild upon seeing the participant with an SS rank superpower. Zhou Hu watches the MC approaching and thinks that he never imagined he would be so unlucky as to end up facing him right away. However, he thinks that no one knows the outcome. Besides, it will be huge if he manages to defeat a guy like him. As soon as both participants stand facing each other, the judge counts down and starts the fight. Zhou Hu quickly gets ready and jumps into the air. Jingming is surprised, wondering if his opponent can really fly, but he thinks this was to be expected, since no superpower user can be underestimated. Zhou Hu laughs and tells the MC that he did not expect him to be able to fly, and that, as long as his energy does not run out, he will never be able to touch him. With that said, he then launches his Windblade skill. Jingming runs from side to side to avoid being hit and, while continuing to do so, reflects that his maximum jumping height is 32 meters, while Zhou Hu exceeds 70. So, even if he jumps, he knows he will not be able to reach him. Besides, at that distance, it is difficult to hit him with the Thunder Spear. The MC continues running to avoid being hit and thinks that if he at least had some kind of suction force, he would be able to limit his opponent's movements. Some people in the audience comment that flying really does give a certain advantage, but one guy says that Zhou Hu will still lose, since, after 20 minutes, the energy shield will start to shrink. Jingming thinks that passively dodging attacks and dragging out the fight is not his style at all. With that, he stops running, extends his arm toward the ground, and begins channeling his power. Johu laughs and tells the MC that whatever he is going to try will be useless in the end, since his flight altitude reaches 75 meters. So, the lightning will not be able to reach him. Jing Ming wants to know if Johu thinks flying makes him untouchable, because as far as he knows, in the face of a lightning storm, even a fighter jet would be shot down. With that said, he raises his arm upward and releases his monstrous power. The people in the audience are surprised by the amount of power they are seeing. Meanwhile, Johu tries to dodge the attacks at all costs, and then tries to fly higher to avoid being caught by the EMC's power. At that moment, Jing Ming creates his Thunder Spear and comments that Johu's flying skill really is good, but it is a pity that he ended up getting in his way. Johu looks back, worried, but the MC does not waste any more time and throws his Thunder Spear. Johu, extremely worried, quickly activates his Wind God barrier, but the Thunder Spear is so strong that it completely shatters the barrier and, on top of that, strikes Johu directly in the chest. He, in turn, crashes hard onto the ground. With that, it is announced that, in Arena number 3, Johu has lost consciousness, and Xu Jingming wins the battle. The people in the audience comment that the MC was incredible once again, since he knocked out his opponent with a single blow. Wang Qi's partner comments that she thought Johu, who could fly, would last a little longer, but he ended up being defeated instantly. Xu Ping emphasizes that this also shows how absurd Xu Jingming's control over his own superpowers is. Wang Qi clenches his fist tightly and, getting excited, comments that, apparently, it is his turn to duel. And, as soon as he enters the arena, he activates the power in his fist and then easily defeats his opponent. Wang Qi is announced as the winner, and the people in the audience begin shouting his name. Shen Dongling comments to the MC that, apparently, Wang Qi is challenging him. He asks her to relax and makes it clear that Wang Qi does not have the slightest chance. At that moment, Yang Gentian appears, calling for the MC and saying that the Thunder Dojo, the Storm Bear Dojo, the Dawn Legion, the Extreme Day Club, and several other factions have sent invitations to him. So, he wants to know if he is interested in speaking with any of them in particular. Jingming asks his teacher to directly refuse all of them on his behalf. The old man comments that he already expected the MC to ask for something like that. Yao Feng is intrigued after hearing about this, and immediately wants to know why his captain does not want to meet them first. Jingming answers that it is because he still does not need them. After all, he has in mind that with the Deep Blue system adding points, along with the university's resources, he really does not need support from those factions at the moment. After that, later, while the MC and Song Chiu-yun are walking through the city, someone approaches the two of them. The blonde girl calls for Jing Ming and says that she represents the William family from the United States and brings their sincere greetings. The MC becomes alert and asks her to quickly say what she wants. Irene says that in that case, she will get straight to the point, and that, as long as he is willing to renounce his Daxia citizenship and join the William family, they can offer anything he desires. Jingming comments that he thinks her speech is very exaggerated. The blonde girl comments that perhaps he still does not know the William family. After all, their family has 3 ninth-rank martial saints, controls 10 ancient civilization ruins, and 1/3 of parliament is on their side. Song Chiu-yun, upon hearing this, is very impressed and thinks that they really are impressive. Irene makes it clear that once Jingming joins them, whether it is S-rank resources, SSS rank resources, or even resources above SSS rank, everything can be provided to him. Jingming wants to know if there really is something above SSS rank. The blonde girl explains that when his rank evolves a little more, he will understand that there is a much larger world beyond SSS rank, and that as for young and beautiful girls, they can provide as many as he wants. But Song Chiu-yun does not like hearing that at all. Irene, realizing that the MC's friend became nervous, apologizes for being too direct. Jingming comments that he understands the William family's intentions very well, but makes it clear that he has no interest in betraying his homeland and never will. So, they should not look for him again. With that said, he calls Song Chiu-yun and they leave. The blonde girl looks back, takes a deep breath, and thinks that, unfortunately, she failed in the mission to recruit him. Then, she calls to report, and her superior wants to know if the target accepted the invitation. Irene answers no, and says that he refused in an extremely decisive way. The person on the other side of the call wants to know if the people of Daxia are all this stubborn and whether she tried mental manipulation on him. She answers no, and informs him that he has the mental aura of a 9th-rank martial saint protecting him. The guy wants to know if, in that case, they can execute Plan B. Irene looks up and upon seeing Ling Shuang watching her, answers no, because the target is being protected 24 hours a day by an 8th-rank Grandmaster. Because of that, she thinks eliminating the MC is completely out of the question at the moment. The vice principal keeps staring at the blonde girl with an unfriendly expression. Meanwhile, the guy on the call comments that, apparently, it seems there will be no opportunity for now, so he thinks Irene can return. After that, the next day, it is announced that the 4th match of the competition will take place, and the first team to enter the arena is Magic City University. Then, Suzhou Hangzhou Superpower Academy follows. Some people in the audience comment that Suzhou Hangzhou University placed 4th the previous year. Because of that, they think they should be able to measure Jingming's strength this time. At that moment, Feng Lei counts down and then shouts, asking for the battle to begin. Jingming does not want to waste time and immediately charges forward. The people are surprised once again when they see the famous Thunder Emperor going alone again. Besides, apparently, he really is not taking Suzhou Hangzhou University seriously. Meanwhile, one of the members thinks Jingming is far too arrogant and shouts, saying that they are not weak like Baishan Superpower University. With that, the other member launches his radiant golden purple thunder skill. Jingming sees the attack coming toward him and comments that, apparently, the guy also uses lightning element superpowers. But he makes it clear that this is a pity, because his attack does not come even close to his. With that said, he releases his massive electric power and counterattacks the radiant golden purple thunder skill, and, in a matter of seconds, he manages to completely dissipate the skill. The people in the audience are left speechless, since they cannot believe that the MC was able to easily break through the Thunder Python. The blonde guy who launched the skill becomes worried and immediately shouts for his captain, asking what they are going to do. He equips his sword and answers that they have no choice. Then, he asks everyone to advance, because they need to eliminate Jingming first, since, once Kang Shi and the others enter the battle, they will have no chance at all. Then, the captain looks back and shouts, asking Sun Fang to provide defense against lightning. With that, the rest, together with their captain, charge toward the MC, who in turn advances without fearing any of them and breaks through the lightning defense barrier placed on them. The captain becomes worried when he sees this. Jingming gets ready and emphasizes that using his power against them is a waste of time. Then, he asks them to show what they are capable of. The captain of Suzhou Hangzhou becomes furious at being treated like trash and shouts, asking everyone to attack together. Quickly, the members surround the MC and go after him, but he spins his spear at high speed and blocks all the attacks at once. The people in the stadium cannot believe that they are seeing 5 against 1 and immediately question whether Suzhou Hangzhou University is really this pathetic this time, because this is downright ridiculous. The MC turns around and lands a direct attack on one of his opponents. Then, Yao Feng and the others appear, telling the MC that they will also participate in the battle. The captain of Suzhou Hangzhou, upon seeing this, thinks that now they are completely screwed and that it is too late to try anything. Meanwhile, Wang Ti thinks this is all shameful, because they could not even force Jingming to use a single S-rank combat technique. 3 minutes later, it is announced that the 4th match was won by Magic City University. The people in the audience are once again surprised, wanting to know if the fight really ended already. Then, one of the Baishan members comments that they are not weak, but that Xu Jingming is simply too strong. A few days later, at the National University League Arena, the people are excited because the fight between Magic City University and Jincheng Superpower University will finally take place. Meanwhile, Yang Zhentian is warning his team that only 2 matches remain, and that, after that, they will use formation number 1 against them. With that said, he calls Jingming and asks him, this time, not to underestimate the opponent or charge into the opposing team's formation alone. The MC replies that he understands and that he will try not to act rashly. A few minutes later, Feng Lei asks everyone in the stadium to welcome Magic City University and Jincheng Superpower University. And as soon as both teams begin to enter, the captain of the opposing team, Han Shan, tells the MC that he admits he is very strong. However, he makes it clear that he only dominates individual matches, and that, in a team battle, he does not have even a 1% chance of winning. Jingming laughs and replies that whether his team has a chance or not, they will find out once the fight begins. Shen Dongling wants to know if they have gone crazy and where all that confidence came from. After both teams step onto the battle arena, some people in the stadium notice that the Jincheng Superpower University team left 3 starters on the bench and put in 3 substitutes, so they want to know what the team is thinking and whether they have already accepted defeat. Jiang Quan calls Ling Shuang and asks if she would be interested in making a small bet. She replies that she would and asks what he wants to bet. Jiang Quan replies that it will be an S-rank cultivation resource, betting on who wins. While she is thinking, Xu Ping, upon hearing about the bet, wonders if Jincheng Superpower University really had the courage to make a bet. Then the vice director comments that S-rank cultivation resources are far too low, since, at the very least, she thinks it has to be SS rank. This leaves Jiang Quan quite startled, wanting to know if she is not exaggerating by wanting to bet something so valuable. Xu Ping thinks that Ling Shuang is still as aggressive as ever, since he has in mind that an SS rank resource would be something even an 8th level Grandmaster would feel the weight of. The vice director makes it clear that if they are going to bet, then they need to bet an SS rank resource. Otherwise, it is not even worth talking about. Jiang Quan replies that since she is so excited, he offers an SS rank resource and bets on Jincheng Superpower University's victory. Xu Ping reflects that he knows very well that Jiang Quan is an old fox, since he never does anything without being certain. So, it seems that he has prepared some hidden card up his sleeve, and thankfully, Qingjing Superpower University's match against them is the next day, because that way, he can simply watch both sides destroy each other. At that moment, the referee begins the countdown and then announces the start of the fight. Then one of the members of Jincheng Superpower University immediately activates his power and casts it on his partners. Han Shan calls the MC and asks if he is seeing this, since it is the SS rank combat skill Life Sharing, which took 2 whole years to master. Any attack will have 60% of its damage reduced and then divided among everyone on his team. In addition, they still have a healer, which makes this a perfect defense. One of the people in the audience comments that one divides the damage while the other restores life, truly worthy of the 2 supports on the team, and that they never imagined such a tactic. Yao Fang comments that Han Shan really managed to learn an SS rank combat skill, since he knows that even 5th or 6th rank users have difficulty with that. But the MC asks him to just try first. He replies that it is fine, and channels his A-rank elemental superpower, the extremely cold ice soul. Then, Yao Fang fires several freezing shards. But as they pass through the protective layers of Han Shan's skill, the shards end up losing their size, until, in the end, they disappear before reaching the targets. Han Shan laughs, cleans his clothes, and asks if Yao Fang's elemental attacks can only dirty them, because if that is the case, he thinks they can let him attack for an entire minute. Shen Dongling comments that, apparently, there really are 3 active S-rank elemental defensive skills. So, she thinks things have become complicated. With that said, she tells her team that the barrier imposed by the opposing team really seems like an absolute defense. Kangxi comments that maybe he should advance and try it to see what happens. But Shen Dongling replies no, and says that the opposing team has 3 long-range attackers. At that moment, while Jingming begins his transformation, he comments that since the teacher told them to use formation number 1, they might as well go give the opponents a surprise. With that said, he activates his extreme thunder state and releases his monstrous power. The people in the audience are shocked to see such power and wonder if the Thunder Emperor is not a lightning element user, because it seems he can also transform. Han Shan calls Jingming and comments that his extreme thunder state really strengthens his body a lot, but even so, he thinks he cannot break through the absolute defense. The MC comments that he is too confident, Then he asks Gu Wan to give him a buff as well. She quickly activates the spiritual light hurricane skill and amplifies the MC's powers. He, in turn, prepares his skill and then attacks using the Thunder God's finger. Han Shan cannot believe what he is seeing. One of the team members, very frightened, calls out to his captain and asks if the aura of power from the skill they are seeing is not far too terrifying. Han Shan tells him not to panic and to increase the output of his superpower, because this way, they will definitely be able to block the attack. Thus, all the team members concentrate to try to stop the MC's attack. Han Shan, to make sure they will block the attack, activates his Life Wave skill, but a gigantic explosion happens in the center of the arena. The people in the audience are also stunned, wanting to know what kind of combat skill they just witnessed, since the energy fluctuations were absurd. Before the dust settles, everyone wants to know what happened and whether the fight is over. A few seconds later, as soon as the dust disappears, the MC is standing before the Jincheng Superpower University team, completely defeated. Jingming simply observes, waiting for any possible reaction. However, since everyone is completely unconscious, it is announced that Magic City University has won the round. Jiang Quan cannot believe that Han Shan and the others actually lost. However, he is even more indignant that the MC, who is only at the advanced stage of the third rank, is already a monster. So, he wants to know what he will become when he reaches the fourth rank. Ling Shuang calls the vice director and comments that, apparently, Magic City University is one level above theirs. He lowers his head, takes a deep breath, and makes it clear that he is a man of his word and accepts defeat. Thus, the vice director takes the SS rank resource from his spatial ring and says that it is a heavenly treasure, the Scarlet Flame's spiritual fruit. Ling Shuang comments that it is a treasure that gives fire element users the chance to evolve their own superpower, so she will gladly accept it. As for Xu Ping, seeing the old man's state, he thinks that he must be bleeding inside at the moment. But even so, Jingming's Thunder God's finger is truly powerful. So, he thinks they will need to make sure Wang Qi and the others are well prepared to defend against such a skill. Then he thinks that, apparently, even the heavens seem to be on their university's side this year, since they are letting them appear last, allowing them to maintain the advantage in information. After that, later, Yang Gentian comments that his team did very well and promises that if they defeat Qingjing Superpower University in the final the next day, he will request that their academic credit rewards be doubled. Then, Ling Shuang appears, calls the MC, and asks him to follow her for a moment. Then, as soon as they go to the corner, she takes out a 6th rank Origin Return Pill, an S rank Cultivation Resource, and asks him to take it. Jingming is reluctant to accept it, but the vice director says that she made a bet with the vice director of Jincheng, using an SS rank resource to see who would win the match. So, since the MC helped her win that bet, what she is giving him now is a reward for helping her. Jingming takes the pill and thanks her, but wonders if 8th rank grandmasters always bet such high values. The Magic City University team sees what their captain received and is very surprised. Kang Shi comments that the vice director really treats the captain very well, since he managed to get an S rank resource out of nowhere. The MC, a little embarrassed, wants to know if she could help him make a bet as well, but that it does not need to be a rare bet. An S rank cultivation resource is already enough. Yao Fang, upon hearing this, is very surprised and comments that the captain even has the courage to ask the director to bet for him. Ling Shuang replies that it is fine and that she will help him with it. Jingming thanks her and promises once again that he will not disappoint her. Yao Fang becomes excited and comments that, as expected of the captain, he is the best. After that, later that same day, the individual competition was taking place. Sun Ji from Suzhou Hangzhou Superpower University enters the arena, and then the great favorite of the competition, the Thunder Emperor Xu Jingming aliens from Magic City University. Sun Ji becomes worried because he did not expect to face the MC. However, he decides to gather his courage and swears that this time he will not hide. Jingming comments that, apparently, his opponent's fighting spirit seems excellent, so he hopes he can maintain it after the match begins. And as soon as the judge announces the start of the fight, the MC wastes no time, activates his Extreme Thunder state, and charges forward. Sunji activates his enhancement type skill and transforms into the giant saber-toothed tiger. Then, He waits for the MC to get a little closer, and as soon as he is within his attack range, he grabs his sword and attacks with the Tiger Explosive Slash. Jingming gives a slight smile and counterattacks with his spear, and a powerful impact occurs between the two, releasing a strong burst of energy across the arena. Then the MC begins to exert more force, and his spear manages to cause a distortion in the opponent's sword, until he manages to find an opening and lands a direct hit on Sun Ji. He is immediately thrown backward with full force and crashes into the protective barrier. He returns to normal and comments that Jingming's attacks are truly brutal and that he could not block even one of them head on. With that said, he faints because of the powerful blow he received. With that, Jingming is congratulated by the judge and informed that he will advance to the semifinals. One of the people in the audience wants to know if the Thunder Emperor really only needed one dash and one spear strike to win a fight. Another person makes it clear that the Thunder Emperor is far too wild and invincible, especially because Sun Ji's battle blade was completely deformed because of the impacts it took from the spear. At that moment, Feng Lei announces that the third round of the individual competition is about to begin. Then, he asks everyone to welcome Yao Feng from Magic City University and Wang Qi from Qingjing University. The MC goes over to his partner, wishes him good luck, and asks him to try his best to reach the finals. But Yao Feng comments that, facing someone like Wang Qi, he will not even get his hopes up about reaching the semifinals. However, even if he loses to him, he needs to show the spirit of Magic City University. And as soon as both of them enter the arena, the people in the stadium start shouting Wang Qi's name. He, in turn, thinks that he has finally found a decent opponent, and as soon as the judge tells them to begin the fight, Wang Qi activates his skill and comments that he hopes Jingming does not think he is the only one who practices body-tempering combat skills, because he also possesses one. The MC is surprised to see that Wang Qi is a superpower user who follows the same path as his own. Wang Qi wastes no more time and launches his Dust Storm skill. Yao Feng is forced to dodge the tornadoes, but soon becomes surprised by one of them coming toward him far too quickly. Then the tornado is dispersed, and Wang Qi appears right in front of Yao Feng. Thus, the captain of Qingjing University attacks with his Earth Slash skill. Yao Feng activates the ice armor, but thinks that he will not be able to withstand it for long. Then an explosion happens, and a lot of dust spreads throughout the entire arena. But as soon as it is dispersed, Yao Feng is kneeling on the ground. With that, it is announced that Wang Qi from Qingjing University will advance to the semifinals. The people in the audience comment that it was already expected that the Stone Sovereign would win, but what they really want to see is the fight between the Thunder Emperor and the Stone Sovereign, since both of them are monsters. Wang Qi looks in the MC's direction and shouts, saying that he also managed to get an instant knockout and that he is looking forward to their battle in the individual finals the next day. Then, he hopes he will not be absent. Kong Shi comments to the captain that, judging by Wang Qi's tone of voice, it seems he is absolutely certain that he will win the individual competition. Shen Dongling asks Jingming to focus first on the semifinal that will happen soon, and then, the next day, teach the captain of Qingjing University a lesson. 1 hour later, Feng Lei congratulates the MC and Kong Shi from Magic City University, as well as Wang Qi and Zhu Taiji from Qingjing University, for advancing to the semifinals. After that, on the next day, during the semifinals of the individual competition, Shen Dongling is very surprised to see that Wu Yuan, deputy director of the National Department of Education, is personally at the stadium to watch the fights. Gu Wan comments that it is not just him, since the vice commander of the Fire Dragon Legion is also there. Shen Dongling comments that she remembers that, although some big figures went to watch the previous year, the scale did not seem this large. Then, she wants to know if it is because the MC is participating. At that moment, some security guards appear, and a beautiful woman with a stunning presence emerges. Quickly, a man goes over to her and greets her. Jingming wants to know who the woman who appeared is. Shen Dongling says that she is the famous supreme master of the Thunder Dojo, Su Qingli, and that she possesses the S-rank lightning element superpower, Pure Jade Divine Thunder, as well as being a 9th rank grandmaster. Jingming wants to know if, by any chance, the master of the Thunder Dojo was not a middle-aged man. Shen Dongling says that he is talking about the former master, Su Qiang, but he disappeared 4 years ago. Then, after that, Su Qingli took over as the dojo master. At the time, the news appeared everywhere. The MC laughs and says that back then, he was still in his 3rd year and did not care much about the news. Shen Dongling emphasizes that since he was in his 3rd year, she thinks that is what people call a generational gap. At that moment, Su Qingli looks directly toward where the MC is. Then, she calls Director Sun and asks if he is still keeping in contact with Magic City University and whether he has already spoken with that Xu Jingming in private. He says that they contacted the boy, but he refused all invitations to meet with any faction. With that said, he comments that he will try to speak with him again later, but thinks that if she appears personally, perhaps it will work. Su Qingli replies that there is no need, since, when the individual competition ends, she will look for him herself. This leaves Director Sun very surprised, wanting to know if she is really going personally, since he has in mind that the dojo master is a 9th-ranked grandmaster. And, even so, she is going to take the initiative to look for Jingming, who is only at the 3rd rank. As for Su Qingli, she knows that the MC's physique is powerful and that it goes far beyond that of an ordinary superpower user at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank, and that there is even a subtle, fierce beast aura on him, with his aura being dense and very condensed, without any sign of instability from excessive pill use. At that moment, Feng Lei announces that next they will have the first match of the semifinals, and, according to the draw results, they will welcome Jingming from Magic City University and Zhu Taiji from Qingjing University onto the stage. And as soon as both of them enter the arena, the audience begins shouting their names very loudly. Zhu Taiji comments to the MC that he read his file and that besides his spear skills, his fist techniques also seem very good. So he wants to know if he wants to try fighting using only his fist techniques. The people in the audience are shocked by the question, because there is no way the Thunder Emperor would accept that. Jingming gives a slight smile and agrees to do as the big guy wants. This leaves the audience unable to believe that the Thunder Emperor actually accepted Zhu Taiji's request. He, in turn, wants to know if the MC is not deceiving him, since he accepted far too quickly. Jingming makes it clear that whether he believes it or not is his problem. Thus, Zhu Taiji becomes excited and comments that he will believe it. But he thinks that, since he has practiced fist techniques since he was 7 years old, it has been 15 whole years, and that he is almost reaching the master level. With that, he thinks that the MC accepting his proposal was complete madness. At that moment, Director Liu goes over to Yang Zhentian and comments that Jingming seems very confident in his fist techniques. But he thinks that, if he fails to reach the finals because of that arrogance, both 1st and 2nd place will belong to Qingjing University. Yang Zhentian asks Director Liu not to worry about that. With that said, he emphasizes that Jingming will not lose. Back in the arena, as soon as the judge announces the start of the fight, Zhu Taiji begins releasing his power and then transforms into the demonic ape. And, without wanting much pointless talk, he charges straight at the MC with everything he has and attacks with the explosive fist. Jingming dodges the first blow and comments that the explosive power is acceptable, but the speed of the attack leaves much to be desired. Thus, he takes advantage of the fact that Zhu Taiji is slower and channels his power into his fist. Then, the MC tells the big guy that he will show him what a truly strong and powerful punch is. With that said, he throws the blow, but Zhu Taiji manages to retreat backward, and then he wants to know if the MC really dared to compete against him in fist techniques, because he thinks he is only seeking his own elimination. Jingming begins releasing even more of his power, until he creates an ethereal form of his personification, which quickly lands a direct blow on the big guy's chin. Zhu Taiji feels the blow he received, falls to his knees on the ground, and immediately wants to know what the hell is happening. Then, he carefully observes the MC and sees a massive energy fluctuation beside him. Thus, a little confused, Zhu Taiji wonders if the punch he received moments earlier was a punch from Jingming's shadow. One of the members of Qingjing University's team, very surprised, wants to know what the hell that thing behind the Thunder Emperor is, or whether it is a shadow made of thunder. Xu Ping says that what they are seeing is the A-rank lightning element combat skill, Thunder Shadow Body. in which it is formed by gathering lightning element superpower and can attack together with the main body. And, judging by its proficiency, he thinks it must be at the initial stage, and each punch causes about 30% of the main body's damage. The vice captain is very surprised to learn this, and comments that even with only 30% damage, it already made Zhu Taiji vomit blood with the blow. The people in the audience observe the MC and want to know if his physique is really that absurd. Zhu Taiji wipes the blood from his mouth and comments that he understands that Jingming can use the A-rank combat skill, Thunder Shadow Body. As for the MC, he wants to know what is so special about his opponent discovering his skill, because he still thinks he will not be able to block it. Zhu Taiji becomes furious, and while activating his Thundering Thunder Drums combat skill, which increases his physique by 20%, comments that before, he only suffered because of a lack of information, but in a one-on-one duel, he has no fear of the MC. With that said, he charges forward, throwing a powerful punch, but Jingming does not feel intimidated and advances as well. As soon as both blows collide, a massive wave of energy echoes throughout the entire arena. However, Zhu Taiji is very confused, wanting to know how this is possible and whether the MC's fist technique is also at an advanced level of proficiency. Since he is seeing Jingming block his blow very easily and without exerting much force, he wants to know if he could be at the level of a master. The MC, while channeling more power into his fist, comments that Zhu Taiji got it right, and, as a reward for getting it right, he will knock him out. With that said, he unleashes his Thunder Dragon Fist skill. The big guy is hit directly and thrown with full force against the arena's magic barrier, and as soon as he falls to the ground completely unconscious, it is announced that the competitor has lost consciousness. With that, Jingming is congratulated for his victory in the individual semifinal. The people in the stadium go wild and immediately start shouting for the Thunder Emperor. He, in turn, comments that the fist technique used by Zhu Taiji was kind of weak, and that he made him waste time waiting for a real challenge. One of the big shots wants to know if the MC had not always used a long spear, because he never imagined that he had mastered master-level techniques. Meanwhile, another guy comments that the worst part is that if Zhu Taiji had not proposed a contest of fist techniques, they would not even have known that the MC had mastered that too. At that moment, Yang Zhentian calls out to Director Liu and comments that, in the end, it seems the arrogant one was not Jingming, but the student from their academy. The director asks Yang Zhentian not to celebrate too soon, because they still have the grand final, and with Wang Ti participating, those from Magic City University will not be able to win the championship. Having said that, he turns around and leaves. And as he approaches Zhu Taiji, he wants to know how his injuries are. He replies that he is actually fine, since they are only superficial scratches. Liu comments that, in that case, it seems the MC still knows how to hold back. Then, he calls out to Wang Ti and comments that, in the upcoming grand final, if he manages to defeat the MC, he should try not to damage his foundation. Wang Qi replies that he understands and that he will not be so cruel, since he has in mind that it is only a competition, not a life-or-death rivalry. Besides, Jingming is an SS rank superpower user, so if he goes too far, the big shots will crush him. A few minutes later, Feng Lei announces that next, they will have the second round of the semifinals. Because of that, he wants everyone to welcome Wang Qi from Qingjing University and Kong Shi from Magic City University. 30 minutes later, Kong Shi is on his knees on the ground, and Wang Qi is being congratulated for his victory and qualification for the grand final, which will take place in 1 hour. Jingming, after finding out who his opponent will be, hopes Wang Qi does not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang is thinking that a near S rank at the advanced stage of the 4th rank will face an SS rank at the advanced stage of the 3rd rank. So, she thinks this fight will definitely attract a lot of attention. A few minutes later, just as the vice director predicted, news about the fight between Xu Jingming and Wang Qi starts coming out. In fact, even on a television channel, a reporter wants to know whether an SS rank superpower awakener can overcome a huge rank gap and defeat his opponent. And, a few more minutes later, the topics about the Thunder Emperor truly being the biggest surprise of that year's competition are the most accessed and searched. Jiang Chuyi, upon seeing the news on television, becomes very happy to see that Jingming is going to compete in the grand final. After that, the time for the individual final arrives, and the host apologizes for making everyone wait a little, but says in advance that the wait was for a good cause and hopes everyone is welcome to the 8th day of the National University League's individual grand final. Having said that, he shouts for everyone to welcome Wang Qi from Qingjing University and Xu Jingming from Magic City University to the stage. As soon as Wang Qi steps into the arena, many people start shouting for the Stone Sovereign. As for the MC, the crowd goes wild and shouts for the Thunder Emperor. And, after both of them are in the arena, Wang Qi calls out to Jingming and warns that, with him there that year, the MC is destined to fail, because glory will belong to Qingjing University. The MC laughs and comments that he wants to see what kind of strength Wang Qi has to be so arrogant. With that, as both sides release their powers, the judge shouts for them to begin the fight. Jingming, with the extreme thunder state active, quickly draws his spear. Wang Qi coats his body with his thick earth body ability, and a powerful clash of energy from both sides takes place, causing a loud noise that echoes throughout the entire stadium. One of the people in the audience, extremely surprised, wants to know if what they are seeing is really a match from the National University League, because they feel like they are watching 5th-rank superpower users fight. Then, the MC decides to attack first and throws his Thunder Spear. Wang Qi comments that such an attack will be useless, since, as the MC's superpower is of the lightning element, it is naturally countered by his earth element superpower. Having said that, he activates his earth barrier ability and blocks the MC's attack easily. Then, Wang Qi comments that it is his turn and goes all out with his explosive step ability. And, as soon as he quickly approaches Jingming, he launches his thick earth slash attack. The MC extends his spear forward and activates the lightning gale rupture ability. Both attacks collide, and a powerful explosion echoes out. But Wang Qi ends up being thrown backward, and after taking some distance, he realizes that the MC blocked his A-rank combat skill with a D-rank one, so he thinks there is something wrong with this. Jingming laughs and asks if Wang Qi is scared and where all that arrogance of his went. Then, he moves at high speed with Thunderstep and gets very close to attack Wang Qi, who in turn blocks the MC's attack. But, while trying to resist, he feels the powerful impact of the attack and is once again thrown backward. However, he ends up becoming even more excited about the fight and tells the MC that he admits he is truly strong. Having said that, while shouting that he will show his full power stance, he activates his Earth Guardian ability. Then, he leaps and charges at Jingming, who is quickly forced to defend against the attack with his spear, and both of them begin attacking and defending all across the arena. The people in the audience are completely surprised by the fight they are watching, and one guy comments that, from the looks of it, Jingming's spear skill really is at the master level. Another guy emphasizes that both his fist techniques and his spear skill are at the master level. On top of that, Jingming's comprehension is far too terrifying. One of the people who is also surprised is Su Qingli, who is thinking that she never imagined the MC would also be so good in close combat. Back to the battle, Wang Qi, while being pressured, reflects that his Earth Guardian can only last for 5 more minutes at most, so he knows he needs to end the fight quickly. As for the MC, he has in mind that more than half of his superpower energy is already gone, and even his physical stamina is starting to drop. And even so, he still has not managed to take down Wang Qi, who in turn, while preparing his next move, tells the MC that if he had one more year, he definitely would not be able to defeat him. But at the moment, he knows there is no way he can withstand the next attack. Jingming comments that it is a coincidence, because he also has a combat skill he has never shown before. So, he thinks that if Wang Qi can withstand it, he will consider it his victory. With that, the Stone Sovereign charges forward with his mountain-crushing and earth-splitting slash ability, and the Thunder Emperor attacks with the demon-slaying piercing Thunder Spear. After both abilities collide, a gigantic explosion erupts in the arena.